Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, I will now continue the unfinished story. Did I interrupt your story to correct you? It's Ile-Rien. It's not my fault the Drixie talk like they can't unclench their teeth. As much as Cobb wanted to snap at him, he smothered it this time. After a moment, Morshock said, "Where was I?" "Oh, the hedges." While they were playing, Ile-Rien happened to pass by the great wrought iron gates. To his surprise, he saw his sister on the other side, walking into the forest. He knew that they were not allowed to go out, so he called to her, but she did not seem to hear. So he opened the gates and went after her. Into the forest he ran, catching glimpses of her among the dark trees, but no matter how fast he went, he couldn't seem to catch up. No matter how loudly he called, she did not hear him. Further and further he went until he lost any sight of his sister, and he realized that he was lost. Frightened, he sat down and cried. He knew no magic, no woods lore, the children had always been sheltered and kept safe within the walls. And he cried so long and hard that eventually he fell asleep beneath the trees. He woke to a rough tongue licking his face, the family cat's. Ile-Rien was overjoyed and told the cat, "If you can find me, you can find my sister. Please, lead the way." Immediately the cat turned and started through the woods, and Ile-Rien followed. They walked for a long time, until the trees thinned and Ile-Rien saw the gates of home, still open, still revealing the garden maze. Though it had grown dark he could see no lights within the tower, and the hedge maze seemed strange. Threatening. Confused, he asked the cat, "What has happened? Where is my sister?" And the cat said, "Within. But this is no longer your home, and the garden will not let you pass." Now, understand that though this cat had never spoken before, it was in an age where talking animals were not a strange thing, even those who did not shape change. So the boy just said, "But I must." "Then give me your strength, and I shall fight for you," said the cat. And the boy agreed. Very delicately, the cat bit him, and through that pain he felt a sudden weakness as the cat grew to the size of a wolf. "Come," it said, and paced through the gates, and Ile-Rien followed. As they navigated the garden, the hedges reached for them with thorny branches and the weeds and flowers with razor leaves, the sorceress's defenses, but the cat slashed them apart with sharp claws and pounced every creeping vine and saw-edged frill. When they finally reached the tower, they found the door open and the inside dark, with strange laughter echoing down from above, and the huge cat sat in the doorway and looked up the stairs and said, "The magic of this place has been claimed by another. Child, you cannot pass through these wards." "But I must," said the boy. "Then give me your will, and I shall break these wards." And the boy agreed. And so the huge cat rubbed against his leg, and with each brush of fur he felt crackles of energy pass through and leave him, sending weariness through his heart. From waist-high, the cat grew to chest-high, a great shaggy mane forming around its head, and in a deeper growl it said, "Come," and started up the stairs. Ile-Rien followed. Ahead of him the cat snarled and snapped at the air, sparks flying as spells gleamed and shattered with each swipe of its claws. Ile-Rien followed in a daze, drained and fascinated by the lights, and while they passed many closed doors on their way up the spiral, the one at the very top that led to his mother's sanctum was open. The laughter came clearer from here though the room was dark, and the boy could make out two voices, his sister's and a voice that sounded both strange and oddly familiar. He smelled blood. Despite his weariness, he wanted to rush right in, but the great cat barred his way. "There is evil here, child," the cat said in a solemn voice, "and it is not an evil that you can fight. To go through this door now is to die." "But I must," the boy said, for he knew that it was true. The weak, the weary, he tried to push past the great cat, saying, "If you will do nothing, I must at least try." And the great cat looked at him sadly and said, "You would give everything?" And the boy, for though frightened he was still the child of monster hunters, said, "Everything, but—" "Then give me your future, and you shall wield my claws," said the cat. And the boy agreed. The great cat rose and put its heavy paws on his shoulders, and he saw that its eyes were golden and deep as oceans. Slowly he sank into them, and the weight on his shoulders lifted. He flexed his hands and found them furrowed in bearing wicked claws, and he shook his head and felt the soft mane shift about his face. The last of the wards snapped before his golden glow. The cat was gone, but in his head it whispered, "Come." And Ile-Rien crossed the threshold. His own light lifted the darkness from the room, and he saw the blood everywhere, on the floor and walls and tables, the bookshelves and the chairs. He saw the bodies crumpled in the shadows, his parents, done in by trickery and ambush. And finally he saw the two figures before the cold hearth. His sister stared at him with blank, terrified eyes. Her playmate stood, and Ile-Rien saw that it wore his face, blood-smeared. "It's another monster from the woods come to harm us, dear sister," the not Ile-Rien said, its eyes an unreflecting black. "Who are you?" Ile-Rien demanded, "and what have you done?" And the black-eyed boy laughed a harsh, monstrous laugh. I have done nothing," it said. "It was not I who fell for a phantasm and opened the gates. Not I that fled the sanctuary, breaking the seal of protection for those still within. Not I that discarded his skin bit by bit, too weak and frightened to face danger on his own. Mankind is too easy to trick, is it not, my brother?" And Ile-Rien knew that it spoke to the cat within him. "As for this mess, I am merely revisiting crime upon criminals, hunting the hunters. You are a sheltered pet, I have no interest in you beyond your face and your bloodline." It set its hand on the sister's shoulder and smiled a nasty smile. Ile-Rien snarled, feeling the strength and rage of the lion within him. "I have not been tricked," he said. "I have come to destroy you, monster." But the black-eyed boy laughed again and replied, "You are the monster now. You have sold your face, your skin, and shall never reclaim it. Kill me and you kill her true brother." And Ile-Rien looked to the girl cowering before him, and to the blood-stained boy that wore his face, and he remembered what he had told the lion, everything. "I would give everything." He felt the lion fangs in his own mouth as he opened it to speak. "Then she shall have no brother." And with that, the lion ate him. Kade blinked in the darkness. "That's it? The lion ate him, the end? What do you want?" The lion tore the monster boy to pieces, then carried his sister into the sunset, where they lived forever in peace and happiness? Is that what happened? I don't know. Ask Jasper. You kicked him off the cart. So I did. Like I said, Kade, it's a story, a dramatic contortion of the truth. Maybe it's about taking action instead of letting the powers of the world ride you. Maybe it's about pausing a moment to think before you do what seems brave and true. Maybe it doesn't mean anything. I don't know what really happened. It was real? Morshak made an irritated sound. Ask Jasper, it's his piking story. I've talked too much already. You were supposed to sleep, you little brat. Not my fault. Well, do it. We've got a lot of travel ahead of us. I need to get us to Corvia so I can fix the army's tampering on you and get the mark of the light erased from your soul. Kade sat up straight in the cart. The what? I'm marked? You're a Phoenix imperialist, a light follower. Of course you're marked. It has its claws in your soul, and you'll go to the imperial light when you die unless I fix it. And if I don't want it fixed? Morshak was silent for a moment, then said slowly, then we should pleasantly part company after I free you from the Guardian. Or the Guardian from you. We can't risk you dying and dragging the Guardian into the light. Says you, Kade thought, but he was in no rush to die. Well, fine. Corvia, then. After that, I take my own path. Indeed. Now get some sleep like a good little boy. Kade let out a breath and allowed himself to relax. His best option was obvious: get out of this craziness, get the dark spirit away from his soul, then complete the pilgrimage. Be cleansed. All the rest of that heresy, mythology, whatever it was, meant nothing. He knew who he was and what he wanted, and some fireside tales from a Corvish sorcerer would change nothing. Nothing at all. The Crimson Pursuit walked their horses through the wisplit darkness, saddle-sore and footsore but bound to their duty. Certainly they must sleep sometime, said Lieutenant Saravi to Hunter Trevere, who walked just far enough distant that the lieutenant's horse did not conflict with his. They have been on the road since last night. If we'd ridden after them immediately. That was not an option. Trevere grunted but said nothing. They had already been through this argument on the debris-strewn street of Riftward, and for Trevere's part it had devolved into a screaming fit and nearly into threats. Saravi had seen his hand clamped around the dagger's hilt, but despite the wildness of his eyes, he had finally controlled himself. It was a great relief. Saravi had no illusions about fighting that blade. They had stayed in the town until sunset, doing their best to put right what had gone so catastrophically wrong in that last moment of the chase. It had been Saravi's decision. He wished they could have contacted the watchpost atop the rift to warn them of the approaching escapees, but no mages were stationed there, and thus no scries would be answered. Therefore, as they were already far behind their quarry, he had chosen to assist Riftward. Heretic side of the rift or not, the townsfolk were imperial citizens engaged in the activities of imperial commerce, and they could not be left to fend for themselves. The small tax-collecting, load-inspecting Crimson outpost at the base of the climb was not sufficient for disaster relief, dazed and shocked as they were by the sudden destruction. Fortunately, the Walden Street had contained most of the damage. There had been a handful of deaths, many injured and quite a few pack-beasts that had to be put down, but if the caravan hauling draft hogs and heavy horses had been allowed to flee freely through the town, it could have been much worse. As it was, a few animals had been saved simply because they were too penned in to struggle. Reimbursement claims would flood in from the merchants for their ruined goods soon. Saravi doubted that the general would be pleased. They don't need sleep, said Trevere finally. Not the driver, anyway. Saravi frowned. Do you know him? No answer. Hunter. Trevere shot him a glare. He had never looked worse, pallid, tight-featured and tired, with an unsteady gleam in his eyes that Saravi would not mistake for a wisp reflection. The fact that he had cleaned up did nothing for it. At least beneath the black blood and the reek, he had seemed in control. He had spent their time in Riftward pacing tirelessly on the dirt ramp that led into the climb. Base to top, a long pause to stare up the dark tunnel, then a reluctant march back to the bottom before trudging up again. Saravi thought he had been trying to get up the nerve to chase on his own, but never managed. The girl prisoner had just sat nearby, head slumped in her hands. She led her horse on the crack side of the tunnel now, silent but keeping up well. Listening. Not that it mattered. They would either find their quarry along the climb or surmount the rift and request a portal home. Going any further would be impinging upon gold territory. When they returned, the girl would be mind-washed or executed, the blood price paid. Hunter, he prompted. Do you know the driver? No. Then why do you believe he needs no sleep? Has he slept yet? A valid point, but Saravi knew he was evading the question. I saw wings, he said instead, watching Trevere sidelong. Did you, Dot? The hunter's jaw tightened. No. If you had, what would be a reason for him to have them? I don't know. Is this another of your manifesting spirits? Trevere glowered into the darkness ahead. What makes you think that we can take on two of them? Saravi persisted. Shut up, just shut up, the hunter hissed. Be a soldier and do as you're told. Don't ask idiot questions. I must. What's the use? When they kill you, I'll need to file a thorough report. Someone behind them snorted. Saravi thought it was the mage, Verkii. Trevere only glared at him and said, I'll file my own cursed report. Will you? You're not immortal. A sneer curled the hunter's lip. You have no idea what I am. Perhaps not. But you're in bad shape, and now there are two of them, but doesn't matter. Are you trying to sabotage us? Me? You're the one who keeps insisting on delays. Can you assure me truthfully that encountering them right now would not be suicide? Silence. Trevere looked away. Tell me who he is. You don't want to know, Lieutenant. You really don't. Allow me to judge that for myself. No, with a tug for the reins of his weary skyhorse, Trevere moved ahead with renewed vigor. Trust me, he said harshly, knowing such things will do you no good. Stay out of this business as long as you can. Saravi's brows creased. Nearby, the girl prisoner gave a ragged sigh and forced herself to walk faster to keep up with the hunter. That was a warning, he thought. A sincere one. What is going on, Hunter? Chapter 15, Scorched Earth. It was late the next morning when Morshak finally said, "We're close to Riftwatch." Cobb propped himself up and squinted forward. The gash on the western wall shed little light into the tunnel, the sky outside still overcast, but the bend up ahead was filled by a pool of radiance bright enough to hurt. It illuminated the beginning of the ramp that led into the open. Smothering a yawn, Cobb leaned over to give Rien a nudge. The goblin had curled up in the corner of the cart after some late-night excursions. Several knot-on grig wings remained clutched in his long-fingered hands. He stirred at Cobb's poke and yawned back, exposing nasty little needle teeth. Cobb patted him on the head absently. "Gotta get back under the cart," he said. "We're almost at the top, Why yes," responded the goblin, and swung over the side of the cart with easy agility. Cobb crossed his arms on the driver's bench and rested his chin on them, watching slit-eyed as the pool of light drew closer. His dreams had returned to the cliffs of Carindor and his boyhood friend Ile-Rien, climbing toward the glow in the ice for once without sign of the black gauntlets. It made him hopeful that he could contain this darkness, this so-called guardian. That its emergence in the tavern had been an anomaly, not a sign of things to come. Yet he still felt tired, as if the cart ride served to drain his energy rather than refill it. He wondered if it was possible to rest too much. "I have travel papers for you," said Morshak. "Under the name Ile-Rien Irosii. Think you can remember that, Cobb snorted. Ile-Rien Irosii was the major hero of Carindrixie legend, the man who had drawn the Silver Ones out of seclusion to fight alongside the Mountain Kingdom long ages ago. You're well prepared. Dangerous though, isn't it? Not really. Most of the Empire can't point to Carindor on a map, let alone remember its mythology. They're a self-centered sort of place. If you say. Anyway, I'll present them and deal with the guards. You just keep quiet and look like a pilgrim. All right. Onward, and the cart turned into the light. Cobb closed his eyes against it, letting it soak through his eyelids for a long moment before opening them. The cart bumped up an increased grade and the stony ceiling of the tunnel peeled away to show pale sky. They emerged onto a tilted road and Cobb glanced around, struck by the view. It was as if some ghostly finger had drawn a line in the sky beyond which no storm could pass. Clouds still brooded low and heavy over Ile-Rien's westward expanse, but directly above the rift and for a great distance east, the sky was clear as water. A fierce wind gusted up the rift's face, pulling at the weeds on the verge with hard hands, yet only a few yards away, the air around the cart was still. And cool, almost cold despite the bright sunshine. They were thousands of feet higher than they had been at nightfall and, free now of the closeness of the tunnel, the air tasted thin. Cobb took a deep breath, filling his lungs to capacity, and turned his attention east. The panorama that greeted him was not what he had expected of the Empire. No sparkling cities immediately evident, no tall palaces and temples, but forest, thick evergreen forest on either side of the sloping slate road, a few deciduous trees still flaring like firebrands among the pelt-like cover. To the southeast, the woodland dipped slowly into a distant, fog-shrouded valley, the Forest of Mists, home of the Grey Wraiths. To the northeast it ascended for miles, tier upon tier, toward the rugged white-capped peaks of the Kiliakil Range. Clouds wreathed the tallest peaks, hiding their summits. Kade guessed one to be Ile-Rien, the Corvish folk's sacred mountain. The road itself was rough, its paving stones weathered and broken. The trees had been cut far back from it, a few stumps visible among the carpet of grayish moss and frost-brown weeds. Straight ahead, two squat towers hunched over the road, each flying a double banner, crimson claw on white over silver scythe on olive green, sign of the Crimson Army and the Protectorate of Ile-Rien, and golden wing on black over crossed arrows on maroon, sign of the Gold Army and the Protectorate of Winden. All under the aegis of the Empire. Kade grimaced. He had hoped for enough tree or brush cover to send Rien out from under the cart, to circle around whatever official obstruction they found and meet them on the other side. The clear cutting extended from the rift's rocky edge to the towers, though, leaving no way for the goblin to remain unseen, and Morshak drove on immediately as if deaf to Kade's hiss. As the cart approached, each tower disgorged a handful of soldiers from its main door, the Atlantic side in green uniforms with a crimson sash, the Windish side in maroon with yellow. Morshak navigated the cart deftly in between the two clusters, then reined the horse in. Climbed down, bellowed the lead wind. Obligingly, Morshak did so, and Kade swung himself over the cart side as well. 10 men, he counted, 5 from each side, with more lingering in the doorways of the towers. Mostly older men, their gray beards protruding beneath their scarves, plus a few boys barely old enough to shave. Not frontline fighters, but they were armored well enough with chainmail or heavy leather over thick goat wool, and a few wore metal helmets jammed down over woolen caps. None of them looked like they wanted to be outside. One young man was still rubbing sleep from his eyes. Still, they carried spears and crossbows, and moved to surround the cart like professionals. In lieu of a weapon, the lead wind carried a logbook. Flanked by 2 spearmen, he halted before Morshak and peered down, sneering through his thick blonde beard. "Name and business," he said as he drew a charcoal stick from behind his ear. Morshak stood straight, head slightly cocked, gloved hands clasped behind his back. "Tanrek Henry of the Verashri Trading Coster. I came through on the 15th of Sebring. And him?" The wind interrupted, nodding toward Kade. "Ile-Rien Erosii, a pilgrim. Papers." Morshak produced 2 flattened scrolls from his coat. The wind snatched them away to glance over, then noted something down in his logbook. 15th Sebring, he mused, and flipped through the pages, frowning as he looked through his notes. Ah. Furniture and incense. Bringing nothing back? Nothing taxable. The Windish officer snapped the logbook shut. "You cursed rustheads get all uppity about taxes. I don't know why you have honest merchants. Ain't smuggling more your thing? Is it?" An unfriendly grin unfurled on the officer's long face, and he waved his logbook at Morshak and Kade and the cart. "Let's see how honest you are. Check 'em over, lads." Several men turned to approach Kade, and he focused on them, stepping away from the cart. A serpent of anxiety coiled in his gut. Up front, he heard the Windish officer say, "I'll need to make sure you're not smuggling anything on your person." "Standard procedure." Morshak answered, "Oh no, feel me up all you like." That nonchalant reply doubled Kade's unease. Everyone knew Corvish folk and Winds hated each other. The Corvish considered all of Winden their ancestral territory and harried its occupiers constantly, while the Winds saw the Corvish as pestilential vermin. Add Morshak's reaction to being touched, and it seemed like a recipe for disaster. Kade shot a sidelong look at the sorcerer to see him calmly shedding his coat. Next to Kade, an Ile-Rien crossbowman cleared his throat and said, "Sir? We need to check you over too." Kade nodded his permission, and the man passed his crossbow to his comrade and stepped forward. Under the edge of his helm, his face was round, tan, and youngish, and somehow familiar. "Pale Cray?" Kade wondered, and fingered the letter where it stuck out from the canteen cover. The Ile-Rien began patting him down, quick but thorough. "Can't be too careful with the Corvish," he commented in an apologetic undertone, and Kade nodded slightly and held the canteen away from his body to help. The other soldiers seemed more interested in watching Morshak and the Windish officer, who had drawn away from the others to converse quietly while the officer rummaged through Morshock's coat. Near them, at the edge of the road, was an odd sort of distance marker, a metal stake jammed into the earth with a glass sphere at its top. The sorcerer seemed to be subtly edging toward it. "We get rashi, alcohol, scorpion venom, all sorts of stuff coming east," the soldier continued absently as he patted along Cobb's sides and arms. "Even cult things, but mostly taxables they don't want to." His hand stopped on the concealed shape of Jasper's armband, and his tone switched back to professional. "Roll up your sleeve, sir." Cobb's heart lurched. "I'll just get it off," he said quickly. The Ile-Rien soldiers traded glances as he wiggled it through his sleeve. Should have expected that, he thought, cursing himself. No matter what they gleaned from the armband, he could not let them see his brand. "Here," he said, offering the band as it slid free. The young soldier accepted it with raised eyebrows and turned it between his hands. "Got some kind of mark on it?" "Yeah. Dunno what." "Was a hand-me-down." The soldier gave Cobb a narrow look, weighed the bronze band in his palm, then shrugged and held it out. Cobb took it and wedged it up his arm again, relieved to find someone who knew less about cultish things than he did. Unless. His gaze flicked to the young soldier's neck. Was there a braided cord there, hidden just under the collar of his uniform? 3 strands of red and white? Cobb thought so. "You're all done." "Can get back in the cart," said the young soldier, reclaiming his crossbow from his fellow. Cobb nodded but did not move. His hand drifted to the letter again. He had scraped most of the blood off and torn away the stained bits that had no words. Hopefully he could pass the rest off as spilled sauce. "Listen, are you Pale Cray?" The young soldier halted, then eyed him narrowly. "Who are you to know?" "Nobody," Cobb said, "just I met Mistress Cray along the Pilgrim Road. She gave me this for you." He drew the letter free, keeping his hand over the cord, and saw the young man's gaze go immediately to the glimpse of threads between his fingers. "Ha! She usually sends that stuff with the monthly courier," Pale said, and held out his hand. Cobb passed letter and cord over and Pale tucked it deftly away into his tabard. "So, you know my mother, then." Around them, the other soldiers leaned in, professionalism dropping at the hint of family drama. Only briefly," Cobb said, feeling the start of a flush. Logically he knew he had nothing to be embarrassed about, but the image of Amala Cray in her nightdress still clung to his mind. "She offered shelter. I did some work for her." Nothing what?" Nothing. All was well." Someone snorted, and Cobb knew his face must be red. Pale Cray stared at him flatly. Hunching his shoulders, he tried to wipe away the memory and the awkward sense of wrongdoing, but thinking about it just made it worse. Stupid mouth. Stupid face. Why do you have to show everything so plainly? So you Pale started. Someone yelped on the other side of the cart, and Pale's mouth snapped shut as he automatically brought his crossbow to bear. The other soldiers did the same. Startled, Cobb raised his hands defensively and heard a soldier sputter, "There's something under the cart." His stomach sank. "Move away from the cart, sir," Pale said, professional again. Cobb obeyed reluctantly as several soldiers crouched to peer into the shadows. Up front, Morshock and the officer broke off their conversation to watch. Morshock had his back to that strange road marker, almost concealing it, and was tugging absently at the fingers of his gloves. "What are you doing?" He thought at the sorcerer, suddenly wishing Morshock was a mentalist just so that they could communicate. Distract them, or... Nothing to worry about, grunted one of the spearmen as he prodded into the darkness under the cart. Probably just a rock crawler or a big grig or something. All over the climb, them. Just gotta scrape it off. If it's just an animal, Cobb started. They're a little bit clever, sir. Don't worry, it'll only take a moment. "Get at it from the sides," said someone else, and in a collective creak of mail and leather, the soldiers fanned out around the cart and knelt to prod at their shadowed target. Cobb gritted his teeth, agonized but unsure what to do. The odds were 10 against 3, with more in the tower and one of them Pale Cray. Pale Cray, who was watching him sidelong from where he crouched, the crossbow held loosely in his practiced hands. Cobb tried to master his expression. The young soldier might be a cultist through his mother, but Cobb doubted he sympathized with goblins. And neither should I, he thought. What does it matter if they kill a shadow cultating, people-eating dark monster? But he could not believe that. He had stood by once before while bad things happened, and could still taste the bitterness of that choice. "It's moving," barked a soldier. "Stab it if you can," said another. A solid thunk came as someone buried their spear into the underside of the cart. Curses steamed out from all sides, and a squeal of pain made Cobb flinch. His hands fisted, but he had no options. If he attacked someone, the soldiers would turn on him, and he could think of no words that would help. Perhaps Pale Cray could be swayed, but he remembered Amala saying that Pale had volunteered for the army, and Cobb doubted he would break ranks with his comrades. "I think it's coming out," said a soldier near him. "I got it, I shit." Cobb backstepped quickly as a gray and black blur shot out from under the cart and latched onto the soldier's chest and face. The man toppled backward, losing his spear and scrabbling at the goblin's harness, where a bloody gash showed in the flesh beneath the tatters of black cloth and strapping. Rien hissed and raked for the man's eyes with hard fingers, his prehensile tail and toes locked into the man's chainmail. Pale and another soldier immediately dropped their weapons to grapple with the goblin, shoving mailed arms between him and their comrade's face. Mouth dry, Cobb grabbed Rien by the harness, thinking, "This is bad," as he yanked on it, fighting the goblin's five-limbed grip. "Tear him off, fling him toward the forest, hope he gets the idea." Then the world went blue and black, as if submerged in deep water, and a chill sank through Cobb's skin to coil around his heart like bony hands. He froze in place, struck by dreamlike fear, and beneath him soldiers and goblin and victim did the same. Slowly, their heads turned toward the source of the strange new light. Though he dreaded what it would be, Cobb had to look. The shivering midnight radiance encompassed all that he could see, banishing the faint warmth of the sun and leaching the landscape of all color. Around the cart, the soldiers had halted their tasks, their features drawn skeletal by the glow and their eyes reflecting its glitter. A palpable threat pervaded the area, not the galvanizing tang of danger but an oppressive, futile emptiness that spread like a stain poured from oblivion, a final obliterating light. At its center was Morshak. The sorcerer stood with one bare hand unfurled like an incandescent spider against the windish officer's cheek, his other around the shattered chunks of the road marker's glass sphere. The officer seemed paralyzed with his sword half-drawn, face contorted in agony as white sparks leapt from his eyes and mouth to coil up Morshak's arm and join the shuddering corona. As Cobb stared, the sparks became cords and the officer's face collapsed on itself, the hollows of cheeks and eye sockets falling inward to the spasming skull beneath. Rivers of energy burned through the struggling flesh of his throat and chest, popping rings of chainmail away like buttons. In the coruscating glare, Morshak grinned humorlessly, his eyes like mirrors. The raging energy that spiraled up his arm and shoulder darkened as it enshrouded him, turning his whipping hair black and making the metal clasp of his cloak spit sparks. Through the weave of his clothes came flickers like lightning in clouds. There should be noise, Cobb thought dimly. Roaring thunder to go with the lightning. But there was only the sizzle of current and a high, fading whine like a teakettle running out of steam. It sickened Cobb to realize that it came from the officer's throat. Then the river of energy guttered out and the officer's gaping mouth subsided to a burned hole. Morshak withdrew his hand, letting the body crumple into a pile of seared mail and charcoal flesh. For a long, breathless moment he seemed to contemplate the corpse, sparks and streamers of cold fire still dancing over him. Then he turned his lambent eyes to the soldiers, and they shook themselves as if waking and raised their weapons. Cobb still had hold of the goblin's harness, though the strength had gone from his limbs. Now he wrenched at Rien, and the goblin let go of his victim and scrambled up Cobb's arms to cling to his back like a trembling barnacle. From the other side of the cart came the click of a crossbow. A bolt flicked through the air, straight and true, only to disintegrate on a blue pane of light an inch from Morshak's face. As if it had been a signal, the spearman charged with ragged cries. But Morshak had not flinched. He raised his hand as they neared, and energy crawled down from his shoulders to coalesce into a whip of midnight fire, its core a scintillating ribbon of white lightning. Cobb saw it hit the first soldier and pass straight through, leaving the man to spasm as electricity arced madly among the links of his mail. The next in line took the whip in the face, and his helm lit up like one of the goblin domes in the Undercity. A third, fourth, and fifth man went down from that single sweep, convulsing, before Morshak drew the whip back. All that remained at the cart were the crossbowman, the goblin-down soldier, and Pale, and the other who had tried to aid him. Cobb saw the sorcerer's eyes fix on the soldiers near him, and opened his mouth to cry halt. Then the tower doors banged open and Morshak looked away, the tip of the whip rising like a snake to dance in the roiling energy of his aura. Morshak, he tried anyway, but the sorcerer paid him no heed. Beside him, someone hissed a breath, then snapped, "Hoy!" Cobb turned to find himself looking down into the sights of a crossbow. Pale Cray's eyes were wild in the strange glow, his face a bleak mask shadowed by his helm. Beside him, the other soldier was trying to staunch the wounds of the fallen one with the edge of his tabard, but bubbles of blood still emerged from the man's torn neck. "Do something," said Pale, the crossbow wavering in his hands. "Make him stop." Rian's long fingers tightened on Cobb's shoulders. He willed the goblin to stay put. I don't," he started, gaze drawn back to the tower as the soldiers spilled from it only to meet Morshak's sizzling whip. Bursts of blue-white light hit his eyes like hammers, and he flinched away as screams filled the air, high and attenuated. A heavy ache clamped across his brow, concentrating at 2 points, and a sensation like cold water welled up his throat. Something scaly and massive unfurled in his chest. No, he thought, terror of the dark momentarily blunting his fear of Morshak. This was the beast he bore, the guardian taking this opportunity to strain at its cage. Pain striated his vision in a white net, and he grasped the edge of the cart as the black ruins rose beneath him. Then, suddenly, he could feel the battlefield around him. The frantic pulse of the men's hearts, the dead emptiness of the cart horse, Rian's fear like a razor, and the intense currents of chill and scorching heat that circulated around Morshak. The ground itself reviled the sorcerer, paving stones cracking beneath his boots and moss shriveling away in a growing circle of devastation, as if he sucked all the life from his surroundings and rendered it to dust. A second pair of eyes opened behind Cobb's own. Another presence filled him, pressing against the white net, swelling his veins with darkness. He inhaled a breath of loam and sap and swamp so thick he felt buried alive. Pale snarled something, but the crossbow no longer seemed a threat. Cobb's hand moved automatically to pluck it from his grip. The trigger clicked as Pale jerked, and the bolt spat away toward the cliff's edge. For a moment Cobb looked at the weapon, and at his own fingers on its stock, darker than he remembered them. Then another shock of lightning flared by the tower and he dropped the crossbow and grabbed Pale by the arm, hauling the startled soldier behind him with barely an effort. The new batch of spearmen were all down. At least, that was what Cobb thought those blackened piles were. Morshak stood among them, lightning whip dancing erratically from one slumped body to the next as if feeling for life signs, while the last few soldiers gathered at the tower's doors and windows. Cobb felt them there in their dubious shelters, each stone outlined in his mind's eye and each man exposed by the weight of his step, by his heat in the winter's chill. 12, all petrified with fear. He tried to move, but the white net stopped him. Let go of me, he thought at the dark presence, though he was not sure this was its doing. He did not feel controlled, and that little white room he had seen last time was not there, nor were the birds. Just the phantom ruins and this sense of the dying, like the guardian was watching through him and letting him see what it saw. Come on, you stupid dark thing, live up to your name. You interceded in the tavern. Do it now. But the presence shuddered in his head, and he realized that it was afraid. With a wild cry, a few more men dared to cross the distance. Morshak snapped his whip into readiness, but the soldiers, their faces washed pale in the amping light, their bared teeth and terrified eyes gleaming, never got close. Within a few yards of the sorcerer, their armor and spear points spat sparks, the cloth and wood beneath them combusting, and they staggered and stumbled, some collapsing in their tracks and some persisting just long enough to crumple at the sorcerer's feet. With the hand that was not controlling the whip, Morshak pointed at each in turn, his gestures negligent, almost disappointed. Small darts of cold blue fire flashed from his fingers, embedding in the fallen until they were still. The tower doors slammed shut, stranding 2 men outside. Each took off in a different direction, and Morshak cracked the whip at the nearer of them, taking him down in a smoldering heap. Then he released the whip upward, and it unraveled into shimmering strands which spiraled around his left arm. With a flick of his wrist, he sent one of those strands like an arrow through the back of the other runner. Each death hit Cobb like a knife in the gut, but he could not move to intercede. His legs refused. Dimly he sensed that Morshak's destructive influence had spread close. The ground under the horse and the cart's front wheels was rapidly desiccating, the downed soldier starting to spasm and foam. The soldier who had tried to play medic made a sound of alarm and stood quickly, and at his movement Morshak turned and sent a strand of energy through his head. Light and searing heat bloomed from the impact, and Cobb flinched away, feeling sparks spatter across his cheek. His own skull twanged in sympathy. A moment later, another death echoed from the opposite side of the cart, the crossbowman, and then another right in front of him. When Cobb's vision cleared, he saw the would-be medic lying blackened across the faceless corpse of the wounded man. A crossbow bolt from the tower caught Morshak's shoulder and his attention. As he looked away, Pale yanked from Cobb's grip and dashed for the forest. No! Cobb tried to shout, and something in him insisted that he could reach across the span of moss and stone to catch Pale, cage him, shelter him. But the white net scarred his vision and cinched his mouth shut, and he could only watch as Morshak's head turned. As his hand rose. As Pale ran full out, his arms pumping, steps precarious on the slick carpet of moss. Then the world went white again. He felt Pale's heart stop like a spear through his own chest. The incandescent bolt faded, leaving the jittering body to crash down not even halfway to safety. Unhesitating, Morshak turned to the towers and unleashed all the remaining energy strands, and they flew to the windows as sinuous as snakes and disappeared inside. In moments Cobb felt the cluster of lives in each tower go out. The clench in his skull relaxed, and Cobb dropped to his knees, shaking fitfully. As Morshak turned, he registered that the only living presence he felt now was Rien still clinging to his back. Not the horse, and certainly not the man in the center of the dead zone. "Well, get up," said Morshak calmly. Cobb bared his teeth and snarled, "Murderer." He still felt the dark presence lurking in him, hiding behind his eyes, and silently cursed it for its cowardice. "You didn't have to. Did you want your little goblin friend alive? That was the only way you could think to do it? Suck it up, Cobrin. I'm not here to play nice, I don't have time." Morshak held his gloveless hand out. Cobb just stared at him. The midnight energy was dissipating, allowing daylight to reclaim the clifftop, and in its strong shine he saw clearly the 5 crossbow bolts protruding from Morshak's clothes. One hung loosely, probably stuck in the folds, but the others were obviously sunk in flesh. There was no blood, no indication of pain on the sorcerer's face, only a faint exasperated smile. As if the fight had been no more than brushing an obstruction from their path. "Come along now, Cobb." Rage curdling his stomach, Cobb said, "No. Get away from me." Morshak sighed, the bolts bobbing grotesquely with the movement of his chest. "I knew this was a bad idea. Letting you bring that goblin, no, bothering to drag you around mundanely at all. I should have done this from the start, . He grabbed Cobb by the arm, and the burning cold of his bare hand lanced in along with a horrible sense of dislocation. Cobb's senses swam. He tried to fight from Morshak's grip, but it was like the sorcerer had frozen his bones in place. The world around them blurred and the goblin squealed in fright, digging fingers hard into Cobb's back. Something rose from the depths, then a dim memory of orange-red light shredding beneath his hands. Cobb focused on it and felt the dark presence grate inside him, sending pain like an avalanche through his skull but forcing Morshak's frost from his flesh. The distortion popped like a bubble. Morshak blinked at him, startled. "I'm doing this for you," he said, and the dislocation swam in again. And again Cobb fixed his will on denying the spell, and though fine lines of light slashed across his vision, the arcane sensation popped. "Listen, we have to go," said Morshak. Skull pulsing dully, Cobb growled, "Not with you." "Yes, with me." The sorcerer snapped. "The Ile-Rien will have sensed this. So will the Golds. They'll be on our trail soon, and with your stalkers still at our heels, we need to get out." "Whose Pekin fault is that? If you won't let me recall us to Sanctuary, then get in the cart." "I can't." "Get in or your little friend is dead." Cobb narrowed his eyes. Tiny fingers clung even tighter to his back. Nearly face to face with the sorcerer, he reached up and clamped his hand around Morshak's neck, but the sorcerer did not flinch. The dead flesh tingled with a strange electricity that seemed to draw from Cobb rather than spark to him. "If you even touch him," Cobb growled. Morshak smirked. "I don't have to." Hate curled around Cobb like a fist. He wanted to crush that cold throat, slam his aching forehead into that smirk, but he could not pretend he did not feel the energy being sapped from him. Whatever Morshak had done to the officer, that roiling radiance he had drawn from the man's body. It was the same. Morshak was a leech, a life thief, a spiritual cannibal. Not a sorcerer at all, but something far, far darker. "Necromancer," he hissed through his teeth. "You're the one from Baller." Morshak patted his cheek patronizingly, black eyes agleam. "Smart boy. Now let's go. He pulled from Cobb's numbed grip and gestured toward the cart. As if awakened, the hose raised its heavy head. It had shied not 1 inch during the whole battle. Dry-mouthed, Cobb wobbled to his feet and felt the goblin's tail curl tightly around his waist. They could run, but there was nowhere to go. The dark presence faded back into the depths, and with it, his headache. Slowly, Cobb moved to the cart, his gaze on Morshak the whole way. He felt the blinders threatening to snap on, to downplay what had just happened. To make things easy on him again by rationalizing that this was necessary to attain his freedom. Instead, he watched Morshak swing onto the driver's bench and imagined driving a sword through his heart. Far to the east, above the misty forest, a cluster of dark specks wheeled in the sky. From the ground they might have been birds if not for the long stingray tail extending from each. Swiftly, as if swimming through air, they turned themselves toward the rift. From much closer and much lower to the ground, a pair of pale eyes snapped open. A long muzzle wrinkled, catching the scent of ancient authority. Ears perking forward, the wolf rose from the depths of its borrowed den and ghosted toward the road. As the rift watchtowers vanished behind constricting trees, Cobb considered his options. The cart rattled its ungainly way along the slate paving, the slow eastward slant of the imperial road apparent in the tilt of the cartbed. The sky behind him, initially thick with thunderheads from the rift's edge, cleared swiftly until the pale pearl tint of winter and the dark outlines of trees were all he could see. Rien lay curled in his lap, shivering. The wound in his side was less terrible than Cobb had thought, just a slice, already clotted up, but Cobb let him stay where he was. The goblin's presence seemed the only thing keeping him rooted to the waking world, as the intensity of Morshak's chill pushed him ever closer toward hibernation. Eyelids heavy, thoughts slow, he recognized that this was how things had been for a while. Morshak had kept him tired through some controlled leech work, like what he had done to the Riftwatch captain in miniature. Perhaps Morshak had suppressed the Guardian in the same way. In any other situation, he would have approved. Morshak's relationship with the Imperial Light was irrelevant if he had a true, practicable way of suppressing the dark. That it feared him and strained uselessly against those white lines was obvious. Cobb only regretted that he had been forced to contact it to keep Morshak from spiriting him away. Still, dark suppressing or not, what Morshak had done was evil. Cobb had killed once before. In a fit of pain and terror, he had taken a rock to a man's skull because there had seemed no other way. He regretted it, not least because of the consequences, but now he could feel that rock in his hand again. It would be easy to give in to the enervating cold, to fall asleep and let Morshak drive him to his fate. To pretend that the light's tentative purification through sacrifice excused the deaths of those soldiers, of pale Cray, in the interest of seeing this dark guardian removed. But he knew better, and so he curled his hand around that guilty memory, trying to summon up the rage that had made him keep swinging the rock after the first panic strike. After the crack of bone and the pained, querulous cry, Morshak had to die. Is it even possible? Whispered the voice of reason. He's as cold as a corpse, and those crossbow bolts did nothing. If the stories about necromancers are true, this might not even be his real body. He certainly doesn't act like a Corvish merchant. What could attacking him accomplish? He grimaced and pressed fingers to his brow at those two spots where the guardian-related headache tended to focus. Calm analysis was not one of his strengths. Every instinct told him to run, but he did not doubt that Morshak could catch him, and though he had no true attachment to Rien, he did not want the goblin added to his conscience. That left fight is his only option, and if it could not be done, there has to be a way. This monster can't be allowed to roam the Empire. And the Guardian would be no help. Even if Cobb wanted its assistance, the best it seemed capable of was cancelling out Morshak's spells. No small feat, but the weird icy innervation did not seem to count, and Cobb had no doubt that extended exposure would kill him as surely as any lightning whip. Nor could he ambush Morshak. He had already tried twice, and both those attempts had ended with a mere touch of Morshak's hand. What did that leave for him? Almost from the start, he had known his pilgrimage was being hijacked. Now he could not help but feel like a hostage, trapped between Darylyn's frenzy and Morshak's malevolence. Choosing either of them would mean the death of his soul, if not his body. So that's the answer, he thought grimly. Embrace the threat of physical death, so my soul can fly free. I hear you brooding back there, said Morshak. Cobb's heart thudded against his ribs. It took him a moment to get his panic under control, to remind himself that Morshak was no mentalist, just an invasive jerk. Don't talk to me, he managed. Look, I know you're unhappy. And perhaps I overreacted, though I really dislike leaving witnesses. I'm willing to say my fault and write this off as a learning experience, no disciplinary action for you or the goblin, just an understanding that we should figure out how to work together. Because we'll need to, Cobb. This is just the first step. In what? Cobb snapped, unable to hold it in. Learning experience, disciplinary action, who do you think you are? A soft laugh was the necromancer's only answer. Cobb swallowed the rest of his anger and clenched his hands on his knees. In his lap, the goblin mewed faintly, big eyes flicking from him to the necromancer's presence over his shoulder. Goosebumps stippled the creature's gray skin, and Cobb regretted not having a blanket or something to offer. This is my punishment for running from the army, he thought. I pledged myself to the light and I should never have tried to escape it. Maybe you just need some sleep, Cobb. Why don't you lay down and blast it? The change in tone made Cobb glance over the bench. The road ahead unfurled in a mild slope through ever-thickening woodland, only clustered threads of smoke visible to indicate human habitation. Approaching from a side trail half hidden by trees was a squad of riders, and for a moment Cobb hallucinated their tabards as crimson, with Darylyn in the lead. Then he realized the red was maroon, the lead rider a man in heavy armor. A local Windish patrol, not even Gold Army, probably from a town just up the side road. Morshak rose on the bench, not bothering to hold the reins as the unliving horse plowed forward. Around him, the chill deepened, Rien groaned and thrashed in Cobb's lap, struggling to get away. He's gonna kill these ones too, Cobb thought, sickened. Then thought, opportunity. He had no weapon, no plan, but at the moment that seemed irrelevant. Catching Rien up, he murmured, into the woods. And hide. The small creature blinked, then hissed assent and scuttled to the edge of the cart to spring like a cricket into the passing trees. If Morshak noticed, he gave no sign. Ahead, the armored riders drew their swords. A single-robed man rode with them, in green instead of army colors, and raised hands to weave arcane symbols that sneered with his horse's gallop. The distance shrank. Morshak spread his arms. Then spread his wings. 3 pairs unfurled from his back, ghostly and shivering, the lowest almost skeletal, and Cobb felt the brush of spirit feathers on his skin. Felt his strength flow out like blood from a mortal wound, each pulse driving him down toward darkness. The sky pressed on him like the gaze of a predator, a vast, hooked-alone raptor, and he cowered instinctively and heard the horse's shriek. Then pain stabbed through his skull. For an instant he thought the phantom raptor had hit him, and he ducked his head to keep its beak from seeking his eyes. But there was no beak. Black ruins rose against his vision, burned and broken, black hills, scorched of vegetation, heaved like waves on a mineral sea. Black water welled up his throat, bitter with ash and salt, and he choked on it, his hands slapping blindly onto the carter's bench as he trembled. Far above, the white bird circled and screamed like a woman. "Don't pull me under," he told the darkness. "Push me up. If you can't stop him, I will." And the world was there again, the wood grain of the bench under his fingertips and the panic of the horses ringing in his ears. He lifted his head and saw they were close, too close, the riders clinging frantically to their bucking steeds or already flung, the green-robed mage on his side in the dirt, the cart and lifeless horse bearing down as if to crush them all. Bright electricity coiled in Morshak's hands. The world had gone strange and blue-black once more, and at the side of the road, another of those glass sphere beacons flashed a sudden bright gold. Against the pain, in furious defiance of fear, Cobb planted a foot on the bench and lurched up. The ghostly wings went through him, leaving trails of fire and ice in their wake, but the black ruins soaked them in, dissipated them, quenched their cold flame. He locked his arms around Morshak's neck and yanked the madman back. They fell together, the lightning in Morshak's hands fizzling out as he grappled with Cobb's arms. Sparks danced and sizzled on Cobb's skin, but he barely noticed. The wings were thrashing inside him, and it was all he could do to keep his grip as Morshak convulsed like an eel. Short nails tore at his forearms, and a stream of guttural imprecations spilled from the struggling necromancer's lips without need for breath. Beneath them, the cart slowed to a stop. He tried to twist, tried to snap Morshak's neck, but it was like trying to bend a steel bar by hand. In his head, white lines ate up the sky and shrouded the reaching fingers of the trees. The pain intensified, squeezing his vision down to a sliver. Morshak's eyes blazed up at him, no longer corvish black but blue like the lightning, blue like glacier ice. "Treachery," the necromancer croaked suddenly. "Perhaps you have learned too much from me. Or perhaps I chose badly. I feel them coming, Ezengat. We must not be here when they arrive. Give my greetings to your father." Then Morshak's hands were on him and the cold knifed in, deeper than permafrost, deeper than the black core of the ocean, deep into his heart, which clenched and stuttered in its grasp. The world went away in a foam of white, Cobb conscious of his body only as a twig bent near to splintering, strained by the ice forming in his veins. For a moment he was back in Carrion, sprawled out on a rocky slope watching the mountain hawks dance in the upcurrents. He wrenched his arms, blind and desperate and vicious, and felt Morshak's spine snap. The white vanished. Panting raggedly, he managed to open his eyes. Morshak hung limp in his arms, neck at a wild angle, eyes empty and once again dark. Even as he stared down, the necromancer's wan features began to liquefy like paint, sloughing away from the rotting muscle and bone beneath. Bile surged in his throat and he shoved the corpse away. Dimly, through the ringing in his ears, he heard shouts, but could not tear his gaze from the putrescence consuming his erstwhile mentor. A lurch and thud from ahead told him that the cart horse had collapsed in its traces. He felt numb, horribly numb. He looked down at his arms where Morshak had scratched. Pale lines showed on the flesh, not bad, but as he stared, a spatter of blood fell into his palm. He raised his hand to his nose. Bleeding. A moment later, an old scar on his arm slit itself open like a wet red mouth. His hands trembled. Suddenly blood spots blossomed everywhere, on his breechlegs, on the belly of his tunic, on his back where they mingled with the fierce sweat. On his arms and shoulders, inside his mouth, a sudden flood of salt and copper from where he had cracked his jaw almost a year ago. No pain, only numbness. And blood. Rivers of it. Oceans of it. The darkness strained inside his head, bringing with it a gust of strange, whispering voices. Scales on scales. He felt himself falling toward it helplessly, toward the ruins, toward the rot, the tortured earth, the churning waters. He had no strength to resist. For only a moment, he saw the faces of the soldiers around the cart. Then he slipped into the black. By the time the crimsons reached the wreck of the cart, it was too late. A portal hung open in the air, showing the pristine white marble of a casting chamber beyond. Bodies were being levitated through by scarf-wrapped mages in yellow robes. Trevere flung himself from his horse as he drew near, but a yellow-tabard soldier blocked his way. "You can't," was all the soldier managed before Trevere punched him in the throat. Lieutenant Saravi reined in and watched as gold soldiers rushed to bar the hunter's progress. Trevere's hand flickered toward the hilt of that nasty dagger periodically, but he never drew it. Fists and feet and fearlessness seemed enough for him. Only when a mage broke off from inspecting the fetid ruins of the cart and flung wires of golden light at him, binding his arms, did he slow and finally give up. Saravi dismounted as the gold soldiers brought their blades to bear upon the hunter. "Stand down," he called. "I would speak with your commanding officer." The nearest gold soldier gave him a sneer and a once-over before spotting Saravi's mark of rank. His expression turned surly, and he looked toward the portal and hollered, "Captain!" A tall, armored man turned from arguing with one of the gold mages and strode over, the soldiers withdrawing from his path. Saravi straightened and brought his fist up in salute. The gold captain returned it stiffly and looked Saravi over. He was a sturdy older wind, gray-haired and hatchet-faced, with cold keen eyes. Saravi was reminded of the drill masters he had served under as a child in Trivist's youth corps. "Lieutenant," said the captain gruffly. "What brings a crimson troop into gold territory?" "We pursue a fugitive, sir," said Saravi. He lowered his fist and nodded toward Trevere, still bound and white-faced with anger. "Under the command of the Crimson Hunter." "Hunter," echoed the captain dubiously. He stared at Trevere for a long moment, then made a cutting gesture toward the mage who handled the golden wires. With a snort of displeasure, the mage shook his hands as if untangling them, and the wires dissolved. Trevere lunged toward the portal, but a forest of swords blocked his way. "Hunter," Saravi said sharply. "The writ." For an uncomfortable moment Trevere stood staring at the portal, gloved hands clenching and unclenching. Then, like a willful horse turned by the rein, he looked to Saravi and the gold captain, his face a mask. The soldiers around him tensed as he reached to his belt, but he only opened the scroll case and slid the parchment free. The gold captain took it and looked it over, then shook his hoary head. "You are beyond your jurisdiction," he said, "hunter or not. It is time for you to return to your own territory." Saravi nodded, but before he could speak, Trevere snapped, "You'll tell me what happened, then I will use your portal and take my quarry." "I outrank you, Captain." "You outrank him," the captain said, pointing the scroll at Saravi. "But you cannot lord over me, I am not crimson." Trevere narrowed his eyes. "You'll do as I say," he snarled, fingers drumming on the hilt of the long dagger, "or I'll." "Hunter," said Saravi. Trevere threw him a nasty look, but closed his mouth. His hand moved away from the dagger, and with his forearms he shoved the soldiers' swords aside and stormed back to his fidgeting skyhorse and the girl prisoner mounted nearby. "I apologize, sir," said Saravi once he was sure Trevere was not simply fainting. He clapped his fist to his armored chest and bowed his head to the captain. "It has been a long and fruitless pursuit. Please, if you would tell us what has occurred so that we might properly give our reports." The captain cocked a brow at Saravi, then gestured toward the wagon. "See for yourself. But keep your people back, Dot." Giving the others the signal to stay, Saravi approached the wagon. He only made it halfway before the stench hit and he recoiled, grimacing. He had seen the massacre at the rooftop towers, the dead men strewn about half-burnt, their eyes bulging in the fear of their last moments, but this was worse, the smell taking over where sight failed. No corpses, but a swath of blood in the back of the cart as if someone had been dragged from it while gouting out their last moments. Near it, a companion smear of ichor and rotten, liquefied flesh. Suddenly he understood why the mages worked with scarves wrapped over mouths and noses. More in the front, called the captain, staying well out of range. Reluctant but determined, Saravi swung wide of the cart and then froze as he spotted the putrefying hulk of the cart horse still bound in its traces. Its flanks heaved slowly, not from breath but from the sluggish labor of the maggots beneath its hide. Sickened, he stumbled away and bent low, urging his stomach to settle. The portal hung glimmering in the air opposite the cart and he focused on it for relief, and glimpsed a flock of gold mages around men in reddish uniforms. He had to look to his own men quickly to verify that they had not been taken while his back was turned. They had not. He squinted again, registering that the tabards within the portal were windish maroon and also noting a green-robed fellow, as out of place among the gold mages as a stalk of marsh grass in the desert. Debriefing a local squad, he guessed. There were drips of blood and ichor on the polished white floor. The nausea subsided at last, and Saravi lurched back to the gold captain, wiping dank sweat from his face. The officer gave him a cold smile. Enough? No, sir. Not yet. There were 2 bodies taken from here. Were either alive? The captain snorted and gestured toward the cart. What do you think? They were both down when we got here. The locals were falling all over themselves to be sick. I heard the young one was still breathing, but I doubt for long. He was bleeding like a sieve. And the other? Long dead, or so say the mages. A puddle plus some bones and clothes. They took it all away. To the capital. She city? The captain gave Saravi a look of great pity. You're a Trivestian. I can see it in your face. Kicked out of the Sapphire Army? Saravi stiffened. Yes, sir, he answered tightly. And shunted to the Crimson. Ha! I doubt you'd understand. We're all wins here. The captain nodded to the edgy soldiers and the milling mages. The Empire is our master but Winden is our mother. The Windish king is her spokesman. All things pass beneath his eye before they are given to your emperor. And you may report that, he finished with a sneer. Saravi opened his mouth to argue, to say that Winden was a protectorate like all the western territories, not an independent kingdom, to question the sanity of those involved, to declare his loyalty to the emperor. But the words died in his throat. The Windish capital then, he said. Thinbell? At least you know your geography. But sir, surely. Get back to your men, lieutenant, said the gold captain. Turn them around or call for a portal of your own, but remove yourself from my territory. Your task is discharged, and you have failed. With that, he tossed the scroll back at Saravi and turned away. Biting his tongue, Saravi retreated to the Crimsons. His men dismounted at his gesture. Vorkii, he said, we need a portal. Our pursuit is finished. The Ogrican mage nodded and rummaged in his satchel. Saravi held the writ out to Trevere, who snatched it away with such fury that the parchment tore along one end. Is that it? He hissed at Saravi. You're giving up? Their jurisdiction is clear, Saravi said, though in his chest the knot of thwarted duty clenched. We have no place here, Hunter. Their portal is right there. We can force our way through and take our quarry back. Leveling his stare on Trevere, Saravi said, and what? Incite strife between the armies? None of us would survive it. Even if we retrieve the fugitive, the general would be forced to turn him over to the Gold Army again, along with our heads. Use yours, Hunter. We are finished here. Trevere snarled and seemed about to speak, but the glass-topped beacon at the side of the road suddenly flared with an unearthly white light. Saravi squinted against it, raising his hand to shade his eyes as the activity around the portal became a panicked flurry. He knew what the light meant. Those beacons lined all major Imperial roads and were meant to sense unauthorized magic and alert the local watchmages. No doubt it was how the Golds had arrived on the scene so swiftly. But then he registered the faint, breathy hum coming from the sky, and understood. Still shielding his eyes, he stared into the east. The black specks of the flyers were easy to spot against the pale sky, drawing closer as the beacon continued its warning pulse, and the gold mages scrambled to throw the last of their samples through the portal and herd their soldiers after. Saravi's mouth went dry as he realized that his men would be left behind. "Mount up," he said hoarsely, backing toward his steed. "What are they, sir?" said Lancer Lynchard. "Ile-Rien. White wraiths. Verkii, on your horse. Pike the portal." The black specks had become undulating diamonds now, with long stingers drifting behind them. Red slits opened and closed on their underside like breathing gills. Still higher than the treetops, they drifted closer, their riders only flickers of white above the black. "We are not tangling with them," Saravi said as he swung into the saddle, trying to keep the fear from his voice. He had not seen the Ile-Rien since his exile, but some things could not be forgotten. He sawed on the reins and wheeled his horse about, and the beast, though a war-hardened taskard, went gratefully. All around him, his men fell in with their steeds, even Verkii hauling about with a look of concern on his ugly face. Saravi counted helms automatically as he set heels to the horse's flanks. 5, 10, 15, 18. Trevere. Where is? The breathing hum intensified and he looked back to see the black flyers alight just as the gold portal snapped shut. Each creature was broader than the broken cart but flat, its oily black body undulating in the air a few feet off the ground. The hum came from those gill-like vents on the underside, a low choral cycling of breath that sawed on his nerves. There were 7 of them, and each bore a tall, slender rider as pale and bloodless as an ivory statue. White robes with deep hoods shadowed white masks, white mouths, translucent white throats. White hands held reins like silver threads, and in the pulse of the beacon, long white nails glittered like shards of glass. Beyond them, riding deeper into the gold interior, were Trevere and the girl prisoner. Hissing a curse, Saravi slammed his heels into the horse's sides and looked ahead as it lurched forward. The hunter was mad, there was nothing more to be done. They had lost. He and his troop fled back toward the rift's edge as, one by one, the Ile-Rien stepped down from their beasts and descended upon the cart. Closed eyelids twitched as life rushed in beneath them. For a long moment they stayed shut as the body adjusted to the return of its master, resumed breathing, resumed heartbeat. Then, slowly, they opened. With a regretful exhale, Inquisitor Archmagus Anquilin sat up to draw the runes on his scrying mirror. Part 2. Thelema. Chapter 16, Divergence. Where are we going? What were those things? Hollered Lark as she rode after Trevere, but the assassin neither slowed nor spoke. For all her horse's fleetness, Lark only barely stayed in range, the enchanted ribbon on her arm sending small shocks through her with each flash of its runes. She glanced back briefly. Already the ruined cart had receded, the strange flyers reduced to black lines and their riders merely specks. They certainly were not chasing, they had not even glanced up when she and the assassin rode by. Still, they frightened her. Then the road curved, dark evergreens intervening across the back trail. She looked forward just as Trevere reined in. Her horse danced to a stop beside his, its unshod split hooves clattering nervously on the cracked stone of the road. Trevere cast Lark a glance, then squinted into the forest, tension evident in the set of his shoulders. "Come on, say something," said Lark. "Why'd we run away?" The assassin held up a hand for silence. Lark closed her mouth and peered where he was peering. The forest bracketed them on both sides, its edges thick with briar that had gone brown and leafless in anticipation of snow. Suddenly Lark felt the chill that adrenaline had staved off. To her southern blood, this already felt like deep winter, and her Atlantic clothes were not up to the task. She wrapped her arms around herself and eyed the bushes, not sure she wanted to know what had his attention. "There," he said suddenly, pointing toward a spot in the woods. "Call him." "What? Who?" "Your goblin." "Rien?" She peered into the darkness, shading her eyes. In their sudden flight, she had almost forgotten him, but now the fear she had first felt when they crested the rift and came upon the carnage returned. "Rien!" she shouted, unable to spot him in the tangle. "You can tell him I won't harm him," said Trevere, and she twitched. It had not occurred to her that he might use her as bait. She glared at Trevere and the man sat back in his saddle, frowning, but did not pursue her when she nudged her horse toward the trees. "Rien!" she called again. A grayish flicker caught her eye and she focused on it, just barely making out the goblin's crouched shape through a screen of thorny branches. The skyhorse shied as it caught his scent and she patted its maneless neck. "Come on, baby," she said to the goblin. "It's all right. We're getting out of here." Rien mewled in the darkness, a fearful sound that made her eyes water. Then, reluctantly, he crept out from the brush and leapt like a jumping spider, impacting the saddlebags and scuttling up to cling to her chest as the horse danced nervously. Lark cupped the goblin's bald head between her breasts, elated and relieved and still frightened. Trevere stayed silent, but beneath her hands the goblin shivered terribly. A glance over his harness showed her the crusted rips in the cloth and she sucked in a breath and tugged gingerly at them. They parted to show heaving ribs under blood-smeared skin, but no wound. "Just a fading welt. You're all right?" she whispered in one notched ear. "Why yes," said the goblin into her tunic. "Spirit fix. What spirit? The dark one?" "We should go," said Trevere, and spurred his horse onward. The runes on her ribbon glimmered and she nudged her horse after him, biting back vitriol. "Why follow?" Rien whispered, peeking up. Privately she wondered that too. The hunt was over. The gold mages had taken Cobb away. Why were they riding east instead of returning to Ile-Rien? She was in no rush to be dragged before the Crimson Army, but she had faith that her people would rescue her somehow. Unless the Shadowbloods intended to hang her out to dry. They had never objected outright to Kair's control of the Kai, but she knew they liked to keep things in the family. "I don't know," she murmured. Ahead, Daryl and Steed picked up the pace, and she bent lower over the neck of her own to keep the cold wind from blasting the goblin. "I have a stupid mission and I'm tied to him. He said he wouldn't hurt you, but don't you let him get close. He's crazy. Just run away if he comes after you." Rien made a sound of protest and gripped her tighter, his long fingers and toes locked into her clothes. Her eyes watered again, not just from the wind. He would try to protect her, he always had, even when he was just a newt. No bigger than a beer stein, and he had bitten a man's finger off for feeling her up. Kair had pitched a fit, but Lark had been privately grateful to not have to shank the man herself. She was a shadow agent, not one of the prostitutes they protected, never mind this current assignment. No one had dared punish Rien either. In those early days, he had been their one good solid link to the reclusive world of the Undercities. Now we're both expendable, she thought sourly. Me for being unblooded, him for not being our only goblin anymore. What a difference a few years makes. She had racked her brain for a way to get out of this alive, but nothing had survived the twin hammers of logic and disgust. Seducing Verkii could have worked if she had made herself go to him, but there had been too much running and now the chance was gone. Seducing Trevere was not an option. After glimpsing what he was beneath his clothes, her skin crawled at the very thought. He had managed to wash the stink off, but he was still a monster. As for Lieutenant Saravi, the man seemed entirely too sharp for that sort of trick. Her people could have pulled them through to Orechko and forced Trevere to release her, but instead they had hung her out to dry. She would not chew off her own arm like a cat in a trap, but neither could she unknot the ribbon, cut it, or slip it off. For all intents and purposes, it was sealed to her skin. And that left her here, chasing after a lunatic abomination into the gullet of impending winter, with the goblin she considered her child dragged along for the ride. The woods slipped by like dark screens, the occasional burst of autumn foliage breaking up the evergreen lattice, and in the distance the road continued its slow downward slope into the east. Into the depths of the Empire. Travers slowed the pace as the sun dipped below the rift, leaving the tilted terrain still skylit but muted, the shadows directionless. Lark drew her horse up beside his, and he gave girl and goblin one brief, empty glance before looking forward. "We'll stop soon," he said. "It won't be long before the light is gone." Lark shook her head. "Stop where?" They had passed turnoffs every few miles, each mile marked by a beacon like those at the Rift Watch and the Broken Cart. Glass sphere on metal spike, the mile count etched into the shaft. All the turnoff roads cut north, into the thick woods and the foothills that climbed toward the Ile-Rien range. To the south, the forest was undisturbed. She knew why. It was the Forest of Mists, the vast expanse of eastern Wraithland that spilled over the rift to create the vestigial forest between Riftward and Varaku. Lark had only ever seen that scrubby, dry fringe. Now, in her first time beyond Ile-Rien, she stared south into the tree-swaddled valleys cloaked with soft fog and felt both that she was staring into a painting of a ghostly realm and that she was being watched. "Should be a caravan shelter somewhere," Travers said. "Cold comfort, but it'll keep us out of the wind. And away from the Ile-Rien." She frowned at him. Pressed to her chest, Rien was napping. She had let him wriggle under her second tunic when she donned it to keep out the cold. "The what?" she said, one hand on the goblin's back through the fabric. "Those flyers. White wraiths." She looked over her shoulder as if she could still spot those strange figures, though it had been candle marks since their escape. "They're forest wraiths?" "No." Frowning, she eyed him, but his gaze was cast forward, expression fixed, apparently content to leave it at that. She tried to recall any other wraiths, but none of the half-remembered tales helped. In frustration she said, "Explain. There are more than just forest wraiths?" He shrugged loosely. His horse had slowed further, almost plodding, its horned head bent in weariness. Lark's, though peppier, showed no interest in passing its comrade. "Gray wraiths, same as forest wraiths. White wraiths, different. Maybe others. I'm not an expert. What's the difference? One is beholden to the Emperor and the other isn't." Then, puzzled, she immediately marked off the gray wraiths as the Empire's allies. Everyone knew about the conflicts along the Mist Forest border. If those are your allies, why did everyone run away? They're not. They're bound to the Emperor, not the Empire. Lark frowned again, brows creasing. That was a line to pounce on, but she was wary of prodding him. He had shown a tendency to lash out with little warning. And Imperials got so snappish when their ways were questioned. "They're not human," Travers said darkly before she could ask. "Nor ghosts, no matter what people think. They're something else, and their interest in us is for experiments at best. Avoid contact at all costs. That's what we're told. They patrol the skies over the Mist Forest to keep the gray wraiths in line. And they investigate things like back at the cart? We will not speak of that." Lark chewed her lip and watched him sidelong. She had seen the blood. It was too much for the bleeder to have lived, had it been a normal person. But Cobb had been stabbed repeatedly during the tavern fight, yet had retained no injuries. Her hand moved to Rien, fast asleep under her shirt, with his torn and bloodied wrappings but no wound. Was Cobb's spirit contagious, or just helpful? And what did the Gold Army, or these white wraiths, want with it? Travers tapped his heels and his horse reluctantly returned to a trot, drawing ahead and forcing Lark to follow suit. The road was empty in both directions. Earlier they had passed a wagon caravan lugged by heavy-hoofed taskguards, but nothing since, and Lark guessed that most traffic turned up the trails toward the towns hiding in the woodlands. This was the essence of the protectorate of Winden: secrecy, reclusiveness, inhospitality. Not a single village along the roadside. They rode in silence, Lark mulling over ways to break the ice and Travere stiff-faced, setting the pace, always staring forward as if fixated on the future. As the light faded further, the day's minimal warmth ebbed, and Lark hunched lower in the saddle, missing the scrublands and the damp heat of the city during storm season. Only when the sky had turned a sunless slate color, deepening like water at the edges, did she glimpse the white movement in the northern woods. Her eyes slid sideways, her spine stiffening. Travere was a few horse lengths ahead, just out of easy earshot, and if he noticed, he made no motion. Low to the ground, the white shape paralleled them no more than a few yards past the forest edge. Not a wraith, she told herself, though it glided effortlessly between the black bars of tree trunks, keeping easy pace with their horses. She tapped her heels to her steed's sides and it picked up into a canter. Travere shot her a glance as she passed him, his horse automatically falling in behind hers, but she kept her attention sidelong on the white thing. Nothing about its glide seemed to change, but it matched their speed. "What are you doing?" Travere said, an edge of pique in his voice. She ignored him and set heels to flanks again, and the tired horse strained beneath her as its gait switched from canter to gallop. Still the white shadow paced them. Unshod hooves clapped sharply on the slate road. They flashed past a beacon, the glass sphere reflecting the fading sky, and then a moment later past a turnoff into a north running trail. The white thing never emerged. When the forest resumed, it was empty. An uneven clop from behind her, a sputtered curse, and the runes lit up on the ribbon. She tugged the reins and glanced back to see Travere's horse stumble, right itself with a great muscular effort, then take another unsteady step before coming to a halt with its head down. Travere glared at her as he slid from the saddle. "What was that about, woman?" he snapped, eyeing his horse with the wariness of a non-expert. He tugged the reins and the beast limped forward, favoring its right front leg. "There's..." Lark trailed off and peeked toward the northern woods, trying not to look like she was looking. She caught no glimpse of the white thing but knew it was there, she could feel it watching. Sliding off her horse, she led it closer to Travere and hissed, "There's something out there." Travere raised an eyebrow at her. "Yes. A wolf." "What?" "You were racing a wolf. Shaggy, so probably a quill wolf. It's been following us since the cart. But be quiet and hope my horse isn't lamed. There should be a caravan shelter soon, otherwise we get to spend the night in the woods." "With the wolf." Lark glanced into the forest again. Still dark, still shrouded, no glimpse of white. "But," she said as Travere led his limping horse past her. "Try not to think," he snapped. "It seems to bring trouble for you." Gritting her teeth, Lark laid her hand on the goblin under her shirt. He was undisturbed by the shift in position, his skinny legs locked around her waist like a second set of arms, but she knew she would regret his slight weight if they had to walk too far. Ahead, the land continued to slope, the foggy forest stretching on forever. If there was a shelter built anywhere among those trees, she could not see it. She looked back one more time, to the turnoff they had just passed and the faint gleam of the beacon beside it. But there was only smooth-worn slate and thorny briar, gray on brown on black. In the wooded depths, the wolf followed them slowly, ignoring all other scents and trails, the leavings of forest hares, the fox spoor, the little tracks of wax wrens and revenants. The temptation of deer musk, almost fresh. There was a more important scent, all but masked by woman and horse sweat and the strange stink that hung about the man. The scent on the goblin. Ezengat's tang. Ignoring the twinge of its ill-fed belly, the pale-eyed wolf shadowed them into the oncoming night. To Lark, it seemed as if cold poured down from the sky like water as the last light faded, the stars glimmering in the darkness like chips of ice. The eye of night had already risen and hung in the east amid its circle of constellations, a black hole punched into the universe. It made her shudder, half from the chill and half from the instinctual anxiety that the eye provoked. Even the shadow folk feared the true dark. Trevere led the way, his horse still limping, and she squinted hard to make out their trail in dim starlight. Neither moon was up. The child moon would likely return soon. It only took a few candle marks to speed its way through the darkness, but she had no idea when its silver mother would rise. She had never paid attention to such things. If the wolf was still pacing them, she could not see it. When the caravan shelter finally loomed out of the forest on the windish side of the road, she could have cried in relief. She had begun to think it a myth, and Trevere more delusional than she already suspected. Its big doors faced the forest of mists, and a beacon stood at its western edge, lightless. Trevere led his horse to the doors, then dropped the reins to pry at them, and the horse merely bent its head, its narrow flanks heaving despite the slow pace they had maintained. The doors parted and something white burst from between them, to arch on silent wings into the night. "Owl," said Trevere. Lark barely heard it over the thunder of her startled heart. He slipped into the blackness beyond the doorframe, and she led her horse there and squinted in. If there was ever a time for my people to take me back, it'd be now, she thought. It annoyed her to know they would not. Something metallic scraped and clacked in the darkness, and she flinched again, her hand moving to cover the back of the goblin's head. She felt his little fingers tighten on her nape, then he sighed, still deeply asleep. After a moment, a spark jumped in the black confines of the shelter and became a small flame. It illuminated Trevere's face and the edge of a fire pit, nothing more. Then he touched a twist of hay to it and lit a lantern that seemed to have come from nowhere, and the light blossomed to fill the interior. Lark peered in, leading the horses. The double-door entry was split by a wall. On Trevere's side was a largely empty chamber, with a few old benches surrounding a brick-sided fire pit half sunk into the stone floor, and hay bales and a long table lurking in the deeper shadows. On the other side was a line of stalls like a stable, light touching them from the open door in the middle of the wall. Not the finest of lodgings. "Get settled," said Trevere as he came forward with the lantern. "I'll deal with the horses." In the bleak light, his face looked thin and old, the planes of his features paring away the youth to leave weariness. She scooted out of his way and moved for the fire pit. Logs had already been set in it, she supposed, as she had not heard him move them. As the fire grew, she spotted a woodbox against the wall and a few battered old cooking things hanging on pegs. Also a chest, and more bales of hay as if the caravanners might eat them should they run out of food. The air tasted stale, the stone floor spattered with droppings. Squinting up, she saw eyes like yellow marbles gleaming in the rafters. "Rien," she said quietly, tapping the goblin's head through her tunic. The skinny limbs stirred, then an MRRP came from under the fabric, followed by "YS? Out, please. I have work to do, and you should hunt, . With a whine of reluctance, the goblin slithered out from under her clothing and dropped to the floor, then leapt up with a hiss at the chill of the stone. He gave her a reproachful look, followed by a wide yawn as he stretched his lean gray body like a cat. "Go on," she said, already heading for the woodbin. "And be careful." When she looked up again, he was gone. Lark dragged more wood over, then built up the flames, yawning periodically into her sleeve. Her whole body ached from the unaccustomed riding, and now that they had stopped, the lack of sleep was catching up with her. Through the side door she could hear Trevere with the horses, talking to them quietly. The double doors were still half open, the air outside still. She knew she should get up to close them, but as the fire in the pit rose higher, it seemed so unnecessary. The heat wafted over her, and she held her hands as close as possible to let her fingertips thaw. Something white flickered by the door. Lark's heart thumped. She stared, but it did not happen again, and she was not sure if it had been right at the doorway or closer to the trees. It had been too swift to see. A hiss came from above, and suddenly there were things in the air, silent, falling things that swept close enough to make her shriek before they ghosted out the open door. She looked after them wildly, only recognizing them as owls when she looked up to the rafters and saw Rien perched there, black tail lashing in disappointment. "What happened?" came Trevere's voice from the other chamber. A moment later, he peeked out with the lantern. Lark shook her head vigorously, one hand pressed to her chest as if she could slow her own pounding pulse. Nothing, she said. Just wildlife. Trevere ran a scathing look over the surroundings, then went and pulled the double doors shut. Then he disappeared back into the stables. Lark sighed, startled out of the need to sleep. She considered the pots and pans and sparse furnishings with momentary, intense misery. She had never wanted to be on some wretched excursion like this, and had no idea what she should do. Her stomach ached and she was cold and angry at her people for stranding her here. For giving her a mission here. A mission that had only one option now. I should cook something. Be sweet to him. Figure out how to make up a bed, maybe those hay bales? And then. Her skin crawled. She remembered those white things in his shoulder, knitting him back together. She did not want to imagine him naked. There was food in the saddlebags. Maybe cooking would be enough to charm him. She knew how to do that. Sort of. Or maybe I should hit him with a pan and cut his hand off while he's unconscious. But will that make my hand fall off? Or will it just feel like that? She thought of her hand hanging dead at the end of her wrist for the rest of her life and shuddered. But I have to do something. The lantern light returned, and with it Trevere. He had the saddlebags over his shoulders, and in his other hand a bucket of water, and Lark forced herself to move to his assistance. She caught a whiff of taint still about him, that nasty scent. She was beginning to think he sweated, and it curdled her stomach even more. He let her take the bucket, and for a little while there was silence as she went for the kettle and a pot, and he arranged hay bales around the fire to shield them from the rest of the broad, chilly chamber. From the saddlebags came blankets and flasks and packets of travel provisions, much of which they had eaten cold on the road. It seemed the soldiers had not expected the pursuit to last this long. She had just rigged the tripod and hung the full kettle when he said, "See that?" and pointed to the wall above the door. Lark looked. In the mixed light of the fire and the lantern, she could just see a dense charcoal scrawl, a picture in abstract, made of an upright shape like a clothes peg plus a straight line reaching out to one side, both wrapped in black swirls like flowing material. "It's the old traveler sign," Trevere said. She glanced at him, curious. It was not like him to contribute information, but he was huddled under a blanket with his attention on the wall, and something about his face told her he was not just speaking this for her edification. There used to be shrines to him all through this land. Ile-Rien, right? It was mostly a guess. Theology was not her strong suit. Friend of your Mordui. Far Walker, king of crossroads. The shelter from the storm. I imagine there used to be a shrine on this spot. Torn down like all the others when the Empire claimed Winden, but as you can see, he gestured to the mark on the wall. The site is still consecrated. Huddling into her own blanket, Lark frowned at him. She was not sure if him being talkative was a good thing. "You're not a secret god follower, are you?" Trevere shook his head. His eyelids were at half-mast, but his jaw was tight, and he scratched at his left sleeve absently. "I'm an Imperial. I don't have a choice. My point is that we'll be safe here. Ground consecrated to the traveler permits no bloodshed, that would insult his hospitality. We'd be safe even if we left the door open and the wolf crept in. So tell your goblin to hunt outside." Lark blinked, then squinted into the rafters. No flare of goblin eyes revealed his position. "Rien?" she called, and heard a skitter from the stable side, then spotted him peeking around the door. "You heard what he said?" "Why yes," came the goblin's soft reply. Then he vanished again. "Rien?" No answer. Lark looked back to Trevere apologetically. "I can't really command him." Trevere shrugged and tossed a wisp of hay into the fire, or it curled up with a crackle. "As long as it doesn't come down on my head," he said. "I'm no god follower, but that doesn't make their wrath less real. You should know. You shot me with that stuff." "The trifolder stuff?" she said, worried about where this was going. He reached to his belt and she stiffened, expecting the blade, but instead he pulled out the bolt case and rattled it, the painted metal shafts catching the firelight. The paper wraps still covered the poultice-anointed tips. She looked from them to his eyes, half shut and showing no emotion. "You know what's on these?" he said. She bit her lip and nodded. The trifolders supplied the shadow folk with many things in appreciation for their assistance, and that poultice was one of them. "A healing salve." Healing." He smiled flatly. "And what did you feel when the spirit manifested in the tavern?" "Well, there was the smell, like sea caves. And it felt dark, only it wasn't actually dark, it was more like not being exposed anymore. Being protected. And how do you think it was for me?" Lark hid a smirk. "You didn't do so well against him." Trevere nodded and tucked the bolt case away, gaze returning to the flames, and she regarded him sidelong until the kettle began to hiss. Hopping up, she grabbed it off the hook and rummaged in their saddlebags to find the cups and the pouch of herbs. "It sounds nice, how you describe it," Trevere said as she set a cup by him and poured. After the wild pursuit and the unhealthy gleam in his eyes this morning, Lark was not sure whether to be relieved or worried by his current mood. "For me, it was more than pain," he continued. "It was the toll of the dark waves, the weight of the earth over me. Crushing. Your protection. I had not expected it to be so strong yet." She fixed her own tea and thought better of cooking, at least for now. She did not want to make a mess or distract him. Putting the kettle near the fire but not back on the hook, she settled in again, warming her hands on the cup and just listening, because though the words came slow, Trevere kept speaking, as if he was trying to unearth his own answer from the rubble. "This is only the beginning," he said. "I have never seen it, but I know the stories. Earthshaper, Mountain Builder. Green Hand. Tidal Force. What was I expected to? Never mind. It doesn't matter. My Crimson mission is over, and I failed. But I'm glad of it. There have always been competing voices: the generals, my makers, the emperors. Others. Older, quieter. But I know why I'm here. I have never been his captor." Lark blew over her tea, puzzled. Was he cracked? Had losing his quarry been too much for him? Cautiously, not sure if he even knew she was still here, she said, "Haven't you?" His gaze snapped to her and she flinched, sloshing hot tea over her fingers. With a hiss, she set the cup down and flattened her hand to the cold stone, unnerved when he did not look away. "Is the goblin your prisoner?" he said. She scowled, eyes watering from the scald. "Of course not. He's my baby." "Is he?" "I found him in the old tunnels. Sick and hurt, just a little newt. I was a runaway, I could barely feed myself, but I couldn't just leave him there, so I took him with me. It's been years now. He's mine. Trevere tilted his head, and she crossed her arms defensively over her chest, still wincing at the throb in her hand. "Typical," came a sarcastic wisp of thought. "Half freezing and I burn myself. And if someone put your child in chains? I'd kick their ass." A faint smile, there and gone in an instant. Trevere looked back to the fire. "Even if you'd asked them to?" "Look, I don't know what you're getting at." He sighed and shook his head. "Go ice your hand. There's a full trough outside." That's what I get for interrupting, she thought, and heaved to her feet. The heat dropped off rapidly as she moved from the fire, and by the time she reached the big door she was shivering again. She pried it open and the cold licked at her cheeks, but that was not what made her freeze. Faint moonlight now colored the road pale gold. In the middle of it, staring right at her, was the wolf. From only a few yards' distance, it was huge. She knew dogs fairly well. Baller was full of them, and this beast overtopped the biggest by at least a hand. Its shoulder probably came up to her hip, and its winter coat gave it a forbidding bulk, The color she had taken for white in the shadows now looked pewter in the light. It watched her with pale eyes, its ears pricked forward and formed perfectly still. She took one step back and slammed the door shut. The wood trembled in front of her. For a panicked moment she thought that it was scratching the door down, then realized that the trembling was her own. She backed away quickly, looking for a latch, but there was none. Suddenly a deeper fear clutched her. Still retreating, she looked to the rafters and called, "Rien? Rien!" in a voice that seemed to squawk from her tight throat. "What is it?" said Trevere, but there was no answer from above. "Rien! The wolf!" Hard hands gripped her. She struggled automatically, her fingers scudding the door, her brain on fire with one fear, that the wolf was out there and would eat her baby. A grunt from behind her and her feet left the floor. She kicked wildly and scratched at the arms locked around her waist. The world swung. There was the fire pit again. She fought, but a moment later found herself shoved flat to a hay bale, one arm pinned to it by a knee and the other by a hand, the second hand gripping the back of her neck. Stalks pricked her cheek and prodded against her nostrils. "Get a hold of yourself," Trevere growled in her ear. Her booted toes scraped on the floor. She wiggled, finding purchase on the edge of the fire pit, and tried to shrug him off, but it was like trying to throw off a lead weight. His other knee nailed into her spine, sending flashes of pain everywhere, and she whimpered into the hay. "Think, woman," he hissed, his poison breath all too close. "Is your goblin stupid?" She shuddered, tears welling in her eyes. "Did you see a black tail hanging out of the wolf's maw? Scratches? Bits of cloth? Blood? A watery breath." She could not speak. "If he's hunting, I doubt he's in earshot. I'm also fairly sure that goblins can climb trees. If the wolf is here, it's because it can smell the horses, not for a nasty little tidbit like that." She tried to shake her head, and felt the grip on her neck relax. Sniffling, she pushed away from the bale and he let her. For a moment she thought of shoving backwards, of knocking him into the fire pit. In a flash she saw the point of the metal tripod protruding from his gory chest, but he stepped out of her way and hooked one hand under her arm to help her up. "Calm yourself," he said. She looked to him and only now realized how much shorter he was. She could have pressed lips to his forehead without bending. His expression was stern but no longer tired, annoyance had wiped that away. "I'm fine," she sniffed, and tried to pull away. After a moment, he let her. The blanket had fallen from her shoulders during the struggle. She watched his back as he moved to retrieve it. Beyond him, the door stood open a crack from her desperate scrabbling. "You don't understand," she said. Her voice felt like broken glass. "Don't I? You're a monster." Deliberately, with great calm, he plucked the blanket up and shook it out. "They're more clever than you think," he said. "What? Children. They do things you never meant for them to do. They change themselves in ways you could not have anticipated. Because they do not belong to you even if you bore them." Lark sniffed and rubbed at her sore cheeks. The cup lay on its side by her feet, curbs spread out over the drying stones. "What do you know about it, Dot?" His mouth twisted slightly as he folded the blanket small, but he said nothing. She glared at him, then huffed and sat down on the edge of the hay bale, hands nodding in her lap as she stared at the sliver of moonlight coming in through the door. "Eventually, they escape," he said quietly. "Or you learn to set them free." "Rien hasn't," she frowned and glanced back to him, noting the tense line of his shoulders, the compulsive way he unfurled and refolded the blanket. "I thought you were here to drag him back." Trevere shook his head. "That won't work anymore. The Golds have him." "So, what? You're gonna rescue him, Dot?" Trevere looked to her, and though the faint firelight painted his features like a mask, she saw fear in the sickle curves of his eyes, like a sick animal behind cold steel bars. "Kill him," he said. "And I'll need your help." Lark sat stunned for a moment, then let out an awkward laugh. Me? Why do you think I'd help you? Because you hate me and would be thrilled to see me punished. That slapped the laughter out of her. She stared at him as he shrugged the blanket around his shoulders and retraced his steps to the fire. You're betraying your people? She said. He did not meet her eyes, but sat down on the stone floor with his back to the hay. Sobriety had settled over him, and it drew Lark down as well, to where the spilled herbs were just sticky wads on the dry floor. Absently she reached for the kettle to remake her cup. His hands linked around one knee. I won't tell you about how we're made, he said to the fire. It's nothing you want to know. But we were human once. This presents problems, so normally we are given simple tasks: infiltration, replacement, murder. Tasks that don't remind us of who we were. This task, though. Maybe it was sabotage from the start. They knew my history, but they gave me the boy and said watch over him. Keep him safe. Become his friend. It's difficult to lie all the time without letting them come true. 5 years, and I watched him grow from a hollow-eyed orphan to a brave young fool. I guarded his back. I started lying for him more than I lied to him. And they didn't notice, my superiors. They weren't watching me. I don't know why. Then the wraith shot him, and I thought I would die. Not because he was there on the stretcher, bleeding, babbling, his side frozen and all his innards ruptured. Not because he was dying. Because he wasn't. That should have changed everything, but they never came for him. Their leader told me it was the bonds on him, keeping his soul in place, not the spirit we were waiting to catch. And I believed it. Then he was back, and he was normal, more or less. And I started lying to myself. Nightmares, those were only natural after such a shock, even if the nightmares had nothing to do with his injury. Nothing was wrong. Nothing was wrong. But some lies can't become true, and I knew it even if I wouldn't admit it. They had missed the spirit. It was in him, but he was still himself, in control or just unaware of it. We had one. And they would take him away, and he would never understand why they were killing him. I should have done it myself. It would have been easy. He trusted me. The spirit would have departed, and his soul would have gone free. But I couldn't. I let him go, but I never released him. I tried to obey my masters, but I can't go back. I thought we could catch him and I could kill them all, everyone, the mages, the soldiers, you, him, myself. But it's gotten loose inside him. I can't fight it. Now the golds have him. I need help. The gods, the spirits, I can't cry to them. They would help him, but they won't help me. I need them. I can't kill him by myself. Lark closed her mouth with a click of teeth. She had known Trevere was crazy, but she had not expected that. Like a drunken confession, or the words of a man who already knew he was dead. She was loath to respond or even to stay seated. Right now being outside with the wolf seemed safer. But Trevere sat immobile, gaze fixated by the flames, and she felt an irrational stab of pity for him. Not nearly enough to override the fear, but maybe the hate. Cautiously, she said, those were mages who took him. They can block our shadow stuff. That's not what I want from you. You'll be my emissary. Oh, will I? If you want. She frowned. The cup in her hand had cooled somewhat, her skull no longer throbbing, and she blew over the tea and took a stalling sip. It did not soothe her, for the ribbon on her wrist rippled with the movement, a curt reminder. If I want. Silence. No threats, no promises? Just if I want? Trevere nodded. I can't follow you and I won't keep hostages. Once I let you go, you can run, that's fine. But if you're interested, I'll tell you what I've been thinking. And if I'm not? He regarded her with red-rimmed eyes, then held out his hand. After a long, puzzled moment, she reached out to clasp it. His fingers clamped on hers like a vice. She glimpsed his other hand moving, and the red glow as the Carrion blade slipped from its sheath, and squeezed her eyes shut as the panic froze her limbs. Why did I fall for it? The blade skimmed across her wrist, lighting queasy sparks like a rapist's touch, and cut through the ribbon with a simple twist. She felt it fall off and her eyes snapped open to see Trevere resheath the blade. His own ribbon lay severed on the floor between them. He let her go when she yanked away, and sat back against the hay bales, the fire casting changeable shadows across his face. There. Go if you want, he said. But I suggest you wait until morning. Lark scrambled away from the fallen ribbons. They lay inert, the runes dead. Though she had seen that blade cut through swords and shadows and spirit flesh, she could barely believe it. But I thought I'd die if I lied. She stared at him incredulously. A thin smile grew on his face. You really believed a scrap of fabric could kill you? I knew it would work for a while, since you cultists are so terrified of magic you think it can do anything, but after Riftward? But there was burning. Tingling, yes, Verkii made them tingle if we were more than a few yards apart. But what I threatened you with was necromancy, and Verkii may be foul but he's not as foul as that. She glared at him, wishing she had the power to wipe that smug look off his face. Not only tricking me, but then lecturing about it? You son of a... Stop. Stop right now, before you do something foolish. Taking a deep breath, she pushed that ire into a little corner of her mind and considered her new options. She did not trust Ile-Rien, though he sounded sincere, and though her people would insist that she stay, she did not care. They had stranded her with him. She would not sacrifice herself for their benefit. And yet, in all her life, she had never been so close to something so mythic. Among the Carri, the faith was the family business, nothing glorious or sacred about it, and the other gods were just rivals or partners, not beings of power. The spirits were basically ignored. To serve as an emissary to some unknown force, sent by a crazed, rogue imperial. It sounded dangerous, and a little exciting. She chewed her lip, watching him watch her. In the one day they had known each other, he could have killed her 100 times. Instead, he chose to trust her. Well then, I'll have to teach him better. Squaring her shoulders, she lifted her cup and said imperiously, "Tell me about your little plan." Trevere smiled. Marks later, when the moons had set and the fire had subsided to dull embers, the wolf shouldered through the gap in the door and patted on silent paws to where the travelers lay. The goblin had returned during the plotting, and slept curled up in the cat-blooded woman's arms. The woman herself rested on her side with her braids spilling across the floor like tiny vines. Not far from them, the corrupted man sat with the blanket over his head and shoulders like a cloak, breathing the slow deep breaths of sleep. The wolf had listened to everything. The speculations on where the Great Spirit was held, the consideration and discarding of the Grey Wraiths, the White Wraiths, the Trifolders, and the Shadowfolk as allies. The tentative focus on the Corvish folk in the mountains, those hereditary enemies of all things Windish, those raiders and shamans and spirit callers. Across the banked coals, the wolf caught a gleam and halted in mid-step. Two slits of iris showed beneath the corrupted man's lowered lids, catching the meager light like tarnished silver. The wolf bristled nervously, the thin quills under its winter fur standing out. It had not sensed him waking. "And what do you think?" the man whispered across the cold distance. The wolf laid its ears back and took a step away. It could not answer with these jaws, and would not have done so even if it could. The corrupted man's breath held a necrotic whiff, but stronger was the scent of the thing within him. It made a shape in the wolf's mind, of polyps and tendrils and writhing threads, of poison stingers and tiny acidic maws. The wolf dared not go near. Was it futile? The man continued, perhaps to himself. His lips barely moved in the shadow of the blanket, his voice little more than a rasp. Chasing him away? I'm not a rebel. His throat clicked, and he swallowed. I was loyal. Purposeful. I enjoyed my job. Is this what they wanted? The wolf whined faintly and took another step back. It wanted to retreat to the fresh air, away from the pervasive smell of ichor and death. How the cat-blooded woman could not scent that, it did not know. Is this another of the Maker's games? The man said. Then he fell silent. The wolf stood there for a long time, even after those silvered eyes had closed. It knew it should go, leave these people to their madness, to their murderous designs. But the Great Spirit lay imprisoned somewhere, and these people would lead the way. Reluctantly, the wolf lowered itself to the cool stones on the far side of the fire. It rested its head on its paws, neither gaze nor nose nor ears ever shifting from the corrupted man. Perhaps it would sleep, in fits and starts, but it did not expect to. No time to hunt, no time to rest, while the Great Spirit was shackled. In the morning, Lark made porridge with beans and dried things that turned out to be peas, and if it was terrible she could not tell, she ate it too hot to taste and Trevere never mentioned it. Likewise he did not mention the wolf, which lingered just inside the doorway and skittered away any time they moved toward it, but did not flee. Rien tried to approach it once, Spider crawling across the floor in his long-limbed way, and the wolf had tucked itself so far under one of the old benches that Lark had taken pity and called the goblin back. Never mind that it far outsized the goblin, and probably outweighed Lark and Trevere combined. Never mind that she had been petrified of it the night before. She had been afraid of a lot of things then. They were on the road shortly after dawn. Pastel clouds veiled the sky but could not entirely mask the chain of YDGYS rising in the east, and the fine snowflakes that drifted down melted on the stones but stuck to the limbs of the evergreens. Their horses moved cautiously at first, uncomfortable with the proximity of the wolf, but soon they warmed up and fell into a loose trot. The wolf, after herding them for a while, drifted into the woods again, just a grayish shadow, sometimes there and sometimes gone. The swift change of seasons had given Lark the sniffles, and after a while of riding in the wind corridor of the road, she called on Trevere to halt. They both still wore Atlantic clothes, the lightweight stuff that the people south of Baller wore year-round, and blankets were not sufficient to cut the chill. He stared at her strangely through her whole diatribe against the weather, then led her up a side road to one of the towns hidden in the woods. Not really hidden, just fond of their privacy, Lark thought as they drew up to the open gate in the wall that surrounded the town. The trees and bushes had been cut back for several yards, leaving a clear route around the whole of the place, and the wall itself looked wide enough to serve as a walkway. There were even guards stationed by the gate, though by their uncoordinated garb she figured they were militiamen. Trevere rode past them with the barest of nods, and though they gave him hard looks, they did not stop him. With the blanket shrouding her and the goblin tucked under her shirt again, Lark drew more attention. She was amused to think she must look pregnant. But she kept her horse right at Trevere's heels and the guards did not stop her either. The town beyond was what she would come to think of as Windish typical. Longhouses and cabins of wood and stone with high, pitched roofs, smaller huts or sheds or animal hutches or outbuildings, circular, with roofs like tall cones, trellis frames running between buildings, some wrapped with dead vines and some covered by sheets to become enclosed walkways just beginning to shoulder the snow, and trees. Trees rising between buildings and around the stone-lipped well on the central green, trees planted to either side of the road by each gate, like sentinels. Ribbons and charms hung from the lower branches of each, glimmering with frost. Not a large place. Cozy. The road ran to two more gates that led deeper into the wintering forest. Trevere led the way to the central green and swung off before a porch-fronted cabin with a sign of a spool and a cup. "Stay," he told Lark without looking, and headed in while she sputtered with annoyance. Against her belly, Rien stirred. She rested a hand over his head and peered around warily, not liking to be alone here. A few shutters on nearby buildings were cracked open, their inhabitants invisible beyond, but like the guards, she knew they were watching. Probably had weapons too. What little she knew of Winden said this, that winds were recluses, close-mouthed, not cowardly but wary. Not aggressive but vindictive. They were trappers, loggers, miners, forest peasants loosely governed by an equally reclusive noble class and a shaky protectorate monarchy. The Corvish raided them regularly, they guarded, then struck back. Maybe they'll have crossbows for sale. Cursed Trevere, making me sit out here in the cold. It was practical, up close. The goblin shape under her shirt was obviously not that of a pregnant belly, and her skin gave her away as a person of interest. But with the streets empty and the watchers invisible and her breath turning to frost on her lips, she did not appreciate his forethought. Idly she tapped her heels to the horse's sides and steered it over toward the green and the charm-hung trees. The glittering things pleased her eyes. Polished stones, little oddments of metal and glass, they caught the light and spun at her touch. She resisted the urge to nick a few. A display like this would be impossible in Baller or any shadow territory. The Ayats were incorrigible thieves, so most people kept their shinies locked up tight when not in use, or offered them as ayatakri for favors from the little shadows. Certainly they never just left them dangling around. Her fingers trailed from charm to charm, until suddenly a spark jumped to her hand. She snatched it back, blinking as her fingertips buzzed and the last touched object spun slowly on its thread. It looked like a shard of pink quartz, glossy and simple, but from the metallic tang in her mouth, she was sure it was not. She put her hand out again, carefully, and felt the thrum in the air around it. A little unnerved, she nudged her horse back toward the shop. The tingle in her fingers died away soon, and nothing seemed wrong, not even a mark, but she peered around at the houses, touched by an odd suspicion. There! Near the foundation of a longhouse, almost hidden by dead grass, a block among the wallstones that was not gray, but weather-worn pink. And there! A small shim under a window ledge, cobalt blue. And a dull citron-colored block, the keystone above a nearby door. Curious. Like the spirit face bricks back home, she guessed. Wards against trouble. Smidges of pastel-like spring flowers peeking from frozen earth, all but hidden. I wonder where they come from. A door clacked shut, and she looked up in time to catch the bundle pitched at her. Trevere swung onto his horse without a word and shoved a second bundle into his saddlebag. Lark unrolled hers quickly to find a big hide coat with fur on the inside that looked like it had been made from a bear. Or perhaps for a bear, or a big lumberjack. It was easy to shrug on, but though she was quite tall, she swam in it. With it came a scarf, mittens and a furry hat. They just had this? She asked Trevere incredulously. I showed my coin. They gave me what they had. He turned his horse immediately and she nudged hers after him, trying to tie the coat shut over the lump of Rien now squirming in her shirt. She hissed at him to be still, they could adjust themselves once out of sight. The guards did not stop them, only watched them go with expressionless, cold-roughened faces. As they rode, though, she kept glancing over her shoulder, half expecting to see an angry trapper on their heels. Lark mandated their stops more often after that, and sometimes Trevere complied but mostly he ignored her. She argued, he ignored her more fervently. She kept her eyes open when they passed towns or old ruins in the woods, and there were quite a few ruins to see as the land around them grew rockier. Crumbled walls half-glimpsed among the trees, overgrown clearings where villages had once stood. It reminded her of the way the Ile-Rienites had withdrawn from the merchant road when the Crimson Army had marched through. At each stop, and in the caravan shelters they visited, since she could not convince Trevere to let them sleep in an actual inn, she sought those pastel shards of stone. Sometimes they gleamed bright in the wan, cold sunlight, like the honed edges of ancient knives, sometimes they were little more than weathered lumps, frosted by age. But they all had that feeling of energy, the thrum in the air and sometimes the spark. No stone sparked at her twice, though, and after noting a few dozen of them, she began to consider them just part of the landscape. An oddity to be sure, but a common oddity. She noticed that the wolf kept to the road when they passed the ruins, though. On the morning of their fourth day out, she stirred on her own, which was a surprise. Usually she was awakened by the toe of Trevere's boot at the first wisp of dawn. The wolf, which had edged progressively closer to her and Rien each night, though never close to Trevere, was curled up by her feet, its flanks rising and falling rhythmically, its tail folded across its muzzle. She sat up slowly, stiff and sore despite her coat and swaddle of blankets. They had stopped earlier than usual because of the thick, damp snow that had begun to fall, and now through the half-open door she saw the silver slush on the road and groaned inwardly. Another long, unpleasant day in the saddle. Trevor appeared in the gap, silhouetted by the cold light. He pulled the door shut behind him. "We're still about 2 days from Thinbell," he said. "Poor time for the weather to turn, but the Ile-Rien won't be out. Their flyers hate the cold." Lark nodded warily. Once or twice a day, she had spotted dark specks in the sky over the forest, patrolling flyers, ever watchful but never close. The few people they had passed on the road gave them no attention, but kept their heads down, winds and foreign travelers alike. "A good time to split up," he added. "What? Are you insane?" He paced to the dying fire and stirred up the embers with a stick. In the ebbing light, he looked exhausted but resolved. "We've discussed this. I go to Thinbell, you go to the Corvish and make the request on my behalf. Aid for intelligence and the release of their great spirit. Lark sighed. It had sounded fine and dandy when they had agreed on it, but now, with the wet snow filling the woods. "How am I supposed to find them?" "Summon your shadows. They should know." Biting her lip, Lark shook her head. "I've seen the summoning but I've never done it. I don't even know if they'd answer. They wanted me to." She stopped, realizing she had been about to confess her mission. There had been relative candor between them on the ride, but she in no way trusted him. And his anger, though not in evidence recently, still frightened her. He did not respond, but drew back from the fire, one hand slipping to the pouches on his belt. Lark stiffened, wondering what he had gleaned. In her lap, the goblin blinked muzzily, sluggish from the cold weather, and she put a protective hand over his head. Something flicked across the fire at her. She flinched back and caught it automatically, her hand closing on cool metal. When she turned it to the fire, it gleamed gold. Her heart skipped a beat. Real gold, a coin hardly thicker than a fingernail, stamped with the Imperial Tower crest. Even this minuscule amount could buy a townhouse in Baller. No wonder he can just buy other people's stuff. How much is he carrying? She resisted the urge to lick the coin. That would be weird. Looking up to him, she said, "You're offering this? Are you serious? What would you pay for your goblin's life?" She looked down at Rian's sleepy face and closed her fingers around the coin. It wasn't the same Trevor wanted Cobb dead, but she had to concede the point. Money lost its meaning. Just, they don't give back change, you know. The Ayats. Summon them. Request their guidance to the nearest Corvish stronghold. Tell them anything you want, I don't care. But get there and have the Corvish send me their servitor spirits. Lark swallowed and nodded. For a moment the words that rose to her lips were a warning, a worry that he was in over his head, that he was mad. That he should give up and go back to his kind before it was too late. Sympathy. She did not welcome it. Neither did she speak. Instead she scooted Rian from her lap and cast around for materials to mock up the ceremony. Rian toddled away like an unhappily rousted cat and approached the wolf, which drew its pewtery head back in surprise as the goblin burrowed into the bristly fur of its flank. Lark blinked at the wolf, and the wolf blinked at her, then huffed a sound of amusement as the goblin dropped right back to sleep. The wolf settled its muzzle on its paws, tail laid over the goblin's side, and watched her with its odd pale eyes as she prepared. A folded blanket made the holy space. In the center she set a bowl from the traveling kit, with the gold coin resting at the bottom. Between it and the fire, she rigged up a screen from another blanket, cutting holes in it with a little knife while Trevor built up the flames. With the screen draped between two upright logs, the light flickered through the cuts in a shifting chiaroscuro, good enough for summoning. "Get on the fireside," she told Trevor as he eyed her preparations. With a nod, he stepped back, scratching his left arm idly. Settling cross-legged, Lark focused on the coin, running over the ceremony in her head. She could not speak it in Ile-Rien, the shadow's tongue. she did not know enough to say it right. It seemed insulting to call upon them an imperial, but it was that or insult them by spouting gibberish. Licking dry lips, she set the little blade against the tip of her finger and began. O ye who watch, O thousands of ancient eyes, hearken to me. I, named in shadow Lark of Bacchae, call to the heart of the city of dusk. I call with the voice of a servant and sister of soul, and offer a grand token of the world of the sun. Come, O hungering ones, to the call of blood. With that, she jabbed the blade into her fingertip and, grimacing, watched the ensuing droplet gather at her nail and spatter down on the coin. Instantly the blood began to sizzle. Lark sat back and put the knife aside, squeezing her finger amongst its neighbors as the air around her darkened. Trevere's face, while lit by the risen fire, vanished suddenly. Beside her, the wolf and goblin were swallowed by the blackness that rose to swart her on all sides. Only the gouges in the blanket still leaked light, a faint interplay that looked more and more like burning eyes as the sizzle became a whisper, then a hissing chorus. They didn't vanish, I did, she told herself as tiny pinching fingers began their exploration of her back and shoulders. She had seen this many times from the outside, the black cloak drawn tight around Kare, the impenetrable sphere of darkness. But from the inside it was not a sphere, not an oppressive cloak. It was endless. She hung in the void, cross-legged upon nothing, the coin spinning in the air before the eye-shaped slits of light. Her nostrils filled with the scent of deep corridors and vastness, of emptiness that was nevertheless not empty. The fingers that plucked at her were phantoms, just prickles on her skin. Slowly, the light from the fiery gashes delineated a single shadow from the mass of darkness, the coin twirling between its hands, two tiny shiny beads hovering in its darkness like eyes. Ask, it hissed. The word reverberated in the sibilant tongue of Ile-Rien, but she understood it. The hollow vastness had drilled into her ears the same way it drove into her lungs, and the air itself vibrated with understanding. Intangible but everywhere, like being suspended in some cool, clear fluid. I seek our allies among the spirit speakers of Fox and Crow, she said, the words an answering hiss on her lips. Those closest to us in the world of the sun, without treading upon the shadow paths. I need to see where I must go. We show, it whispered, and suddenly, streaming through the darkness, came broad banners of light. Silver white, they wafted above her like clouds, gorgeous and hallucinatory and incomprehensible. Lark leaned back, staring as the light unfurled over her head. Striations of darkness struck up through it, vertical black lances that splintered at the tops, spreading to vanish in the white, and she realized suddenly that she was watching from beneath the road, beneath the silver coating of sleet, up at the trees with their burdens of new snow. The landscape reeled by overhead, shining almost painfully, until the broad ribbon of the sky wove aside and the black branches interlaced to shade the view. Now the light descended around her in scraps and tatters, and she was no longer beneath the sleet. She was among the trees, passing from shadow to shadow, a thin footpath unreeling beside her as it led deeper into the northern forest. Phantasmal animals passed in flickers of darkness and heat, a bear, a scattering of deer, and the trees thickened, the darkness deepening as the land sloped upward. She felt the hollows in the rocky earth beneath her, the caverns and tunnels, the places of true darkness, but the wisps of silver light kept her on the surface. One footpath became another, became a game trail, became an icy streambed. And then a great darkness rose before her, a cliffside, its base ringed with wooden walls, its belly hollow and speckled with cookfires. A cavern, a campsite. A Corvish stronghold. The fires became eyes, and the silver ribbons evaporated into darkness. She stared down at the tiny shadow that held the coin. Despite her return to the void, she felt something tugging at her gently, not the fingers of the Ayats but like a cord around her chest, pulling toward those distant fires. Thank you, she said, and the tiny creature bowed. The coin vanished with a last golden gleam. Then the world returned like a slamming door, and she jerked back from the offering bowl with a gasp, her shoulders whacking against the hay bale propped behind her. Did it work? Said Trevere, no concern in his voice. She blinked rapidly and stuck her bloody finger in her mouth. The tugging remained a gentle pull at her breastbone. Northeast. Yes. How far, Dot? I'm not sure. The turn-off, she closed her eyes, trying to envision the silver ribbons again. I don't think it's very far. Then through the forest, a long distance. She drew her bearskin coat close at the thought. It did not look like a pleasant ride. Then we go once we've eaten, said Trevere, and ducked out of sight beyond the makeshift screen. She heard him rummaging through the packs. You and your goblin to the Corvish. Myself to Thinbell. The wolf, wherever it plans to go. The wolf made no sound, only watched them, still curled around the goblin like a furry shield. But it occurred to Lark that it could not really be a wolf. Not with the way it had followed them, slept beside them, and listened like it understood. She flushed, glad for her dark skin and the uncertain light through the screen. Of course it was a skin changer. It was just smart enough not to go furless in winter. While she packed up the ceremonial things, while they ate even the wolf, which deigned to lick up the bowl of everything porridge Trevere left for it, she mused on the knowledge. Was it a person in wolfskin, with all of a person's feelings and foibles? An animal with human intelligence? A difficult question, and as they drew the horses from the stable side and saddled them, the wolf skittered away again, leaving the empty bowl behind. Lark caught it up and crammed it with the rest of her gear, not sure if she would be comfortable with the wolf on her own. But whether it followed her or not, she could not say, for when they found the tiny side path that made the tug in her chest turn northward, the wolf had once again melted into the silver shadows of the snowbound forest. Stay safe, Trevere told Lark as he turned his horse east, and she north. She nodded at him, her dark lips pinched in an uncertain line. Before she could say anything, he yanked the bolt case from his belt and held it across the distance. He saw her eyes widen, then she reached out to take it. Their fingers brushed briefly. He pulled away. You might need them, he said, and tapped his heels to the horse's flanks. He felt her stare on his back for some distance, but put it out of mind. The cold, wet wind raked its fingers through his hair and ran down the collar of his coat as he urged the horse onward. The last bolt, tucked in the back of his belt, tapped a constant rhythm against the hilt of the Acaridon blade. Chapter 17, The Red and the Black. Wesker ducked low through the hidden door into the tunnel of stacked crates and pallets. It was the evening of Sebring 27th, and rain hissed down into the alley outside, the same way it was pouring on the rest of the Crimson camp. The boards under him were damp from the passage of other men, the light in the distance flickering from movement. He crawled forward quickly, smaller than most of his comrades and eager to join in the conspiracy, the shadow meetings that Maver sometimes held in secret, under the army's nose. This would be his first one, and apparently the first since the murder at the river gate. It had taken more than a week for free soldier scrutiny to die down on Wesker's campmates. He did not know how often the shadows met otherwise, but Cobb and Jasfendil were now 15 days gone, and tensions had begun to ease. For most folk. After a few yards, the passage opened into a larger space, and Wesker shimmied free and stood blinking in the glow of the shaded lantern. It was like entering a tiny amphitheater, with slaves of all types and a few free soldiers perched on the tiers of crates, watching the new arrivals from above a clear circle. Beyond them, more crates rose like walls in the darkness, filling the warehouse and sheltering this secret spot. Wesker swung up onto a crate and watched with interest as more men crawled in and arrayed themselves around the circle of light. Soon there were dozens, with Wesker's tentmate Maver in the center, fiddling with the lantern shade. Its strange cutouts cast eye-shaped patterns across the gathered faces. He tried to spot more people he knew, but though he recognized a few men from nearby camp circles, the only ones he knew by name were those he had nicked things from. They did not seem to notice him, but he smoothed his hands over the bandana that covered his hair nervously to make sure no strands had worked loose. His Corvish coloring was an instant giveaway. The flick of an ember caught his eye from a darker corner, and he squinted at it sidelong, not liking how hard it was to see everyone. It took a moment for him to discern the pox on the man's face, but that was enough. Eravard, smoking Rashi, his eyes like cinders. Wesker looked away quickly. He had always been afraid of the wind, not due to any personal conflict since Eravard was as indifferent to Wesker's Corvishness as he was to the camp and all its business, but from his reputation. Ex-Gold Army, having deserted for no reason he would say, ex-grifter, known for being the muscle behind Fendil's mouth, frequent visitor to the whipping post for his total disregard of the officers. Now, with a cloud of Rashi smoke haloing his head, he scared Wesker even more, for if he wore that expression under the soothing influence of the herb, then what would he be like when it wore off? No one wanted to know. Maver was supplying him for free just to keep him under control. 2 new slaves had been shifted into their team to replace Fendil and Cobb, and on the first night Eravard had stabbed his new tentmate accidentally, then hauled him out still hollering and proceeded to bandage him by the fire, occasionally smacking him when he got too loud. The man was in the infirmary now, and Eravard spent most of his time lurking in his solo tent like a spider in a hole. The influx finally trickled to a stop, and he heard a muffled thunk as the hidden door was pulled shut. The last man crawled in and twitched his fingers at Maver in some kind of a sign, to which Maver nodded. "Thank you all for coming at such short notice," the shadow leader said, his voice pitched low but carrying through the arranged space. "We have a few guests, and apparently some absences, but I think we can blame the weather. Before I move on to business, are there any pressing issues to add to the agenda?" Wesker leaned back against his crate, frowning as people piped up about black market price gouging and the flooding of the southeast latrine pits. He had expected something creepy and mystic, with hoods and hand-waving and invocation of the shadow god, not a town council meeting. But maybe the cult stuff came later, after they stopped dripping damply on the crates and got down to real business. Wesker had only a vague idea of what that might be, but it had to be exciting. Daring, defiant, full of spying and sabotage, always seeking to undermine the Empire of Light. So he sat there, waiting for the revolution as men asked Maver about trifold medicines and tea herbs, about news from the outside world, about better ways to set up their tents for the weather and whether carving one's own chits for card games was cheating. Maver referred a few questions to the free soldiers who sat in uniform, separate from both the slaves and each other, and they discussed shifting assignments and skipping certain slave camps on their routine searches. Everyone expressed concern about the presence of the Inquisition. Finally Wesker could wait no longer. He had never been patient, and as a burly Ile-Rien voiced a complaint about not being allowed to see his wife in the women's quarter, he said, "Why don't we just do something about it?" All eyes turned to him. Looking pained, Maver said, "That's not how we operate, Wes." "No? 'Cause I thought you guys were about freedom and shit." "Maybe it's just 'cause I'm new here, and not really wanna but where's the rebel Lin? Aren't ya planning to get us outta here?" With a sigh, Maver looked around the circle. "Gentlemen, my campmate Wesker. I know some of you recognize him, but try to refrain from punching him." "Wesker, it's not that simple, Dot." "Sure it is," said the Corvishman, fingering the daggers under his clothes despite Maver's protective order. He felt secure when he had blades, and thus wore more than were probably practical, especially since it was illegal to have them. "More than half the camp is as slaves, if ya count the women, and obviously we got some free soldiers on our side. So why not just overthrow the rest of them bastards and quit this place?" "We've tried fighting before," said the burly Ile-Rien. "We fought in Savannah, we fought in Felon, and we lost. That's why we're here." "And what I'm talking about. There, ya fought the armies in the streets like fools. Here, we can get 'em in their bunk beds, before they can even get their boots on." "That's not how the shadow folk work, Wes," said Maver. "We serve Karis Mordwi, lord of the city and Spindle, and by his declaration and the agreement of the Atlantic Kais, we are to watch the Crimson Army from within to influence its actions and succor our allies, but not to fight them. We are agents here, not slaves." "I'm a slave," said Wesker, pointing at his branded shoulder. "So are ya. We most of us got this same Pekin mark, scarred and magicked on us, and ya saying we shouldn't do something about that?" "There are no mages on our side," said Maver, the eye-shaped light shifting across his broad face as he gestured with the lantern. "It's difficult enough keeping our work a secret without having thoughts of revolution swimming in our heads, ready for any mentalist to pick out. We work in the shadows, Wesker. Only light followers charge face first into conflict." Wesker grimaced, thinking of Cobb, that young idiot, that imperialist kid who had finally snapped and gone for blood. It was eerie to think that it could have been him dead outside the wall instead of Fendel, almost like he owed a debt to Scout Trevere. "Yeah, well, I ain't buying it," he said. "Dia plan to sit and wait till the world magically gets better? Because it ain't gonna. Tomorrow we'll be slaves, and the day after, until we finally get the balls to say pike it, we're gone, but..." Maver smiled faintly. "And getting ourselves captured, mind-washed and reassigned throughout Ile-Rien so that we cannot reorganize will help? If we all just fight. 15,000 slaves plus 5,000 slave and free women, uncoordinated and in various states of mindwash. 10,000 imperial free soldiers, nearly 200 mages, the Inquisition, the Hounds, and anchored portals prepared to bring in reinforcements from the other Crimson camps as needed. A hostile city right at our doorstep, ready to retaliate the moment our guard drops, no matter the reason. How do you think this situation will end?" Wesker swallowed, sweat beading on his damp brow. He had never considered it like that before, just envisioned swordfights in the narrow alleys, a grand melee in the central training yard. Something heroic and inspiring, yet with plenty of places to hide if it got too messy. It had never even occurred to him that Canrodi might jump into the fight and smash them all. "So, yeah, guys like it here," he said slowly, baffled. "Yeah, not planning anything 'cept to make sure it stay comfortable. We have our orders." Lip curling, Wesker shook his head and slipped down from his crate. "Then this ain't fair me. I thought ya were something better in this, something cleverer, but if all ya gonna do is wait, then I can do that on my own. I ain't gonna be some Corvish mascot fair ya to say ya mended our fences. My clanhold fell because ya pikers couldn't back up ya talk." An ugly murmur went through the crowd, but Maver held up his hand to forestall it. "Go on then," he said. "Can't say I expected much. And if your clan fell, it was because you couldn't keep your raiders on a leash, not because of us." Wesker sneered, then turned away stiffly, trying not to see the flames of the past. It was old history, and Maver had a point. His clan had allied with the Shadowfolk to withstand Gold Army harassment, but then had retaliated against the Golds despite the Shadowfolk's wishes, breaking the covenant and alienating the Shadows. Still, the specter of his sisters would not fade. It had been more than a decade since they had fallen among the burning buildings, but he still dreamed of them, their laughter and their fierce eyes. The Shadows could have saved them all, but instead only he had lived, spared from the sword because he had looked young enough to be trained. He wished he could forget. The voices of the Shadowmen followed him through the tunnel. By the time he reached the hidden door, they were back to talking about supplies, and that stung. Not even a word of debate. He fumbled in the dark, trying to figure out how the panel moved, and when he finally pulled it aside and slid free into the drizzly night, the rain felt like defeat. He ran a hand over his wet face and sighed. Squelch! The air seemed suddenly very still, the patter of drops on his brow unnoticed. Beneath the bandana, his ears twitched. It had sounded like a muddy footstep. Close. Very close. In either direction, the alley stretched damp and dark. With another, more theatrical sigh, Wesker slanted his gaze sidelong to consider the nearer end. Was there an odd bulk to the shadows there? A vague man-like shape? Only one way to find out. And if I catch a spy, that piker Maver can't look down on me. Slumping his shoulders, he hooked his thumbs in his rough belt and shuffled toward that corner, fingers lightly caressing the shapes of the daggers under his tunic. He kept his head down but eyes up, narrowed to slivers as he watched that spot. There was definitely someone there, shifting away slowly as he approached. He caught another squish of mud and thought, heavier enemy. Probably free soldier, which means sword in armor. Get him in the throat with the hilt, let him question him. A dagger came easily to his hand. The anger that the meeting had stirred up pushed him forward. At the corner, the shape receded, and he fell into a rush low and fast, the blade leading as he lunged around the edge. In the dark and the rain, his hand moved faster than his eye, but he recognized his opponent just in time and slung himself backward, worn boots giving no traction as the mud sloughed beneath him like a rotted skin. He hit the ground on his backside and winced, blinking up through pain tears. "What the pike ya doin' out here, Horum?" he said incredulously as his campmates stared down at him. Horum had been a farmer, and if not for attacking the soldiers that had come to conscript him, he would have been a free soldier himself. Blunt-faced, taciturn and rule-bound, he was the last person Wesker would have expected to find out after dark. Horum offered his hand, and that surprised Wesker too, but he took it anyway, letting the bigger man haul him up. The adrenaline of the near-fight tapered into embarrassment. "Seriously, I coulda killed ya," he said as he steadied on his feet. "Ya laid fair that cult shit. Sweared, ya done seem like the type." Horum did not respond. Nor did he let go. Said Wesker, suddenly nervous. Horum's assistants had drawn him from the alley into the narrower corridor where the ex-farmer had been lurking. Here, the eaves overhung slightly, sheltering them from the rain, and in the dim cloudlight Wesker noticed odd hummocks on the ground, like piles of clothes. Horum tugged him another step in, and a frisson of fear went up his spine. "All right, Lego," he said, and yanked his hand in Horum's grip. It was like trying to pull free from a vice. The ex-farmer gave him an uncharacteristically nasty grin. Then his lips drooped, his eyelids slid back into the sockets and his whole face ran like wax. Wesker opened his mouth to scream, but a net descended across his mind, locking his limbs and congealing his thoughts to paralysis as his campmate's features melted into a clay-like gray knob dominated by a cavernous, ever-stretching maw. The hulking body disintegrated into a mass of sandy, tangled ropes that surged forward to pin Wesker to the wall. "Fight, fight!" he screamed at himself, but the more he struggled, the tighter the psychic net pulled, denying all action. The clammy, writhing bulk of the creature pressed hard against him, forcing the breath from his lungs as gritty tendrils slid up his sleeves and down his collar, under his shirt, into his breeches, and knotted together at the nape of his neck to pull his head back. The gray knob bent toward him and he could not even raise his hands against it, could barely feel the dagger still jittering in his grip. More tendrils reached from that nullface like antennae to caress his damp cheeks almost tenderly before invading his nostrils and slack mouth. An intense pain sparked in his left shoulder, like his slave brand had rekindled. The dagger fell free. He inhaled unwillingly and the clay-like stuff surged down his throat, forcing his jaws wide. His chest strained for air. The creature's embrace coated him under his clothes and sheathed his hair, and as he felt it slide into his lungs, the knobby head dented and smeared as if beneath the hands of an invisible craftsman. A crooked grin formed on its blank mass. A sharp chin, snub nose, wide-set eyes. A bandana with a rusty forelock slipping free to strike the brow. "Spirit save me," he thought as he stared up into his own face. The paralysis snapped abruptly, far too late. He pushed at the mass with strengthless arms and only sank into it. More and more tendrils enwrapped him, forcing their way in as their owner took on his shape. Soon they covered everything but his eyes. Something fluttered at the fringe of his vision. Something black. Through the grit in his ears he heard a thud, a squawk, but the world was receding. The shock, the terror and violation, all were drifting away. For an instant he saw himself from above, an indistinct shape beneath the writhing gray mass, two glassy black marbles for eyes. Then darkness descended, a darkness of claws and beaks, of thundering wings and cacophonous cries. He jolted back into himself, breathless, dying, and saw crows by the dozens falling upon the creature that had taken his shape. It tore away from him, its mimicked arms flailing with hideous bonelessness, and with it went the thickest of the cords that had invaded his throat. Wesker convulsed as it pulled free, grasping at the warehouse wall. It was like a plug had been yanked. Suddenly the thickness in his chest could move again, and he doubled over, retching out blood-speckled clay as a maelstrom of crows whirled through the narrow corridor. Claws ripped away his bandana and tore through his hair, gashing his neck and shoulders and back, but he barely felt it. The real pain was in his chest as the remaining fragments wriggled like worms inside him. He fell to one knee, lungs and gut heaving as he expelled all he could. When the tendrils he had puked up reached for his face, he knew it was not enough. Wings buffeted him as he struggled to his feet. His legs felt like bags of water, but he managed to find his balance, head bent against the assault of dark bodies. Somewhere too close behind, the thing that had tried to become him turned its attention away from the crows. He dared not think. He simply ran. Lieutenant Kade Carrion adjusted the hood of his oilskin and sighed. Slightly ahead of him walked his companions, Colonel Reth of the Free 1st Brigade and his adjutant, who held the lantern. They were neck-deep in the conversation that had embroiled them since they had left the Crimson General's evening debriefing. Carrion tried to ignore them. Colonel Reth was his superior, and thus Carrion had no place in the conversation. He did not care to chime in on whether the colonel of the 3rd Slave Brigade had been breaking protocol to bring his concerns directly to the general instead of through the chain of command, or speculate on who the scouts were currently surveilling. What Carrion really wanted was to walk back to the barracks alone, to think his own thoughts without interruption, but as Colonel Reth had pointed out, they were headed the same way. He thought darkly about gossip and politics, and eyed the alleys they passed like enemy territory. It was better than brooding on his report. At least it was over. The mission a failure, 3 of his men killed and several injured, Trevere and his prisoner gone, and quite a lot of damage done that needed to be paid off. Having to stand before the gathering of senior officers and the general to recount the mishaps of the mission had taken all the strength he could muster. Especially with the general's cutting remarks on his performance. They had made it difficult to hold his tongue about the quality of the mission briefing and the reliability of his backup. He had never felt so disappointed in his commander. But done was done, and now, with the reports written and filed, he and his men could be thoroughly mind-washed of the debacle. It would be a relief. Abruptly, the colonel halted. Carrion checked his stride to avoid treading on the officer's heels and looked up, noting that his companions had gone silent. The thin rain reflected the lantern light back at them, and for a moment all he saw was colonel and adjutant peering into the night. Then a shape detached from the darkness of the road, stumbling toward them. On reflex, Carrion stepped forward, his hand moving to the hilt of his sword. It was his duty to protect his superiors no matter the threat. Declare. The figure crumpled into the mud. Yourself, he finished, puzzled, and looked to the colonel for guidance. The colonel gestured him forward. Drawing his sword, Carrion moved toward the slumped form, the circle of lantern light following him to encompass it. Blood, he noticed first. Red rivulets streamed down the man's face from wounds on his scalp and forehead. He had fallen to his knees, head bowed and arms wrapped tight around his stomach, and as Carrion neared he bent low and loosed a wet, retching cough. Something slimy slipped from his lips into the mud. Carrion held up a hand to keep the colonel back. The man wore slave garb, tattered and sodden and bloodstained. Mud and some grayish substance smeared his skin. His shoulders heaved again, expelling another wet, horrible sound, but nothing else came out. When he raised his head, his face was shot pale under the mud. "Help," he croaked weakly. "What's the problem, Lieutenant?" said the colonel from behind him. Carrion stared down at the man. This was not normal. "A slave, sir. Injured. Possibly drunk." "Ah. Dispatch him, Lieutenant." "Sir, that would be against. His presence here in such a state is a violation of at least 3 regulations, Lieutenant. How do we deal with slaves? Do we pat them on their pestiferous heads and shoo them home?" "No, sir." "But do your duty, Lieutenant." Carrion opened his mouth, then closed it. Obeying the colonel would be a violation of the general's edict to treat the slaves like soldiers. Staring down at the cowering man, Carrion marshaled his arguments and took a deep breath. It froze in his throat as the thing the slave had spat up twitched. Carrion took a step back, controlling a wave of nausea as he stared down at the slimy wad. Finger-long, it swam through the mud. The slave spotted it and tried to lurch to his feet with a whimper, but had not the strength. Carrion caught him by the arm and hauled him aside roughly, watching the thing squirm away from them, toward the alley that cut between the nearest barracks. In the darkness there lurked something tall and pallid. Saravi's mouth went dry. He could not see it well, but there was nothing human about it. His hand tightened on his sword and he brought it up defensively. Behind him, the colonel spluttered a question, but he did not listen, every speck of his being focused on that creature and the gray finger that wormed toward it. At his side, the slave convulsed with a gurgle of pain and sank to the ground again. For a moment, all was still except the wiggling piece, all silent but the rain. Then, behind him, the colonel exhaled a slow, hissing breath, and every hair on Saravi's neck stood up as he caught a whiff of something acrid. The pallid shape retreated into darkness along with its missing piece. Aftershock gripped him. His arm sagged, the tip of the sword drawing through the mud, and for a moment he could only stare at the alley mouth and think, that was a monster. In the camp. Then, with a concerted effort of will, he made himself shake his head. That small movement was enough to break the bond of mind-wrought lassitude, and with unsteady momentum, he turned to stare at the colonel. The senior officer raised his brows in response. In the flickering light, nothing seemed wrong, nothing amiss, he was the same chile, hard-nosed wind he had always been. A glint of gold caught Saravi's eye, barely visible at the gap in the colonel's uniform collar. "Well, Lieutenant?" Colonel Rath said sternly. "Are you going to carry out my order?" "No, sir," Saravi answered, banishing the questions for now. His voice was not as steady as he would have liked. "No. I'm sorry, sir. That would also violate my duty. I will escort the slave to the infirmary and fill out the incident report, sir, if you will excuse me." The colonel's eyes narrowed. "You are defying me, Lieutenant?" "No, sir. I am obeying the general's orders. Slaves are disciplined as soldiers, and all incidents must be investigated. Your time is valuable, sir, but I will of course bring the report to you for review before I submit it." Something shifted in the colonel's expression. It was tiny, fleeting, gone before Saravi could pinpoint it, but it set his nerves on edge. With a sharp nod, the colonel said, "See to it, Lieutenant," then waved to his adjutant to lead the way. Saravi's salute went unreturned. He watched the lantern recede until he could no longer see their shapes within its glow, then he looked down to the slave again. What happened? Shivering and pale, the slave just whimpered. With distaste, Saravi hauled him up again and slung the man's limp arm across his shoulders. The slave was significantly shorter, but after a few steps of being nearly dragged, he found his own feet and hobbled along meekly with Saravi's pull. Not until they reached the infirmary and he handed the slave off to the surprised, striped-coated matron in charge of the night shift, did Saravi sheath his sword. Far to the north and east, the sky had cleared. The stars sparkled like diamonds on black silk. Lark's Path lay plain in the near-full moonlight, a white ribbon weaving through the firs and inkwoods. A few tracks of foxes and small game dotted the snow, but nothing more. In her opinion, it was bitterly cold. She had on every garment she could wear, with the bear hide coat buckled over them, but still she shivered in the saddle. Nothing warded off the penetrating chill that beamed down from the sky now that the muffle of storm clouds had passed. Her horse also suffered, its pace had slowed to a trudge over the last few candle marks, and she was beginning to think she would have to walk it. She envied Rien, fast asleep in his swaddled nest of layers. It felt like ages since she had parted from Trevere. The tug in her chest kept directing her onward, upward, along steep little paths and rocky prominences between the dark trees. She longed for the road with its shabby caravan shelters. She longed for a town, a real town, not a collection of log houses but a place with thick brick walls, bright lights, and no hint of a chill. Her only consolation was that the shadows would not lead her to her death. If it grew too cold, they would pull her into the safety of Orechku. They had to. They owed her. Abruptly, the horse halted. Lark blinked from her thoughts and was surprised to see the end of the trail. Ahead was a frozen stream, the trees tightly packed on its opposite bank, no trace of a path. She closed her eyes, envisioning the streamers of silver light that had directed her here. Yes, there had been travel up a watercourse. "Pike me," she mumbled. The horse hung its head. From its earlier troubles on ice, she knew this would not be pleasant. Grimacing, she stirred herself from the saddle. The goblin under her clothes hugged tighter, and when she slid down to the ground he shifted his grip, long skinny arms moving up to link around her neck instead of her ribs. With a sigh, she adjusted her clothes and nudged him into a more comfortable position. Her back hurt, her ass hurt, and she thought she knew now what it was like to be pregnant. She regretted being amused about it earlier. Taking the reins, she led the horse down to the smooth, slick surface of the stream. How can people bear to live here? She thought as their progress slowed to a crawl. Her soft boots found little traction on the ice, and though the horse's unshod, split hooves served it better, it was weary. Its delicate horned head kept dipping, and Lark had to yank on the reins every few yards to keep it moving. She felt terrible. The pace they had set since leaving Baller had been grueling, but stopping now would kill them. Bit by bit, they forged onward. No exit appeared. The leafless brush grew dense along the banks, and the rocks rose steadily to become a narrow canyon no higher than Lark's head. The walls were shot through with ice that gleamed glassily in the bright moonlight. It was a sign of weariness that Lark did not immediately realize the ice was pink. Not ice, she thought dazedly. The stones from the towns. Thick veins riddled the rock on both sides of the gully, bright against the dull basalt and close to the surface. Gripped by a suspicion, she edged to the wall and hoisted herself up to peer over the edge. The sudden brilliance of moonlight on glassy spires forced her to squint. Her heart skipped a beat. Yards of spindly trees and bracken etched black lines against the gleam but could not conceal it, a crystal tower, broken to just below the canopy, its walls riven by some unknown force. Small pillars leaned drunkenly among the trees, and great chunks of glassy stone lay fallen in all directions. Beyond the broken tower, more bright surfaces reflected the moonlight, more collapsed spires. Lark looked behind her. On the other side of the stream, shining rubble lay strewn about like children's blocks. Slowly she lowered herself back to the ice. The shadows had not shown her this. "At least now I know where the blocks came from," she mumbled. No, that was wrong. She knew nothing about this place, this stuff. A fire kindled inside her. But it was foolish to investigate now. She would freeze, or be drawn back into the shadows before she could learn anything useful. The Corvish stronghold had to be close. Following the stream had been the last step in the trek. Follow the stream, find the Corvish, warm up and rest. Then come back. With great reluctance, she tugged the reins and headed onward. It was no easy route. The frozen stream rose regularly over rocks and inclines that would be whitewater in the summer. Footholds had been hacked into the ice here and there, the first sign of local habitation, and soon Lark had to rely on them. Her horse struggled along, its split hooves and agility all that kept it from being trapped downstream as a Taskard horse would be. Only when she turned to tug the balking horse up another slippery incline and felt the prick of a weapon at her back, through her layers, did she realize she had been under scrutiny for some time. She froze. She had mostly surmounted the canyon, only a few feet of stone hemming her in on either side, and through the screen of bracken she glimpsed bundled and camouflaged figures. Smooth black arcs of shortbows. "Declare yourself," said the assailant at her back. The voice was gruff, but female. "Lark sa Bakai. I am Carrie, Shadowfolk. I come seeking aid." "Shadowfolk?" The unseen woman laughed curtly, and the weapon tip did not retract. "Not the usual Shadowfolk arrival." "I'm not of the blood," Lark said. "I can't travel the paths. And this isn't official business, . What is it then, girl?" "An offer. And a request for hospitality. You do still extend that to the Carrie, don't you?" The woman snorted, then the weapon retracted. "Eh? S'pose ya couldn't be much else, dark as YR. Greshav ahire imperials done recruit ya kind. A harsh sound as the woman spat to the side. Come on then. Nevnit, tisa nenin. The figures in the bushes rose at the woman's command, whatever it had been. As they pressed through, Lark realized they were small, just children in gray and white, their faces covered with ash paint, their hands gripping short bows or small hatchets with black stone heads. They scurried toward her and she tensed, but they only plucked the reins from her hands and started urging the horse up the slope. Lark turned to face their leader. She was a short woman, with fierce lines etched on her face beneath the ash paint. Her eyes were cold and dark, glittering. A long spear with a black stone tip rested across her shoulder, and her garb was similar to the children's: gray fur, ash-rub leather, ash in her hair to mask the rusty color of it. A bow hung across her back, an axe at her hip. She squinted at Lark, her mouth pulling into a thoughtful frown. Ile-Rien? She said, her harsh accent hardening the consonants and turning the vowels to a strident stream of ease. Crazy keeman up here like that. Lark smiled wanly and prodded the lump of goblin under her coat. No, she said as Rien reluctantly stirred. This is my friend, Dot. The woman stared as the goblin wriggled under Lark's garments, but when he popped his sleepy head out she relaxed somewhat. Well, that's Cynthia Carey, she said with rough amusement. Imperial's not nearly so odd. Oh thanks. Come on, Shadow Girl. The woman turned and strode from the shallowing canyon, the children and the horse right behind. Lark worked to keep up with them, and now that Rien was awake, he shifted under the clothes to cling to her back and keep his pointy little chin on her shoulder, watching everything. When she glanced into the woods behind them, she saw only distant gleams from the broken stones. With company and the promise of shelter, the pace went quicker. The woman introduced herself reluctantly as Radha and Canrath, and the children trailed after Lark, trying to sneak peeks at the goblin. Grins broke through the militancy of their small faces every time he peered back at them. Soon, the cliff Lark had seen in the vision loomed up through the screen of trees. At its base stood a semicircle of palisade wall, built on a berm of rock and earth and with no apparent gate. An eerie wail arose from beside her, giving Lark goosebumps before she realized it was Radha, calling, high and ghostly. The sound unnerved her even with the knowledge. Heads popped over the top of the palisade, and by the time they reached the wall, a rope ladder had been thrown down and a wooden ramp was being maneuvered into position. Welcome to Canrath Nairai. We done bother why doors, Radha said as the children scampered up ahead, quick as goblins. Safer that way. She took the reins from the last of them and gestured for Lark to go ahead. Rien wriggled free as she climbed up, and scrambled to the top of the wall, peering at the interior. Cresting the edge, Lark paused to look as well. The palisade enclosed a collection of low curve-roofed wooden buildings draped in snow. Tall poles rose from the white blanket, studded with perches and topped with carved effigies of crows, the perches themselves full of live crows nearly as large as their carved brethren. Harder to see were the stone foxes bracketing every door, but a few real ones sat like spots of fire against the white, their ears perked in interest. Beyond the buildings, at the base of the cliff, a wide cavern entrance stretched like a mouth, half hidden by a rock wall bridged by ramps. From the vision, Lark knew that there would be firelit chambers within that cavern, warm and secure from the cutting wind. As the horse followed Radha hesitantly up the ramp, Lark lowered herself to the interior and let the gray-painted children lead her onward. Lieutenant Saravi looked up from the page to find one sunlight streaming through the slatted window, and realized that he had not slept a wink. He was not surprised. His tiny desk, really a plank set over the footlocker where he kept his belongings, was covered in papers. Reports. Several versions of one report, actually, each of them interrupted by a compulsive attempt to draw that thing in the alley. All vastly different but for the underlying fluidity of its shape, the boneless sentience. His head hurt. He had always had a good eye, even for a Tribestian. Beside being an excellent archer, he had drawn detailed scouting maps and enemy camp views during his early stint with the Sapphire Surveillance Corps, and had progressed to illustrating important points in his Sapphire and Crimson reports. They were one of the reasons he had been grudgingly promoted back to lieutenant despite the stigma of his exile. But these pictures. He could not look at any of them for long without his eyes trying to slide away. There was a knot in his head that kept tightening as he kept forcing the ink from the quill. Any time it got the best of him and he turned away, took a moment to drink some water or just stare into space, when he looked back he would have no memory of writing what he had written. The words jumbled together into nonsense, and the pictures just stared up at him with their eyeless faces, raising all the hairs at the nape of his neck even though he could not recognize them. The disorientation and disconnection were mind-washing aftershocks, he knew, but they had never gone on for so long. And they were not erasing the memory of that thing. He could still see it, moving and shifting in his mind's eye, blending into the shadows. Whenever he drew it, right before the breaking point that forced him to look away, he always had the strangest sense of déjà vu. He rubbed his face wearily, then flinched and nearly upset the inkwell when someone pounded on the door. "Lieutenant!" came the aggravated voice of his captain through the thin wood. "Yes, sir," he said, scrambling up from his cross-legged pose. His room was hardly bigger than a cell, but it was a room nevertheless, with the privacy that allowed. Camp bed, makeshift desk, armor rack, chamber pot, shuttered window. He was still in uniform from the night before, his sword and boots the only things he had removed, and when he opened the door, Captain Tarrant stared at him for a long moment. "Report not go well?" he said finally. He was a big fellow, as were most Winds, with a thick sandy beard and shoulders that barely fit the narrow doorway. Normally his face was locked in an expression of deep disapproval, but unusual lines crinkled around his eyes now, like brackets. Saravi swept a hand over his hair as if that could make him presentable. He had ink stains on every finger. "As well as could be expected, sir," he said. "You realize it's nearly noon. I've sent 3 men to fetch you and you sent them all away. They said you sounded strange." Saravi blinked. He did not remember any of that. And sunlight meant that the rain had broken temporarily, which meant he had been expected at drills. He had never missed drills before. Never. He started, shaken. "Get yourself to the infirmary, Lieutenant. You're white as chalk." He opened his mouth to argue, but the captain's stare brooked no backtalk. They had never been friendly. Tarrant had been incensed to be saddled with a dainty failed archer in his cavalry and had taken every opportunity to deride, bully and intimidate Saravi during the first few years. But compared to Saravi's childhood in the harsh Tribestian Youth Corps in service to the Sapphire Army, Tarrant's efforts had been underwhelming, and though Saravi himself questioned the decision to make him a lancer, he had given the task the same intense focus he turned on everything. And now he was Tarrant's second. "Yes, sir," he said. Captain Tarrant nodded curtly. For a moment his gaze traveled past Saravi toward the mess of parchments on the desk, and Saravi had a weird urge to slam the door, hide the drawings, burn them. He shook himself. Captain Tarrant looked down at him, brows crinkled again in that odd way, and said, "I'll ask about getting the mages to do your mind washes sooner. Bloody Q. You should have had them done by the Myrutan." "Yes, sir." "Thank you, sir. Get your boots on." Saravi did as ordered, and buckled on his sword belt automatically. The heirloom sword was still blunted, his appointment with the camp artificer not until next week, but he would not carry a lesser weapon. Outside the barack, he squinted in the bright sunlight. Clouds hulkied to the west, already spreading toward camp again. They would arrive by evening in storm and downpour, but for the moment the ground was almost dry and there were men playing kickball on the street, shirts versus skins. Drills were already over. "Lynchard!" hollered Captain Tarrant. The Windish lancer broke from the game and trotted over, wiping sweat from his brow. His dark eyes flicked from Saravi to the captain as he drew up in salute. "Yes, sir. Escort our dainty dove to the infirmary. Make sure he doesn't keel over." Saravi's jaw tightened. He had not heard that slight since he had kicked the stupid out of a Riddish corporal. He was built thinner and lighter than the other lancers, but that just meant he fought smarter. Tripping a rage-blinded fool face-first into the corner of a building and then curb-stomping him until he yielded was a perfectly valid move. "Yes, sir," said Lynchard, and untied his shirt from his waist to shrug it on. Cerevi started off without him, catching a last look of condescending amusement from the captain as he went. His legs felt steady, so he picked up the pace as he heard Lynchard chasing after him. It was not that he disliked the wind. Lynchard was one of the most reliable soldiers he knew, but with Tarrant as captain, it seemed like half of the company was rugged Windish mountain men. Most of them had little facility in horsemanship. It was plain nepotism, and it aggravated him. Cerevi had hand-picked his team for the mission to avoid being assigned those chunks of uselessness. Unfortunately, Lynchard's legs were longer than his. Fortunately, even when he caught up, the lancers said nothing. They broke out from the warren of barracks and warehouses in short order, the white walls of the central infirmary rising up ahead of them. Though it was bright daylight, the sight of its double doors brought back memories of last night, and Cerevi realized that he had brought the slave here. Suddenly being sent this way no longer stung. "I do not need assistance," he told Lynchard as they neared the doors. "As you can see, I am well enough to check myself in." The captain said to escort me to the infirmary. "Which you have done." "I don't think that's what he'd dot." "It is what he said." "Sir." Cerevi cast a brief look to Lynchard, reading worry in his voice and more on his face. "Sir," the lancer continued awkwardly, "you really do look like shit." "Thank you for your concern, Lancer," said Cerevi coolly, "but it is unnecessary. You are dismissed." "Yes, sir." Cerevi focused ahead and was satisfied when Lynchard's footsteps stopped pursuing him. He felt the lancer's gaze on his back, but that was easy enough to evade. Pushing through the doors, he stepped into the cool white expanse of the infirmary and let his annoyance fall away. The central infirmary was the closest thing to a temple of any building in the camp. Light spilled through its high windows, washing the white walls and making patterns on the curtains that surrounded individual cots. Most were drawn open, only a few men lay convalescing near the rear of the building, where the medics congregated with their supplies. More curtains blocked off the very back. Cerevi had seen behind one of those curtains last night. When he had hauled the moaning slave into the infirmary, a lady medic in the traditional red and white striped coat had rushed up to them, taken one look at the smears of gray on the slave's face, and told Cerevi to bring him into the back. Parting the curtain, she had beckoned them to a red circle painted on the flagstone floor and told him to push the slave in. The results had been unsettling. The slave had collapsed almost instantly, and in moments had been convulsing, eyes rolling as he made awful noises from low in his throat. Grayish foam had bubbled from his lips, and he had only barely managed to flip himself over before he started retching strings and wads of the gray stuff. It was all inert, fortunately. Just sludge, but for those bits that hit the red paint and sizzled into greasy smoke. When the medic had pulled him out of the circle and stripped him, though, Cerevi had noted streaks of the gray clay stuff all over him, from thighs to scalp. They reminded him of the marks on Trevere, but the medic had been able to scrape them off. "Are you well, sir?" said a woman's voice, and he blinked from the memory and turned his head. A large-boned, bosomy woman with gray-flecked hair had risen from the chair by the door and loomed beside him now, frowning, her dark eyes raking him. He felt momentarily self-conscious. Surely he was a mess, but remembered that his idea of mess was still most soldiers neat and tidy. He was not ill, just felt strange, and by the crinkle of her brows the woman was uncertain why he was here. "I am well enough," he said. She wore a medic's coat, but he knew that if he had stumbled in, she would have manhandled him into a cot with professional ease. That was what the women like her were here for, as well as bouncing the malingerers who would rather be in a cot among women than doing their jobs. "I brought a slave in last night," he continued. "He had been attacked, and was also very ill. I need more information to complete my report on the incident. Is he still here?" Her eyes narrowed slightly. He had the sense that she had been asked this question before, But she gave him another once-over and then a curt nod. "You're the lieutenant, then?" "Yes." "Follow me." She started away, and he fell into step with her, stretching his strides to match. All around them, the light glimmered on metal cot fittings and well-scrubbed stone, bleached blankets, glazed water jugs. Scents of strong soap and herbs cleansed away all but a hint of the sick sweat, the urine, the coppery whiff of blood. She led him to the curtains in the back. A different one than the previous, he noted, and when she drew it aside there was no red circle on the floor but several cots set against the infirmary's rear wall. One of them was occupied, and a younger medic sat beside it with a stylus and wax tablet. She blinked owlish eyes at them and slid to her feet, clasping the tablet to her chest as if caught in a crime. "The lieutenant wishes to see the patient he brought in," said the woman bouncer. It seemed to Saravi that some message passed between the women without speaking. The younger one widened her eyes, the elder made an obscure motion with her brows, then some of the tension left the younger and she nodded. "Of course. Right here, sir." He stepped past the bouncer and approached the cot, considering the younger woman briefly. She was proper woman-sized, with watery eyes and high color in her cheeks, and shifted away as he neared as if fearing he would lunge for her. Trifolder? He wondered. He was not sure if he believed Trevere's claims. On the cot was the slave, buckled down beneath a blanket a corvishman, his hair dried to a frazz of bronzy red. The gouges on his forehead and shoulders and arms had been stitched shut, the thread more evident than the wounds. He was dreaming, his eyelids twitching, face contorted in distress, body twisting under the straps. Mutters streamed from his lips in no language that Saravi knew. Saravi felt all too akin to him right now. "The mother gave him the sleep tea," said the younger medic hesitantly. "She said after you left, he was trying to hide under things. Staggering around. She made him take the tea, she can be very stern. It's worn off now. He's been like this for a few marks." "You have not tried to wake him?" "We don't do that unless necessary, sir. Dreams can be important." He glanced to the wax tablet she held, but it was still tight to her chest, its surface invisible. He wondered what she had written. "I will wake him," he said. "I am not interested in his dreams." The medic opened her mouth to protest, but thought better of it. Saravi nodded his appreciation and turned to smack the slave awake. The first light strike to the cheek made the slave twitch, eyes rolling under his lids. The second popped them open, pupils shrinking to pin spots in the sudden illumination. The slave's gaze fixed blindly on Saravi, then he jerked in the cot, felt the bonds, and went into a panic spasm. The cot rocked wildly. With a growl, the woman bouncer threw her weight over his legs, but though that stopped the rocking, it made the slave shriek and snap his torso around like an eel. The younger medic retreated with a fearful sound. Saravi grabbed the nearby water jug and upended it on the slave's head. The slave spluttered and stilled, blinking rapidly. His gaze tripped around the small room and finally fixed on Saravi's face. Utter confusion swirled in his eyes, a thin skin over the shrieking madness that echoed in Saravi's mind. Saravi pushed it aside. He was good at that. "Your name," he said sharply, in his officer's voice. "Weshkaren Nent," mumbled the slave, still blinking. "I have questions for you." The slave's gaze skimmed the room again, more thoroughly. The bouncer had straightened from his legs and was smoothing her coat, the younger medic edging close again, and as his gaze found their faces he relaxed slightly under the straps. Saravi noticed the brand on his left shoulder, smudged with age, and the tattoo beneath it. Black and feathery but deformed by his slave number. Likely a crow. "I done know nothin'," the slave said as he looked back to Saravi. Saravi arched a brow, then looked to the side table where he had caught up the jug. It held an empty cup, a folded cloth and 6 long knives haphazardly wrapped in strips of rag and leather. Some were marked with company insignias. The slave's belongings. "The gray thing," Saravi said, running a finger along a makeshift sheath. "The thing you had no chance to fight." Where did it come from? The slave blanched, and Saravi knew that he had guessed right. He had seen the medic strip the slave last night, seen the knives strapped to him. No empty sheaths, no touch of grey stuff except on the hilts. This Corvishman, this wild creature trapped within the army, would have fought in a frenzy if he had had any warning. He had not. I done know nothing, the slave repeated, but the whites of his eyes made full, frightened rings. It ambushed you, Saravi guessed. From behind? Grabbed you? Tried to smother you, ... The slave's mouth pressed into a sickened line, but he was shaking his head. Not from behind, said Saravi, and that stilled the shaking. You saw it coming. But you did not fight. The slave swallowed, and his dry throat clicked. Can I have some water? Saravi frowned, annoyed by the pitiful look, but the medic said, of course, and scurried away for another jug while the bouncer maneuvered around and started unstrapping the slave. Her gaze bored into Saravi from beneath her salted brows, and he kept his objections to himself. It would not do to alienate the infirmary staff. The medic returned with a cup soon, bits of crushed leaves floating in it, and the slave elbowed to a sitting position and drank it greedily. He was a small man, lean as a whip, with a map of light scars over his shoulders and across his back. Lash marks. A troublemaker. Saravi waited until the cup was drained, then said, "What did you see?" The slave gave him a furtive look. The fear had faded from him at the releasing of the straps, and there was cunning in his eyes now. Saravi knew that expression. But there was something tempering it, something he did not recognize, and when the Corvishman opened his mouth, it was with that look. "Horam," he said. "Horam? Campmate. Big fella. Done much like most of us. Didn't make sense why he was there, so I say, what you doin' here?" And he done say anythin'. Not strange, that, 'cause he never talked much, but he smiled weird, and he grabbed my arm and then, but. The slave's eyes glazed, and a shudder ran up his narrow frame. His face. It all went to gray. And it come for me. It lean over me. Too close, and its body is ropes that get me 'fore I can pull a knife, and then his throat clicked again, his hands making motions as aimless as his struggle for words. Saravi watched, troubled, as his expression shifted through shades of fear and revulsion. And then wings, he continued suddenly, as if finding something solid in the morass. Wings and claws tearing away at it, and I ran, Tokyo, I ran my ass off. But there was clothes in the alley. I remember that. Empty piles of clothes. Where was this alley? Said Saravi. The slave shot him that look again, furtive and guilty. He could guess why. There were no alleys in the slave portion of the camp, only endless tents and fire pits. If he had been in an alley, it had been in the free soldier area, which was restricted. Done remember, he said. Why were you there? Sleepwalkin', I guess. And sleep meeting? The slave shut his mouth and lifted his chin stubbornly, and Saravi held back a sigh. He could not properly interrogate with the women around, and regardless, he was not interested in the slave's misbehavior. The gray thing. Have you seen its like before? No, sir. Have you ever heard of it? He shook his head. What about these wings? The slave shrugged loosely. Birds, I dunno. Maybe they thought it was food. They scratched me up a bit. He touched the stitches on his forehead, on his cheek, and grinned crookedly as if that might take Saravi's attention from his crow tattoo. Did anyone else see it? Or the birds? Done think so. I was walking on him own. So, he blanched suddenly, his eyes going distant again. Era Zalvan Tokyo, he breathed in the manner of a prayer, and looked around as if for a door. I gotta tell em. Gotta warn em. It has my face. It had Horams and now it has my face and they dunno and it's gonna be in camp, It's gonna be in camp and they'll think it's me and it'll be my fault, I gotta. The woman bouncer stepped in to push him down as he tried to struggle out of the leg bonds. You will stay here, she said sternly, and flicked a look to the medic, who scurried away with all haste. The slave struggled, panting hard, hands clutching at the edges of the cot, but the woman pressed him down with sheer weight. Saravi stood back, trying to analyze this. In his mind's eye he saw the gray material shaping a face, a familiar face. A shock ran through him and the image shattered. The world reeled around him. He closed his eyes until it steadied. "Lieutenant?" said the bouncer. He looked up. Her face was strained, deep lines carved around her mouth. On the cot, the slave had subsided but was staring up at the ceiling, eyes flicking wildly side to side as if trying to see his way out from a maze. "I am fine," Saravi told the bouncer. Then to the slave, he said, "Which camp?" The slave's gaze snapped to him, and the only thing on his face now was guilt. "Green 6, he said. "Tell Maver. Tell him it ain't my fault." Saravi nodded briskly, turned and strode from the curtained area without a backward glance. On his way to the doors, they swung open to let in 3 women in medic's coats, one the young lady who had rushed out and 2 looking rumpled, as if they had just been roused from bed. All turned alarmed looks on him before speeding past. He caught a door on the back swing and stepped out into daylight. A figure detached from the wall and his hand fell to the hilt of his sword. "Sir?" said Lancer Lynchard, halting several paces away. Saravi stared at him, momentarily unable to understand why he was there. Then he remembered, and scowled. "I dismissed you, Lancer." "Yes, sir. But we're off duty until evening, sir. I just felt like hanging around here. And I suppose you just feel like strolling in whichever direction I do?" "I do kinda feel like stretching my legs, sir." Saravi snorted and looked away, toward the slave camps. From the dirt yard that fronted the infirmary, it was possible to see the tents beyond the line of barracks, a sea of canvas and cook fires, of shabby men not quite bad enough for execution but not good enough to be free. It was patrolled infrequently, but it would be safe. Every slave was firmly conditioned against attacking free soldiers. "See if you can keep up," said Saravi. But when they reached Green 6, denoted by poles with bright-colored swatches, it was too late. The cook fire was cold, the tents collapsed, the men and all their gear gone. The boot prints baked into the mud were heavy and sharp, and with them the knuckle-like marks of hound paws. In daylight, the forest of night glimmered with a cold gloss, every twig and bramble captured in ice. Lark had slept through the whole morning and now, hiking through the woods in Radha's footsteps, she felt much better about this place. Ridiculously cold, but at least it was pretty. Radha had washed the ash paint off and looked like a typical red Corvish now, rusty hair plaited back from her sharp face, red fawn-like tattoos under her angled black eyes, and the occasional hard smile when she glanced back. Her garb was still gray, her bow and quiver still slung. Compared to her, Lark's bearhide coat stood out like a lump of mud on the snow, but none of the Corvish had clothes big enough to lend her. They were out and about because of Lark's questions. She had managed to rein herself in upon arrival at Canrath Nairai, and again when she had first been woken by Radha's boot nudging her side. The Corvish were about as delicate as Trevere. But after inhaling hot stew and sending Rien to romp with the gleeful children, she could no longer keep her silence. The crystal towers had loomed in her dreams, unbroken, and she had to ask. Radha had looked at her in amused irritation and advised that they take a walk. They wove through the trees now, skipping the stream path. Frozen snow crunched under their feet. Ahead, the land sloped down blindly in hummocks and jags, but the going was not difficult now that Lark had rested. Always a branch to grab to ease her way down. Abruptly Radha, who had been silent for most of the trek, stopped at the edge of a new slope and looked back. "We get no closer," she said, jerking her chin forward. Lark trudged up to her and squinted in the frosty glare. They stood at the lip of a steep decline, and from their height they could look over the treetops and see the stream-cut canyon running diagonal, marking a schism through the crystal ruins below. The breath caught in Lark's throat as she surveyed the wreckage of the shattered towers. From above, many things became clear that she had not seen before. The snow touched neither the shards of pinkish crystal nor the mosaic walkways that ran between them, as if the stones themselves were warm. A narrow, golden ribbon of perimeter drew a vast circle around the visible ruins, with smaller circles unfurling from it to surround the bases of single towers. Where the stream and its canyon cut through, walkways lay upright in perimeter metal twisted, but some flowers and green shoots still grew from the verges of the mosaic path. Lark counted 6 towers on this side, some so shattered that she could only tell by the gold rings around their bases. Beyond the canyon, she guessed at 3 more. They must have been huge. Some of the chunks of rubble strewn around were bigger than houses. Oddly shaped, too. Not circular but hexagonal, and broken in such a way that it was clear to her, even from a distance, that each tower had been formed from a solid piece. A single crystal. "What is this place?" she murmured to Radha. The Corvish woman shrugged. "We didn't know the name. Fell long before our people made camp here, few centuries maybe. We done go closer than this, but the winds used to come up here with sledges to take stone away. Till we started shootin' 'em. They don't do it no more. Why don't you go closer? It don't agree with us." "What do you mean?" Radha sighed and slanted her dark eyes at Lark. Pressing a finger to the Fang tattoo under one eye, she said, "Magic place. Wraith magic, spelled against beasts. Yeah, mixed blood, I can tell. Winds, city folk, yeah, all mixed, yeah, got no tribe no more. Yeah, can't change. Winds come and steal, 'cause they not spelled against, they so mixed up that the magic can't see 'em. But it hurt us why changin' blood to go down there. After all these years, we still enemies to their magics." Lark looked at Radha askance. "Changing blood. You're a skin changer, dot." Radha flashed a grin, showing far more teeth than her previous tight smiles. Sharp little teeth. "What, ya think our foxes pets?" Blinking, Lark struggled for a reply. She had thought that, and the realization sent a flush to her dark cheeks along with the new fear. Fear of offending her hosts, fear of being eaten by scary beast folk. She said, and Radha snorted and looked over the ruins again. "We done talk it around," said the Corvish woman. "Humans forget their ancestors and that's fine, mixed blood done need to know. Winds think we spiritists, true. We call the spirits, praise 'em, offer to 'em. Serve 'em and they serve us. We send our mixed bloods out to do our work in the human world, so no one guess we not human. But we Chirinane. Foxes, children of the slinker, Daxphora. Our cousins Teokilane, crows from up in the Smoky Mountains. Yes, seen 'em perchin', watchin' over our compound. We work together but not too close. Few enough changers now to go breedin' more mixed bloods fair fun. But that why ya here, yeah? Fair our way why the spirits." Lark nodded slowly. She had only hinted at Trevere's request before, and the thought of explaining it now made her nervous. She overtopped Radha by a head and certainly outweighed her, but she was no fighter. Even without knowing that the Corvish woman was a skin changer, she would have been wary of saying something that could start a fight. Radha leaned against a tree and tilted her head, hooking her thumbs in her braided belt. "So? Yeah, done ya sightseeing? Now talk. Deep breath. Remember, it's not your deal, it's his. I'm just the messenger," she said out loud. "There's a man who should be in Thinbell by now. An imperial. An abomination. He sent me to you to ask for help." Radha's rusty brows rose, but her expression did not change. What would an imperial abomination want from the spirits? To help kill the guardian vessel. The Corvish woman's eyes widened and Lark tensed, expecting some fierce outburst. But Radha only said, "Why would spirits help kill Ezengat?" "Not Ezengat. The man." A guilty twinge went through Lark as she thought of Cobb. Poor fool. She could not say that she had liked him, but he deserved better than this. He's fallen into windish hands, she continued. The Gold Army. The abomination wants him dead for personal reasons, but killing him would set the Great Spirit free. What personal reasons? That's not really my place to speculate. Radha cocked her brows again. Don't care about your place, she said harshly. Tell me why this abomination would set Isengard free. We know they've been hunting her fair ages. Why change their minds? Her? She the heart of the dark elements. Shade giver, life shaper, swaddler the womb. Neither of 'em really man or woman, but Isengard, we call her she. All right, Lark said, thinking, she's really got the wrong vessel then. Well, I think, the abomination loves him. Radha gave her a flat look. Exasperated, Lark said, what? It's what I think. Him and the vessel, they were friends, for real, maybe, and it scrambled Trev the abomination all up. It's not Isengard he wants to set free, it's Cobb. That's the vessel's name, Cobb. I dunno what the Imperials are planning to do, but I gathered that if they destroy Isengard, they destroy Cobb's soul too. The abomination said he'd kill Cobb himself before that could happen. And yet trust this abomination? No. But he's totally crazy over this. I believe that part. And what he want from us? Spirit aid. He knows the Gold Army wards against the Carry, but he says they can't keep spirits out. Radha showed her teeth in a sneer of amusement. True. Men were taught magic by wraiths but never learned it right. I don't think he cares what happens to him after, so long as the deed's done. So you could cut down one more abomination. Ya got no care for him? Just pity. Radha made a thoughtful sound and tapped her chin with a finger, looking up at the trees. Lark looked as well. Two crows watched them silently from the ice-crusted heights, huge crows, like the ones from the perches in Canrath Nairai. From this distance, they made Lark think of cloaked figures hunched on the branches. She said, just as one of them unfurled its wings and floated down to the snow beside them. Lark squelched the urge to step back. The bird was big enough to peck her in the navel. She had never thought something with feathers could be intimidating, but when the crow cocked its head and fixed her with a beady yellow eye, a chill went through her. Yeah, want Tioki Lane. They speak why spirit's the best, Radha said as the crow hopped toward Lark and peered up at her. It was not entirely black, piebald spots marked its throat and breast and tipped its wings. Nervously she inclined her head to it, figuring that politeness always helped, and it clacked its beak once, giving her a glimpse of tiny reptilian teeth. Then a shudder rippled through it, and it ducked its black head. Its wings shifted in their sockets, rolling forward like shoulders with a crackling sound of bone and sinew. Lark recoiled in alarm as feathers fluffed, then receded, and the bird spread its clawed feet for balance as it straightened into a more human stance. Not entirely human. It still stood on claws, awkwardly, with narrow crooked legs coated in black scales and a thin, ribby body, hunched shoulders and long, long fingers. As it raised its head, Lark sighed in relief to see no beak, but a sharp, hatchet-nosed face under a bristle of black hair. Feathers still sprouted from its arms and shoulders and down its spine, its tail sweeping the snow, and though it was naked she could not guess at gender. There was nothing visibly genital about it. Ya might have stood by a rock so's I could perch, it said to Radha in a hoarse voice. The woman shrugged indifferently. Lark twisted her hands together, telling herself not to show her sudden glee. A black corvish. Few shadowfolk had ever seen one, they were reclusive, elusive, and left most of the business dealings to their red corvish kin. Getting to know them, getting to a familiarity with them where she might broker her own deals without the red middleman, gave her another advantage over the shadowbloods who might try to force her out. The black corvish scratched itself through its feathers with clawed forefingers and looked up at her with interest. Yeah, abomination no we curious, it said. We always in fair trouble. But what can we do in a human place, eh? Fly down into a dungeon? Slink a fox into a garrison? Better a goblin fare that. Thinbell far and well citified, and we can be city beasts when we need, but not easy. And we not the wolves. We done storm castles. Lark grimaced and held out her hands apologetically. I don't really know what he's planning. I'm not sure he does either. All I know is he thinks this is important enough to your folk that you'd help. The teokylane tapped the side of its nose with a foreclaw, the other fingers tucked against its palm. Its yellow eyes searched her face, then abruptly it nodded. Got anything of his? No, I don't think so. TCH. Making us work ferret. I'll go chat why Zolvan Tokiel. The teokylane flashed a toothy grin at her, then stepped back and shook its shoulders. Like long hairs, feather shafts slid from its bare skin and fluffed out their veins. In a matter of moments, its arms were wings again. It stretched its jaw wide as the feathery fuzz spread, then snapped it shut as a beak. A bird once more, it cocked its head at her, then hopped past and flashed out its wide wings as it took off over the ruined city. Lark stared after it until it was just a speck in the pale sky. Then she glanced up to the other crow blithely preening in its tree, and back to Radha, who looked smug. What? Lark said. Nothin', Lena. Done ya worry. Zolvan Tokiel always go fair the fun stuff. Fun? Lark shook her head ruefully and wondered what she had gotten into. At the top of the last decline that led to Thinbell, Darilan Trevere reined in his horse. The pale wolf stood in the middle of the road, watching him. He did not know why it had chosen to follow him instead of Lark. It seemed logical, the skin changer should go to where the skin changers laired, not pursue the Imperial. But here it was, and here it had been for the 2 days since he had parted from Lark, shadowing him through the trees, never quite emerging. Now, with it out in the open, he was reminded of its size. The 10 Skyhorse was a light, small beast, Darilan's height at its shoulder, and the wolf came up to its chest high enough for Darilan to plant his boot on its back without straightening his leg. Even from yards away, it was an intimidating creature, its pale eyes inscrutable. Darilan struggled to interpret the beast's behavior. Its ears were up, and he thought that was good, but the arch of its back warned him off. Beneath him, the Skyhorse shifted restively. It was used to the wolf's shadowing, but not this. What is it? He called out. He knew it understood. The wolf did not move. Its tail stood out stiff, its legs splayed just slightly. Those eyes stayed fixed on him. In the wan light its coat looked silvery like the slush around it, and bristled with the suggestion of defensive quills. It's angry, he thought. What did I do? If he had carried a crossbow, he would have just shot it. With Thinbell in sight, his nerves were on edge, his mind buzzing with dangerous plans. He needed to get down there and set things in motion, find Cobb, finish the job. Not muck around with the wildlife. But when he tapped the horse's flanks, it did not move, only laid back its ears. The wolf stood its ground. Piss on this, he muttered. His left arm itched badly, the skin crawling under the black bracer. He was not sure he could fight a skin changer. Louder, he said, if you had a problem with the plan, you should have spoken earlier. But feel free to speak now. Or don't you know how? The wolf's lips curled, showing its teeth. Darilan's hand slid to Serinda's hilt. But then the beast bowed its head and shrugged its shoulders in a strangely human way. Across the distance, Darilan heard the sound of joints crackling, and the guttural groan of a creature caught between pleasure and pain. Silver hair spilled like a mane from its scalp, and its back stretched, bones shifting beneath the skin. When it straightened, it still wore a bestial face, but its eyes were alive with intelligence. It rose to its hind legs, lean and muscular and spikily pelted, with claw-tipped hands instead of paws. The Skyhorse backstepped, split hooves clicking on the stone road. Darilan tightened his grip on the reins. Can you speak? He said. Yes. Half cough, half growl, the word came roughly from the creature's throat. It paced forward and the horse shied back again. Ile-Rien let go of Serindas and held up his empty hand, and the wolf creature halted, still eyeing him dangerously. It did not stand like a man, but on its clawed toes, with its stiff tail keeping balance from the back. "What's the problem?" Ile-Rien said. The creature showed its teeth again. "You say kill him. You didn't object earlier." Thinking. Ile-Rien snorted, and saw the skin changer's ears twitch at the sound. "Following me all this time, just thinking about whether or not you cared? You shouldn't. You don't know him. I'll be doing your people a favor if this works. Not trust. So you think I won't follow through?" The skin changer nodded its huge, shaggy head, and Ile-Rien allowed himself a modicum of relief. "Well, don't worry," he said. "There's nothing I can do that will make things worse." The skin changer's ears laid back, and it sneezed in disbelief. "Yes, jinxing myself. But it's the truth. If he's even still in Thinbell, he won't be there for long. They'll send him to the palace and then your precious spirit will be dead. Bad for you, bad for me. With my plan, things will just be bad for me. So cheer up and get out of the way." "Why?" "Because I said so." No, the skin changer took another step forward, and this time the skyhorse lowered its little horns instead of backing off. An eerily human chuckle came from the skin changer, and it said, "Ask why you betray." "I went over this with Lark," Ile-Rien said, annoyed. "You were there." "No. You say because friend. And that's why. What does it matter to you, wolf?" "Arik. They have names? Fine. What does it matter to you, Arik? I bear my withered little soul and it's just not good enough?" "Maker's game," said the skin changer. Ile-Rien stiffened in the saddle. "I don't know what you mean." The skin changer pointed its muzzle at his arm and he realized that he had his hand on Serindas again, the hungry pulse of the blade insinuating itself into his consciousness. For a moment he thought he could do it, pull the blade and fling it into the nosy beast's face, let it drink its fill and silence the questions. Skin changers weren't supposed to question. They were animals. He saw the skin changer's ears flatten back, like it had sensed his thoughts. "Relax. You don't need to fight right now, not with a creature that could rip you limb from limb. You have a mission, and it doesn't know what it's asking." "What game?" It said. "Nothing. I'm on your side in this. I know someone in Thinbell who can get me in, and then I'll open the way for the Corvish if they can help. If not, I'll do it myself. That's all." The skin changer cocked its head, pale eyes narrowed slightly. "What game?" "No game." "No game, all right? I'm not playing around. I will kill him. I'll kill anyone who tries to stop me. I don't care what happens after that. Do you understand?" For a long moment the skin changer just watched him, ears perked but somehow dubious. Then, slowly, it nodded. "How help?" "I don't know. You should have gone with Lark to the Corvish. Can't have a huge wolf following me through town, I don't need that kind of attention. Just, stay in the woods. Keep watch for crows or something." The skin changer sat back on its haunches, still watching Ile-Rien narrowly. Then, with a huff, it leaned down and stretched its long limbs, and the crunch of changing joint structure started again. Ile-Rien winced as he watched the spine pop back into lupin alignment. It did not look pleasant. With a final inscrutable look, the wolf turned away. Ile-Rien tracked it to the edge of the woods, then kicked his heels to the skyhorse's sides and let it have full rein. No more delays, no hesitation. No thought for consequences. It was time. From the trees atop the hill, the wolf watched the hunter go. Then slowly, almost casually, it began its own descent to the city. Chapter 18: The Flight. Cobb. He opened his eyes and blinked in the sunlight. A boy was crouched before him, brows furrowed under his knit cap, and for a moment Cobb could not put a name to the face, though it was desperately familiar. Round and fair, with a worried look. Ile-Rien. Ile-Rien? He echoed. The boy brightened, a grin replacing his frown. You had me worried, bonehead. Went off the path and everything. Feeling all right? Cobb blinked slowly. His head felt foggy. He looked down at his mittened hands, then past Ile-Rien to the stones that loomed around them. Cliffs. They were on a rock outcropping, Cobb with his back to the cold wall and Ile-Rien just beside him, and ahead Cobb saw the chasm and the cliff face across it and knew that they were in Senket's Scar. They were in Carrion, on one of the narrow paths that ran between the village of Richalnes and the Silver Falls, far above the river. Of course I'm in Carrion. Where else would I be? Cobb shook his head vigorously, puzzled by the thought. He looked himself over again. Nothing seemed to be wrong, no pain, nothing missing. Ice and mud on his clothes, but that was normal. I went off the path. Yeah. Slipped, said Ile-Rien, still crouched beside him. You still want to go on, though, right? Cobb bit his lip abruptly. He did not want to say where were we going. Ile-Rien would laugh at him. Ile-Rien was his only friend, the only one who came up from town to where he and his parents lived in the cliffs over the valley. The only one that would brave Cobb's father. Yeah. Course, he said instead, and fumbled at the wall for a grip. Ile-Rien stood as he did, and he tested his legs and found them sturdy. I slipped? Come on, said Ile-Rien, beckoning as he shimmied down the side of the outcrop. Cobb stood for another moment, looking back the way they had come. Richalnes lay there, pressed like a thumbprint into the cliffs, a montane valley connected to the rest of the world by a single bridge. Its entry was near invisible from this vantage, but the bridge hung like a cobweb strand across the wide chasm. Cold mist veiled the depths below. In the other direction, half hidden by the curve of the scar and the shimmering mist, he glimpsed the waterfall. It rose much higher than their path, an icy cascade born of the high country glaciers, and something shone there in the cleft it had cut. Not the shine of sunlight on ice, but... Come on, Cobb. Cobb rubbed at his nose with his mitten inside. He felt like he had forgotten something important. Come on, you sluggard. With a grunt, he turned from the view and slid down the rock after Ile-Rien, rejoining the fair-haired boy on the ledge below. Ile-Rien grinned sharply and started ahead, one hand on the cliff wall and one trailing through the cold mist that drifted by on the updrafts. Cobb followed. The rocks were mostly free of ice, the sun almost warm on his brow, and he knew it was late spring. Not the best time to explore, but better than watching the goats. If you keep sludging around, the Firebird'll be gone before we get there, Ile-Rien said over his shoulder. Firebird. Of course. That glow in the cleft was the Firebird, he recognized it now. What Ile-Rien had asked him out here to see. The Firebird trapped by the ice, finally fighting free. His heart lifted at the thought. They were going to help the Firebird get free. Be heroes. His steps had lagged, but now he picked up the pace. Through his thin-soled boots he felt each bump and jag of the path, and walked them with practiced ease. For years he had clambered up and down the cliffsides above the valley, following the goats in their wild wanderings. A flat path, no matter how narrow, was no problem. I'm 8, he thought, then wondered why he had thought that. Of course he was. Of course he was. He stopped suddenly and shook his head, and the world whirled around him. A phantom sensation crossed his brow as if something had been stuck there. When he opened his eyes, he saw mist drifting up like streamers from the ravine. Long white streamers. Blinking, slightly dizzy, he reached out and watched them coil around his hand. What? He murmured. The whiteness twined through his fingers, ghostly. He looked ahead and saw that Ile-Rien had halted too. His friend was just watching him, silent, one hand on the wall and the other at his side. Above and beyond him, the cleft of the waterfall glowed like a frozen sun. Mist trickled along his mitten and up his sleeve like tiny seeking fingers. His skin prickled and he tried to pull back. But it was no longer ghostly. It locked around his wrist in a cold band and yanked, and if his other hand had not convulsively gripped the rock wall, it would have pulled him right off the ledge. As it was, his heel slid and his shoulder twinged painfully in its socket, and he yelped in surprise. And saw the ravine. No longer an endless misty depth, it seethed now with white streamers that rose like an incoming tide. From end to end, empty air solidified into cords that reached blindly toward him. He tried to recoil but the streamer kept pulling. More of them crept over the ledge to lash for his legs. His fingers tightened on the rock but he felt them slipping, the mitten not aiding at all. Ile-Rien! Help! He shouted, frightened. His friend did not move. Gritting his teeth, he clung to the rock. His shoulder felt like it would tear off, and the streamers pulled one leg free of the path, dangling him over the white tide. I wanna stay. He yelled at the motionless boy. I'm sorry I strayed. I wanna go with you. Ile-Rien bowed his head and turned away. Confusion and hurt roared up, momentarily stronger than the fear. Kade fought the streamers, struggling to watch Ile-Rien even as they hooked around his neck and turned his face away, but between one blink and the next, the boy was gone. No! Kade shouted. His fingers snapped free of the rock and suddenly he was falling, the ledge flashing by darkly as the whiteness spun him and drew him down. A shrill cry split the air. Wings passed his face in a rush, white against white. He felt the bond on his wrist snap, felt the streamers tear from his limbs, and suddenly the world swung again. The white river became the sky. He plummeted like a stone from it, watching wisps flail after him too slowly, watching a white shape dart among the threads, screaming like a raptor. Wind tore at his back, stealing his hat and mittens and swirling them brightly against the blankness. He saw his hands, for a moment small as a child's before they lengthened and roughened and grew scars. Pike me, he thought as his memory returned. The white shape flashed by again, diving down. A large ringhawk, unusually albino, its talon and wing markings standing out boldly. He turned after it and saw the darkness below, an endless plain of swamp and muck and black ruins. Familiar desolation. The hawk flared its wings and he spread his arms in response, and felt his feathers catch the wind. So now I'm a bird, he thought, the panic fading. How did that happen? Far below, a white speck moved against the darkness. The ringhawk banked toward it and Kade followed suit. As he descended, the terrain became clearer. Boggy marshland split by a ribbon of bulwarked earth, a raised road. Upon that road marched an army of brutal figures, massive and dark-skinned and clad in hides and painted wood. Their polished tusks gleamed in the weird skyglow. Ogres, he thought. He had never seen full-blooded ones before. As he cruised over the ranks, dodging pennants and spears, he saw other creatures striding among the ogreish soldiers. Foxes and wolves, stags and great cats, heavy-flanked boars and plated bulls, some bipedal and draped in armor, some four-footed like beasts. Serpents and crows spied from atop the pennant perches. They took no notice when he passed. Far ahead, the land buckled upward. A cluster of red rock spires rose from the wrinkled mountains. Varaku? He thought, but there was no rift beyond them. The mountains they perched on were soft and low, well-worn, not at all the high plateaus he remembered. And if it was Varaku, then this swamp should be Badlands, with the Loscanon River cutting straight through. Instead, there was nothing but bog. Ahead, the ringhawk fluttered to rest upon the white figure. He cast aside the questions and swooped after it. Only when he drew close did he realize that the figure was another ogre. He banked away quickly and came back to circle, staring down. He strode at the head of the column, a massive bone-tipped spear slung across one shoulder and the hawk perched on the other. Even from above, Cobb saw his protruding tusks and the jut of his deep red jaw. The white came from the ogre's incongruous armor, heavy, patterned plates of ivory as impressive as that of a Jernizan knight, with backplate and spalders curved together to form stubby, wing-like filigrees. Something about it was familiar, the armor and the ogre both. Cobb swooped another circle over them and wondered why not even the white ringhawk seemed to notice him now. "They are memories," came a gravelly voice from below. "You and I alone exist." Cobb wheeled about, surprised, and found an ogre watching him, a female, tusked and heavyset like her companion but rounder of features, ebon-skinned, crowned with a headdress of beads and braids. Serpents draped her shoulders and entwined her arms like living jewelry. Beneath them she wore black armor etched with patterns of fur and scales. She raised her hand toward him and reluctantly he fluttered down to perch, feeling tiny. His claws barely wrapped around her first finger. "All have returned to the spirits now," she said quietly, nodding toward the dark army. Her voice was like grinding stone, throaty and deep and sad. "My friends, my allies. And my Kirua." Cobb followed her gaze to the ivory-armored ogre, then looked up at her. "Who are you, Dot?" "I am Vina Treecare, wise woman of the river waders. I have called to you before, but only now do you hear me." Called. He thought spoke. This felt like a dream, maybe a nightmare, but he was surprised to realize he was not afraid. He had not been dragged in by those dark gauntlets like every time before. Instead, it seemed, the roles were reversed. "Isn't this a dream?" "No, child. You have not truly dreamed since we came to you. The enemy drew a veil across your mind that we have struggled to pierce. Before now we could merely whisper. But..." Cobb thought back to Baller, to the blood in his blackout and Lark's words. "But you're the guardian. You controlled me." Venus smiled, a crook of her lips around the tusks that deformed her mouth, and shook her head. "The abomination, your friend. He called upon a power that put your soul to sleep, and awakened a splinter in your place. They have done many terrible things to you, Ile-Rien, but while we cannot fight past the veil upon your mind, we can certainly overpower a mere splinter." "A splinter? I don't understand." She looked past him again, to the ivory-armored ogre and the hawk on his shoulder. She still marched with them, the dark army filling the road behind her with its heavy grunts and footfalls, the rustle of armor and breath. "A piece of a soul, struck from the whole and forced into another," she said. "A spy, a saboteur. A whisper in the mind." Cobb blinked. "The ringhawk? Ile-Rien? He's my friend." "No, he is not. But he helped me. Just now, he fought off those tendril things." For a moment, Vina was silent. Then she nodded slowly, frowning around her tusks. "True. We thought that you would be lost to us, but it brought you here. Unexpected. Where's here? How come we can talk now?" "This is my memory," she said, sweeping a hand out to indicate the vast expanse of swampland and the red mountains. "The piece of me that remains. Long ago I returned to the spirits, and my bones to the earth, but my time in service to the guardian lingers. We speak because you are in the depths. Awake, you live on a sheet of ice above a lake, perhaps you see things stirring below, but they cannot touch you. Asleep, you are in the water. The Imperial's veil holds you like a net close to the surface. We have reached for you, tried to tug you down to us, but it resists, and so do you. It is not wrong to do so. We are not the only dark creature waiting in the depths. We are not the only force that would pull you under. But you do not need to fear us. If you let yourself, you can breathe underwater. See in the dark. Now the net is torn. The enemy hurt you mortally and you have fallen deeper than sleep. But the enemy's minions reweave the net, and your friend, your hawk, it meant to lure you back up to the trap. I do not know why it changed its mind." Cobb tilted his head. "So I'm hurt? Am I dying?" "No. While they fight to mend your veil, we mend your body. We are bound to you and will not see you die. And more shock, did I kill him? You severed his connection to that puppet body. He is not so easily slain. He's your other half, right? The Ravager. But you helped me fight him. Vina sighed and looked to the white-armored ogre. There was such sadness in her deep-set eyes that Cobb almost regretted asking. He is our other half, yes, she said in a soft rumble. But even spirits can stray from their purpose. I do not desire this conflict, but... Her gaze snapped forward, and he looked that way as well. The bog ahead of them shimmered oddly as if seen through a heat haze. Beneath that shimmer, the black earth and water was laced with seams of white, like spreading frost. As he watched, it stretched itself to cover more of the swampy ground, edging toward the marching column. What is it? He thought at Vina. The ogress shook her head grimly, the stone beads in her headdress clattering on her armor. The veil menders. They seek your mind, to enfold it again in their forgetting embrace. I must send you onward, to a stronger place. I cannot protect you. A stronger place? Do I just fly there? He thought. I don't even know why I'm a bird. You are a child of two clans, made human by their joining. Your soul remembers its ancestors. Blackbird serves you better than deer now, smaller, faster, and so long as the Ravager is not here, you are safe in the air. Go now. Seek the others. I pray that they can shelter you. He thought to respond, but she threw him into the air with a flick of her wrist, and he flared his wings out instinctively, flailing for a moment before catching an updraft. It lifted him into the sky, the dark bog withdrawing to a black plain that disappeared beneath the encroaching frost. Beyond it, all was white. Horizon to horizon and the full arch of the sky, blank white. A hawk's cry rang through the emptiness. His prey animal heart skipped a beat. He heard the flick of wings behind him and veered away, panicky, but the claws he expected to feel never struck him. The white ringhawk sped by in a rush of air and cried again, sharp and harsh against the echoless expanse, then glided ahead like a shadow on snow. Despite his fear, Cobb pursued it. Many times he lost it against the sky. It was fleeter than him, nearly invisible, and it made him feel like a man flailing through water after a fish. But each time he thought it gone for good, he heard its cry and saw its shape momentarily outlined against the white. So fierce was his focus that he did not notice the return of the landscape until he caught the scent of smoke. Looking down, he saw that the bog was gone. In its place stretched a ravaged patchwork of towns, fields and grassland, burning and burnt. Rivers gleamed like copper beneath the pall of smoke. Ahead, the blackened lowlands mounted steadily toward saw-toothed, granite-spine cliffs from which rose a tower like a sliver of bleached bone. He flew higher, trying to avoid the smoke even as he stared down at the devastation. Strange shapes moved within the fire-cloaked towns and blasted fields, massive, unearthly insect shapes, wide and flat and shiny as glass, with flickers of opalescent wings that reflected the flames. Further on, they piled in squirming waves upon the hills, seeking to collar the lone tower. The white ringhawk slanted downward, arrowing for the tower's top. Chasing it, Cobb saw the great black smudges around the tower's spiral of windows, and the flat glassy expanse of ocean beyond its high ridge, and recognition struck. His stomach sank. The tower in my dream, he thought. The pillar of the sea. On the heels of that memory came another, more shock. 6 sacred places, each with a seal. At the crenellated top, 3 figures crouched around a grand arcane sigil, drawing its last lines in smoldering chalk. 2 wore ragged, smoke-stained robes, while the third was armored in pure white. A fourth waited at the tower's lip, black-clad, and turned to watch the birds as they circled down. The hawk landed on the shoulder of the white-armored figure, who never twitched. As Cobb descended, the guardian lifted his arm to provide a perch. Cobb's small claws clicked on the black gauntlet as if on stone. Like Vina, the man wore armor etched with fur and scales, but his face was human, grizzled and square, with short-cropped hair and beard and the deeply tanned skin of a desert dweller. Over one shoulder hung a strange weapon on a strap, a sword-like implement with a short span of straight blade that then bent in a deep curve. A khopesh, carved from a single great piece of greenish bloodstone. Hard, discerning eyes met Cobb's as he brought the little bird in close. "So you have come at last," he said. "I know you. I've been you. Who are you?" The grizzled man bowed his head to Cobb. Gray flecked his dark hair at the temples and along his jaw, and deep weariness etched his strong features. "I am called Jaranek the Stonehand. I served as guardian in the 501st year of the true imperial age." "What do you mean, true imperial?" "Your emperor marks the time since his realm's inception, though it has been less than 2 centuries. The empire of my people still persists as it has for 2 millennia. Our age never ended." Cobb blinked at the man, then looked around at the tower. Above them, the sky boiled with clouds, red from the reflections of the fires. The stink of smoke and burned flesh pervaded the air, wafted up by the hot wind. The place felt abominably real. "This place is a memory too? From how long ago?" he asked. 1400 years. "Why are we here?" He looked to the arcane sigil and its makers. He remembered his dream, dimly, the completed seal, the lines of light crawling across the sky, the female mage knifing her fellow survivor. The feeling of triumph, then rage. "This was my last act as a vessel of the Guardian," Jaranek said. "This place, this time, is the end of a war, the deathbed of an empire, wrought by its own hand." "It was called Lyselhan. Like the sea?" "Yes. Like the sea. But why was the Guardian here?" "For the life of the world. Look." Jaranek held his arm out over the drop, and Cobb peered down cautiously from his perch on the man's wrist. Monstrosities ringed the base of the tower like seething iridescent scales, clawing and tumbling over each other in a constant struggle to climb its smooth facade. They were the massive insects he had seen in his flight, but from here he saw that they had faces, twisted human visages cast in pale glass, mouths pulled wide by mandibles, eyes segmented 1,000-fold. Useless vestigial wings, writhing tentacles, pincers and spikes and barbs decorated their shining bodies, some like ants, some like beetles, a few like giant mantises with the upper bodies of beautiful women, but most like nothing he had ever seen before. A great susurrus of sound rose from them, a chorus of whispers. It sent chills through his small form. "What are they?" he thought in horror. Kuthra called them stellar locusts. "They come from the outside, the lighter realms. Like the Kayahin, what you call wraiths. They're wraith creatures?" "No," said Jaranek. "Something else. They did not find their own way here, they were summoned. In the late days of this war, the mages of Lyselhan sought a greater power, a power beyond the magic that the wraiths had brought to us. Each empire had its mages, so each battle had become a deadlock. Vast swaths of land were burned to desert by the clash of powers, and so the Lyselhanians quested for something that would overwhelm their enemies. Annihilate them. I do not know how they learned to open the way to the lighter realms, only that they did. And that all of those involved perished along with their city. But the path remained open, and through it came the locusts. At first, we were merely amused, my people. Our enemy had destroyed itself. But the locusts flooded the countryside, and soon we saw that they would not stop. They devoured all in their path and swiftly encroached upon our border. And the path, like a rip in the very fabric of the world, continued to grow. None could go near it, but one could see its fierce glow from hundreds of miles away, even in daylight. We are far from it. This pillar stands at the southernmost tip of Lyselhan, nearly 1,000 miles distant, but even this was at the cusp of being overrun. We are here because we were sent by the Council of Empires. As the locusts spilled across their borders, they realized that they could no longer laugh at the misfortune of their enemy, and that the time had long passed for direct action against the pathway. Because they knew that the threat came from outside, they made the decision to seal the world. There have long been sacred sites in this world, each attuned to an element, myriads of them, more ancient than the Great Spirit itself, all scattered throughout the vastness of earth and sea. It was decided that 6 of these would become seals, through which the life of the world would be tapped and used to eject the influence of the outside, forever closing ourselves off from it. This was to be the seal of water. Mages and spirit speakers were sent here to prepare this space and begin the ritual. Other teams were dispatched to the 5 other sites, all of them outside Lyselhand's borders. Assassins struck them, the deranged adherents of doomsday cults, but they fended off the assaults and made their seals. Yet the 6th seal was never made. The communications from here claimed that all was well, but the locusts continued to spread. Messengers, soldiers and mages were sent to discover the problem, but none survived to report. The Council of Empires beseeched us to go where mortals could not. To finish the seal. When we arrived, it was already as it is. The locusts surrounding the pillar, its insides gutted by fire and murder. This, he said, gesturing to the tableau on the roof, is where we came to our end. You have seen some of it. The traitor, the beginning of the sealing. Did you complete it? Cobb thought. Yes. And, what happened? Jaranek shook his head slightly and cast his gaze to the white-armored figure. I have seen the world through many eyes since then. Enough to know that we succeeded. But the sealing had incredible power behind it, and struck down from the sky like spears of flame. I felt the earth lurch and crack. Then the sea rose to consume us, and the guardian left me. And your ravager? Kuthra? I do not know. Cobb shifted on his clawed feet, uncomfortable. This was quite a slice of history, but... Morshak was trying to tell me about the seals, and you interrupted him. Jaranek's expression hardened. We would not have your view of events corrupted by his words. But you must know that it is happening again. What, the outsiders? But if the world is sealed. The hawk took flight suddenly from the ravager's shoulder. Jaranek and Cobb turned to watch it rise into the sky. Beyond its outstretched wings, the smoke had gone white and blank. And our scales, Jaranek cursed. Here they come again. We thought this place would be strong enough. Where do I go? Do I follow Ile-Rien? I see no other way. The old guardian looked to Cobb, expression grave. But do not trust it. I know. We will speak again. With that, he flung his arm out and Cobb lifted off, black wings catching the hot wind. It swept him fiercely skyward, and the next time he glanced down, the pillar was a mere speck in a whitening world. Something glimmered in the air before him. He veered instinctively. It swayed toward him and for a moment he saw it clearly, a fine filament descending from the sky like a fishing line. Beyond it, hundreds more stirred in the hot air, their tips rising as if anticipating his passage. Fear clutched at his heart, but before the filaments could strike, a shadow fell across him. The hawk shrieked from above. Instinct made him dive and he felt the hawk dive too. In its path the filaments rippled away as if pushed by an unfelt wind. They knifed downward together, fast approaching a turquoise sea. The burned fields and the pillar had vanished, leaving an archipelago of islands like pearls in placid water. The hawk shadow cut for the largest and he followed, relieved by the return of color and life. On the rocky beach walked a dark figure. Cobb angled toward it and the hawk shadow rushed on ahead, sweeping past the guardian and down the curve of the beach. This guardian did not pause in his step, or hold out his arm. Cobb circled him once, taking in the tan skin and black hair shaved into a narrow crest, the 2 swords at his hip. Another circle and he came to alight on the man's shoulder carefully. The man glanced sidelong at him and smirked. Hoi, kid, he said. Cobb blinked. Only his people used kid like that. You're Karendrixie? Real bad Karendrixie. Erosii the younger. Erosii? Aloyan Erosii? You can't be. the younger, I said. And if there were rules about who couldn't be a guardian, they'd sure strike you off the list, kid. Cobb just stared at him. Ile-Rien Irosii, the first one, had practically founded Carindrer. When the lowland raiders had tried to conquer the Thundercloak Mountains and their tribes, it was Irosii who had delved into the forbidden strongholds of the Muri, the Silver Ones, to awaken them from their centuries of slumber and bring them to the aid of their human disciples. Irosii who had defeated the Silver Champions to prove the worth of his people. Irosii who had disappeared into the depths once the war had ended, embraced by the Muri as one of their own. Who Pekin gave you permission to use his name? He thought furiously. The Muri, kid. Is your skull that thick? What? No, but I never heard of you. I would have heard of you if you were worthy of the name. Irosii snorted. Right. Think what you want, kid. Making an effort to smooth his own hackles, Cobb thought, well, if you're an Irosii, what are we doing on an island? Why aren't we in Carindrer? We were. We came here. Why? We're following him. He pointed ahead toward the curve of the beach, and Cobb squinted. In the bright sunlight he could just make out a white figure at the edge of the water. Who's he? And what's he doing here? The Ravager. Opening the seals. What? But you just closed them, didn't you? Yeah, that's what I said. Irosii's upper lip curled in a snarl. He killed the previous guardian at the Seal of Fire, Ile-Rien, that volcano the crowfolk worship. I was tapped to defend the Seal of Metal at Howling Spire, but he threw me down the mountain, and he set the forest on fire at Duioncha so I couldn't get through. This one, Water, is the last seal left. You mean? Cobb looked around wildly. The rocky hills of the island looked suddenly familiar. Old, worn down by tide and time, but nevertheless the sea cliffs that he had just left. But, where's the land? Where's the pillar? What happened? Dunno. That was a long time ago. How can you not know? Don't really care. Cobb stared at him. Irosii did not return it. Listen, kid, he said, teeth bared as he stalked through the sand, I didn't ask to be marked for this. I'm not the guardian type. We're people of metal, you and me. We belong to the other side. But once it takes you, you can't just shirk the duty. This isn't little stuff we're talking about, this is the end of the world. But you won, right? The world is still here. Yeah. Great. Except I'm pretty sure I die shortly, so I don't know how that happened. Cobb had no idea what to say. He just stared ahead at the white shape of the Ravager as they drew closer. It had its back to them, and he saw now that it stood at the center of a wide, cracked circle of white stone, half under sand and half under water. The base of the pillar snapped down to its root. Why is he doing this? Piked if I know. Nobody asked? How do you ask someone who shoots fire at you the moment you show up? Privately, Cobb wondered. Morshak had never attacked him, not unprovoked. But this event was in the past. Whatever problems the Ravager host had caused then, it could not be the same Ravager host now. When was this? What year? 1485 Imperial. How long ago was that? Cobb thought of Jarenek's commentary, of nearly 2,000 years of true Imperial time, and counted quickly. About 400 years ago? 5? Sure, why not? You're really unhelpful. Well, pardon me for being a week's length from dying. Again. But this isn't real. It's a memory. Can't you just stop and talk? Irosii sneered. Perhaps, but I'm gonna put these blades through that bastard's face if it takes me 1,000 tries. With that, he broke into a ground-eating lope, the sand spitting back from his steps. Cobb hunched down against the wind and stared ahead at the nearing Ravager. A glow emanated from the wrecked pillar beneath him, the same glow Kade had seen in his tower dreams, when the seal had been forged. Coils of pale energy rose from it to echo the motions of the Ravager's hands. The hawk on his white-armored shoulder looked back as Ile-Rien entered the circle, then sprang into the air. Kade did the same, hearing blades slide from their sheaths even as he flapped hard to rise above the impending duel. While the hawk took off into the sky, Kade circled once, confused and interested but most of all angry. Here he was, locked in the depths of his own mind, hunted by weird tendrils and thrust around in time, and some idiot who claimed the name Ile-Rien had to go and start a fight. Then the Ravager turned, a whip of gathered energy sizzling in his hand, and Kade's little heart nearly stopped. More shock. It can't be. But as the whip lashed out, he knew it was true. A raptor-faced helm covered the figure's head, but the fighting style was the same, and though Ile-Rien dodged the first crack, the second took him across the shoulder where Kade had just recently perched. Spiders of white lightning spilled down the black armor. Ile-Rien grunted and staggered, then made a pulling motion toward the water with one blade-clutching hand. A low wave swept in to wash around the Ravager's shins. The whip of lightning dissipated with a crackle. Undaunted, the Ravager advanced upon Ile-Rien, and the moment his feet touched dry ground, the whip reappeared. Blades came up. Whip struck down. Light and thunder raged across the beach. Still circling, Kade shuddered with fury. The man who had killed Pale Cray, killed all of those guards, nearly killed Kade himself. There he was on a beach hundreds of years ago, doing exactly the same thing. A memory of him, acting out his evil over and over against Ile-Rien's futile attempts to kill him. Tucking his wings tight, Kade dove for the helm. The memories could not see or hear him, they were mindless. Not real. Maybe he could break them somehow and shake Ile-Rien from replaying the nightmare of his own death. Get some actual answers before the tendrils caught up. The Ravager turned. Kade froze in midair less than a yard away, his wings paralyzed at the start of their spread. Through the slits in the helm, too cold, pale eyes stared back at him. Beyond, Ile-Rien gaped in shock. The Ravager reached for Kade. He saw the talons that extended from the gauntlet fingers, the silver chasing on the armor, the feathers and scales, but most of all the easy malice that marked the curve of the man's mouth under the sharp edge of the helm. Then a shriek filled the world, and claws latched onto his small body. Wings pumped above him and he was torn free of the stasis, yanked into the air again. The Ravager shrank into the distance, still reaching after him as the white ringhawk hauled him skyward. It did not release him until the island was a pin spot in the sea. By then his heart had ceased to hammer so terribly, and he felt chastised. He had assumed wrongly, and it had nearly cost him everything. But this is my mind, he thought. How can he have power? Is he out there? In here? The hawk made no answer, only flew ahead, and he followed it at a respectful distance. They seemed to have outrun the tendrils. Below, the sea was dark, and the sky remained clear. After a while, Kade managed to relax and just watched the hawk for his cues. Here I am, still tagging along behind Ile-Rien all these years later. It was a fond thought. He had tried not to think about Carrion in the years he had been gone. He did not want to remember his time in the quarry, or his all-too-short life as a free child on the mountains. But memories of his first and best friend had a way of cropping up regardless, and they were pleasant. They had none of the shadows that had fallen over those of his parents. As he watched the hawk, he wondered what had become of the real Ile-Rien. He remembered glimpsing his friend's face in the crowd when he and his mother were led through the village in chains. Casting aside where that memory would lead, he tried to think of what might have happened after he was gone. Would his friend have defended him? The children of the village had always been hostile toward Kade, and taunted him when he went down with his father for supplies. The village was technically a part of the Low Country, and the villagers had no love for the high mountain folk who resisted the Imperials by cutting bridges and attacking caravans, people like Kade's father Turmoil. Kade had come to accept that his father was a traitor to Carrion and the Empire, and that he had gotten what he had deserved. But no, don't think about it. Think about Ile-Rien giving those kids a wallop for bad-mouthing you. He'd get disciplined, sure, but he'd stand his ground. And he'd keep living. He'd have a family by now. He was a little older. Maybe a village leader someday. Light knows it was hard to get him to shut up. Even though he had a beak now, Cobb felt himself smiling ruefully. Ahead, the light gleamed off the hawk's pristine feathers and he thought, a splinter of him. We never really parted. I wonder if he has a little piece of me in his mind, too. He could just imagine that. A grumpy little Cobb in the back of Ile-Rien's mind, telling him to beat up everyone. Then a faint howl reached his ears, bringing his attention back to the flight. The hawk banked on the wind and dipped downward, and he followed, staring at the landscape below. The dark sea had become dark woodland, mossy and hummocked and studded with great boulders. Soft mountains hunched in the distance, thick pelted with trees. On a rock in a green clearing, a black armored figure ceased its long howl and waved. Cobb turned toward it and saw the hawk turn the other way, tucking its shining wings before diving into the shadows of the woods. Down here! The guardian called, and Cobb lit upon her gauntlet wrist. He knew instantly that she was not human. She had the shape of one, but her face, under the fall of mahogany-brown forelocks, was too lean, too feral. Predatory. Her eyes were pale and slanted, and when she grinned he saw her long sharp teeth. There was something arresting about her gaze. He shifted anxiously but did not take flight. Finally, she said, her voice warm and husky. I wondered if I would ever meet you. You're a wolf. I am. He fluffed his feathers nervously. How do I know? He thought. You don't look much like one. The prey knows its hunter, she said. In here, you are aware. All humans sense the difference when we walk among them, but few can say why. They feel fear but they cannot see the threat, so they tell themselves it is nothing. They think they must be nice, they must get along like a good herd. They smile at us, and we smile back, like this. She gave him a sweet, close-mouthed smile, masking her teeth. You hunt people? We hunt prey. City prey, forest prey. It is the same. But people. One gauntlet finger rose to shush his beak. Her pale eyes held him. You are a young stag, Ile-Rien. You understand defending the herd. The wolf's path must seem monstrous to you, but we have followed it since the schism of spirits. We cull for the sake of all. Our prey has always been people, as we are people, as the children of the herd are people, and those of the burrower, the stalker, the fleeting step. They cannot be left unculled simply because they think, for all creatures think. But Cobb stopped before he could fully start. He was not here to bicker. Who are you? He asked instead. I am called Haura. Why did you haul me down? I wish to meet you, she said, seeming pleased. You have done so well despite the bonds upon you. Brave, strong, protective, you are very much a child of the stag. Cobb ducked his head, unsure how to take the compliment. Then an armored finger stroked down the back of his feathered neck and he skittered aside and looked up quickly. She smiled down at him with an expression of simple happiness, incongruous on her feral face. What are you doing? You are such a little bird. So cute. I have never had a little bird on my hand before. Cobb fluffed his feathers indignantly, and her pale eyes brimmed with amusement. Why are you not a stag, though? She said. You are much stronger in that blood. I am sure you would be lovely. Cobb thought. Despite the covering of feathers, he felt sure he was blushing. Flying is safer. Oh. I suppose, she said. Her shoulders sagged with disappointment. So, you just wanted to meet me? Haura shook her head and looked toward the woods, her expression sharpening. Of course not. There are things you must know, and Ile-Rien is a terrible guide. He and we should not have been guardians. He was a child of metal at heart. A fighter, a killer. A vessel for the Ravager, not the guardian. But since before Ile-Rien's time, the Ravager has held only one vessel. More shock. For 400 years? Somewhat more. How is that possible? Unlike our guardian, who enters and leaves our bodies at will, the Ravager rides its vessel until the vessel dies. And that one has not died. We fear that he may be immortal, that he has trapped the Ravager by its own chosen nature, never to be released. But I mean, how can he be immortal? Even spirits die, don't they? If killed. He is more spirit than flesh, and takes on false shapes to protect himself. We have tried many times to end him, with bad results. Why is he fighting you? We do not know. The Ravager has always been erratic. She bared her teeth at the last word, half grin and half snarl. In the beginning, it stole the bodies of Kade. Outsiders. It drank their souls and learned their magic. Such knowledge was invaluable when we fought them, but they have withdrawn now, mostly. They hide from the humans, as do we. But still the Ravager seeks power. Always it used the magic for our cause. You saw Jaren X Kuthra upon the pillar, creating the last of the seals. The impact of the sealing changed our world, causing the rift beyond Varaku and striking Lyselhan into the sea, and it killed every one of the mages that had cast it. Every mage that knew how it had been made. Except the Ravager. In the ages since the seals were made, there have been many attempts to break them. The forces from outside pried at the edges of our protections, and from the inside, their secret minions did the same. But never could they truly grasp the shape and form of the seals. Never could they pierce through with more than whispers. And for a time, we and the Ravager were at rest. The humans engaged in their petty conflicts, but we stood aside, for we saw that they had learned the cost of too much power and no longer threatened the world. I suppose we grew apart. It was only when he unwove the first seal that we realized something was wrong. And he opened all of them? Ile-Rien said that the seal of water was the last. Haura shook her head slightly, frowning. It was. He did. The seal of water is no longer branded upon the pillar. But the sealing itself, it remains. We do not know how, but though the seals are open, they are not gone. And there is only one entry point from the outside. Small, like a pinhole. Hidden. Is that why you were the guardian? To find it? Haura smirked. Yes. To think like the devious predator. To track him to his den. The guardian is not made for such things. It reacts, defends. It has never known how to attack. I am an eater of man and beast, and should not have been blessed by the guardian's presence, but it needed my instinct. My pack. And so we hunted. We tracked the Ravager's crooked path. We found him, changed in body but not in mind, and chased him through the empire until he came to roost there. She pointed, and Cobb turned to look. In the distance, cupped by a white valley, was a city that shone like ivory in the dark setting of forests. White walls and spires, white streets, white banners, white filigree of gates and flying buttresses all made a shape like a six-spoked wheel on the earth, the gaps filled with pools and parks and terraced gardens. Threads of white aqueduct and road sliced out from it, through the forest and up the hills in a delicate spiderweb. At the center of the wheel stood a great domed palace with a shining spire arising from its pinnacle, 6 diaphanous wings extended from it to catch the light. Cobb's heart stuck in his throat. It's Decia's city. The Imperial Palace. Yes, said Haura. The nest of the self-proclaimed Emperor of Light. A proper place for the scion of air and fire. We thought to approach the place in the forms of humans, but once we had passed the gates, my packmates began to act, strangely. Staring at things that were not there, listening for sounds that I did not hear. The gardens filled the air with so many fragrances that I could not sense what was wrong with them, and the radiance made my eyes ache. Within me, the guardian was perplexed, for though we were surrounded by trees and flowers and walked upon stone, she could not feel them, my packmates. As if they were part of a limb that had gone numb. And as we drew toward the palace, I realized that the streets were empty. The gardens empty, the rooftops, the beautiful houses. No people, no birds, no lizards. Not even insects. When I turned to speak of this to my pack, they attacked me. Haura shook her head grimly. They could not harm me, for I carry the guardian. I am stronger than any mortal pack. But they would not stop. My mate, my comrades. When I drew blood, I smelled the stink in it. I licked it from my claws and tasted corruption of a kind I had never known. I saw the madness in their clouding eyes, and knew that it would not be cleansed. They must be culled. I am only glad that I ordered my betas to stay behind with the cubs. And when it was done and I was alone, I heard the baying of hounds. I looked to the palace and saw the gates flung wide, a flood of pallid creatures emerging, some with spears and some with nets. And I knew that if they caught me, the guardian would never again roam the land. And so I ran, in disgrace and despair. And in the end, I came here, to this clearing, and I stood upon this rock to see if I had shaken my pursuit. But I had not. She turned, and on her gauntlet Cobb found himself pointed toward the tree line just below, where the hawk had vanished earlier. Through the shadows of the trees, he saw the familiar white figure emerging, its raptor-faced helm like a skull in the dark. In its left hand it held the coiled whip, in its right, the severed head of a massive wolf-like creature, jaw moving slowly as if searching for words. Cobb had no chance to stare. No sooner had he realized the head was still alive than Haura flung him into the air. He struggled for lift and heard her scream in rage, the sound deepening to a bestial roar. The hawk streaked past him and he followed it, heart pounding, the taste of fear metallic in his mouth. The clearing shrank away below, but from the corner of his eye he saw white strands unfurling from the wheel of the city and reaching down from the sky. As he mounted the air after the hawk, he knew that this time he would not escape easily. Raindrops struck his back. A moment later, lightning crashed down in a blaze of heat and sound. He nearly fell from the air in shock, but the bolt had not touched him. "You're fine, this is all in your mind," he thought, fighting panic. Half-blind, shaken, he felt something sting across his feathers and immediately tucked his wings in dove for safety. A net of threads unfurled beneath him, white on white. He tried to veer away in shoulder-straining desperation, but it was too close. Then the air turned to fire behind him, and a hot hand of force and thunder thrust him free. "Can't just interfere like that, sir," said a crackling voice in the sky. "Shut up, I almost had him." Another raging bolt, another swat of burning air. Cobb tucked his wings close, no longer able to tell which way was up. Buffeted by thunder and pelted by rain like hard pellets, he fell through the storm in skips and jags, praying silently, not even sure that the god he followed would not prefer to deliver him into the webs. And then, suddenly, a dark wall rose before him. He blinked, but it was real, a flat black cliff unmarred by the threads, with a tiny gap of deeper darkness in it. Below and above, the threads unreeled toward him as if they knew he might slip their grasp. "Or they're hurting me." Even as he thought that, he flared his wings and swerved toward the gap. Shelter was shelter. The threads bore down like closing jaws. Full sheets of them hung from the sky, bannering in the whipping wind, and from the earth they rose in snaky cords to clutch and snap at his heels. There was no more forest, no more clouds, only the whiteness and the wall and the storm, and as he angled for the gap, the world lit up once more in a tirade of lightning. Nothing touched him. He tucked his wings again and sped like an arrow for the dark. It was only when he was too close to swerve that he realized it was a curtain. He hit it at full speed, the breath blasting from his small body as oiled cloth wrapped him and then parted, sending him tumbling through. He hit a second curtain and then a woven rug, and for a long moment he just lay stunned, struggling to drag in air. It tasted of fur and wood smoke, water and stone, ozone from the storm that still crackled outside. A familiar atmosphere. Nostalgic. No. He struggled against the tide of memory. Bitterness and laughter, soft lowland songs, the wail of the winter wind. All came back to him with the sense of being small and helpless to stop the terrible things that were to come. His eyes stung and his fingers curled on the rug. Then, realizing that he had hands and arms again, he pushed himself up slowly to stare at the home he had left so long ago. It was smaller than he remembered. A single chamber in the cliffside, once natural but now chiseled round, with a hearth cut into one wall and a narrow age-worn passage in the other, just large enough for a child to crawl. Minimal furniture filled the rest of the space, the pallet bed in the back, a few woven baskets, and the low table in the center of the room. At the table sat the man who had died 9 years ago, whose death had set him on this path. Cobb swallowed thickly. "Father," he said. Chapter 19, Homecoming. Derniel, son of Rhythmer, raised his head to meet his son's gaze. Like the other guardians, he was armored, and just like in Cobb's memories he looked stern, his black eyes flinty, his long hair drawn back brutally tight in a high countryman's braid. Scars and weathering aged his face beyond its 30 years. Despite Derniel's neutral posture, Cobb felt suddenly that more than any of the others, he was facing someone with power. Authority. Someone who thought he was in control. That stoked his anger. Cobb scrambled to his feet, head nearly brushing the low ceiling, and glared down at the man, his hands fisting convulsively at his sides. 1,000 furious accusations tangled in his mind, born from nearly a decade of well-nurtured pain. Before he could speak, Derniel said, "I am sorry." It hit like a punch to the gut, knocking Cobb breathless. He grappled for coherence, and after a moment spat out, "Sorry? Sorry? That's all you can say? I did not wish for you to be involved. You committed treason. What did you think would happen?" Derniel sighed and tapped a gauntlet knuckle on the table. "Sit. We will speak." "No. Ile-Rien. No. I'm not a child anymore. You saw to that. I won't do as you say. I am not here to fight with you." "Then you shouldn't have come at all." Cobb gestured around the cave home, snarling. "You should have kept all this to yourself. I don't want to be here. They seek you. I am the last who can give you shelter. I don't want it." Cobb snapped, and barely stopped himself from kicking the table. Inhaling a sharp breath, he glared down at it, trying to wrestle his rage under control. Polished stones dotted its hatch-marked, hand-carved surface, the pieces for turnabout, his father's high country strategy game, and a sick feeling struck him as he looked at them. Derniel had been teaching him that night. Him with the black stones, Cobb with the white. "I don't want to be here," Cobb repeated. "I am sorry. But I will do what I must, to keep them from taking you." Cobb wrenched his gaze from the table with a low, bitter laugh. "They've already taken me," he said, touching the brand on his shoulder through his shirt. "They're seeking for my mind right now because they already have my body. They've had it since you left us." "I know. So what's the use? Why should I be on your side?" He locked stares with his father again, aware of the water in his eyes but fighting it, not willing to give in to the emotions that surged under the veneer of anger. He wanted so badly to fling himself across the table, to clamp his hands around the throat of the man who had ruined his life. The man who had not been content to simply destroy their family, but also Cobb's place in the empire and all peace of mind. "Why should I care?" Derniel's lips tightened. Cobb saw a muscle jump in his jaw, and felt a moment of satisfaction. "The others have shown you the past," he said. "What has happened before is now happening again. This does not move you?" "No. Why should it?" In his gut, Cobb knew that he was lying. What he had seen troubled him. But the vitriol demanded to be spat. I don't care about empires, or seals, or whatever you Pekin think you can involve me in. I don't care about the Ravager or that bastard Morshak. I never did. I wanted things to be how they were, to just be Pekin left alone, and you. You had to come snatch me into this. Why? You couldn't stand to see me be an Imperial? You couldn't stand it that I'd come to grips with the hand you dealt me? You had to come in and pike it all up anew? I came to save your life. Then why didn't you come save Mother's? The words hung between them. Viciously, Cobb wanted to scream them again, over and over, to stab them like knives at the cold, dead man across from him. It took effort to hold them in. Durnil flattened his armored hands on the table. I could do nothing, he said. She chose her own path. No. You did that to her. I did not hand her the noose, Ile-Rien. No more than you did. Cobb's sharp answer died on his lips. Involuntarily he took a step back, his father's last words striking deep. I didn't, he rasped. I did not say you. That's why you're here, isn't it? That's why you saved me. To punish me for turning to the light. His mind whirled as Durnil stared at him with blank incomprehension. The anger cracked. Underneath it, the tenebrous fear, the doubt, the hate, everything that had been stirred up by those wretched dreams finally rose like corpses long submerged, their faces pallid and accusing. He saw the quarry. The whips, the soldiers. The older men, the traitors, criminals. The grinning one. The rock in his own hand, hefted by a strength he had not known he possessed, a strength of outrage and shame. Then the blood. The guilt, confusion. The quarry's priest, speaking of a light that burned away all crime, all pain, a light of absolution. Her face when he told her his decision. Her whisper, you are old enough to choose, my son. You must do as your heart commands. The strange fear he had felt when she straightened, smoothed her rough prisoner's dress, and turned away. Something had emptied from her in that moment. Shaking, Cobb thrust himself away from the memory of the rope and the shadow, the guard saying, he doesn't need to see this. It was gone, 5 years gone. It was never his fault. Gauntlet hands clasped his shoulders. He raised his head only slightly, for his father was shorter than him. Night dark eyes commanded his gaze. This is why you hate me? Durnil said, his tone barely a question. Cobb tried to look away, but a hand caught his jaw and turned him back. He knew his cheeks were wet, but the embarrassment of being caught crying again was overwhelmed by the shame. Breathing thickly, he struggled to pack all the emotions back in, to crush them down into the tight confines where he had held them for so long. I don't know, he said. Durnil sighed slowly and released his chin. The other hand stayed on his shoulder like a stone. Son, my son, he said, and there was water in his voice too. Come. Sit. I am not your punishment. I am here to beg for your aid. Surprised and wrung out, Cobb let his father steer him to the table. The hand left his shoulder and he folded slowly down to the mat, staring at the white stones and their hatch marks as Durnil moved to sit across from him. The game was less than half played, only a few taken stones set apart from either side, off the board. We need you, said Durnil, leaning forward. You are the vessel now, and they have bound our spirit to you. They have indoctrinated you into the dreams of the light, hoping that you would carry us to our doom. But this is not a war between the light and dark, Ile-Rien. It is between our world and the outside, the things that would devour us all. Why do you people keep calling me that? Ile-Rien? It is your name. My name's Cobb. Durnil shook his head, smiling sadly. When you were born, I named you Ile-Rien. In the old tongue, it means hidden truth. The Imperials do not speak the tongue, and changed your name to suit their ears. So the other guardians got it from you. Yes. We share our knowledge, though sometimes we dispute over whose views are correct. We are from all times, all places. You have met only those with the strongest voices, those most capable of piercing the veil to reach you. To convince me, you mean? To tell me to turn my back on the light. You have already done that. Cobb shot a glare at his father, who returned the look calmly. You have, said Derniel. If you were faithful to your imperial light, you would not have fled it. You would have submitted to its punishment and been taken to the palace to be destroyed, as they have been trying to do since Haura's time. You made me run. No. We have influenced you, but we are buried deep. You ran on your own. Cobb looked down at his hands. Knotted together in his lap, they were covered in scars and calluses, all he had earned in the Empire's service. I didn't want to, he said, stubborn. You taught me that disloyalty only reaps punishment. If Ile-Rien hadn't started this. I know. And I would have gone back. I still want to. It was easy there. Just do what you're told and keep out of trouble. I don't understand this. You Guardians have been trying to convince me that the world should be fallen down, but it's not. And you can't even say why. Derniel shook his head. We understand it no more than you. By all measures, the world should be teeming with outsiders, yet we see their taint only in fragments. The abominations such as your comrade. Ile-Rien? Darrelin's an outsider? No. This is what I mean. He is of the world, but the taint of the outside runs through his veins like his own blood, more subtle and thus more dangerous than the locusts of Jarenek's age. The truth of him is hidden from all eyes but the spirits. Cobb shook his head slowly. He did not want to talk about this, to be drawn into his father's conspiracy, but he was trapped here, so he might as well figure out what the Guardian wanted. You think there's a gate open again? In the Imperial Palace? Perhaps. But Haura didn't see anything. Maybe you're wrong. Maybe it's just, he scowled, fishing blindly for another option. Maybe it's something else. Across the table, his father gave him a flat look. Defensive, Cobb felt his temper flare again. He slapped his hands on the table, making the stones jump. You said it yourself, nothing's happened. So maybe you're wrong. Maybe Darrelin's type has always been here. Maybe they're like the Wraiths. They're outsiders too, right? The first to come here, yes. Like scouts. They have managed to naturalize. Our mere presence does not hurt them now. Derniel did not sound pleased. So maybe it's like that. Some creatures got left behind when the outside got locked out. Who says there's anything in the palace but the Ravager? Derniel frowned, the creases on his weathered face deepening. You guess wildly. You still do not wish to be an enemy of the Empire. No, I don't. It's not. Cobb sighed heavily and leaned forward to slide the stones back to their old positions, not wanting to meet Derniel's stern gaze. I liked it, being in the army, he said, staring at the monochrome pieces on the old wood. I never really wanted to fight, but it became home, you know? The light was home. The army was order. Discipline. When I was a kid, you taught me to respect that, remember? Follow your orders, no backtalk, grit my teeth against pain, press on no matter what. Only back then it was to rescue the goats, or hang on to the rock if my feet slipped. Hang on till my fingers bled. Refused to surrender to death. Well, I'm still hanging on. Because what am I supposed to do, Father? I lost the life you gave me. It died on the rocks with you. This life in the light, I made for myself, and it's been like clinging to a sharpened sword, but it's better than falling into the pit. Into the dark. And I don't care if the dark's not what I've been told. It scares me. You people, you Guardians took me over. Made me fight when I just wanted to run. And I don't care if you saved my life, or if you killed people who really needed killing. You forced me. And now you're here, a skin long after the fact, using all your wiles to convince me it was right for you to do that. Telling me I should just believe you and accept everything you've shown me. It's not you who saved me from those webs out there. It was Ile-Rien. My real friend. And you guardians say he's your enemy. Kade. He never existed. Cobb looked up sharply. What? Derniel lifted a white piece from the board. It looked nearly luminous between his dark fingers. This is your friend, a game piece. A phantasm, trying to keep you in the light. He's a splinter. The ogress said so. A splinter of a real person. Yes. But not the person you believe. How can you say that? You met him. He was my best friend. We used to climb the cliffs and the path over the scar. Derniel regarded him levelly and returned the piece to the board. You did that alone. Cobb shook his head, incredulous. He had memories of Ile-Rien as clear as yesterday. Them together on the mountainside, half walking, half climbing through the moss and cliff grasses with their gathering satchels bouncing against their backs, diving together into the lake in the cleft, the water full of ice and storm debris, their laughter echoing from the rocks. In the village, Ile-Rien grinning quick and furtive from among the hostile crowd while Cobb gripped his father's hand and wished they could trade places. Wished he could be low country instead of high, could belong to that world instead of being reviled by it. His hands fisted. He opened his mouth to let loose his rage at this phantom of a father for so slandering his friend, but Derniel abruptly looked away from him past him, to the door curtains. Cobb followed his gaze, frowning. Through the patter of the rain came the faint metallic scuff of boots outside. All the anger that had gathered in his chest clenched into a solid force. He lurched to his feet. No! Sit! Derniel snapped, also rising. This is then, isn't it? The night you died. Cobb looked from the curtain to his father, trembling with fury. Is this how it happened? Were you just sitting there, waiting for them? Yes, said Derniel bluntly. I felt the Ravager when he arrived in the valley. Why didn't you run? Why didn't we run? He gestured to the occupied pallet bed in the back of the chamber, not daring to look at it. The storm. Pike the storm. Better if we'd all died on the mountain that night, you, me, mother. It killed us all anyway. You still live, said Derniel. He turned away, moving calmly to the hearth to reach into the bin that held the firewood and the iron pokers. Cobb stared at his black-armored back, seething. I might as well be dead. I've done no good in this world, and I can't do what you want me to. I won't fight the Empire. Derniel drew a long, cloth-wrapped item from the bin and turned, unwrapping it. You had better, he said, his attention on the curtain. If you want to save your own soul, Kade, you must fight for it. The cloth fell away. From it, Derniel lifted a silver blur, vaguely sword-shaped, but so distorted that Cobb had to look away, wincing. What is that? He said, sidetracked. Derniel gave him a look of great puzzlement. The front curtain tore open then, and Derniel wheeled around just in time to engage the soldier that shoved through. Cobb stepped back as blades clashed, his chest tight. Another soldier pushed in, and another. The table fell aside, the gamestones scattering across the rug. Movement at the back of the chamber caught Cobb's eye, and despite himself, he looked. There, sitting up in the pallet bed with a blanket clutched to her chest, was a young woman he barely recognized. The years at the quarry camp had not yet etched her face with bitter sorrow. Right now, she was lovely even in her fear, her face a pale oval beneath the dark wreath of her hair. A small boy huddled at her side, all eyes and elbows, watching in amazement as his father fought the soldiers. And it was amazing. When Cobb wrenched his gaze from his mother, he found it drawn to the blurred silver sword. He could not remember ever seeing his father fight, could not remember this night except in flashes, and in stories he told himself about how it had ended, but now he knew that Derniel had been a master. In the constrained space of the entry, he took the Imperials down in pairs, the blade flowing like an extension of his arms to strike throat, face, belly, then retract into a defensive stance. The men were armored, professional, but when they fell they did not rise. 4. 6. The blurred blade ran with blood. Then suddenly fire roared in the hearth, and a wet wind gusted into the chamber. The tattered curtains pasted themselves against the walls, revealing the ravager at the entry. Lightning coursing through the black clouds beyond him and crackled in the empty sockets of his bird-skull helm. Beneath the beak, Morshak's thin mouth curved in a smile. The fury took Kade over. "Knew my father?" he thought as he stepped forward. "Of course you did." He had no weapon and no care for what would happen. Pure murderous rage guided him. He passed Durnil, who broke the stare down with Morshak and tried to catch him, but the hand skimmed off his shoulder, a feather now instead of a stone. Before him, Morshak spread his white-clad hands as if in welcome, and wings roared suddenly from his back, filling the entryway ghostly multitudes of wings, flexing and shivering with sepulchral light. Kade reached for the beaked helm, snarling, his other hand a fist. To pull that off and hammer his knuckles into the necromantic bastard's face. His fingers closed on it and cold fire washed through him. Through the lightning he saw the icy blue eyes. The world rushed and fizzed and burned in violent ecstasy, and as it all went pale, as he felt the tendrils hook around him and drag him toward the light, the white hands cupped his face. Still smiling that terrible smile, Morshak thrust him down into darkness. "Brick-headed idiot," said the Inquisitor Archmagus. Drawing back from the body, the gold mentalist shook his head vigorously and felt the Archmagus' icy hand leave his shoulder. On the other side of the cot, the second mentalist dabbed at her nosebleed and checked her bodice for spatters. "Was that directed at me, sir?" the mentalist asked, eyeing the Archmagus. He had a wretched headache now. "Because I'm not the one who attacked him." "Attacked?" The Archmagus laughed shortly, pulling his black gloves back on. "I hardly call that attacking. The whole point of this mind work was to bring him to the surface," said the mentalist. "Not plunge him deeper. Milady wants him conscious. And I want to be kept apprised of his condition. I'm sure you can manage." The Inquisitor Archmagus turned away, and the mentalist thought, "Do your own blasted mind work then." It was satisfying to be able to think daggers at him. Unlike the rest of the mentalist's superiors, the Archmagus was mind-blind. Which unfortunately meant that when he wanted to oversee mind work, he needed to hook onto a mentalist's probe. It had not been pleasant to play host to such a strangely distant psyche. He had been tempted to prod it, but the very feel of the Archmagus' thoughts, swift, avid, made somehow of symbols rather than words, had put him off. Now he regretted it. His lady would want to know why he had failed, and he could not just point to the Archmagus and say he did it. Was it simply the fumbling of an untrained, overeager energies mage? "Oh," said the Inquisitor Archmagus, one hand on the door. "And if I learn that he's been damaged, I will be speaking with you again." Then he was gone, leaving the mentalist to wonder. Chapter 20, Poisonous Friends. Meltwater dripped from roof gutters and gave the grey stone of Thin Bell a pearly sheen. Early winter had let up for the morning of the 29th, and though the sky was still clouded with clouds, the city dwellers were out in the brisk air to get their business done before a new snowstorm rolled in. The guards stood with scarves unwound, watching the traffic. They glanced over Darilan Trevere's civilian papers, then passed him through without question. He paid the toll at the gate that spanned the Imperial Road, then headed in. All around him, old stone buildings loomed like teeth in the maw of a titan. The road was the low point of this terrain, the bottom of the cleft in the hills that harbored Thin Bell. Deep gutters full of slush and debris ran alongside it, and he urged the horse across one of the many small bridges to the upper streets. The first ranks of buildings sat on terraces higher than his head while a horse, and beyond them the rest of the city rose even higher, climbing the steep walls of the valley as if afraid to get its skirts wet. In the northern heights, the Windish Palace sprawled like a tiara of spires cast among evergreens, with a few smaller noble manors littering the ground below it. A tall, tower-studded wall ringed that area and meshed with the wider one that spread to encompass the north side of the city. South of the road, the wall continued but only encapsulated a third of the structures. Beyond it, wood-frame houses and craft halls and timber yards stood among the pines, growing shabbier and smaller the further they spread. Ile-Rien knew this city well enough. He had not visited recently, but not much had changed. The lower buildings, the old city, dated back hundreds of years, a fact made evident by the animal statues that stared out from walls and cornices and terrace gardens. Most had been defaced, as the more strident light worshippers considered them blasphemous, but once they had been considered the eyes of the spirits. The old city was built in switchbacks and stairs, far more suited to foot traffic. A taskguard horse would have trouble, but Daryl and Sky was light and used to clambering, and so they went straight north, letting the winds move out of their way on the stairs. Though there were plenty of people out, no one made a fuss. It was the way of windish commoners to just duck their heads and step aside from any threat. Soon the new city loomed ahead, whiter and flatter and spaciously built. When Ile-Rien had been here last, it had been under construction, the old palace and its outbuildings recently raised to provide space while the new palace and its wall were being finished in the heights. The ground that had once supported hundreds of close-packed noble houses now stretched away in tiers, starting with the massive open-air amphitheater in the lowest and mounting steadily through an array of government buildings and civil servant housing. The road to the new palace ran straight up the hill, colonnaded and hung with maroon and gold pennants. To either side of the amphitheater stood the two great forces that held sway over Thinbell, possibly more so than the palace itself. On the right, the Temple of Light. On the left, the Hawk's Pride, the Gold Army Bastion. Given the options for circumventing the amphitheater, Ile-Rien chose the army side. He eyed the titanic structure as he urged his horse through the wide plaza that separated it from the amphitheater. It seemed that no other traveler chose this path. The plaza was empty, the only activity visible at the gate to the army compound itself. The compound was walled off and strewn with smaller buildings, but its central tower was hardly hidden, a 6-story monstrosity of marble and bronze wrought into something half-fortress, half-mad mage's spire. Sometimes called the Citadel at Thinbell, it was the largest gold garrison in Winden and the largest concentration of imperial mages outside of the Silent Circle headquarters, the Citadel at Valent. 6 domed outbuildings lay beneath the clawed ends of the flying buttresses that supported the tower, which rose into the sky like a flanged mace stuck half down into the earth. From each of the 6 flanges rose a smaller spire, each peak gleaming with crystal. When the sun hit their facets, they shone like knives. Cobb would be there. Ile-Rien squelched the urge to ride to the gate, dispatch the guards and wait in blade first. He had another way a contact in the palace. But the thought of Cobb bound in one of those domed chambers, being interrogated or tortured. The only thing worse would be if he was not there. If he had already been sent to Decia City. Don't think about it. Just keep going. To the road and its bright pennants. To the gate that led into the royal grounds. The guards actually read his papers this time, and he was forced to pull out his army as well as civilian ones so they could see the emperor's personal seal on both. The tower and crown in white wax, the signature beside it in red. Is this official business? A guard asked. Personal. I'm a friend of the Lady Te Koran. They gave him an escort anyway, which irritated him because the soldier was on foot. He reined in his anxiety and steeled his expression as they followed the path through the walled-in forest, the king's playground, dotted with the estates of his favorite nobles and stocked regularly with game. With the number of Windish kings who had been assassinated by the Corvish while on a hunt, it made some sense, but Ile-Rien knew it would be just as easy for an assassin to hide in these makeshift woods. Finally, the forest cleared to reveal the Windish palace, sprawled like a slumbering dragon among the winter gardens. Whoever had designed the Hawk's Pride had been here too. The construction echoed the Mage Fortress, but in less theatric scale. A wide wedge-shaped outer bailey faced its narrow end to the road, its sides flown with decorative buttresses as numerous as a centipede's legs. Within its shelter hulked the dome of the central palace, a massive stained glass rosette glowing at its brow. Walkways like spiderwebs stretched from the bailey walls to the guard towers around the dome. A low wall, hardly more than a showpiece, ringed the wide forecourt. It held yet another guard station, and Ile-Rien showed his papers again, then advanced with his escort to the High Bailey gate. More inspection. A stable hand took his horse and disappeared into the open-air corridor that ran along the inside of the bailey, its lattice roof thick with winter-killed vines. On foot now, Ile-Rien straightened the collar of his coat and smoothed his hair, and stared in through the archway to the central palace. He had to admit he was impressed. This was no Decius city, but it was no backwater castle either. The walls and interior swarmed with guards, traveling like ants along the high walkways or patrolling the inner gardens 2 by 2. As the soldier escorted him toward the gilded doors of the central palace, he spotted a few nobles on the balconies or strolling through the gardens in their fur-trimmed finery, enjoying the break in the weather. She's played her cards well, he thought, and allowed himself a smile. He and Aeneas had been familiar at the imperial court, though not as friends, more like comrades both assigned to the crown prince's retinue. Their coterie had been disbanded when the crown prince left to head the Crimson Army, its members reassigned throughout the empire, and it seemed that Aeneas had landed lightly. From what he had heard, she was the Windish king's mistress now, in addition to being a Riddish noblewoman in her own right. Crimson Hunter Ile-Rien Trevere to see Lady Annie of Ile-Rien, he told the liveried steward at the gate. The steward looked askance at his traveling clothes but nodded and dismissed his escort, and beckoned him inside. He followed through tapestried corridors, absently counting the number of soldiers that watched him from the alcoves. The Windish kings were known for their paranoia. After turning a few corners, the steward opened a door and bowed him into a small but well-appointed chamber lined with padded divans and couches. "Tea, Hunter? Please." And then he was left to wait. He sat back against the cushions and tried to relax. It should have been easy. He was finally out of the saddle and into the warmth, and though he could have used a good wash, he felt the ache in his spine easing already. But he could take no comfort in the surroundings. Even had he not been on his mission, this was enemy territory. Wheels rattled outside. A servant pushed open the door and, bowing, brought the tea cart in. At the sight of the accompanying plate of cakes, Ile-Rien's stomach gave a growl of approval. He sighed. He had forced himself to take breaks since Lark left, to let the horse rest, but he hated bothering with food when he had a mission to finish. Those bodily tyrannies just got in the way. "No, I'll do it," he said as the servant moved to pour the tea. "You're dismissed." The man bowed and backed out. Ile-Rien crammed a cake in his mouth once he was alone, just to shut his stomach up, then fiddled with the tea fixings. By the time new footsteps approached the door, he was on his third cup, the cakes long gone. The door swung open beneath the hand of a liveried guard, who stood immediately aside as another came through. Beyond them, Ile-Rien caught the gleam of jewels and set his cup down. He rose and inclined his head as the lady stepped in past her escorts. Though it had been nearly a decade since their last meeting, Annie of Ile-Rien had not changed at all. Tall, vividly blonde and lush-bodied, she stood before the guards like a golden statue, her hands on her ample hips and a moue of distaste upon her lovely mouth. Gem-studded pins and combs sparkled in her upswept hair, and her fingers glinted with rings, her wrists with bracelets beneath the wide sleeves of her green velvet gown. A fine gold chain ran around her waist, echoing the embroidery. Beneath lowered, painted eyelids, her emerald eyes raked Ile-Rien's attire top to bottom and then back up, and a small smile dispelled her pout. In the slot neckline of her gown gleamed a golden pendant in the shape of a teardrop. "I see you rolled around in the treasury first," said Ile-Rien. "Oh hush, you. Come here, it's been positively ages." Hiding his smile, Ile-Rien stepped around the tea cart and reached for her hand. Before he could bow over it, she caught him by the chin and kissed his cheek. Her breath smelled of honey and poison. "Let's not behave like hunter and lady," she said, squeezing his hand. "I still can't quite see you as a man." He stepped back without returning the kiss. "Try." "I am. But you're still so petite, . Ile-Rien narrowed his eyes, and she sighed and released him. "Very well," she said. You never could take teasing. What was your name now? I've already forgotten. Ile-Rien Trevere. Ile-Rien. Can't I just call you Desira? It would be so much easier. Hardly a moment and I already have a headache, he thought. Use my current name, please. Oof. If you insist. But if I'd known it was you, I would have come down right away. Why bother with playing the little games anymore? They're not games, Ania. They're business. Business? And I had hoped you'd finally come for a social visit. Shaking his head, Ile-Rien retook his seat. From the flat smile Ania now wore, he knew he should have put himself forth that way as an old friend here to see her for herself, not for her position. But he no longer had the knack of it, nor the patience. He wondered if he ever had. Ah well, you were always a bit of a bitch, Ania said, and sank down comfortably onto a divan, arranging her gown about her legs. So? What business? Ile-Rien forced himself to be calm. He could not afford to make her angry, no matter how much of the past she brought up. I was on a mission recently for the Crimson General. Oh, Cal? How has he been? Fine, I suppose. But. Fine? You really are a man. Come on, darling, you can report better than that. Has he been successful? We don't hear much of the Crimson exploits over here. Didn't he just finish conquering Ile-Rien? More or less, Ile-Rien said reluctantly. Still some problems with holding it, but we're stopped at the border to Pudras, laying siege to a city called Canrodi. But what I? That must be dull, said Ania, curling a loose lock around her finger. Her green eyes stayed fixed on his face. So you're encamped? Yes, we. Could you take him a letter? Ania. Or does he have another little girlfriend? This was a bad idea, thought Ile-Rien. I would not speculate, he said. Anyway, it wouldn't matter. I thought he made it clear to you that. He was just angry, said Ania, cutting him off with a wave of her bearing hand. You know how he is. Being cooped up in the palace like that made us all grate on each other's nerves. But he's been out in the world for 9 years now. Surely he's managed to calm down. Ile-Rien thought about the siege, and their inability to catch Kade, and the tension on the Crimson General's face. No, I don't think so, he said. Ania, I know you think you two had something. Think? But it's not a good idea right now. Maybe after Canrodi falls, if it falls. But not now. Ania made a sound of disgust, her lush lips curling from her teeth. And here I thought that being the last one would be a boon to my chances, but no, he's off traipsing around with the humans again. This makes me so angry. At humans, Ile-Rien shot a sidelong glance to the soldiers at the door. Ania caught it and her smile returned, though thinly. Oh, don't worry, dear, she said. They're only thralls, they don't care what we say, but. Ile-Rien frowned, but now that she had mentioned it, he saw the glaze of their eyes through the slits in their helms. He rubbed the bracer through his left sleeve. You've thralled many here? Naturally. The king? She laughed, bright and bitter. No, dear. I only wish. The queen would notice, and then I would have to thrall her, and I rather like her. Plus she would never let me into her boudoir. And then I would have to thrall the more perceptive nobles, and it would just be a mess. That's why we only advise the protectorate royalty, dear. No one notices if a few guards lose their will, but a king? Ile-Rien shrugged stiffly. Guess I don't know why we bother with the protectorate nonsense. It keeps the people in line, dear. Plus it's more entertaining. I suppose I could sit on the throne and cackle for a few days with everyone groveling at my feet, but after a while, what fun is that? Ile-Rien stared at her with raised brows, and finally she waved dismissively. It's just that this life becomes so dull after a while, for all its glitter and shine, she said. And I've missed you. I've missed our sisterhood, all the others. I can't even write to anyone anymore. You know that Cadriel died last year? I heard. In childbirth, the horror. She was the last one beside me. You don't count, you've gone and joined the boys' club. Ile-Rien rolled his eyes. Look, I'm not here for the gossip. Don't you give me that. You and Kel ran off to play soldiers and left all of us to be scattered to the winds and die. You can very well sit there and indulge a lady. Ile-Rien looked away, scowling, and scratched at the bracer again. Deep in his arm, the itch had returned. He did not want to be reminded of any of this, and he certainly could not just sit still and listen to her while Cobb might be on an altar right now. A jewel-encrusted hand caught his chin and turned his face. From all too close, Ania stared at him, eyes narrowed and mouth pursed in speculation. You don't look well at all, she said. Her other hand went to his arm, and when he tried to pull away, her grip tightened and he hissed at the pain that shot through the flesh under the bracer. Her brows arched. Let me see, she said, and though he wanted to yank free, he allowed her to push the sleeve back from his forearm. He knew that if he protested, she would only have her thralls hold him down. The etched black bracer peeked out from above his glove, its side cinched around his bare forearm. She tugged the glove off and then recoiled with a sound of horror. In bands above and below the bracer's edges, Daryl's skin had gone gray and dead. Ashen streaks marked the back of his hand and stretched to his elbow. She turned his arm over to see the underside, where a thin strip of dead flesh showed between the two converging sides of the bracer. Gingerly she pried at one edge, and the barbs that covered the bracer's underside peeled up from his flesh to show a series of black-rimmed holes. The acrid, ichorous scent made both of them grimace. Oh, you idiot, she said, you've run this body into the ground. You need a new one. I have quite a few maidservants, you're welcome to take. No, Ile-Rien snarled, and yanked his arm away. The bracer latched down, and he covered it with his sleeve. I'm not here to become your lackey again. I can still feel my fingers, I'm fine. Ania sat back, the affront plain on her face. I didn't mean you'd be my maid. No. Just no. I can complete my mission as I am. If you want to help me, you'll stop interrupting me and listen. Crossing her arms under her breasts, Ania eyed him but gave a short nod. Ile-Rien took a deep breath and willed away the urge to scratch his arm furiously. I'm hunting someone, he said. The general appointed me Crimson Hunter, but the prey slipped into gold territory and was caught. I've been told he was transferred to Thinbell, to the Hawk's Pride. It is imperative to the general's plans that he be returned to the Crimson Army. I was sent to you for aid in brokering a deal. Ania tapped fingers on her cheek idly, one brow still arched. Her nails were long and gilded. What sort of prey? A young man. Karen Drixie. Branded on the left shoulder, KRD 1184. A runaway slave? Surely that does not merit a hunter's intervention. I do not question the general's will. Unless that runaway slave happened to be capable of healing himself. Ile-Rien blinked and sat forward. You know of him? Why yes, darling. The Hawk's Pride reports directly to my king. And my king was so interested, she said, smiling, that he had the prisoner transferred to our own arcane detainment. Would you like to see? A short time later, they were upstairs, at the entry of a small chamber frescoed wall-to-wall with arcane symbols. A padded table stood in the center. Cobb lay bound to it with a cloth draped across his thighs. His eyes were closed, and with each faint rise and fall of his chest, the silver needles stuck into his flesh shivered. Small pots and glasses and cages lined the edge of the table, full of odd things, plants, colored liquids, trapped birds and insects. Ile-Rien crossed the threshold and felt the tingle of warding magic rush through him. He schooled his expression and clenched his hands to keep from grabbing at his bracer. Since Ania's prodding, it had not ceased to itch, and the magic added a sting to the sensation. Worse was the sting in his heart. The three gold-robed mages arrayed around the table looked up as he approached, and had Ania and her guards not been right behind him, Ile-Rien would have leapt upon the first mage and torn his throat out. As it was, he felt Serindus calling to his temper through the dampening leather of the blade's sheath. "What do you think you're doing?" he snapped. "Exactly as they've been ordered," said Ania behind him. He did not stop to glare at her, just stormed up to the table. The mage stepped aside warily, but when Ile-Rien moved to sweep the cages off, he made a fearful sound and grabbed for Ile-Rien's arm. Ile-Rien had him on the ground by the throat in an instant. "Don't you dare cause trouble here," Ania said sharply. Ile-Rien glanced up to see her hand outstretched, warning off the other mages who had already begun to sketch sigils in the air. Ile-Rien considered it. He could kill the mage in his grip with one good twist of the wrist, then leap the table and crash down on another mage before any spells went off. Kill that one and go for the third, probably getting a blast from point-blank range. Lose a lot of mobility, maybe manage to finish the third mage, then try to kill Cobb before Ania's thralls got him. Or he could stand up and pretend to behave. Get close and kill Cobb before anyone could react. He stood, and with great reluctance held out his hand to the downed mage. Wild-eyed, the man recoiled from him and clambered up on his own. "Sorry. Bad idea to grab me," Ile-Rien said flatly. "You need to learn some self-control," said Ania, moving next to him. He met her narrow gaze, then looked to the table again. As his hand slid to the hilt of the dagger, he felt her thralls position themselves at his elbows. "Pikes. The best opportunity, and I'm surrounded. So what is all this for?" he said, forcing himself to abandon the attack and instead gesture at the array of cages. "Experiments," said a mage across the table. "The subject was brought in close to death, practically eviscerated, but as you can see, he is mended." He pointed to Cobb's bare stomach, the only mark on it the familiar shiny scar of the wraith arrow. "He had many wounds, some of them mortal, but they've all sealed up. We think it must be some sort of spirit magic because we can't sense it, and it has persisted even though his mind has all but fled." "What do you mean, all but fled?" The mage looked to Ania for permission, and she nodded slightly. "Well," he said, "when he was first taken to the Hawk's Pride, he was simply unconscious. Passed out. The mentalists there tried to bring him up and found that he was psychically bound, but the bonds were fraying. So they tried to reinforce those, but he fought it. The Inquisitor Archmagus showed up to help, but..." "Inquisitor Archmagus Ankhelen?" "Yes. He's not a mentalist, but we can't deny the Inquisition. I heard he piggybacked on a mind probe, but in the end the subject just slid deeper. Now he's comatose, but his mending still works. It's some sort of aura." The mage pointed to the silver needles. "We realized he wasn't just mending himself when one of the observers cut her hand. It healed immediately. Suddenly we couldn't keep anyone out, everyone had an experiment they wanted to run, so it's just as well we were moved here. So far we've found that it only happens when he's injured, thus the needles. But we've healed animals, revived plants, purified water, detoxified poisons and wine, just by putting them near him." "I'll stick those needles in your eyes," thought Ile-Rien. Out loud, he said, "So you plan to keep him hurt and unconscious until you finish your little tests, dot." "It's not our fault he's comatose," said the third mage. "His Majesty wants him woken up so that he can be brought to banquets. For the poisons, you know. His Majesty has gone through quite a few poison tasters. It wouldn't be a bad life for a slave. With needles stuck in him the whole time? If necessary." The anger twisted to black amusement. The Guardian was not awake, Ile-Rien knew that because he would feel it, and so would Ania. If it was, he thought, you fools would be screaming for mercy. Maybe I should wake it up. Stupid idea, he knew. He was here to kill its vessel, and it already knew him as an enemy. It would go right for him. This was the only good chance he had at killing Cobb without spiritist help, and he did not know if Lark had made it to the Corvish, let alone if they would aid him. But unleashing the Guardian upon these rational torturers. It was tempting. Hunter Trevere claims that the boy belongs to the Crimson Army, said Ania archly. However, we did catch him first. If the Crimson presses its claim to the Emperor, we may have to relinquish him, but until then. Darilan, dear, why don't you tell our friends what you know? All the mage's attention snapped to him, and he felt the tickle in the back of his mind that told him a mentalist sought entry. The anger returned in a heady rush. The mentalist would not get in. Darilan's maker had seen to that, but the very act lit the flame of spite in Darilan's heart. He smiled. I'll do better than that. I'll wake him up. The mages murmured with excitement as he stepped forward. He felt Ania's gaze upon him, suspicious. She knew him too well to believe any sudden cooperation. But she did not object, and her thrall stayed back as he moved to the head of the table to look down at Cobb's face. Cobb looked young and sleek, and far too thin. For a moment Darilan was inundated by the memory of watching over him in the infirmary, his hands clutched around those limp, calloused fingers, his thoughts turning constantly to prayers he could not say. Would not say. He shook it off with great effort, mouth dry. The silver needles made a six-pointed figure on Cobb's chest, each twitching in slightly offset time as his heartbeat moved them, and Darilan knew that even if he had drawn Serindas, he could not have brought the blade down. Not here, not like this. Not without a fight. So be it, he thought. White Herald, acknowledge. Cobb's eyes snapped open. Rolled back in his head, they showed only a sliver of dark iris. Acknowledged, he said in a small, soft voice. Awaiting instruction. As always, it chilled Darilan to see him in that state, but it was necessary. When Cobb had first been rigged to trap the guardian spirit, additional mental safeguards had been set in place to make sure that his handler, Darilan, or the plan's originators could take control of him by suppressing his mind. Overmastering it with a construct. Between that and the conditioning draft Darilan had been dosing Cobb with in the form of sweet water, the young man should have remained entirely biddable. It seemed they had underestimated the guardian, handler, and mages alike. Now, though, Darilan suspected that Cobb's suffering suppressed the guardian enough for the mentalist webs to finally work as they should, allowing these mages free rein with their experiments. Unfortunately for them, Darilan held the key. White Herald, disengage Protocol 1. Disengaging. The body jerked in its bonds. Darilan stepped back as one silver needle popped straight out of Cobb's chest, followed an instant later by the others. The aura hit him like a tidal wave, crushing the breath from his lungs and drawing him toward the floor in its undertow, and as he started to crumple he saw Cobb's head turn slightly to fix coal-black eyes on him. Then the eyes closed, and the aura vanished. Darilan steadied himself with the edge of the table, staring in bewilderment. It's a spellbreaker, he thought. I saw it rip apart its bonds in the tavern. So why did it just give up? Armored hands yanked him away and spun him around. He was too disoriented to shake them off. Ania glared at him from the support of two thralls, her faux youthful face red with fury. Tell me what that was. She snapped. A spirit. Just like your mage's guest. Not good enough. By the hard glitter of her eyes and the strengthening of her poison honey scent, Darilan knew he could not shrug this off. The Maker had not protected him from others of his kind. It's a palace issue, he said. We should speak in private. He felt the prying interest of the mentalist again, but Ania's murderous glare slackened, exposing fear. Then her mask of insulted nobility returned and she shook herself free of her thralls and stood tall, staring down her nose at Darilan as if he was a servant who had fallen at her feet. Very well, she said coldly. We shall. Once I have had a moment to convince myself not to simply order your execution. Boys, take him away. He needs a bath. The thralls at his arms hauled him toward the door. He glanced back but there were people in the way, blocking his view of Cobb. Fists clenched, he let them drag him out, thinking venomous thoughts as Serindas pulsed in counterpoint against his spine. Chapter 21, Crows. As they crested the lip of the ledge, Lark stretched her legs out then hung loose. In unison, the crows that held her by the shoulders and waist let go, and she hit the rock in an easy crouch. Straightening, pleased with herself, she looked back to see Radha arrive the same way. The crows flew past them to perch on the limbs of the spindly, leafless trees that crowned this small plateau. Old and black and petrified, the trees made a half-circle around two 10-foot-tall obsidian statues carved in the shape of attentive foxes. A black Corvish skin changer sat between the ears of each, androgynous and naked but for jewelry, tattoos and feathers, with talons for feet and gleaming amber eyes. Radha smoothed her hair and gave Lark an encouraging smile. Lark tried to return it. They had just been flown hundreds of feet up from the forested foothills, and Lark knew that if she pissed the crows off, she would be going down much faster. "Well, come on then," called one skin changer in a raucous voice. "We don't got all day." Radha took Lark by the arm and pulled her forward to stand in a triangle with the two stone statues. All around them, the crows in the trees, big piebald crows, definitely skin changers, turned their heads to watch, with quiet yawks and mutters passed between them. "This carry called Lark," said Radha, looking up at the skin changers on the statues. "She came here lookin' fair help fair Ezengat, but not the normal kinda help. She say Ezengat caught in a trap, imperial trap, and to get out Ezengat need her vessel killed. Right now we think the vessel gone to Thinbell. She ask fair help in Findin in killin' it, so to set Ezengat free." At Thinbell, an ugly chitter went through the gathered crows, and the two skin changers on the statues sneered. "How do she know?" said the skin changer on the right. Lark thought it was male. Radha glanced up at Lark and let go of her arm. By her suddenly flat expression, Lark knew that she did not want to be the one to mention abominations. "I traveled with someone who used to watch over the vessel." "An imperial abomination," Lark said bluntly. In the trees, the crows hissed. "He told me about the trap, and I know it's true because I met the vessel too. He didn't know what was going on or why he had Ezengat's powers. He's just a little imperial lapdog who accidentally got loose." She took a deep breath, reminding herself of the massacre brought on by Cobb's arrival. "He needs to die." "And yeah, think we gonna kill him fair, yeah," said the one on the left. Maybe a female, though under the strings of bone and stone beads she was as flat-chested as the other. "No. I'm not asking you to be assassins. The imperial abomination is, but he sent me here because he knows he can't do it on his own. He has personal reasons for wanting the vessel dead and he's ready to die himself. I believe that, but I saw Ezengat beat the crap out of him, and we both know he can't carry out the kill without someone convincing Ezengat not to fight." "What make ya think he don't plan to kill Ezengat too?" said the possible male. "I don't know. Is it that easy to kill a great spirit right under the nose of a bunch of skin changers?" A rather human gust of snickers came from the crows in the trees, and the black Corvishman snapped his teeth at them in warning. The female eyed Lark thoughtfully, tapping a claw on her chin. "Our spy say ya got nothin' to help find this abomination. Not a hair, not a scrap of cloth." "No," Lark said, ducking her head. "Nothing that was actually his. He should be in Thinbell now, and I could give you a description, but—" "All ya humans look the same from above," sneered the male. Lark sighed. To come all this way, to actually get an audience with the Black Corvish, then to be stymied by a lack of forethought. "So there's no way to find him?" The male shook his head, but the female kept tapping her chin. "Yeah, smell of wolf," she said finally. Lark blinked and looked down at herself. She was not wearing her coat, since sliding out of it on the flight would have been disastrous. Instead she wore several shirts, a vest, and leggings with a long skirt over them. Caught on the cloth were a few pewter hairs. Lark plucked one off and considered it. She had never dared to get close to the wolf, but Rien had. That one morning, he had actually snuggled with it. And then he had clung to her for the whole northward ride. "There was a wolf following us," she said, looking up at the black corvish. "A skin changer like you. It must have followed the abomination, because I haven't seen it since we parted." The female pursed her thin lips and leaned forward. "Dangerous wolves," she said. "Madness in M. The first wolf pack split the Great Spirit, made us ourselves, and once Zolvan Tokyo flew why them. Not so much anymore. He and Ron the wolf fell out." Lark frowned. "The one that followed us seemed all right." The female cocked her head at a painful-looking angle, yellow eyes boring into Lark. Then she shrugged bony shoulders and sat back on her perch. "True. Yeah, not eaten, anyhow, dot. Not even a nibble." Looking to the crow-filled trees, the female made a horrible hurking sound and a screech, and suddenly the gathered birds erupted in harsh chatter. Lark winced and put her hands over her ears. Beside her, Ratho's face scrunched in annoyance, but she gave Lark a tentative nod of approval. The squalling and screeching continued for so long that jumping off the plateau started to seem like a valid method of escape, but finally, one by one, the huge crows settled into silence, though a few kept muttering to their closer brethren. Feathered hackles smoothed down, and preening resumed. The skin changers looked down at the waiting women, the male with his feathered arms crossed and the female grinning unpleasantly. "We say yes," said the female. "But fair investigation first. Give hero wolf hair." Lark checked her shirt and found one stuck in the weave, a long guard hair. She held it up and the black Corvish woman gestured obliquely. Out of nowhere, a small crow swept down to snap the hair from Lark's fingers, making her squeal and step back, and the crows in the trees gave another cawing chuckle. The small crow winged back to the female to perch on her thin forearm. "We seek ya wolf," said the female, watching Lark keenly. "We speak. Then seek fair ya abomination. If we like what we find, then we help. No guarantees." "Understood. Thank you. And if we do help, ya talk to ya big shadow spirit Ferris. Long time we been wantin' a chat." Lark swallowed, trying to keep down the surge of anxiety and glee. "Of course," she said. "Perhaps even if you don't." "Perhaps," said the female through her razor teeth. Then she tossed the crow into the air and it spiraled away on the cold currents. Fast as the wind, the seeker crow soared over the hills, its wings making only fleeting shadows on the snow. Down from the heights, down toward the valley cut by the Imperial Road, swinging wide around the crystal ruins that tormented earth and air. Down, 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 skimming the treetops to keep out of sight of the broad black shapes that patrolled the sky. As it passed, the many natural crows in the trees below paused and tipped their heads. Visions flashed behind the seeker crow's yellow eyes: carrion, winter berries, a scrap of ribbon stuck in a hedge, the glint of light off the bolts in a passing wagon wheel. Avian interests. It thought wolf, and collected snatches of memory that resonated with the hair it carried. A pewter tail, a flash of teeth. Onward, faster and faster as it caught the trail and flickered into the spirit realm. There, the wolf's path lay like a silver thread, fraying with time. The rocks and trees that bordered the road slept deeply, and the crow passed through them as if they were mist. So much of the forest slept now. Down the long eastward decline. What had taken the wolf days to travel took the seeker crow no time at all. The faded circle of the sun had hardly moved when the city came into sight. It slept too, an entity in its own right, a spiny urchin of stone and wood and steel. The wolf's silver thread crossed with the myriad tracks of other living creatures, and as the crow swooped down through an alley, it flickered back into the physical world. The skein would become too tangled to follow, it had to rely on the hair pinched in its beak. And the eyes of its fellows. Crows dotted the rooftops and perched on clotheslines and store signs and statues. They were hated here, the targets of rocks and arrows, but such things rarely dissuaded them. They were scavengers and opportunists, and what the winds believed of them was true, they were also spies. But they held no malice. The foxes were the hunted ones, the ones that struck back with their pained snarls and their sharp little teeth. The crows just liked to observe. To know the enemy. Flashes of memory came to the seeker crow as it connected with its little siblings. Silvery fur becoming skin and hair, paws becoming hands. Garments yanked from a clothesline. Furtive looks along the street, a keen nose scenting the air. A wide, toothy grin. Alley by alley, rooftop by rooftop, the crow sought and thought and listened. And finally, when the spires of the temple and garrison loomed ahead, it saw the wolf. He was not a wolf now. He sat on a bench on the far side of the amphitheater, heavy shoulders hunched, watching the gates that led into the royal compound. Dark pewter hair spilled down his back, loosely caught with a cord, and his ears peeked out slightly through the shag as if perked. As the crow winged down toward him from behind, his head tilted, then he turned. His eyes alone would have set most men back on their heels. Pale and predatory, they watched the crow's descent from a sharp-honed face, a handsome face had it not been so inhuman, so lacking warmth. His bristly, villainous brows arched, then he stretched out an arm. After a moment's uneasy flutter, the crow alighted. They considered each other warily. "Spirit," he said at last. His voice was low and rough from disuse. "You come from the Shadow Girl." The crow bobbed its head. "You cannot find the abomination? Shake, shake." He gestured toward the gates with one long, sinewy hand. "In the king's land. I cannot pass. All is walled. The Great Spirit is there, I feel it. I smell it. I want to tear through the gates but I restrain myself." The crow bobbed its head again. It felt the wolf and the man, held carefully in check. Under its claws it felt the fur hiding shallowly beneath the skin. A gray shadow lined the man's jaw and a few guard hairs peeked out from under his collar and sleeves, his human mimicry imperfect, but he had come this far through a human city, and that was impressive. These days, most wolves did not bother with restraint. "How do I help you, Spirit?" he said. The crow looked toward the gates and the palace beyond. It could seek there, but not for long. The mages could spot it if they knew how, and then could catch it. It was a small spirit, a tiny fragment of the old crow, and it would not put up much of a fight. And the palace was large. There was not enough time. "I know their sense," said the man. "Both of them, the abomination and the Great Spirit's vessel. And I know how you learn. If it will help, then I will think of them, and you will do as crows do." The crow cocked its head, surprised. Rarely was it offered that. But the man drew the crow in close to his face and closed one eye, the other fixed in the middle distance, cloudy with memory. With a shrug of its wings, the crow dropped the hair and snapped forward to pluck out the eye. Twist, snip, swallow. It heard the snarl, saw the blood as the man clapped his hand over the empty socket, but the images and sensations that pelted it took precedence. Not just sight or scent but the whole tapestry of memory, embroidered with thoughts. Stag musk and fiersweat, misery, determination. A bare glimpse of the fallen vessel before he was taken. Then the abomination, ichor and atrophy and an odd undertone of snake, not a scent but a wisp of soul. Fair and angry on the outside, bone brittle within. And beneath those, a hollow, restless hunger, the wolf's own impulse. Hope and need and desperation. A pack hunter without a pack. The crow blinked, and now it caught that whiff of ichor that hung in the air. The abomination's trail. Clacking its beak with satisfaction, it looked to the man. He was shivering, not from pain or fury but from the change. Beneath the crow's claws, his wrist furred and then smoothed to skin again, his drawn-back lips showing nasty canines for a moment before they retracted. A ripple went along his scalp, fluffing his hair out briefly, and the trickle of blood from under his hand ceased. He peeled his fingers away and blinked his bloodshot new eye, the scara clearing as it focused. "It worked?" The crow bobbed its head cheerfully. "Then go. Before I give in and eat you." With a squawk like laughter, the crow hopped off his arm and took to the air, knifing toward the palace. Left behind, Arik muttered to himself and wiped the blood from his cheek, then licked his fingers. No point in wasting it. A soldier on the wall took aim idly as the crow flew over, but did not shoot. In return, the crow did not crap on him, though it was tempted. It dove down among the trees and skimmed the floor of the captured forest, feeling its little siblings stir as they sensed it. The natural crows took off from their perches as it passed, first 5, then 10, then a full score of them winging along. At the head of the flock, the seeker crow thought at them and received memories in return, the abomination being escorted down the road and into the palace. It gave its orders and the flock separated into solitaires, some flying low toward the walls and some marching into the air, higher than a crossbow shot and with a grand view. The seeker crow flickered to the spirit side, where the trees were misty shadows and the wall of the palace just a veil. This place was too new to have a spirit. The crow passed through its stones and glided down a hall, invisible, taking in the view from all angles as its little siblings spied. They perched on window ledges, swooped into the gardens, peeked down cold chimneys. One of them caught the abomination's scent. The crow veered that way, passing through doors and columns like nothing. More of the little spies fluttered to that part of the palace, lining the windows to try to catch a glimpse. Through their eyes the crow saw room upon room, some occupied, some empty, and one spy saw the abomination pass by an open door, flanked by guards. The crow angled in that direction but found a group of warded rooms in the way. On the spirit side, their walls were solid, sealed by magic, and as the crow navigated around them, a burning eye opened on each door. They shifted in their sockets as though they sensed the crow but could not see it. Wary, the crow swung wide and abruptly sensed more warded spaces near the center of the palace. It had not caught the Great Spirit's scent yet, and that told it why. If it was here, it was imprisoned. The path toward the abomination cleared, and it dove through the walls in pursuit. Ile-Rien stripped down, relieved to be free of his dirty clothes despite the circumstances. The washroom was small, with a thin high window in the far wall that even he could not have squeezed through, so this was also a moment of privacy as his escorts guarded the door from outside. He was glad of Ania's discretion. She might be a raging bitch, but she understood the need to be free of scrutiny sometimes. They had not even taken away Serindis, though Ile-Rien knew she remembered it. He had carried the blade for a long time. That she still trusted him gave him a little twinge of guilt, but he took pains to discard it. He was not here to hurt her. If she got in his way, that was her own fault. You tell yourself that, but then you ignore a perfect opportunity to end this, he thought sourly. Discarding the last of his clothes, he moved to the tub and trailed his hand in the hot water. Runes along the rim glowed softly, maintaining the temperature. One of those luxuries afforded to kings and their toadies. He was about to swing in when a crow appeared on the edge of the tub. It stared at him, and he stared at it. Then he looked to the window, which was closed. He looked to the door, but that was shut tight and made of thick enough wood that he could not hear the traffic of the corridor beyond. The crow tilted its head sideways and said, "Orc." Shoo, he eyed the bird. It was a small crow, black-feathered with a white beak and claws and intelligent yellow eyes. Too small to be a skin changer, but certainly not normal. "Can you speak?" he said. "Work." "That's a no." Grimacing, he raked a hand through his hair and looked to the door again. He did not know how sharp the thrall's hearing was. So, he said quietly, leaning in toward the crow, "If you're here, that means Lark reached the Corvish and convinced them. Are there others with you? Just nod or shake." The crow shook its head. "Then you're a scout." "Nod." "Have you found Cobb? The Guardian? Can you get to him?" Much shaking of the head. Ile-Rien sighed heavily and drummed his fingers on his brow, staring into the water. "I saw where they're keeping him," he said. "It's on the floor above this. Wards everywhere. I was hoping you could slide through them, Dot." The crow bowed its head regretfully. No, it's fine. We'll think of something. It's in the middle of the mage's quarters though. Suites and laboratories and casting chambers, probably all warded. Wards on the hallway too. Pikes, I hate mages. The crow shifted on its claws and pointed its beak at the window. No, internal suites. No windows. A slump of feathered shoulders. Ile-Rien regarded the bird for a moment, then shook his head and climbed into the bath. The hot water stung everywhere except the gray marks that striped his body. Those were numb. They told me Kade is comatose, he said as he settled in, grimacing. The guardian is in there, and it's aware, but it wouldn't come up. Not for more than a moment. I don't know why. I might have jeopardized the whole maneuver, but if I can convince Ania to get him out of the mage's wing, that might be the only way. I deal with the mages and your people deal with the guardian. The crow nodded slightly. And yours will do that? They'll kill him? The crow hesitated for a moment. Then, slowly, it nodded again. Ile-Rien eyed it. I know you have no reason to play fair with me, he said. But I'm not asking for that. She told you the guardian is trapped, right? Bound into him. It's not normal magic. There's some mentalist stuff keeping Kade from being able to contact the guardian, but there's also the bonds keeping the spirit inside him, and from what I can tell, the normal mages can't even see those. But there's someone who can, and he's been here, and in taking an interest is never a good sign. If you want your guardian to be free, it's not a matter of rescuing Kade and unraveling what's been done to him. I don't think it can be fixed. The only option is to remove the body and thus remove the bond. The crow bobbed its head quickly, and Ile-Rien watched it, hoping he was right. The guardian had a long history of hopping from body to body, leaving its vessels alive when it fled. To him, that meant that it neither consumed nor meshed with its vessel's soul. Kade would go to his own place when he died. But the Inquisitor Archmagus had been here. That made Ile-Rien worry. He closed his eyes and purposefully recalled the infirmary. Himself on the chair next to the bed, Kade's limp hand in his. The medics going about their business on the other side of the curtains, quietly, as if respectful of his mourning though the boy was not yet dead. And Inquisitor Archmagus Anquilin parting those curtains and approaching the bedside. Ile-Rien had looked up at him, face fixed in the blank mask he had long cultivated but feeling weak inside from fear and loss. He remembered how Anquilin's eyes had glassed, his attention fixed on the beyond, and how he had smiled in that crooked way of his. He is fortunate, the Inquisitor Archmagus had said. His bonds must have absorbed the Wraith's attack. I can see them, but there is nothing trapped in them. Still, if he survives, we can try again. You may continue your mission. He remembered wondering, even then, why Anquilin would smile when they had failed. His eyes popped open, and he shivered despite the heat of the water. Game. It's one of his games again. Pike him. I won't let this continue. I'll convince Ania somehow, he told the crow, which was staring at him oddly. Get her to take him out of containment. Maybe into the gardens. Maybe, he laughed shortly, bitterly. Maybe to her rooms. She was always like that. You can all fly in for the assault. Can't you? The crow tilted its head, then shrugged its glossy wings. Well, we'll do something. Anything. The sooner the better. If that bastard comes back to do whatever he's planning, it's all over. The end. Work? The crow said. I can't talk about it. They say he hears you if you say his name. His fingers drummed a nervous tattoo on the runes that rimmed the tub. It's probably nonsense, but I don't know. Sometimes he just shows up. This needs to happen before he appears again and sees me here. The crow tilted its head. Because he'll know my intentions, Ile-Rien thought. He'll know I'm going against his plan, whatever it is. He'll know that I'm aware that he's lying to us, me, the general. He said we would catch the guardian and sacrifice it to the emperor. But he's up to something else. Go, he said to the crow. Tell your people to watch for an opening, and I'll try to make one. Are they near? No? Give me a signal then, when they are. I'll do what I can. The crow nodded and spread its wings, and vanished. Ile-Rien sank deeper into the water, letting it creep up the nape of his neck and lave across his mouth. He thought of going under, of opening his lungs to the luxurious heat, but that would not kill him. It would only kill this body. He could not let himself go yet. Eyes closed, he dunked under and came up quickly, then reached for the soap. If he was going to get anywhere, he needed to be convincing. Sly. Quick-witted. But most of all, in Aenea's court, presentable. A candle mark later, he was dry and combed and trying not to fiddle with the buttons of his borrowed doublet. It had been a long time since he had worn finery, and the brush of silk over his stripes of numbness and sensation felt shiveringly strange. The maids had taken away everything but Cerindus and its sheath, and of course his bracer. He wore the dagger on a new belt of brass and bleached leather, and the bracer itself clamped tight under the sleeve of the silk undershirt and cream-colored doublet. His fawn-brown breeches tucked into boots with brass fastenings, the soles too soft for unpaved ground. After wearing the plain black of the Scouts Company for 5 years, he felt foppish, but this was far from the worst Aenea could have done. The paleness of the cloth did not help him to look well. The mirror showed a young man with dark smudges under his eyes, one beneath his Badlands tan as if sick or insomniac. He tried a smile, but it looked manic. Tried his usual scowl, then dropped it. Wished idly for a pendant like Aenea's. Then the door opened, and he watched in the mirror as Aenea and her bodyguards stepped in. She had discarded much of the jewelry and let her hair down, only a few pins holding it back. Like this, she looked more as he remembered, the lady-in-waiting rather than the royal mistress. The expression of seething insult was just as familiar. "Sit down," she said sharply. He took a chair and did so. She stayed standing at first, staring down at him with her hands on her hips and a peevish look on her face. "I was hoping we'd matured beyond tricks," she said tightly. "You weren't one of the catty ones. You were always so loyal. It wasn't a trick." "No? What was it, then?" Scowling, she gestured at a thrall, who pulled a chair over for her and helped her into it. Ile-Rien arched a brow, but that was typical Aenea, demanding to be waited on when she was in a mood. "Just what I said. I was trying to wake him up." "And what, exactly, was that ghastly sensation?" "He was angry." "How would you feel if someone kept sticking pins in your chest while you were trying to get better?" "That whole experiment is a bad idea, Aenea, and worse than that, it's unnecessary." "Oh? Do you think he'd submit gladly?" Her tone was acidic, but Ile-Rien smiled. "He might, if you asked him nicely. He's 17 and doesn't have much experience with women. But that's not an option, he's supposed to go to the imperial palace." Aenea pursed her lips and steepled her fingers. A thread of anger still lingered in her expression, but Ile-Rien saw now what he had hoped to see, intrigue. He kept his own smile carefully in check. "And what does the emperor want with him? What exactly is he?" "A gift. A special talent," he said, playing with the truth. "Attuned to growth in life, sort of a spirit in a man's body. That's why we felt uncomfortable when he was angry. You know how the spirits affect us." Aenea frowned, but nodded. "He's a spiritist then?" What do they call them, a shaman?" "A healer. Shamans speak with spirits, he's been imbued by one. He's not quite human anymore. You know those old tales, like Ile-Rien and the lion? Humans who accept help from the spirit world and are changed by it. He's like that." "Is he an enemy? If you keep sticking pins in him, yes." Ania rolled her eyes and sat back in her chair, gesturing curtly, her remaining rings twinkling in the lamplight. Honestly, Desira, please. Is he an enemy of the Empire? He worships the light. Those aren't mutually exclusive. Fine. No, I don't think he is. He ran away from us, but what slave wouldn't? He hasn't hurt anyone. Which is true, Ile-Rien thought. It's all been the Guardian. Or me. And he's just a gift? Tied up with a little bow on his head and presented to the Emperor? More or less. So what can he do? You must know, if you're gifting him. Well, like you saw, Ile-Rien said, ticking off imaginary talents on his fingers. Heal flesh, make plants grow, cleanse poisons, regenerate parts, lost eyes, fingers, etc. Banish disease. Heal burns, soothe arcane backlash. Possibly revive the dead, but we never got him to a newly dead man fast enough. Ania blinked. All that and you're giving him away? Well. You know the general, the crown prince and his father. Ile-Rien is trying to mend their relationship, I think. Not that this will help. The Emperor will probably just... He gestured vaguely, and she smiled a rueful, knowing smile. An answering smile touched his lips. For a moment he felt the tether between them, the bond of shared life and tragedy, the years of working side by side in the imperial court. Then he shook his head, banishing it with an act of will. He was not here to be friends. Anyway, I suppose the boy panicked, he said. Who knows? He ran off and got picked up by some madman, and ended up in your hands. Kel wants him back so he can present him to his father. Ania pressed her lips together. That is an awful waste of a talent. I know. Does the Emperor know about him? I don't think so. Not really a surprise gift if he does. Nodding slightly, Ania fell silent, her gilded nails tapping a rhythm against her cheek. Ile-Rien slumped back and tried to appear tired, not tense. He could practically see the machinery turning behind her eyes, winnowing through the options for the one that would most benefit her position. He knew what he wanted her to pick, any option that would remove Cobb from the chamber for a while, and preferably take him outdoors. But with Ania it was like throwing dice, with no idea whether love or loyalty or avarice would come out on top. It's unfortunate, she said at last. Being used as a pawn. Don't you think? Ile-Rien just raised a brow, not sure where she was headed. Sympathy was unlike her. Used and sacrificed when the need arises. Ah well, I suppose that's the fate of all the little people. Do you think Ile-Rien would hate me if I didn't give him back? No, said Ile-Rien, trying not to get excited. Getting Cobb sent back to the Crimson would have been bad. I don't think he can hate you. Us. We raised him. Well, so did his father, and we've seen how that turned out. It's not the same. We actually cared for him. The lot of you slept with him, . Oh, now what do you expect? He's a prince like any other, and he's not a danger to us. I know. I'm not sniping about it for once. I'm saying of course he won't hate you. He'll be annoyed he did send me to get the boy back, but it's hardly a matter of life and death. And you? She tilted her head, her golden hair sweeping across her shoulders. Will he be mad at you? Ile-Rien sighed, and gave her a shrug. Probably. A mission is a mission. But he won't demote you or anything? If you fail at this, I will be forced to send you to be decommissioned. No, Ile-Rien said. He won't demote me. Well, good, said Ania. That settles it. Now, what do you think? Should I keep the boy for my king, or send him to the Emperor myself? Ile-Rien's hands clamped spasmodically on the arms of the chair. He saw Ania notice it, saw her eyes light with interest, and cursed himself furiously for reacting. Despite every attempt at control, his heart tripped fearfully in his chest. "You said it would be a waste of a talent," he managed. "Of course, but it could have great benefits for me." She was smiling now, a nasty amused little thing. Who knows what they could make from him? A whole new type of abomination? Ile-Rien was out of his seat and halfway to her before he realized it, his hand on Serinda's hilt. Her thrall guards barred his way, but behind them she just laughed. "Oh," she said, gazing up at him with bright eyes, "Oh Throne, you like him? You like a boy." He snarled and backed off, yanking his hand from Serinda's. Horror and anger boiled through his veins, horror at the memories, anger at the thought that Ania could even speak of sending another to the same fate that had befallen them. Especially Cobb. At that moment, Ile-Rien hated her more than anything in the world. He forced himself to sit, still snarling, still imagining himself tearing her pretty face off. The thralls moved to flank him, staring down with their blank eyes. He ignored them to glare at Ania. He was a friend. My. The Ice Queen finally thaws. "Shut up, bitch. I'll let that go this time. I know how protective you can be. So, I take it you'd vote for keep the boy for my king nut." Ile-Rien just stared at her, face twisted with fury, until she sighed and said, "Very well. I won't send him onward. But you have got to tell me about this. You like a boy. There's nothing to tell. Oh come on, can't you indulge me just once?" She leaned forward, giving him an importuning look. "I know we've grown apart, but we were good friends once, and now we're all that's left. Let me share in your life. I can even ask Kel to transfer you here, to the Gold Army. I can give you a great position, a new body, whatever you need. Sweetheart, you know me. You know what I'd do for my sisters." Ile-Rien looked away, not wanting to hear this. Not wanting to consider the option. It's not like that, he told himself. It's not what he deserves. I've already set things in motion and I have to see them through. But out loud, he said, "Yes. I know what we've both done. It's just been a long time, Dot. You were always the different one." "The difficult one," Ania said, in warm tones of nostalgia. "But it's all right, dear. You've run yourself ragged, but now you can relax and rejoin the flow of life. You can pick any body you want, man, woman, I don't mind, only please keep it to the staff. None of the nobles. We don't even have to tell Cal, if you're worried he'll recall you to the Crimson. And, about the boy. What? Do you think he'd work for us? Of his own free will? I'd like that. Poor thing, he's probably as ragged as you." Ile-Rien looked at her, frozen by the very idea. For a moment it loomed in his mind to both live, side by side under Ania's formidable aegis. "But..." Slowly, carefully, he said, "maybe. But you need to stop hurting him. He doesn't want to wake up right now, because he's a prisoner. Take him somewhere safe, somewhere, full of life. The garden, maybe. Even though it's winter. Bring him to the garden and let him wake." Ania tilted her head, then smiled. "I just might. Certainly there is no need to antagonize him further." Then she waved a hand to one of her thralls, and he offered his arm and drew her up. As if following silent orders, the thralls that had bracketed Ile-Rien stepped away and returned to her side. "Well, you think on it, dear," she said, smoothing the skirts of her velvet gown. "And when you decide, we'll have tea and a proper chat. Now, though, I'm afraid I must attend to His Majesty at dinner. You'll be given a room, a nice one. I do hope you'll decide to stay, Dot." And with that, she turned and glided away with her escorts, leaving Ile-Rien alone with his thoughts. Chapter 22, Preparations. The Inquisition had come for Wesker not long after Lieutenant Saravi had left. Now he was shackled to a chair in a military police interrogation room, and he was glad for it because the other options seemed to be the wall shackles or the pillory. Or maybe the table with all the spikes. 2 royal guards bracketed the barred door. They did not frighten him. What did were the 3 Inquisition mages before him, the robed ogrekin by the table, and the Crimson General watching from his seat at the corner of Weshker's vision. He was terrified by the attention. He knew he had encountered something he should not have survived, and he was quite sure they meant to rectify that oversight. "Shall we?" said the mage in charge. Weshker recognized him as the Inquisitor Archmagus, distinct in his black and indigo robes, but rather shorter than Weshker had expected for someone with such a fearsome reputation. "Yes, Archmagus," said the Lady Mage in Inquisition white, and came forward to press her fingertips to Weshker's temples. For a moment he was comforted. She blocked the view of the others and smelled of lavender, her breasts right at eye level, but then a current went through his head and his eyes rolled up against his will to meet hers. It was like staring into 2 black wells. He fell in, and the room vanished. "No resistance," said a flat voice from somewhere outside. "Descend," said another. In a jolt, he was laying horizontal, staring at a white ceiling. The infirmary. Faces intruded, the medics, the lieutenant who had helped him. His throat hurt like he had been gargling sand. Bands of sunlight skipped backward across the white ceiling. Darkness fell. The world wobbled, then he was no longer in the infirmary cot but in a red circle, chest on fire, gut seething as he retched up strands of blood-flecked gray substance. "Should we deal with the trifolders?" said the first voice. "No. They're useful," said the second. He felt distant, and that was good. Emotions battered like moth wings on a window pane, locked outside where he could look at them but not touch. Terror, exhaustion, shame, the undercurrent of adrenaline ramping up slowly as he found himself in the street again, in the sheeting rain. The lieutenant's grip was firm, dragging him away from the bad thing. Then he was down in the mud, on his knees. Harsh faces and the edge of a sword showed in the thin lantern light. "The lieutenant, Archmagus?" "We'll speak with him." And with the colonel about discretion. He was in the dark alley, surrounded by feathers. Crows. What in the world? Pause. All was still, the rain captured in midair, the crows with wings flexed, claws just exiting his skin. He stared through a thin veil of red and saw what he had not seen before. When they had torn the gray monstrosity off of him, they were twisted. All of them the same. Heads cocked at a bizarre angle, feathered chests sunken in places and bulging in others, like paintings warped by water. "Is that a V? Keep going." The clay was on his skin, in his mouth, clogging his nose and throat. The nub of its head loomed over him, its former features erased and reforming into his own face as he suffocated. Gritty tendrils under his clothes, locked at the nape of his neck to make him look. "Stop. Skip this. Archmagus, we. Skip it." He was on his ass in the alley, staring up at Horum. Surprised. There was no reason for Horum to be there, with that weird look on his face. "Better. Keep going from here." The hidden door to the warehouse. The gathering. The many faces touched by tiny blots of light in the shelter of the crates. He saw everyone, not only Maver and Eravard but the men from the other camps and those he knew by reputation or face or not at all. Slaves and support staff and treasonous free soldiers. The resistance. Nothing we haven't already seen from the others. "Are we done then, Archmagus?" "No. I'm curious. Skip back a few years. Say, 10. Sir? What are we looking for?" "Crows." The world leapt, and then there was smoke coiling up from the hut below him, his footing growing hotter and more precarious with each moment. Behind him, the clan hall blazed like a torch. His arms ached from drawing the bow, too big for him still, and sweat stung his eyes as he knocked another black-fletched arrow. In the sky, the crows screamed madly, and on the ground below, his sisters and cousins fought the Gold Army soldiers that poured through the breach in the wall. He was 11, and he would never see his family again. No, no. Further back. Let me do it. Sir, you're not. I know what I'm looking for. Just follow my lead. With a sickening wrench, the memory vanished and Wesker was left suspended in darkness, the void pulsing around him like a black heart. Terror surged. He could not feel his body or sense the presence of the Inquisitors. There was no chair, no room, no observers, just nothing, endless soundless nothing, no up or down or self or outside, only the quaver of his panic as if he was the bowstring upon release, vibrating helplessly. Worthless without the arrow. Then he heard the wings. Old, slow, massive, swimming through the darkness like a mother following the cry of her child. Closer they came, closer and closer until he felt the feathers unfold him in a soft caress. And he was face down on the hides, his left arm pulled sideways to expose his shoulder, his father's knees pressed into his back to keep him from thrashing. The whole den sat in circles around him, filling the ritual cave with their chant and their heat, the flutter of their hands and flow of their writhing torsos. The crow shaman, the black corvishman, sat with bowls of ink and long needles, and gripped his arm just below the shoulder as he stippled the last mark of the tattoo. It did not hurt. His head reeled with the heat and the noise and the dream seeds he had eaten. He could still sense the spirits that had followed him home from his quest, the foxes sitting among the singers, the whirl of volcano dancers in the fire, the piper outside making the wind shriek. But most furious of all were the mob of crows that reeled about the cave ceiling. Cheek flat to the floor, he watched from one delirious eye as they spun and screeched and fought in an endless torrent, a blurring black mass of wings and claws and eyes born from the smoke and fire of the sacred mountain Ile-Rien. His blood had chosen their path, the path of his great-grandfather. The ascending path, the path of sight. The needle withdrew, and the storm of crows spiraled suddenly down, the wind of their wings ruffling braids and scalp locks and fanning the ritual fire to a roar. Wesker felt his father lurch back, then the wings poured into him and the pain arrived, stab by stab, each crow plunging into a black pin spot like a needle of fire. He bucked on the hides but their sheer numbers held him down until finally, blurry-eyed, he felt the last of them slip beneath his skin. Archmagus, that's. Until the voice, it had been only a memory. But suddenly he was not the dream-addled boy, he was himself still pinned, the cave empty around him, and from his shoulder, from the black tattoo warped so long ago by his slave brand, emerged the beak, then the head, then the razor wings of a twisted crow. It launched itself upward. And he was in the chair, aching, a warm wet trickle coming from his nose, and the lady mage was screaming as a black mass of feathers and claws tore at her face. Frozen by shock, the others only stared. Except the Inquisitor Archmagus. In one smooth motion, he reached into the furious mass and yanked. Something snapped. The wings spasmed, then fell still. As the lady mage collapsed, weeping, the crow evaporated into black motes and spun back into Wesker's shoulder like a patter of hot rain. The third mage rushed to the lady's side, and the general stood from his chair to shout at the military police for a medic, but the Inquisitor Archmagus ignored all that. Smiling faintly, he stepped past the woman and set one hand to Wesker's face. It was ice-cold in the lukewarm room. Kavnin net deraved, he said, and brushed the blood from Wesker's lip with his thumb. Wesker shuddered and heard the Ogrekin chuckle from nearby. It was only after a moment's buzzing, fearful thought that he recognized his native tongue and the meaning of the words. You will be useful. Evening in the Crimson Army camp. Lieutenant Saravi watched the entrance to the meeting hall as the light faded from the cloud-thick sky. Military police stood guard beside the steps, their faces stiff. More of them undoubtedly guarded the door from inside. This meeting hall served as a makeshift court when necessary, and from a friend in the police ranks Saravi had learned that this was such a time. Inside were slaves and free soldiers who had been taken in a raid on a secret cult meeting. The Corvishman, Wesker, was there too. Saravi knew he should not be here. He had duties to complete, not the least of them his appointment with the mentalists. Captain Tarrant had managed to get him and his men bumped up the list to this evening, which was no mean feat when the Inquisition was in camp for a heretic hunt. They tended to monopolize the Crimson Mentalists' time for weeks on end. But Saravi needed to know. There were undercurrents within the army. Secrets. A week ago, he had dismissed the idea of monsters in the camp as ridiculous, never mind whatever Trevere was, and if he had only heard about the grey thing from Wesker he would have scoffed at it the same way. But he had seen it, and could not stop seeing it. The brief glimpse of it plagued him with a persistence only a mentalist could suppress. He had returned to the infirmary to find Wesker gone and the medics distressed beyond words. All they could tell him was that it had been the Inquisition. That had been yesterday, and his attempts to discover what had become of the slave had led him here. His friend in the police had told him that the raid that had netted these cultists had also been run by the Inquisition, and that they had taken the men from the Green Six slave camp at the same time. He burned with questions he could not ask. Nor could he tell anyone, not his captain and certainly not Lancer Lynchard, whom he kept spotting in his vicinity, acting casual. As a spy, the Lancer was not a subtle one. But he was not here now, not that Saravi could see. The population of the yard consisted of officers who had overseen the slave camp on earlier rotations, nervous comrades of the accused free soldiers, several off-duty curiosity seekers and 2 slave women with a police escort, some free soldiers' common-law wives. The women held hands and took pains not to meet the eyes of the waiting men. One was Corvish, which was odd. Few would trust their balls to a Corvish woman. The door swung outward then, and the knots of conversation hushed, the men all standing to attention. Saravi straightened, though he hoped not to be noticed. He was the furthest from the door, practically in the opposite alley. Over the heads of the crowd he watched the court participants descend the steps. First came a wave of military police to push back the curious onlookers. After them, the condemned men, a long string of shackled slaves and ex-free soldiers, all dull-eyed from mind wash, alternating with more police. They split off into 2 groups, one heading toward the nearest jail building, the other toward the Mage's Dome to be sent to Dishia City. That was the punishment reserved for the worst offenders, to stand before the Emperor himself and be scoured by the light. Most slaves were in the Dishia City group, most ex-soldiers in the other. Saravi squinted in the evening blue, trying to spot Wesker, but what should have been an easy task came up empty. The Corvishman was nowhere to be seen. He stared at the doorway, frowning. There were still people inside the hall, the lantern light showing their moving shadows on the doorstep. In front, one slave woman had collapsed, weeping, and the Corvish wench was comforting her. Their police escort kept the other onlookers away. Already some were drifting from the gathering, either to return to their barracks or follow the solemn chains of prisoners. A royal guard stepped out from the hall, shield in one hand and lantern in the other, the light glazing his blood-red armor. Behind him came 2 more with swords cocked against their pauldrons, and at the sight of them the gathered soldiers raised their curled right hands to their foreheads in the claw salute. Saravi did the same. As the guards stepped down and separated, the general himself came into view, his armored shoulders nearly brushing the doorframe. Helm off, face uplit by the lantern, the Crimson General did not look happy. His eyes glittered as he scanned the gathering, and his jaw set tight. For a moment he seemed every inch the lion, proud and vicious, and he raised his gauntlet hand to return the salute. Then his eyes locked on Saravi and he halted. Sweat sprang up on Saravi's brow. Between them, all the soldiers stayed stiff and straight, but his knees went watery with the need to flee. He could not hold the general's stare and looked away, and as the general stepped down to the road he glimpsed the Corvish wench off to the side, her eyes following the general but her hand sliding through a slit in the thigh of her skirt. A dagger's hilt appeared through the slit, glinting between her fingers. Assassin, Saravi thought in shock, and as the general came abreast of her, his heart clenched. His mouth would not work. But her head turned suddenly, her attention captured by something in the hall, and an instant later the general was out of range, striding straight through the crowd. Saravi forced himself to breathe as the general approached, looming large in his formal armor like a bladed ruby statue. He had not often been in the general's presence, his report of barely 2 days ago notwithstanding, and never so close that he had been this aware of how tall the general was, or how imposing in his full armor. Even with the phoenix-faced helm off, he overtopped Saravi by a head. His guards rushed to bracket him, as always a bit behind the general's long strides, and the rest of the crowd hushed to watch the encounter. "Lieutenant," the general said, his voice a growl that carried no further than his circle of guards. "It seems you have been asking questions." Saravi fish-mouthed, unable to find words. "This is it," jabbered the little voice of panic, "this is where I get demoted to Lancer. Again." At the same time, he could not help but see the gold chain around the general's neck, and the edge of the teardrop pendant that peaked above his gorget. He could not help but think about the glint of gold he had caught at Colonel Retha's throat on that dreary night. "This is where I get myself executed." Before he could find his tongue, the general turned to regard the crowd. "Dismissed," he said. "Return to your quarters. This is not a carnival show." His hand flicked the salute and immediately the soldiers broke away, the military police moving to see that they obeyed. "Who are you toying with now, Ile-Rien?" came another voice as the general returned his stare to Saravi. For a moment the general's face convulsed with hatred, pure, vivid, violent, then he composed himself. "Ankeelan," he said without looking. "This is not your business." "No?" A black-gloved hand slipped in to whack one of the royal guard's arms, and when the guard stood his ground, the hand's owner gripped his shoulder and stood on tiptoes to peer over. Saravi, eyes averted, only saw him as a black and white blotch, but sensed his toothy grin. "Oh, it's that one," he said. "Remember what we discussed, "Please leave," said the general. Fine, I do have enough on my plate as it is. But remember, Verkii." Saravi blinked, wondering what the Ogrican Verkii had to do with this. "Yes. Leave." With a light laugh, the man disappeared behind the guards again. The general waited a long moment, face tightly composed as the sound of footsteps receded. Then, still low, he said, "You have 3 options." Saravi swallowed. "Sir? 1. You and your men are mind-washed. You are permanently demoted to Lancer. No more command decisions, no privileges. You serve out your remaining time with cut pay." Saravi lifted his chin and locked his hands together behind his back, determined to stand strong. This was not unexpected. 2. You and your men are mind-washed, and you are dismissed. You return to Trivists as a civilian. That stung. He gritted his teeth, knowing he could never do that. Not to his house, and not to his faithless wife. Better to be a Lancer and die on the field. 3. You accept a new commission. You and the men from your retrieval mission join a new company, with a very specific goal requiring some of the excesses of thinking you seem to do. No mind-washing involved. I accept. The general arched one golden brow. You're not interested in the details, Lieutenant? Heart beating in his throat, Saravi said, "No, sir. If you consider me capable, then I accept your will." Thinking, no time to question. Take it now before he retracts it. Not even for the sake of your men? He felt a bit lightheaded, and the way the general smiled made him think of a cat over a downed bird. No mind-washing involved for any of us. Everything I've seen put to use. A chill went up his spine. In the ranks. The monsters are in the ranks. He knows it, and he wants me to know it. Colonel Reth. Hunter Trevere. And the general himself. You see? Said the general in his low lion's voice, eyes hooded. Excess of thinking. Sir, You accept the 3rd option, Lieutenant? Yes, sir, but. Good. A big gauntlet hand clamped on Saravi's shoulder, squeezing hard through his plain uniform. Saravi flinched and stared up at the general, and that little panicky voice whispered, "They're yellow." His eyes. "They're not supposed to be yellow." "Then let me show you to your new office, Captain Saravi." Saravi choked on nothing. "Captain?" The guards broke apart as the general steered him through, then reformed around them. "I'd like you to choose a lieutenant from your men," the general said as he drew Saravi along. "You'll be heading Blaze Company, 9th Combat Battalion. It's new, just being formed. You'll have your insignias within a few days, and the files in the morning. You'd have them now, but I hadn't expected to catch you so quickly. I suppose I should have. You've been nosy." "Sir." "No need to apologize. It's why I've selected you." Saravi could think of nothing more to say. His head felt like an empty bubble trying to float off his neck. There should have been euphoria, but he knew too much for it. "For the sake of your men." Abruptly he realized that though they walked in a tight clump, they were not alone in the street. Ahead lingered an odd group, a few of the general's advisors, some guards, the black-robed mage in Verkii, and Weshker. Undeniably, unfathomably Weshker. The lantern light shone on his brushed copper hair and the buttons of his new specialist's uniform. He was staring up the road, and Saravi followed his gaze to another small group disappearing into the distance. The military police and the two slave women. He remembered the dagger then, and thought to speak, but at that moment Weshker looked his way. He was still pale as death, and there was a plea in his eyes, the same that Saravi had seen on the rainy street. And so Saravi closed his mouth, though it pained him. He knew he would regret it. Still, there would be time to drag the knowledge from the Corvishman, he would see to it. If he was to be a captain, free of the fear of mind-washing and somehow entrenched in the army's troubles, he would make sure he knew everything. And from the new uniform, it seemed that Weshker was not going anywhere. In the night, the crows flew. It was not their preferred time of travel, but the spirit led them straight as an arrow from the high hills to the thin Bell Valley. They arrived in the deep dark, the mother moon not yet risen and the child moon long since set, and as they descended from the sky to the forest that lay imprisoned around the thin Bell Palace, a grey shape squirmed out of one's talons and dropped lightly to a branch. The goblin watched as the flock settled into the trees to wait. Then, at the call of the spirit crow, he swung through the branches toward the low palace wall. In the shadow of a bluff overlooking Thin Bell, a deeper shadow opened. A dozen large foxes sped from it like their tails were on fire. Small blots of blackness clung to the last few before falling off and scuttling back through the snow to the iron bridge. Lark exited last, her head turned as she said farewell to the bridge-maker. From a belt pouch she dug out handfuls of obsidian chips and flung them into the darkness, which fractured into hundreds of tiny, scrambling shapes. One by one, they vanished with their prizes, until only the natural shadows remained. A shivering fox gave a yap, then trotted ahead along the bluff space. The others perked their ears and followed, and Lark trailed after them, tugging down the edges of her hat. A gash in the stone wall marked a cave opening, with a single crow perched on a nearby rock like a sentinel. In the valley below, the walls and windows of the Windish Palace lay somnolent, only a few late lights burning. Her breath frosting in the air, Lark glanced into the cave as a lamp was lit and saw the bundles and racks that lined it. Not a den but a cache, a staging point for raids. Lark's mouth curved in a smile. She was beginning to like the Corvish. Chapter 23, Influences. In his dream, Cobb stood before a black tree. It was too tall to belong here in the uplands, its branches bare of leaves but sturdy, its trunk wide and scaled with tight clinging bark. Its roots made knobby, grotesque arches across the rocks and disappeared into tiny fissures, like hands clutching desperately at the earth. Half of its mass had been sheared away by lightning. From that great gash grew a second tree, a shining, twisting mass of native silver reaching up from the scorched wood into the sky. On an upper branch perched a white ringhawk, watching him. This is not Carindra, Cobb thought. And yet it was. It had the feel of Carindra. The thin air, the persistent chill, Beyond the tree rose a sheer gray cliff that glimmered with ice. A notch had been carved into it by some ancient glacier, and from that notch came the dim, otherworldly glow of the firebird. To either side, the land sloped away, all rock and lichen and ground-hugging alpine brush. Behind him lay a black lake like a staring eye, rafted with unmoving ice. And a forest. A vast, dark forest that should not be here. "What do you want?" he asked the hawk in the silver tree. It shimmered faintly, and there was Ile-Rien on the bough, kicking his feet. "It's not what I want," the boy said. "It's what you want." Cobb stared at him, wishing his father had never told him that Ile-Rien was not real. Now it seems so obvious. The boy was too fair for Carrion, nearly as blonde as Audition, and when Cobb tried to dredge up the details of his existence, he found he had no idea who Ile-Rien's parents were, or where in Richelny's he had lived, or how they had met. Certainly no real village boy would have climbed up to Cobb's cliff home day after day, even if he had been allowed. There were better and more productive things for a village child to do than hang out with a lonely goat herder. In the light of that realization, all of Cobb's childhood memories felt hollow. The laughter echoing from the cliffs, the adventures up and down the mossy slopes, the stupid antics in the freezing glacial lakes and along that narrow ravine path, imaginary. The shared jokes and lunches and bruises and plans for the future never happened. Here in this artificial homeland, freshly transformed from a bird and speaking as cryptically as Jasper or Morshak, Ile-Rien seemed little like the boy he remembered. Cobb had never felt so alone. "My father was right, wasn't he?" "You're not real," he said. Ile-Rien shrugged loosely. "Does it matter?" "I'm trying to help you, Cobb, in a way that you'll accept. But you need to rest. They've stopped hurting you for now, but I can't say what they'll do next." "My master." "Your master?" A horrible suspicion hit him. Morshak. That's one of his names. Were Cobb awake, he might have fractured his teeth, so hard did his jaws clench. "He killed my friend," he said tightly. "He's my enemy. Whatever he wants you to do, you have to stop." Ile-Rien's fair brows lifted, and he laughed softly, exasperated. "You barely knew Pale. You knew his family for all of 2 days. They're not your friends, Cobb, and neither are the Guardians. They want to use you against us. I'm not allowed to let that happen." "Us? Which us?" Hurt and anger tightened Cobb's chest. "So what are you gonna do, fight me?" "I don't have to fight you. You fight yourself enough already." "I do not." "Look at this tree," said Ile-Rien, patting a silver branch. "This is part of you. This whole place is part of you, not like those memories the Guardians impose upon you. Here, you have cliffs and forests, glaciers and grazing land, a broad sky and a deep lake. And yet the place you've dreamt me into, out of all those dark places and all those light ones, is a black tree that's growing silver. Dying from silver." Cobb frowned and eyed the tree. Down among the roots, in the rocky crevices that they gripped, he espied the dull gleam of metal, thin ropes of silver twisting up into the wood to climb it from within. "I don't get it," he said. "I suppose you don't," said Ile-Rien. "I don't think you're stupid, but you don't look at yourself much. You just charge on forward. You would have made a great Imperial if not for this whole Guardian thing." Cobb scowled. "What does a Pekin tree have to do with the Empire? It's like a knife in your heart. You stuck it in there when you were 12, and it's been killing you ever since. And not just killing you, growing into something else inside you. Do you know what you could have been? What you're going to be?" For an instant, Cobb saw it. 2 branches, one black, one white. Himself crouched in the shadow of the cliffs, shaggy-haired and wild-eyed like a mountain hermit, a twisted staff in one hand and his other on the rocks as he watched a troop of Imperials pass beneath his ledge. Except his hand was not on the rocks, but in them buried beneath the surface to touch the living stone, and with his grip on the mountain he knew he could crush them all. And at the same time, he stared down at the matte white helm and his gauntlet grip, an unfamiliar flame-shaped crest on its brow. His gauntlets were white too, and his breastplate, greaves, pauldrons, all of it heavy armor that nevertheless fit like a comfortable glove. All white but for the flecks of drying blood, the same as that which stained his bone-colored sword. "You can't be either of those cobs now," said Ile-Rien. "You had the opportunities, but you let them pass by. So what do you want?" Cobb said. His head hurt. Heads weren't supposed to hurt in dreams. "I told you, it's not Ile-Rien's side. You know what? I do want something. You've heard the Guardian's side, and you'll hear my master's side soon enough. They'll want you to choose between them, dark or light, Guardian or Ravager. I don't want you to do it. Refusing to choose is also a choice." Cobb eyed him. "Shouldn't you be pushing for your master's side? I'm my own person in here." "No, you're not. You're imaginary." Ile-Rien smirked and shrugged. "Have I been any less of a friend to you for not being flesh? I'm trying to look out for you. That's my purpose. I can walk with you wherever you go, so does it matter if no one else can see me?" "Yes." The boy rolled his eyes. "He's right, you are a brick-headed idiot." "Hoy!" Ile-Rien just laughed, and Cobb glared up at him for a long moment before the anger ebbed and the absurdity started to get to him. Here he was, standing in Carrion, talking to someone who did not exist but had been with him his whole life, about how he was secretly a tree. He rubbed the busted bridge of his nose and sighed. "So you don't think I should choose sides," he said. Ile-Rien straightened and cleared his throat. "Yeah. I think you should just get free of both of them. They'll destroy you, Cobb. They don't care about you, just what you can do for them. The Guardian saved my life when I was shot. By possessing you. After it had put you in danger in the first place. And your master tried to kill me. You didn't die. You just don't want me to go to the dark." Ile-Rien looked pained. "I'm not trying to manipulate you. Listen, your father wasn't quite right when he called you hidden truth. Ile-Rien means behind story, the reality behind the fictions we tell ourselves. There are many, many stories here, in your head, in the world, in everyone who'll try to influence you, but all I want is for you to look behind them. They're not all true. Some of them are just very convincing." Cobb scowled. He wanted to find a cave and bar the whole world out, to just be alone for a while with the silence. But even now, his thoughts were swimming, and he knew there could be no silence in his own mind. Not until he got some things done. "Wake me up," he said curtly. "I'm tired of this." Ile-Rien winced. "You're still not ready." "I don't care. Just do it." Shoulders slumping, the boy nodded. "You won't like it," he said as he started to shimmer. "I just hope you remember this." "I hope I don't," Cobb thought. Then the white ringhawk was on the branch, the boy gone. It flexed its wings, then fixed its shining gaze on him, and he felt himself shrinking or fading, it was hard to say. Fright rippled through him. The world constricted to that fierce white shape, and when it leapt from the silver bough, he tried to move but could not, could only see the eyes and feel the talons clutch him and tear him skyward. A great jolt. A feeling of weightlessness, disembodiment. Then he slammed into physical reality, every muscle screaming, every bone outlined in fire, his teeth like nails driven into his jaws, his eyes burning in their sockets. They teared up and overflowed, and as they did so, he fell backward into himself and the pain vanished like it had never been. He blinked blearily, groaned from the depths of his lungs, and thought, piking terrible way to wake up. Above him, vague shapes leapt away to show the white ceiling. "By the throne, he's awake," someone said. Another face leaned over him, and fingers pried at his eyelids. He groaned again and smacked them away. "Alert Lady Ile-Rien," said another voice. Slippered feet scuttled on the floor, and a door opened and slammed. "This is earlier than expected," said the first voice. Was it the needles after all? Sir, can you speak? His tongue felt like a strip of old leather. He batted away another hand and tried to wedge up by his elbows. The room spun, then straightened. As he raised his head, he saw for a moment, very clearly, a young man at the foot of the table. Fair-haired, dressed in white, and smiling a wan, worried smile. Ile-Rien, he mumbled. Then the world wobbled again, and he laid down flat. Around him moved a blur of voices and prodding hands. For a while he simply laid there, opening and closing his eyes, breathing slowly as the weakness of his body tried to tug him back under. Then, at some point, he was drawn to his feet. Nudged from behind, he moved automatically, indifferent to words or sensations or distance, as if still dreaming. It was the bathwater that roused him. He inhaled it, then expelled it in a hacking cough, his eyes stinging at the unpleasant feel of soapsuds in his sinuses. The very surprising feel. The next cough was half-sneeze, the next inhale the first time in years that he had breathed through his nose. "That's right, lad, keep your head up," said a soothing female voice, and he startled. A woman's hand gripped his shoulder. He saw himself naked through the sudsy water and heat rushed to his face, and when he looked up, there were three of them with their hair pulled back under kerchiefs and big brushes and sponges in their hands. He yelped and nearly flung himself from the tub, but the bottom of it was too slick for his heels to find purchase and he plunged right back under the water. When he struggled up again, they were trying to hide their laughter behind their hands and he only flushed a deeper crimson. "There, are you with us at last?" said the one behind him. He peered over his shoulder to see a matronly woman in a red kerchief, her dress sleeves rolled up to her elbows and a look of amused exasperation on her round face. Don't worry, we've been gentle." Cobb stared at her, then looked around quickly. Beyond the women, there were 4 armored guards, 2 each bracketing doors on 2 different walls. A third door on a third wall was propped open by an upturned bucket to show descending stairs. The room itself was completely tiled, its floor, walls and arched ceiling covered in pastel garden mosaics. Small dressing tables held a vast array of crystal bottles and bowls, mirrors and mysterious feminine things, and there were 2 more tubs, one big enough for a party. Pale light slanted down from notch windows in the ceiling, accentuated by candles. And the scents, soap and perfume and honey and wet skin. He felt dizzy. It was disorienting enough to be able to breathe through his nose again, but adding that lost sense to his baffling surroundings made his head swim. "Where am I?" he said, and winced as the maids stifled more laughter. The matron snapped her fingers at them and they quieted. "In the suite of the Lady Ile-Rien, in the palace of His Majesty King Garland of Winden. I'm told you've been asleep for 6 days. What am I doing here?" Smiling in a way that made Cobb nervous, the matron said, "Getting washed." "Then I believe the lady would like to have a word with you." "But I dunno her." "I'd imagine not, dot." She nodded toward his shoulder, and he winced again, realizing that his slave brand was bared for all to see. On the heels of that came another realization, and he felt at his neck but found no cord, no arrowhead pendant. "Where's my stuff?" he said. The matron shrugged and brandished her bath brush at him. "I haven't a clue." "Now stay still, we're nearly done." "Then we should do something about your hair." The maids leaned in, all smiles and brushes and sponges. Burning with embarrassment, Cobb gripped the sides of the tub and stared at the ceiling as they worked. Cold water, he told himself. Glaciers. Avalanches. Horrible bloody death. Scorpions. Scorpions aren't sexy, think about scorpions. That was effective for long enough, and when the maids finally retreated, he was red mostly from the scrubbing. The matron shooed them away and they fled, giggling, down the stairs, taking the buckets with them. "You're a shy one," said the matron as she tugged at Cobb's arm. With great reluctance, he clambered from the tub, and she steered him to a stool by one of the mirrors and slung a towel over his lap. He said. She picked up scissors from a table and turned his head with a forceful hand, and he flinched at the first snip. Nothing to worry about, she said. Her voice was flat, practical, not at all soothing. You're not in trouble, and the ladies certainly won't eat you. Just relax and do as she says. I'm sure it will come naturally. But. Her brows quirked and he blushed despite the scorpions still scuttling through his mind. Trust me, you don't want to disobey her, said the matron. Be a good boy and follow orders, and you'll be fine. You do this a lot? Prepare men for her? Cobb fell silent, trying hard not to think about the situation, but even scorpions were losing the struggle. He was miserably confused. It felt like only moments ago that he had been a bird, flying through lightning-streaked air. The last thing he remembered was wrestling Morshak in the cart. 6 days. What happened? What do I do? The matron set aside the scissors and took up a shaving razor. He sat very still and soon it was done, and she turned his head this way and that with a critical gaze. Good enough, she said, but you're much too thin. We'll see about getting you to the kitchen later. Then she tucked the scissors and the cased razor in her sash and started away. Hoy, Cobb called after her. Where why goin'? My work here is done. Don't I get pants? No. Of course not. And with that, she passed through the third door and pulled it shut behind her. Cobb stared, thinking about chasing her. But all he had was the towel across his lap and 4 armed guards in the room watching him. Anyway, what am I thinking, trying to run away from a lady who wants me naked? It was strange. This had been a subject of discussion in the army camp, somewhere between harem or no harem? And what would you do for a massive pile of gold? Cobb could no longer recall his answer to being a noble lady's pet. But he remembered he had thought the question ridiculous. The slaves barely ever saw women, and the ones they saw were slaves as well. Even imagining a noble lady had been difficult. Maver, of course, had been all for it. Lounging around all day with no responsibilities besides sex and staying fit? Sign me up. But whatever Cobb's own answer had been back then, he was sure really kinda scared was not it. What do I do? I'm not Maver. I've never even seen a woman naked. Oh light, she's gonna be naked. Scorpions, towel made of bees. He smacked himself in the forehead several times and heard a guard snort. There were no windows low enough to climb out of, and he knew that if he ran down the stairs he would end up in a laundry room or something, full of maids, with just a towel on. And then there were the guards. I can take M. Steal some armor and sneak out. Yeah. Why am I running away from the naked lady? Cool down. Breathe. Maybe it's not like that. Maybe it's to make sure I'm not hiding any weapons. Maybe she's ugly and likes slaves 'cause they can't say no. Wait, that's not any better. Why me? How did I piking get here? Weren't there mages? Morshak? Ile-Rien? Light, my head hurts. He took a deep breath, then another through his nose, because he could. He concentrated on his hands. They were as dark and calloused as ever, and when he glanced up at one of the many mirrors he saw a face dreadfully out of place in the opulence, nose still crooked and hair raked back in a neat cut that looked alien to him, like a tiara on a toadstool. What am I doing here? But the face held no answers, only a dazed stare and expression of blank animal incomprehension. He scowled at himself, and that was better. At least scowling he looked like he had some sense. His gut twinged. He made another face at himself, thinking, hungry on top of it all, but it turned into a knot and then a pain, and he looked down to see a finger-length silver needle protruding from his belly just above the navel. As he watched, it slid gently out, leaving a thin trail of blood as it dropped into his lap. For a long moment he just stared at it, unable to process what had happened. Then he touched the spot of blood on his belly. It was bright and fresh, but beneath it the knot had subsided and he felt no pain. A creak of hinges. He looked up to see one of the guarded doors swing open into a lavish chamber. Butterflies filled his stomach, and he swallowed hard to keep them down, the needle already forgotten. Do I just walk in? He thought, and looked to the guards for guidance, but their expressions were blank behind their helms. Slowly he stood and wrapped the towel tighter, imagining bees, spiders, anything horrible to keep himself in check. Getting fired upon by wraiths had been less frightening. Cautiously he approached the open door, attention switching between the guards that flanked it and the unfolding interior. Lamplight shone on wall hangings in gilded wood, crimson rugs, and glass decanters. As he reached the threshold and spied the bedposts, he caught his breath, but saw no one. He looked to the guards, but they stared straight ahead, ignoring him. Evidently a young man in a towel was not a threat. He was afraid to cross the threshold. Peering in further, he saw a cushion-heaped divan pushed against the foot of the bed, with a carved table before it, a bottle and 2 glasses set out. But no lady. "Do come in," said a woman's voice, warm, fluid, and rich as the room. It sent a tingle up his spine. Bees, he thought. Bees. He stepped in. The door had blocked much of the view, and as he cleared it he saw the whole of the bed, the canopies drawn back to show its vast, pillowed expanse. Across it was the lady, her gown as crimson as the rugs and her hair a spill of gold, her back to him as she primped a last curl in the mirror. "Make yourself comfortable," she said, and gestured toward the divan with a glittering hand. Obediently he moved there and sat, but comfort was impossible. The door closed with a click and he twitched and clutched tighter at his towel, fixing his stare on the rug. Stop being an idiot, he told himself furiously. Nothing to fear. Women are the nice ones, right? And she's not naked. Yet. Shut up. A ring-encrusted hand intruded into his view, holding a wineglass. "Here," said the lady, nudging it at him. "For you. Do loosen up, I don't bite." He glanced up, got an eyeful of her bodice and looked away, bright red, fumbling blindly for the stem of the glass. She pressed it into his hand, her fingers leaving warm traces on his. The divan cushion shifted as she sat beside him, and her velvet gown brushed his leg. He shivered and nearly smacked himself with the glass. "Darling, really," she said, "I went to such trouble to prepare myself. The least you could do is look at me." Her voice made him think of a hunting cat, lounging on a sunny rock and watching the prey pass by through half-lidded eyes. Still, she was right. This was disrespectful. Cautiously he turned his head, telling himself, "Look at her face, look at her face." But that was difficult. The lady reclined in the pillows, her tawny legs crossed beneath the gown's slit to give a glimpse of thigh. Her bodice barely held her bounty in check, and the golden pendant she wore pointed straight down her cleavage. It took him a teeth-gritting effort to make it all the way up to her mouth, red lips half-veiled by the wineglass. The bees were doing nothing. His fingers still tingled from her touch. Finally, flushed, he managed to meet her gaze. Her eyes were like warm honey, and their attention sent another jolt to his groin. This close, he could smell her, a drowsy sweetness, stronger than the wine, filling his head with fog. She smiled and said, "Much better. I am Annie of Ile-Rien, but you may call me Ania." "And you are?" "Cobb," he mumbled. My lady. Please, just Ania." Cobb mouthed the name but could not bring himself to say it. If he blushed any harder his eyebrows would catch on fire. "I've heard a few things about you from your friend, but I'd like to discuss them with you, Cobb. If you don't mind." "My friend?" "Hunter Ile-Rien Trevere." The name was like a splash of ice water. Cobb stiffened and glanced around as if he might spot Ile-Rien hiding somewhere he had overlooked. "He's here?" "In the palace, yes. I'm told he was pursuing you. That you had fled the service of the Crimson Army." "Oh." Cobb looked down into his glass, which he had clutched awkwardly by the stem. Yeah. I guess he caught me. No, dear, the Gold Army caught you. You are under my jurisdiction, well, my kings. The Emperor gives us free reign over this protectorate, and we keep what we catch, as long as we stay cooperative. So you are not the Crimson Armies anymore, Cobb. You are mine. Cobb glanced at her warily. She touched his slave brand with one gilded finger, the contact spreading heat along his skin. We do not keep many slaves in the East, she said. But your term of service can be transferred. You have a talent that interests my king. I wonder if you would use it on his behalf. You're a skin me? Cobb said, trying to follow her words and not the slow path her finger drew on his arm. She leaned in, smiling. She seemed to radiate warmth. His chest felt tight, barely a breath sneaking out. Of course. I would like this to be a friendly arrangement. Do you think we can be friends, Cobb? Yeah. Yes. But? Good. She sat back and abruptly Cobb could breathe again. His head buzzed. Pike you, bees, he thought, you're not working right. He took a swig from the wineglass to brace himself and it burned down his throat like honey and fire. He squinted at the drink. Maybe it wasn't wine. I would like to see you in our service, Aeneas said. Are you willing? One part of him said yes. But he thought cold thoughts at it and tried to get his mind together. What? What am I supposed to do? Exactly what you did for the Crimsons. His brows crinkled. Work? Of course. We've seen your capabilities, Cobb. Wouldn't you rather use them in a comfortable, pleasurable place, where you can be properly rewarded for your efforts? She leaned forward to rest her hand on his thigh, just below the towel, and the glass slid right out of his fingers. Her ruby lips pressed into a moue of amusement, but he barely noticed. Her eyes had him again, like a warm amber sea. An ache ran through his skull. Yeah, he said, no longer sure what he was answering. In a slither of red velvet, she was at his side, the fabric drawing fire all along his leg. Her hand stayed, but the other traced along his throat, to his chin. Her breath warmed his cheek. You're a good boy, she said, each movement of her lips all but outlined on his skin. You show restraint, and I like that. Let me give you a taste of our rewards. She ran her fingers into his hair, leaving trails of heat, and he swallowed hard and felt a black flutter behind his eyes. Two tight knots of pressure burned on his forehead. She leaned close and the darkness drew in like blinders, even as his hand moved to her waist of its own accord, even as he thought no. At the sudden shiver of scales in the depths. Her mouth closed on his and the world went away. Ile-Rien felt the guardian's aura and froze in mid-bite. He slanted a sideways look at his guard escorts, busy flirting with the kitchen girls, and slowly set his bread down. Then he bolted for the door. The guards hollered and scrambled, but he was already out, skimming past a startled maidservant and taking the hall in long strides. He heard a thud, heard her squawk and the guard's curse, and then he swung around a corner out of sight. The sensation came from ahead and above. Upstairs, he thought, trying to remember the nearest staircase. Pikes. I knew this would happen. Like cursed crazy bitch. Those crows had better find a way in. The corridors here were narrow, barely enough for two abreast, and the servants ducked into alcoves and open doorways when they saw him coming. He slid around those who did not, glad for once to be short and slight. Through an arch, he spotted a stairwell and swung that way. It spiraled up into the heights and he took the steps 3 at a time, gritting his teeth as his soft boots slid on the stone. Up, 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 the guardian's aura still flaring like a black waterspout, its tendrils already sinking into him and making him ache around the numb spots. He hit the correct landing and his left hand started to twitch, the bracer clamping tight under his sleeve as if cowering. One door stood here. He slammed it open and stepped into a fancy bathing room. Directly across, another door stood open, full of the sound and sight of a struggle. Ile-Rien crossed the tiles in moments and stepped through. It was like plunging into the sea, a sudden weight and lassitude on his limbs, a struggle to breathe. He slowed as his arm spasmed and saw motion just in time to dodge a flung soldier. The man hit the open door and snapped it off its hinges. In the center of the room, one black hoof planted on a smashed table, stood the guardian. It's bigger, he thought. As it moved, its daggered antlers scraped plaster from the ceiling. Its back was to him, showing broad shoulders armored in bark and stone, black as night, and a thick mane cascading down its spine to a short deer tail. For a moment all he could do was stare at the tail and think, nothing on a great spirit should be that cute. Then the guardian slammed another man to the ground with bone-snapping force, and Ile-Rien shook off the thought. The aura crushed at him as he struggled forward, right hand on Serindas, his left refusing to respond. 3 guards hung onto the spirit like children while one slapped ineffectually with his sword. Another swipe from the guardian and that man went flying. There was no sign of crows. Cobb! Ile-Rien barked through the chorus of curses. Stop it! The guardian's head turned. One flat black eye fixed on Ile-Rien and his breath went away. His knees unhinged. He hit the floor, the world graying at the edges. Then the guardian shook itself. Plaster dust spilled down from a new rip in the ceiling. The stone rose from Ile-Rien's chest and he gasped for air as the guardian gripped the base of one antler, its shoulders shaking. A cloud of blackness bloomed from its form, then the black armor vanished and Cobb collapsed under the weight of the grappling soldiers. Ile-Rien sprang to his feet, dizzy, every nerve burning with return sensation. He saw a guard with a sword up, aiming at Cobb through the struggling pile, and lunged instinctively. The sword's point skimmed the back of his doublet as he shoulder-checked the man's armored chest, and they both went down. A twist, a wrench, and Ile-Rien was on top with Serindas at the guard's throat. The blade throbbed with vicious hunger. Enough! Said Ania in a voice that drove straight through his head. Against his will, his gaze turned to her. The dagger trembled in his hand, desperate for blood but unable to control him. Only now did he register the poison scent that permeated the room, as if a beehive had been crushed and smeared across the floor, occupants and all. Ania struggled upright, wiping at the blood that dripped from her lip. Her gown was torn, her hair in disarray, and the teardrop pendant no longer hung about her neck. Its illusion gone, she was revealed in her true form, the glossy marbled skin, the claws, the kittenish fangs that flashed when she snarled, the eyes wide honeycomb circles without pupil or white. She still wore the shape of a woman but her feet had split into golden hooks, and she balanced on them as if wearing invisible heels. Beneath each claw hid a stinger, Ile-Rien knew, and another beneath her tongue. The blood from her split lip and scratched arms was red but poisonous. Her skin held intoxicants that she spread by touch. Ile-Rien, her kind were called. Take him to the warded cell, she said, her voice thick with the wing-like thrum of her power. It tweaked at Ile-Rien like puppet strings and he clenched his hand tighter on Serindas, relishing the blade's hunger for once as it counteracted the Ile-Rien's pull. His bracer was still too numb to help, and though his mind could not be controlled, his flesh, the human part, could. The guards heaved to their feet immediately, dragging Cobb up. The one under Ile-Rien lurched and rather than cut his throat, Ile-Rien slid off and rose unsteadily. Quick as a whip, Serindas forced his hand after the man's back. You, Ania snarled. You stay still. Ile-Rien's legs locked. Serindas yanked like a hound on a leash but could drag him no further. Seething, Ile-Rien watched over the guard's shoulders as they hauled Cobb out the door, the young man shaking his head as if trying to wake up. Steps receded across the tile, then Ile-Rien heard the door to the stairwell slam. A moment later, the heavy, cloying scent eased in his body returned to his control. Serindas wiggled in his grip and he struggled to slide it into its sheath. It caught on the other object he had hidden there, then finally went in. Breathing hard from anger and adrenaline, he looked to Ania as she sank onto the divan and covered her face with her hands. What were you thinking? He snapped. Oh, I don't know, she said, only a faint flutter in her suddenly sudden voice. Maybe that he wasn't dangerous. Did I ever say that? You like him. You're protecting him. He's spirit-ridden, Ania. It's not his fault. You tried to thrall him, didn't you? No. She sniffled and let her hands fall, glowering at him with her wet, faceted eyes. I'm not stupid. I was just being nice. Were you in his lap yet? Maybe. Tongue in his mouth? She gave him a petulant look that he knew was a yes. White-hot fury lanced through him. Letting it drive him forward, he shoved her down on the divan, one hand on her neck, one wrenching her arm aside, and forced his knee between her thighs. Her eyes flew wide, and he leaned down close enough to feel her frightened breath, feel her shaking beneath him, stricken by memory. Bitch, he hissed. You just couldn't resist. So why shouldn't I retaliate? You wouldn't, she said, her voice a tremor. I have before. They've made you one of them, those men, Better than what you've become, he wanted to say. The fury still pulsed through him, and on his arm the bracer flexed, ready to fill in with the antidote to her poisons. But he saw himself in the aftermath of this, perhaps cinching himself up again, the look on his face the same as theirs had been. Smug, satisfied. He pushed away. Turned away, knowing that he could not stay close and not hurt her. His gaze traveled the room and fixed on a glitter of trinkets, a bedside table appreciably distant, and he stalked there to put space and furniture between them and dim the sound of her quiet sobs. Jewelry spilled across the table there, draped from an open box. Men's rings, chains of office, little gloating trophies of a royal mistress. 3 different signets. A wide collection of army pins. Among them, 2 anomalies. A crystalline arrowhead on a leather cord, and an old bronze band. Don't touch my things. Ania wailed, but he ignored her. The sight of the arrowhead lit his temper again. He picked it up, feeling its familiar chill. He remembered watching them dig it out of Cobb's side. What am I doing? He thought. I had him right there, fresh out of the guardian state and pinned down by soldiers. And what did I do? I tackled the one who was about to stab him. This isn't working. Curse the crows, where were they? He glanced back and saw that Ania was still crying, her hands over her face. He flipped the cord over his head and tucked the arrowhead down his undershirt, then reached for the band. An unpleasant fire ran up his fingers. Trifolder work, he thought. Faye. But he took it anyway. You stole things from him while he was comatose, he said as he tucked the band up his right sleeve. It fit loosely between the undershirt and the doublet and only burned a little. Were you already planning to mount him? A brief murmur, then, oh, like you're perfect, you body-switching bastard. He was interesting. I do as I please. Ile-Rien looked back again, frowning. She still had her hands to her face, but she sounded fine now. Sour. He caught another murmur and the glint of light off one of her rings, only it was more than light, it was activation, like the pin he had worn in the Baller Tavern. He stepped toward her just as gold-robed figures materialized among the splinters, already casting. Arcane webs bound his arms before he could touch Serindus. They yanked him forward, his heels skimming the rug, then forced him down on his knees by the divan. He struggled and snarled in their encasement and saw the strands nearest the trifold band spark and fray, but it was not enough. The doors to the outer suite swung open to disgorge more thrall guards. Rising, Ania smoothed her velvet dress and looked down at Ile-Rien with a curled lip. You tried to trick me, she said coldly. And then you tried. I won't have this. Whatever he is, he's not what you say. I retract all of my offers. I will present both of you to the Emperor to do with as he pleases. Boys, take his weapon. Watchmagus, I want a portal to the Imperial Palace ready within the mark. The guards hauled him up, and he tried to spit, but Ania clamped a hand over his mouth. The intoxicants made his skin tingle, and he breathed in unintentionally and felt her power clench tighter. His belt unsnapped and Serinda's hunger left him. On his left arm, the bracers stirred to life to combat the toxins, but it was too late. He could only kick and curse as the guards dragged him away. Chapter 24, The Draining Darkness. Cobb thought, "What have I done? You told me you couldn't control me." The guardian did not answer. He felt its weight receding, as if sliding back down the black well from which it had come, but his head still hurt. The memory of what had just happened replayed itself through a filter of smoky glass. Her mouth, then the disjunction. Watching through a black window as his hands came up to yank the pendant off and shove her away. And then. He did not want to think about it, the skin-crawling change in her. These indeed. "Put your feet down and walk," a guard snarled in his ear, and he obeyed automatically. They had half-dragged, half-carried him out, but it was more difficult on the stairs, and he stumbled along as they corkscrewed down. A landing. A corridor of surprised-looking servants. Around a corner and into another hall, with plastered walls covered in arcane scrawl and doors of inlaid wood, then down to the end and through a door of etched metal that lit fiery sparks in his nerves. The circular chamber beyond held a small domed cell in its center, surrounded by concentric rings of sigils that glowed with faint golden light. A tall female mage in a gold army robe awaited them, and beckoned as the soldiers hesitated. "I've lowered the wards," she said. "You can pass through. Be mindful of the other prisoner when you put him in." "Other prisoner?" Cobb thought as they hauled him forward. The domed cell had a door made of bars, through which he glimpsed movement. The lady mage moved ahead to open it as the guards hauled Cobb across the rings of sigils. A shove, a boot to the backside, and he stumbled into the cell, nearly clipping his skull on the low arch. The door slammed shut behind him, and the lock clicked. Bootsteps retreated, then the golden light of the sigils flared brighter, illuminating the cell through the bars. Half covered by Cobb's shadow, another man stared up at him, arms raised defensively. Cobb blinked and backed up, dropping into a crouch. The cell was small, not high enough for him to stand straight and barely wide enough for him to lay down, but there was enough space that they could stay away from each other, if they took care. With the light coming in over his shoulder, he saw his cellmate clearly enough, a wind in his late 30s, dishwater blonde and haggard, his stubbled face drawn with fear. Bandages shrouded his painfully crooked hands and bruises mottled his chest and left side. His build showed no soldier's muscle, but neither did he have the indolent fleshiness of the noble or upper merchant classes, soft but not flabby. He wore loose breeches and a silver collar, nothing more. The door of the outer chamber slammed shut, followed by a bell-like tone that made the concentric circles ripple then brighten further. The wind grimaced, then exhaled a ragged sigh. "Who are you?" he said hoarsely. "You're not collared." "Not a mage?" Cobb blinked slowly. His head was swimming. "No, I'm just a normal person. Name's Cobb." "A normal person?" The wind squinted. "Why would they put you in arcane containment?" "Because I have a monster inside of me," Cobb thought, but said instead, "Who are you?" The man lowered his arms slightly, though the anxiety on his face did not fade. "Warder Jared Iskeen, in service to Count Varen." "If you're not a mage, then what are you doing here?" With a shrug, Cobb shifted aside from the door and set his back to the smooth curved wall, drawing his legs up for some privacy. He hated being naked. It wasn't right. Jared watched him as he got settled, then sat back suddenly with a look of alarm. "You're the one from the road," he said. "The bleeding one." Cobb frowned at him. "You know me?" "With the winged monster and the dead horse." "The man they dragged away." Jared's eyes went round. "You survived that?" Cobb nodded slowly, though he was barely able to comprehend it himself. He did not want to think about grappling with Morshak or the bloody wounds that had bloomed from his own flesh, but it occurred to him suddenly that those had not been new injuries. The bleeding nose, the cracked jaw, the busted knuckles and the sting of welts on his back, the fiery sensation in his shoulder, all were from the past, like Morshak had dredged up and torn open his old scars. The ones that had appeared on his arms and belly corresponded to the thick mats of blood that had been on his clothing after the tavern fight. He grimaced, but the skin there was whole as if it had never been cut. He could even breathe through his off-broken nose, though when he touched it, it felt as lumpy as ever, and likewise his slave brand remained. He looked up to Jared again, pondering. "You're with the soldiers. The mage in green?" "Yes. The others were Count Varen's men. We were going to investigate the loss of contact with the Rift Beacon." "Did you? Why were you in here?" Cobb said quickly, not wanting to think about that. "Aren't you on their side?" The mage looked momentarily offended, then his shoulders slumped and he sighed. "No, only under their jurisdiction. I'm a civilian mage, not a military one. My employer is the Count, not the King or the Emperor or, light forbid, the Inquisition. These mages that have us are Gold Army in service to the King, and they think I'm hiding something." "Like what?" Jared smiled wearily. "It's nothing to do with you. I was happy to show them what happened on the road, and I wish they'd taken the memory away. But they're paranoid and I wouldn't show them my whole mind." He held up his swollen, misshapen hands. It was obvious even through the swaddling bandages that all fingers and many of the longer bones were broken. "I have an obligation to my employer to keep his secrets, and they don't like being blocked," he continued quietly. "Like the King, they suspect everyone of everything. And so here I am." Cobb stared at the mage's fingers, gut roiling. It did not look like anyone had made any attempt to splint them, like the bandages were all that kept them from spilling out in chunks like sausages freed of their casings. When he focused on them, he could almost feel their shattered ache in his own fingers, and automatically clenched and unclenched his hands. By contrast, the mage appeared tired but not in agony, and his pupils were normal, not the pinspots Cobb would have expected. It seemed so calm. Inclining his head, Jared said, "I have blocked out most of the pain. This angers them too, they don't like their torments being ignored. But since this is illegal, they can't call in the Inquisition, and so they turn their own lesser mentalists against me." Ty goes to the defender. "You're a mentalist too?" "Yes, not that it does me much good." He gestured toward his collar, and Cobb winced at the way his fingers flopped. "Power locked. I can bulwark myself but not influence them, not make them stop. Still, I can hold out a while yet." The rueful resignation in Jared's voice sickened Cobb as much as his injuries. He had never imagined that the Empire would torture its own citizens, and not even a criminal but a civilian, a mage. Even if this was just a Gold Army or Windish thing, it was wrong. He squinted at the mage's weary face. "Don't you have anyone to get you out? Your Count? None returned from the King's dungeon. But you didn't do anything, Dot." "I resisted. Sometimes that is enough." Cobb shook his head, mouth dry. It was all too much. First Morshak's madness and the dreamflight in Ile-Rien, then the monstrous Lady Aenea and the Guardian in Ile-Rien, and now this prime, visceral evidence of an imperial army ruining a life for no reason. Never mind that Jared was a mage, a mentalist, and thus had probably invaded hundreds of minds himself. If they could lock up his mental powers, there was no need to smash his hands to pulp. "You must be keeping some big secrets," he mumbled. "No. But I won't bow to the likes of them." "I can understand that," he thought, looking out through the bars. The pulsing rings of sigils made his head throb in time. He felt more trapped than ever, like he had spent his entire life stumbling from one pitfall to the next, and yet for all his mistakes and suffering, at least he still had hands. It was unsettling to think that his blunderings had harmed others more than himself. Jazz Fendil. Amala Cray. Pale Cray. Lady Aenea, though some might say she deserved it. He did not know what she had been trying to do, beside the obvious, but it did not seem like a good reason to beat her down, even if she was not a lady but a monster. Still, he could not blame the guardian for that. Maybe it had been his father trying to look out for him. Such a bitter thought. And mother. I hurt her too. How do I fix this? Obviously, there was no way to bring back the dead. A large part of him still believed that it would be best to just let things happen, be brought to the palace and burn clean of all darkness. But his definition of darkness had wavered. Did the guardian truly count? Had it already corrupted him, or was it unfairly maligned? Could it be right? He could not argue with its desire to kill Morshak. And it had dragged him back from the gray edge of death twice and healed him so thoroughly that he could breathe again. He owed it his nose, if not his life. In the act of feeling up his still busted nasal bridge, it occurred to Cobb that maybe it could do the same for Jared. Squinting into nothing, he recalled how Rian's wound had felt in that first weird moment of perception at the Riftwatch Towers, when he had suddenly been able to feel the lives and heartbeats of everyone on the field. A short but deep gash, not at all like the shallow cut he had seen on the Goblin's side later. He doubted that anything could heal in Morshak's deleterious presence if not countered by an equal force, which meant that the Guardian had been working through him even then. He wanted to be angry about it, but it was the first good thing to come from this miserable experience. Hoy, he thought at the deep-dwelling presence of the spirit, can you hear what I'm thinking? Can you help? It stirred slowly, uncoiling with a slithery sensation that made his short hairs stand on end. He closed his eyes as it ascended and saw white threads flicker against his eyelids, but as it drew closer his senses expanded to once again feel the ache in the mage's broken hands. No other pain registered, not even from the nasty bruises along his ribs, and Cobb guessed that Jared had suppressed everything, that the ache he felt was the overflow that not even a mentalist could contain. Nothing existed beyond the edge of the cell. Well, can you? He thought as the Guardian filled him and the usual headache clamped across his brow. He looked over at Jared's hands as a prompt, and saw suddenly all the splinters beneath the flesh, the small bones twisted until they cracked and split, the longer ones broken into segments, the nails gone, the cuticles crusted with blood and pus. The pads of fluid between crushed knuckles, the shreds of tendon still clinging uselessly to bone shards. The awful jellyfish convulsion caused by every twitch of a muscle. And he saw how it could be. Bones fused where they lay, the swelling gone, the pain faded to something arthritic, yet all still claw-like and useless. A jumbled puzzle, glued in place. That's the best you can do? He muttered. Jared gave him a wary look. Inside, the Guardian seemed to shrug, then turned its attention toward the door. Dissatisfied, Cobb glanced that way and felt something else. A buoyant sensation, like a cork rising from the Guardian's dark essence into his mind. He concentrated on it, and as it reached him it blossomed into a memory, the rest of the vision he had first seen while breaking Morshak's spells at the Riftwatch Towers. He was in the tavern in Baller, the fight swirling around him and the red and orange magic tearing apart under his armored hands. Some of it backwashed into the mages, but the rest vanished into blackness beneath him as if draining into the earth. He eyed the concentric circles of sigils through the bars. We can't heal him right, but we can take down these wards, is that what you're saying? He thought at the Guardian. And then what? Run naked through the castle? It seemed amused, then he felt another memory float up, Morshak's weird disjunctive magic. Yeah, he was trying to move us with a spell. Some kind of portal. Can all mages do that? The Guardian guided his gaze back to Jared. Tell me something, Cobb said aloud, not sure if this was wise but knowing he had to do it. If that collar was off, could Y do magic? It depends on the kind. Could Y leave? No, said Jared, puzzled. The wards outside are active. The furthest one is a teleport block, the nearest is a barrier, and the middle is a pain field. We can't feel it because this cell nullifies its effect, but if we left... A screech from outside startled them both. Jared cringed back while Cobb leaned toward the bars to see. The chamber's outer door was still closed, but the second and innermost rings of sigils were flaring wildly, and with another shriek, a small gray and black shape slid into view just beyond the inner circle, clinging to the side of an invisible dome. Kade recognized the goblin at a glance and jammed his arm through the bars, trying to reach the innermost circle. It felt like being cooked in molten metal, but he pushed through all the way to the shoulder, ignoring the streaks of numbness as a bar pressed tight into his armpit. His fingers just brushed a sigil in the inner ring, and he closed his eyes and concentrated on the blackness in his memory. It was there, far below. He sensed it waiting. He reached for it. It rose up like a wave of emptiness, hollowing him out and thrusting the guardian aside. Skull-cracking pain filled Kade's head, silence roared in his ears, and in his mouth and lungs the cold of it burned. Terrified, he nearly let go, but the goblin still writhed on the other side of the invisible barrier, so he gritted his teeth and focused on the sigil. The gold energy burst into a fury of sparks. Kade felt them splash mostly outward, but some of them funneled in, draining through his arm into his chest and then away into the black. Rien fell forward through the invisible dome, mewling, and pulled himself along Kade's arm with hard little hands until he could wriggle through the bars and into the cell. The moment Kade let go of the blackness, the first ring regained its glow. He drew back quickly, sweating and cursing, his heart beating like thunder, arm burning with pins and needles. White lines fissured his sight as the headache receded, and his gut clenched with startling hunger. Massaging his shoulder, he turned to Ile-Rien, who stared in amazement at him and the sniffling goblin. "What?" said the mage, then flinched as the main door of the chamber slammed open. Quick as a bug, Rien tucked himself behind Kade, still whining faintly. Kade shifted to conceal him and watched through fading afterimages as a gold mage stepped in and peered around the chamber. A few long moments of scrutiny and some quiet muttering, then the man shook his head and exited. "What did you do?" Jared hissed as soon as the door closed. "And what is that thing?" "He's not a thing," Kade said, and patted the goblin behind his back. "And well, I don't know. It scared me too. Come here. I have an idea." Uneasily, the mage shifted closer, but leaned away when Kade reached toward him. Kade tried to look non-threatening, but from the way Jared stared, he did not think he succeeded. But the mage managed to still himself, and Kade touched the collar to feel the currents of energy moving through it, tingly beneath his fingers. It was silvered steel, with neither lock nor joint and engraved deeply with arcane symbols, clasped so close around Jared's neck that there was no way to slide anything under it. Practically bonded to his flesh. Yet even with a touch, Kade felt its energy seeping toward him, as if his fingers had caused a leak in the channel it followed. Little thrills ran down his arm and dissipated. "Can't believe I'm doing this," he thought. First time was bad enough, and what if it feeds the dark? What if this lets it in so it can slowly eat my soul? But we have to get out of here. They'll kill us all, sooner or later. He focused on that and closed his eyes. This time there was no pain, and the emptiness was less a roaring tyrant than a whirlpool in a soft sea, drinking down the power that unwove from the collar. Scales of black and green and bruised violet moved behind his eyes, lifting him up from the cold tug of the void. As the threads of magic spooled through his fingers, they lost their coherence and faded into the shadowy water, until the collar was left a seamless, mundane ornament. Kade opened his eyes and shook off the darkness. His empty stomach twinged. The cloak of scales slid from him with a faint sense of approval, and he tried not to bristle. "This doesn't mean we're friends," he thought at the Guardian, "just that we can work together if we must." It seemed satisfied. Kade let go of the collar and Jared sat back heavily, eyes wide. "It's gone," he said. "You unlocked me." "Why?" Feeling awkward, Kade looked away, half wary of the mage now and half pleased to have fixed something after piking up so much. "It's the right thing to do," he mumbled. "Can you get us out of here?" "Not from this cell, and not with the wards still up." Skinny arms hooked around Kade's neck from behind. "I help," said the goblin in his ear, and the black tail swung forward, a lockpick held in its grip. Kade pointed at it and raised his brows at Jared, who looked flabbergasted. Even then, I don't have the strength to move all of us, the mage said apologetically. A moment's disappointment, then Cobb nodded slowly. He should have known it would not be so easy. Jared's magic probably required a lot of precision hand-waving, and even if it did not, the man was battered half to shit. So much for a portal. Can you get yourself out? Yes, but... Then when the time comes, why do that? All right. Very well. Thank you. But... You're welcome. Now, what are you doing here, Rien? He said, turning his focus on the goblin. The mage fell silent and just stared at his hands, which suited Cobb fine. He felt bad for the fellow, but he was still a mentalist, still the enemy, on some level. Cobb was willing to spring him from this trap, but no more. Rescue, said the goblin, flashing needle-like teeth. Is Lark here? Or the Shadow Sea folk? Why yes, no. Us and crows. Crows? What crows? Cobb said, noting Jared's startled glance. Crows, foxes, ... The mage cleared his throat softly, then said, I think your friend is talking about the Corvish. Why yes. Cobb frowned. Wesker and Morshak were the only Corvish folk he had ever known, and he was not sure about Morshak. Then again, the necromancer had been talking about taking him into Corvia, which meant that these rescuers might well be his servants. They're coming here? Are here. Right now? Soon. How did... He stopped and just shook his head. All right, well, I'm glad you came. If only because it gives me an extra reason to escape, he thought as the goblin beamed up at him. Lady Aenea's pissed off, Darylyn's here, Morshak's minions have found me. Best option might be climbing out a window and running off into the woods. Not the Windish woods, though. Maybe the Wraith woods? They didn't shoot me last time, but I had my arrowhead then. And Darylyn would probably follow me even there. Pikes. He did not want to think about seeing Darylyn again, or guess what he was up to. Encountering him had not been a shock, of course he was there, dogging Cobb's heels as ever, and if he happened to be dressed up like a nobleman, well, who said he wasn't? Cobb knew nothing of his history. He had asked before but Darylyn had never answered, as if his past and motivations did not matter. Now Cobb knew why. And it was true, nothing else mattered. I guess we'll see how this goes, he mumbled. What exactly are you planning? Said Jared. Even outside of containment, there is not much I can do to help you. Cobb shook his head at the mage. Your job is to escape. You don't owe me anything for it, not help, not thanks. This's my fault and I'm gonna handle it. Jared started to respond, but the main door swung open again and he shut his mouth. Cobb peered out and nodded to himself. Not just one mage this time but 6, all in gold robes and with 4 soldiers accompanying them. They strode forward, the wards diminishing as they approached, and the lady mage in the lead drew out a keyring and handed it to a second mage, who stepped forward to unlock the cell. The soldiers filled the gap as he pulled the door open. You, said one, pointing at Cobb. Out. The goblin clutched at his back, but Cobb shrugged him off. This will work. Rien can skitter out after me, sneak away the same way he snuck in. Jared can do whatever mages do. All right, I'm coming. They backed up as he stepped out, then 2 soldiers grabbed him by the arms and hauled him forward. He heard the barred door slam and lock behind him, but no outcry. The pain barrier was down, its sigils just a faint shimmer on the floor. Are you ready? He thought. The darkness swelled behind his eyes. He put his feet down on the first ring of sigils and stood fast. The emptiness opened within him, stealing all sensation. He heard shouts and felt the yanking on his arms, but it was distant, ineffectual. For this moment, he was a pillar of stone, a tree rooted to the floor, and the darkness bulwarked him from all sides. Golden energy crackled along his skin and sank into his veins, flowing down and disappearing into the void like it had never been. He felt the pressure of antlers at his brow, the squeeze of serpentine coils around his ribs, but held them back. He would not allow the guardian to take control. As the ring of sigils sputtered its last, he lunged forward, pulling the guards along like children, and stepped on the second ring. The mages were casting. He felt their little spells as zaps of static and absorbed them too. The power poured in like a waterfall, and his shoulders were the cliff over which it washed, his throat and chest the empty abyss through which it plunged. More and more, the woven cords of it came undone and cascaded through him to vanish into the black. Something tugged at his heels. He jerked upright. It was like falling asleep, or just falling, a waver of instability triggering an instinctual snap of effort, awakening, self-correcting. Yet he still felt it there, delicate and cold, like slim fingers sliding through flesh to dandle the bones of his ankles and stroke the marrow of his shins. By contrast, the guardian felt unusually external, wrapped tight around him yet entirely separate from the shallows of the dark sea into which the energy swirled, its snaky coils strong but superficial and now silent. Wary. He did not look down. Whatever it was, it came from the hollow center where the magic went. Deeper, far deeper than the guardian's well. Instead he pushed forward, dragging the soldiers along, their weight barely registering. The third ring of sigils gleamed before him, but all else was black, like they had been inscribed on the substance midnight, and as he planted his feet on the wards, the flood of power shoved him under. The waking world flew away, once a chamber and now a skylight, and the stinging waves of energy poured over him like hot water, forcing him deeper. He reached frantically for walls, handholds, anything, but there was no wood, no rock, not even the sea. The scales cinched tight around him, but he felt them straining, eroding a little more with each strand of energy that rushed over him and disintegrated, glittering, into the nothingness below. He could not feel his physical body. Somehow he had fallen out of it. Everything around him was empty. No sight, no thought, no sensation. Just the cold fingers that pervaded him, seeping into his essence, his soul. For an instant the black tree spread before him, its silver branches tarnishing, cracking. Then, in a last gush, the flood was gone, the punishing energy sliding from his shoulders. A cry split the darkness and claws bit in where the water had been, and he felt the cold grip clench on him but saw white wings above, flexing against the black. The ring hawk. Its talons hurt, but the sensation of scales resumed around him as well, and with its help, the ringhawk pulled him free. His knees unhinged and he hit the floor. Below him, the circle of sigils lay dull and cracked. Armored hands hauled him upright and golden spelllight wound around him, fogging his mind and making his joints ache. The guardian withdrew. He looked back. Jared was watching through the bars, an expression of terror on his wan face. But there was no one near the cell now, no one yet dealing with the burnt-out wards, and in their consternation they seemed to have forgotten their remaining prisoner. As the guards dragged Cobb from the chamber, every mage in the area followed. He wished he could be pleased, but with every step on the cold stone floor, he felt that tug at his bones. Jared reached a hesitant hand through the bars, waiting for the pain, but none came. The wards were down. Now or never, he whispered, and looked to the goblin. He had never been so close to one, and had not thought he would want to, but as the goblin squeezed through the bars with its lockpicks, he could not help but feel grateful. He would not think about what he had just seen, or what would happen to Cobb. He had been told to escape, and he would do so. Analysis could come later. The lock clicked, and the goblin pulled the door open with the beaming pride of a clever toddler. Cautiously, Jared crept free. There were no scrying eyes here, it was impossible with the amount of magic that usually infused this place, but he knew that his captors could return at any moment. For the first time in a week, he stood up straight and unchained. Hope fluttered in his chest. With his hands broken, he could not shape magic, but it was not necessary. Every mage who trained at the Citadel could return there with a word. With the wards down, it was just a matter of speaking it. He looked down at the goblin, meaning to thank it, then realized something. "Can you get out?" The goblin blinked, and they both looked toward the arcanely sealed chamber door. Above the doorframe Jared glimpsed finger marks in the plaster, and tracked them across the bare ceiling. It must have gotten in by sneaking behind the guards, he thought. Then climbed along there like a spider until it hit the inner ward. But now this spider is as caged as I am. No telling when they'll come back, he said. And if I'm gone, there will be scrutiny. Perhaps you should. The door opened. For one moment, Jared could only stare at the lady mage, his jailer, as she stopped in the doorway, startled. Then her hands moved in the first flickers of spell weaving. Jared crouched and wrapped his arms around the surprised goblin. It did not struggle, but locked its skinny limbs around his neck. It's small enough, he thought hopefully. It will get through. Aloud, he said, "Sanctuary." Rien clung to the mage with all four limbs and prehensile tail, and shrieked as the world warped and lurched. A magnetic force tried to tear him away, but he drew on all his wiry strength and in only a heartbeat it was over. The mage crumpled to his knees, groaning. Rien wiggled from his weak grip and stared around wild-eyed. They had arrived in a small, dusty room that reeked of magic. A quilt-covered bed, a clothes chest and some bookshelves stood as the only furnishings. Light filtered in through a single narrow window over the bed, and on the opposite wall was a curtained archway. Looking down, Rien saw a ring of sigils around them and sprang out of it in terror. "Hello?" called a man's voice from beyond the archway. Rien leapt onto the bed and then to the window. The view from there froze him in the act of scuttling out. There was no ground, not that he could see. Directly above, the sky burned bright and clear, but was swiftly horizoned by the black wall that surrounded the city. Spires and towers and curlicues of obsidian rose within its confines like a forest of arcane growth, festooned with banners and gleaming windows and whitewash and graffiti that tried to alleviate the black. A few incongruous flower boxes and high terraced gardens helped. Here and there, specks of color moved along ribbon-like walkways, people, tiny in the distance. Looking down, Rien saw only a dizzying drop into darkness. "Hello? Iskeen, is that you?" called the voice again. Rien skittered under the bed just as the curtain parted. He heard a gasp, then the man yelled, "Hoi! Call a warder, fast!" A muffled query came from outside, and the stranger repeated it in a panicky voice. Huddled in the shadows, the goblin stayed hidden and silent in the center of the citadel at Valent, City of Mages. By the time they dragged Cobb into the portal chamber he was somewhat recovered. The mages bickered around him furiously, but after wrapping him in their web-like spells, they seemed to forget he had been a threat. He would have smiled had he not felt so sick. His head reeled, his stomach ached, and he could barely keep his feet not the way he had planned to feel when he had plotted a window-related escape. And he dared not open himself to the dark again, not with that presence waiting to draw him down. He had managed to shake the sensation but felt now like he was walking on thin ice, with some great obscure shadow following him from below. Ile-Rien had saved him, but he did not know if that would work a second time. It might have to, he thought. The portal shimmered in the center of another circular chamber, this one not only warded in concentric rings but full of odd objects and structures that thrummed with channeled magic. Orbs on tall stands, strange apparatuses of gears and lenses, metal spikes driven into the rings in regular intervals, and the portal frame itself, a bracket of wrought silver in the center of a low bronze dais, the magic crackling from its manifold hooks and spikes like threads in a tapestry. The energy washed around him like warm, charged water, and he sensed that all he had to do was pull out the stopper. Let it flow through him and drain away. But the serpentine shape of the guardian was coiled tight in his chest, uneasy, and he sensed that if he tried to bleed away this much energy, he would go down with it. There was no choice. Up on the dais stood Ania, beautiful again with the pendant gleaming around her neck, and Darilan in shackles, held by more soldiers. Their eyes met and Cobb's anger flamed anew, but he looked away. Through the portal he saw a white room full of white-robed and armored figures, like a monochrome reflection of here. End of the road, he thought as they led him closer. That was Dishia's city on the other side. the Imperial Palace. A part of him wanted desperately to step through, to submit himself to punishment for carrying such darkness in his heart. But the rest of him, the anger, the deepening suspicion of how much he had been lied to, refused. He narrowed his eyes at the portal. It was stretched like spun light between the brackets of its frame, as tense as a skin drawn over a drum. He saw the way all the objects in the room, all the circles and orbs and lenses, directed energy into the frame and from there into the weave. He saw the subtle crisscross they made beneath the image of the Imperial Palace, every strand strung painfully tight. Every bit interconnected. The corner of his mouth twitched. "You see this too?" He thought at the Guardian, and felt it nod. He closed his eyes, and though it made him feel ill, he let the finest thread of emptiness reach through him like a needle. Too fine to disturb his bonds, too fine to alert the mages. They shoved him forward, and as he touched the shimmering web, it popped like a soap bubble. In the silence that followed, Ile-Rien laughed. 6 portal attempts, 2 Aeneas screaming fits and a few marks of preparation later, the guards led Kade and Ile-Rien down the steps toward the waiting coaches. There were 8 of them, 2 prison coaches, a fancy noble's one, and 5 pulled by heavy task-guard horses and packed with guards and mages. The waiting guards hid their playing cards and pocketed their dice swiftly as the prisoners were led to their separate coaches. Ile-Rien, watching Kade, saw his gaze follow the flash of cards and a peculiar expression cross his face. He stopped in his tracks to give the assassin a long look. Though shackled and dressed again in a tunic and breeches but no shoes, he suddenly seemed unbothered by their situation. The questions in his eyes were personal. Ile-Rien returned his stare blankly, incapable of a response, and in moments the guards had manhandled both of them into their separate coaches. As his guard planted him on the hard bench seat and connected his shackles to the chain bolted to the floor, Ile-Rien saw a flutter of black over his shoulder, a crow, alighting onto the edge of a nearby roof. Their eyes met, and he thought he saw it wink. Then it leapt back into the air and winged away to the forest beyond the palace wall, and the assassin allowed himself a smile. Chapter 25, Best Laid Plans. Lark had a pain in her chest that felt like a spear, but she kept running. The red Corvish ranged ahead of her easily, only Radha hanging back to keep pace. Lark did not have the breath to thank her. The crows had alerted them to the caravan half a mark ago, and they had been running ever since. Lark's boots were soaked with slush, her clothes with sweat, and her bare hide coat flapped annoyingly against her shins as she ran the foxpaths toward the ambush point. Why they could not have just attacked while it was in the palace forest, she did not know. Well, she did. Too many mages far too close, both from the palace and the Hawk's Pride. So the crows had set the ambush at an overlook on the Imperial Road several miles east of Finbel. Problem being, the crows could fly. She had not run this far or this long in years, not since the carry had taken her in. When your organization effectively controlled the city, there was no reason to run. It made her eyes sting, not just from the unaccustomed effort but from the memories. She tried to concentrate on the path to keep from tripping. It was crooked and jaggy but all downhill, winding between trees and winter-killed shrubs several yards from the forest verge, beyond which the Imperial Road cut deeply like a dry riverbed. She could not see it well but figured that anyone on a wagon would be able to spot them. Fortunately, none had passed yet. The weather was still mild for winter, the trees dripping, but she had seen neither horse nor cart since they converged on the road. She wondered if the crows were doing something to keep them away. Scaring the crap out of the carters, maybe. In the distance, thunder rumbled. She glanced up but between the spindly fingers of the trees, the sky remained clear. Faster, said Radha, and sprinted forward. Her arrows shoved together in the closed quiver across her back. Lark tried to pick up the pace but the pain felt like a massive tick burrowing under her breasts, its barbed legs clamped tight as it sucked at her heart. She was definitely going to puke when they stopped. Up ahead, the land rose slightly. Rocks protruded from the slushy earth and the tree cover thinned. Lark groaned. The constant decline had been the only thing keeping her going, but the Corvish raced up the rocks like sticky-footed lizards and she knew she had to follow. At the top of the rise, 2 huge chunks of stone sat like dragon eggs, half-shrouded by spindly trees. Is this the place? She thought. Did I make it? Radha went up the side of the rocks like it was level ground. Lark tried to do the same but slid immediately and caught herself on a spindly tree, then tried again on hands and feet. That worked better, but the end of her longbow kept clipping her in the ear. Small price to pay for connections with the Corvish, she told herself. She mostly believed it. When she reached the top, she was startled to see that the trees around the boulders did not belong. Though evergreens typical to the area, their roots were cragged up bizarrely on the rocky surface as if trying but failing to find purchase, and around each was a circle of sticks and paint. Several black Corvish lay on the rock ledge with long poles in their hands, watching to the west. Others tested the trees with light nudges, making them sway unnervingly. A firm push would send any of them toppling down into the road. Imports from further in the woods, Lark guessed, being used as temporary cover. She was amazed that the Corvish had brought trees and rocks here so quickly, but from the urgency and fervor in them, she got the feeling that they had wanted to drop big rocks on winds for a long time. Radha waved her back from the edge to where more Corvish of mixed color waited within the normal forest fringe, whispering amongst themselves. Many were dressed like Radha in barely more than scraps of leather and strings of beads and war paint, but others were more fully clad and had masks pulled down over their pale faces, carved wooden visages of foxes and crows, the former with sharp ears and red war markings, the latter all black except for long white beaks that looked like they could take eyes out. As Lark joined, a few of the Corvish broke off to move down either side of the overlook, stringing their bows as they went. Only the masked ones wore boots, the others went barefoot despite the slush. Skin changers, Lark thought. Anyone else would have frostbite by now. Take the coat off, Radha said as Lark crouched beside her. Ya not about tea get cold. Still panting for breath, Lark just nodded and started shrugging things off. She tossed the bare hide coat over a tree limb, leaving herself in the plain travel clothes the Crimsons had put her in, then swung her quiver back on and flexed her own bow, preparing to string it. She would have liked a crossbow, but the Corvish had none. It had been hard enough for them to find a bow that suited her style, as almost all of them used short bows. After watching them at practice with bows half-drawn and arrows clutched between their fingers, puncturing their targets repeatedly on the move like it was mere reflex, she wished she could copy them, but it would take more than a few days' training to match their professionalism. Still, she figured she could hit the broadside of a soldier if she kept her cool. One of the black Corvish on the overlook whistled sharply, and the whispers fell silent. Radha pointed down the far side of the outcropping and started that way, and Lark followed, looking back at the road. What she had thought was thunder came louder now, and through the trees she glimpsed the first horses of a caravan coming into view. Her heart tripped over itself, and she swallowed down the surge of anxious nausea. On Radha's heels, she slipped into the shadow of the overlook and crept through the trees toward the road's edge, where another 2 black Corvish lay in the brush by an orb-topped mile marker. More sticks and paint and feathers lay in a circle around its base. The orb looked milky and blind. Wait fair the rocks, Radha hissed. Then shoot anyone but Ezengat. Lark swallowed and nodded, unsurprised. Pushing back the cap on her quiver, she drew one of the long obsidian-tipped arrows and knocked it to the bow. Then she crouched low, told her stomach to behave, and waited. In his prison carriage, Ile-Rien made ready. The guard bench opposite him sat empty. Ania knew how his bracer worked, and she was too smart to let him make use of it. While he mostly felt annoyed, a little part of him thanked her. With all the battering this body had taken during the long hunt, he did not know if he could have resisted the urge to take a new one. He wanted to face Cobb in this skin, not a stranger's. Bereft of other options, he concentrated on preparing himself for whatever conflict was to come. The bracer throbbed on his arm, its embedded tendrils sending chemicals deep into his bloodstream, pain inhibitors, stimulants, deliverable toxins, and a cocktail of others he could not name or comprehend. His maker had designed them into the bracer's functions, like the black ichor of last resort that had kept him on his feet in Baller. All he could say was that they worked. His nerves tingled with steady energy, hands jitterless, heart fleet in his chest. Every breath seemed to take in more air. The surge passed through his muscles and he felt the numb spaces where the bracer had repaired his wounds and the many artificial fibers that crisscrossed them to allow him proper function. As his senses broadened, he tasted the sweat of the horses through the wooden walls, the tang of thraldom on the men who guarded his carriage. "Oh, Ania," he thought. "Is that wise? You know thralls aren't as clever as the men they once were. But they were loyal and unflinching, and the permanent thralls felt no pain. That would be a problem. Worse was the lack of Serindas. He sensed the blade nearby, its hunger tugged at him through their connection, but it was not close enough to pinpoint. Probably at the front of the caravan, in one of the travel trunks Ania had brought along. "Get out of my shackles, out of the carriage, to Serindas. Find Cobb." Then impact flung him across the bench. Instinctively he twisted to hit the wall with his knees and the whole world went topsy-turvy in a storm of splinters and twisted steel. He curled up around the shackles, hiding his head in his arms as the carriage rolled and he was swung by the chain, slamming against another wall and then what used to be the ceiling. A long skid and then the carriage came to rest, upside down, with a shattered hole in the wall where the doors used to be. Ile-Rien straightened cautiously, his preparations making him indifferent to the bruises, and yanked at the bolt that held his chains embedded in what was now the ceiling. It held fast. "That's my piking luck," he muttered. Outside, the air filled with shouts and the whistle of arrows. He yanked at the chain again, and hung on it, and swung upside down to plant his feet around the bolt and pull, but the floorboards were undamaged and the blasted thing stayed tight. Just as he dropped down again, cursing under his breath, something moved in the hole where the door had been. A thrall. Sword drawn, face hidden by his helm. Beneath Ile-Rien's sleeve, the black bracer put a shot of adrenaline into him. His world narrowed to the target, and he grinned viciously. "Come and get me." The man lunged in low, the carriage too small for him to stand straight. As he stabbed forward, Ile-Rien gripped the chain and whipped his legs up, lifting himself almost flat to the ceiling so that the blade cut only air. His feet shot past the guard's bent head, and as the man lurched back, Ile-Rien let his left leg slide down but hooked his right leg over the man's shoulder, heel against his spine. From that position, he jammed his left foot into the guard's hand as the man tried to raise his sword, then brought his knee up hard as he yanked the man forward with his other leg. He nailed the thrall right in the chin, bouncing his helm off the ceiling. Something crunched in the thrall's skull, possibly vertebrae. All that mattered to Ile-Rien was that the man went limp, drooling blood. Ile-Rien released his grip to let the thrall collapse, then lowered himself again. Sliding a foot under the sword, he twisted it from the thrall's twitching fingers, then up to his hands. With some cursing, he wedged it in the link that held his shackles to the chain, then wrenched it around violently, the bracer pouring unnatural strength into his arms, until blade and chain both snapped. Splinters of metal flew everywhere, but if they hit Ile-Rien, he did not feel it. His shackles still held. He grimaced in annoyance, but the lower end of the broken sword still held a sliver of blade, so he gripped the hilt with both hands and stepped over the fallen guard toward the door. Hopefully it would be enough to get him to Serindas. Cobb's carriage jerked to a halt, and he blinked from his half-drowse. Outside, sounds of conflict rose like a wave. He closed his eyes. In the depths, he felt the Great Spirit waiting patiently for some unknown cue. It did not respond to his queries. Unable to share its calm, he glanced from the carriage door to his chains. He did not know what power the Guardian might have against metal. Could it break the shackles, or was he honestly trapped? If someone came in to get him, like Ile-Rien, what should I do? Give myself over to the Guardian, just in case? He sensed that he could. Every time that the Guardian had possessed him, it had been like falling down a well, plunging into darkness without a chance to catch himself. Ile-Rien's command in the tavern, Ania's kiss, and even before that, when the rebel boys had attacked him near Amalekre's place. From breaking the wards, he now knew that he could fall into the darkness on his own, but the idea unnerved him. What if he fell too deep? What if instead of giving control to the Guardian, he plunged into that black void where the magic had gone. Maybe it has to be ready to catch me. Come on, Guardian, I feel you there. I don't really want to do this, but... Something thumped against the carriage door. He tensed and brought his chained hands up defensively. There was not much he could do, but he would try. Another thump, then the rattle of the handle and a scratch sound like claws on wood. His brows furrowed. The corvish? Silence, then a quiet click. The handle turned smoothly and the door swung open. For a moment all Cobb saw was the rock wall a few yards away, painted yellow by the glow of magelight. Then a rust-colored tail flashed into view, and a large fox swung from the handle into the carriage, a carrion in its jaws. It padded over to him and sat at his feet, bright-eyed, offering the keys. Cobb leaned down to take the ring and fumble at the shackle locks. After all he had been through, a rescue fox did not surprise him. "Are you a person?" he said as he thumbed through the keys. The fox perked its ears and bobbed its head. "Well, thank you then," he said. Outside, an arrow shattered on the rock wall, kicking splinters into the carriage, and the fox skittered to a safer corner. Frowning, Cobb kept an eye on the door as he continued to flip through keys. There were a lot of them. "Are you winning?" The fox wobbled its head back and forth. A key fit, and he twisted it and the shackle came apart. He unlocked his other wrist and tossed the chains down. The fox yipped and made an undeniably happy face, then scooted from the carriage like liquid copper. Cobb stared at the doorway and rubbed his wrists, trying to get up the nerve to leave. Gotta get away before Darilon finds me again. Grimacing, he forced himself up from the bench and stepped to the door, head ducked against the low ceiling. He gripped the doorframe and glanced out quickly, enough to take in the line of stopped carriages now bristling with arrows, the guards circumventing the rock wall, the mages flinging bolts of golden light up it. He took a deep breath and tasted a sudden wash of honey, intoxicating, clinging to his lungs as he drew it in. His eyes widened and he covered his mouth with his hand, but already the slithering darkness rose to meet him. He swayed in the threshold, the nails of pain slamming into his forehead, and thought, "It's her. Ania." Then he fell, and the guardian rose to meet him. Lark breathed in the cloying scent and sneezed hard enough to smack her head into her bowstring. The shot went awry, burying into a tree on the forest side of the road. She cursed quietly and knocked another arrow, then sneezed again. On the rock ledge, she heard someone else sneeze, then screech in pain and anger. She looked up and saw two red corvish wrestling. "What?" she said. Then Radha was on her. She hit the cold mud under the corvish woman, bracing the bough between them. Radha grabbed her by the neck, but Lark's arms were longer and Radha's grip was tenuous. A shove of the bough and a kick and wriggle and Lark managed to upend her. She scrambled aside as the corvish woman whipped back with a snarl, an obsidian dagger clutched in one hand. Void's teeth, Lark swore, and pulled herself up quickly. The corvish woman's dark eyes were blank as ink drops. From up on the rocks came more screams of anger, and someone tumbled down the side, smashing through dead brush as they went. Radha stepped forward and Lark smacked her across the face with her bough, leaving a red stripe. The corvish woman never blinked. "Ligalena!" Someone shouted from above, just as another rush of sickly sweetness swept through the forest. Radha lunged and Lark whacked her in the throat this time, and she stumbled back, coughing. Fear and knowledge brought a giggle of hysteria to Lark's lips. Ligalena! She knew what they were, a type of imperial abomination, seductresses, mind controllers. Their powers worked on those who lusted toward them. Two soldiers in heavy armor and windish maroon tabards clambered up the rocks that Radha and Lark had been defending. They ignored the coughing corvish woman and rushed at Lark. She bolted for the higher ledge. Bow in hand, she leapt the groaning fox-masked corvishman who had tumbled down and flung herself at the rock, hauling up with fingers and feet. A gauntlet locked around her ankle and she kicked back, slamming her heel against a helmet. It sent a shock all the way up her leg, but the guard let go. up, and into the fray that had broken out among the Corvish. The ranks were equally male and female, but there seemed to be neither rhyme nor reason to who fought who. All of them, red and black, struggled with blades and fists as the arrow-beleaguered Imperials recovered below. A few had shifted into skin-changer form, arms bristling with fur or feathers, minimal clothing hanging like harnesses around their half-bestial bodies. Others, mostly women, were trying to retreat from the conflict while howling in their rough language. The enthralled Corvish seemed determined not to let them. Realizing that this was no sanctuary, Lark scrambled to the edge of the rock shelf to peek through the few felled trees that still provided cover. The Corvish had dropped both boulders onto the road at just the right time, dividing the caravan neatly, 3 carriages ahead, 3 behind, and 2 smashed in the middle. The larger rearward boulder blocked a great swath of the path, having hit and rolled a carriage almost to the edge of the opposite embankment. The carriage was upside down, wheels and sides splintered, driver's bench pulverized, fallen horses thrashing and screaming in their traces. The forward boulder had landed closer and knocked a second carriage askew, crushing its back corner inward. The rest of the trees that had screened the boulders from view had gone over the ledge too, further clogging the road. Outside the second of the undamaged front carriages, under layered wards of shimmering magic, stood a golden woman in a blood-red gown, her hair rippling around her as if suspended underwater. Even from this distance Lark saw her eyes as faceted gemstones and sensed the waves of seductive, lascivious heat that wafted out from her. Lark sneezed so hard she saw stars, then shook herself and glanced back. Hampered by their armor, the guards were just mounting the rock, and the whole frenzied span of Corvish folk struggled between them. Still, Lark knew she could not consider herself safe. Biting her lip, she looked down again. The rock shelf and the fallen trees half obscured the caravan, but she could see some mages in their shimmering shells, spellcasting in support of the Ile-Rien. Shooting at them would draw attention to her and probably not make much impact, but the only way to get to the abomination was to go through her protectors first, and Lark did not think she could wait for the Corvish to sort themselves out. Raising her bow, she nocked an arrow and leaned forward, taking aim. Then she paused. Trevere had just swung atop the Ile-Rien's carriage. She could shoot him from here and he would never know what got him. For a moment, she wrestled with herself. Then she turned her aim back to a mage and fired. The Ile-Rien's intoxicants boiled in Daryllin's blood, and he gritted his teeth against them. His stolen body wanted to react, forcing the bracer to work hard to neutralize Aenea's control, and his left arm burned sullenly from the effort. He was having difficulty making his left hand work. Adding to it was the guardian aura somewhere behind him. He had been halfway to Aenea's carriage when he felt its weight on his shoulders, trying to crush him down into the earth. For a moment he had stopped in his tracks, torn. But he was still shackled and the bitch had not faltered in working her influence, and he needed Sirindis desperately. Now, as he swung up awkwardly onto the carriage roof, he felt the guardian moving away and cursed himself for his choice. The rain of arrows had ceased for the moment. No doubt the Corvish were having their own issues with Aenea's power. Taking advantage of that freedom from friendly fire, Ile-Rien scrambled across the roof to the lashed-down trunks and forced one open. Fancy silks spilled free. Curse her and her accursed wardrobe, he thought, and shoved it off the roof. Beneath it was another chest, and from the surge of hunger he felt, he knew this was his target. He yanked at the lid but it would not budge, it was locked. He heard a shout and looked down to see a guard pointing at him from the road. 2 others broke from their tasks to join the first man in clambering up after him. Most of the guards had scattered into the woods or up the rock after the Corvish, or formed up around Aenea with her mages, and Ile-Rien cursed again for managing to catch the attention of the few who were free. Kicking the baggage ropes away, he waited until they started climbing the carriage, then shoved the chest down on top of them. They fell in a crash of armor, and the chest hit the road and split open. More gowns and undergarments spilled free, but the tug in his gut told him that Sirindis was down there. He leapt from the carriage and landed on a fallen guard, hearing a crack beneath the man's breastplate. The guard gurgled and tried to rise but failed. Ile-Rien flung himself at the nearest rising guard, broken sword first. The splinter of steel punched through chainmail and slid up beneath cuirass into stomach. Undeterred, the thralled guard tried to grapple with Ile-Rien, but the assassin planted his feet and shoved hard, knocking the unsteady man onto his back. Ile-Rien wrenched the broken blade free and kept moving forward, nailing it up under the chin strap of the man's helmet into his throat, then crouching beneath the third guard's swing and retracting it to stab him through the right knee. A twist of the blade and the thrall's leg buckled, dropping him aside. Straightening, Ile-Rien left them to bleed and ran to the shattered chest, kicking away silky things until his foot hit something harder, Serindas and its sheath and belt. He gripped the broken sword in his teeth so he could catch up the belt and draw his partner, and as Serindas' ravenous joy flowed into him, he chuckled around the jaw full of steel. He twisted his wrists and wrapped the chain around the dagger, and as the red runes on its length lit up, it parted the metal like butter. He snipped the shackles off the same way, feeling the blade pulse hungrily against his wrists. Then he pulled the sword from his teeth and ran Serindas along the flat, letting it drink up the blood that remained. It tugged him toward the down guards, but he reined it in. Swiftly he strapped the belt back on and tucked the broken sword into it, then reached into Serindas' sheath to pull out the little surprise he had kept. A crossbow bolt with a piece of parchment wrapped around the tip. Pinching it between two fingers of his weakened left hand, he edged around the carriage toward Ania's side. She stood a few steps out from the carriage, radiant, her mottled golden skin apparent through the weakened influence of the illusion pendant she wore. Under the hem of her backless red gown, her feet appeared to flicker between fine heels and split claws. She was defended on all sides by mages and thralls, and from this close the honey scent was pervasive, overpowering. It pried at Ile-Rien's brain and sizzled along every nerve, imparting its seductive message: serve me. Worship me. He pinched his nose shut, feeling Serindas shiver against his cheek. On his arm, the bracer clenched harder, every hook injecting its counteracting agents, and his fingers tingled painfully. It was a bad time to be in this situation, body in decline, two enemy forces acting upon him, but if he let Ania work, the Corvish would tear themselves apart. He needed them to keep the Imperials in check. Steeling himself, he gripped his weapons tight and stepped around the corner. A thrall turned immediately, sword and shield raised. Ile-Rien dodged the first stab and brought Serindas up to cut the sword effortlessly in half. The thrall's shield slammed him in the shoulder and lashed at his face with the broken sword, but he let the push move him sideways, crouching low into the blind spot and stabbing Serindas through the man's leg plate and thigh. The thrall bashed his raised left arm with the shield's edge hard enough to make the bones ache, but Serindas was drinking and in a moment the man trembled and collapsed. The scuffle had alerted the rest of the thralls, though. Ania's mages glanced over as well, but they were preoccupied with the wards, as arrows still flicked down from above despite the chaos among the Corvish. Ile-Rien tore Serindas sideways through the fallen guard's leg, opening a gash that sent blood in a torrent up the thirsting blade. Stray droplets followed him as he stepped over the man's twitching form to advance on his target. 3 thralls got between him and Ania, but the Lagalena had not noticed him. Head thrown back, her hair floating in an unfelt updraft, she was caught in the ecstasy of her own power. From behind, Ile-Rien could see the gill-like vents that bracketed her spine, releasing the cloying scent. 2 of the thralls had spears, the third a sword and shield. They came at him immediately, weapons leading, but with the bracer's chemicals still quickening him, Ile-Rien did not bother to back away. He stepped in instead, twisting at the last moment to let one spearhead scrape his side and catch in his clothes as the other punctured the air right by his head. His left hand clamped on the second shaft, the bolt still tucked between 2 fingers, and he lunged forward and felt the first spear punch out the other side of his doublet. Their attacks and his movement ended up crossing the spears at his left side, and he rolled his arm over the spear he held so he could pin it in his armpit. Stuck between the 2 spearmen, the swordsman stabbed straight for Ile-Rien's throat, but Ile-Rien dropped all his weight on the spears at the same moment that he sliced Serindas through their undersides. The Acaridin blade sheared cleanly, and the initial weight of the assassin tugged both spearmen forward to whack their shoulders into the swordsman's, before both spears snapped in 2 and Ile-Rien hit the ground. A half-spear still hung from his doublet, but he disregarded it as he dropped the other from armpit to hand and rose fluidly, ramming the splintered end into the hollow between its former wielder's crotch and thigh. Pain meant nothing to thralls, but impact still had an effect, and the man, already off balance from the yanking and the swordsman's attempt to shove him off, lurched backward, half-bowing over the spear. The other spearman stayed put, staring blankly at his truncated weapon, but the swordsman pushed forward and nearly caught Ile-Rien in the face with his shield. Far shorter than the armored man, Ile-Rien dropped into a slide instead, the edge of the shield skimming his forehead as the swordsman took another stride forward. In the instant that passed before the thrall registered his motion, the assassin slipped between his legs to the other side, cutting Sirindis through an armored ankle along the way. The swordsman tried to turn, but his foot separated from his leg and he stumbled onto his new stump and nearly fell. Amazed that the man had retained any balance, Ile-Rien sprang up and planted his soft-soled court boot to the side of the man's helm, and the guard went down in a crash. A glance at the spearmen showed him that they were rallying, but with their half-spears he hardly considered them a threat. Ahead were Ania and her mages, and a few more thralls that had just started to look his way as if unsure whether or not they had heard a noise. Stepping forward slowly, Ile-Rien eyed the layers of magic that circulated around the Lagalena, trying to decide if he should go for a mage or two or just try to hack straight through. In his peripheral vision he saw the spearmen converging upon him, and half-turned, planning to slice off another limb or two. Neither still carried their broken weapon. Eyes glazed, the guard he had stabbed with his own spear came at him bodily, and Ile-Rien lashed Sirindis at him automatically to cut a deep gouge through chestplate, sternum, and lungs that did not stop him from clamping on with a bear hug. The other had the fallen swordsman's blade, and as Ile-Rien struggled in the grabby man's grip, the other rammed that blade straight into his side. It scraped his spine and came out his back, and he choked in agony. Then the bracer's strands took over and the anesthetics kicked in, and he switched his grip on Sirindis and tore it up through the first man's chest cavity and shoulder, taking him apart. Even as that opponent fell away, the sword wielder hooked a hand around the back of Ile-Rien's neck and wrenched the sword upward as if meaning to do the same to the assassin. But the guard's sword was no Carrion blade, and though Ile-Rien grimaced as the quillons hit his side and the length of steel jerked inside him, it did not stop him from carving Sirindis through the thrall's grabbing arm, sword arm, and then the sword itself in quick succession. When the thrall came at him again a moment later, he put the blade through the man's face. Blood-covered, with Sirindis humming at the center of a crimson constellation, Ile-Rien turned to the problem of the mages again and saw one blanch beneath his wards. All around, thralls had noticed the fray and were converging, some Corvish included. There was no more time to waste. Pike it, he thought, and lashed at Ania's wards with Sirindis. The blood-drunk blade carved through golden magic as easily as flesh, sending sparks and recoil in all directions, and as the mages flinched, not yet reacting, he bit the parchment off the tip of the crossbow bolt he still carried. The residue from its coating stung his lips like fire. With one step, he thrust the bolt deep into Ania's back. She screamed, high and shrill and horribly multiplied, a chorus of buzzing shrieks all erupting from one throat. The vents on her back convulsed and blackened, and her hair lashed like a nest of maddened snakes as she twisted around to stare at him. Her honeycomb eyes were wide and betrayed, and in the depths of her mouth he saw the calicary twitching from hiding, unable to stay tucked away. Then she screamed again in rage more than pain, and the honey scent turned acrid. Instantly Ile-Rien's eyes began to burn, and he stumbled back and covered his face, trying not to inhale the poison that she was expelling into the air. All around, he heard thralls collapse in their tracks, and the glow of the mage's wards went out. He stumbled away to shelter behind the carriage, but her cacophonous shrieks still drilled into his ears, equal parts agony and hate. He had not wanted her dead, just neutralized. They had been comrades too long for him to sacrifice her so easily. That might have been the wrong choice. Water poured from his eyes, and he struggled to focus them. On this side of the fight, he faced the forest of mists, and while a few Corvish lay stunned by the edge of the road, not yet recovered from their temporary thralling or their rolling brawls, nothing else moved. Nor did the Guardian's heavy aura weigh on his nerves. Either it had subsided, or it and Cobb had fled the field, to the Corvish woods or the forest of mists. As an imperial servant, pursuing in either direction was suicide. Grimacing, Ile-Rien pulled the remainder of the thralled guard's sword from his side and tossed it away. The wounds immediately stopped bleeding, the the bracer stitching them up ably now that Ania's aura no longer distracted it. He breathed shallowly, tasting copper and ichor in the back of his throat, then flexed both hands and shifted carefully on his feet. Not the worst state he'd ever been in, though his left arm still teetered back and forth between numbness and pain. Fumbling with those tingling fingers, he drew the splintered sword from his belt and whispered a prayer to no one. Then he pushed off from the carriage and headed down into the forest. The darkness withdrew swiftly. On the upswing, Cobb hit a spike of nausea and stopped in his tracks to lower his head, breathe, and spit the sweet rancid taste from his mouth. He felt the weight of the antlers evaporating. For a moment, looking at the world was like looking through smoke, and he felt himself in two places at once, here in the snow and also knee-deep in dark water, among the ruins. Around him, trees rose like black lines against the pale backdrop of sky, and it took a moment for him to understand that this forest was real. I'm in the Wraith Woods. Not even the western fringe, but the mist forest proper. His skin prickled in the cold air, and he lifted his hand automatically to his throat, but the arrowhead was not there. Instead, worryingly, his side had begun to ache, his right side, where the silvery circle of the arrow scar lay hidden under his shirt. He looked around warily but saw no shapes among the trees, only snow and shadows and thorny brush. Still he could not help the sense that he was being watched. He closed his eyes, trying to remember what the Guardian had done at the towers, how he had felt all the life in the area, but the Guardian was gone. That feeling of black water was gone too, leaving him high and dry. Behind him, the caravan was a distant buzz of conflict. "Why'd you bring me here?" Cobb mumbled. "Neither of us likes the wraiths." No response. He turned around, meaning to head back to the road and cross it to the Corvish lands and the somewhat more welcoming forest of night. 3 soldiers stood behind him, swords and shields up, helms hiding their faces. Cobb clenched his fists, but no surge of stony strength came. Wake up, he thought at the Guardian, but felt nothing. No thoughts from it, no pressing pain in his skull, not even enough to tell him that it was still there. He took a step back, thinking to run, aware now that his feet were bare in the half-melted slush. Too late. At his show of hesitation, the soldiers rushed. Cobb stood his ground desperately. The last thing he wanted to do was flee headlong into the Wraith Woods. He did not think the men would kill him, and that might give him an edge. A gray blur slammed into the first soldier only a few steps from Cobb, propelling him into the thorny brush. Cobb jumped back, heart thundering, full of confusion. The other 2 soldiers rushed past their comrade and came for Cobb, shields first. He dodged at the last moment, one shield clipping his shoulder as he flung himself behind a tree. It staggered him, but the soldiers were slow to turn, and before they could, he came around the other side and slammed his heel into the chain-mailed back of one's knee. That sent a shock of pain up his leg, but the soldier stumbled a step, and Cobb put his whole weight into a body check. Off balance, the soldier pitched into his comrade, and the combined mass of 3 men and 2 sets of heavy armor sent them all down. Cobb rolled off the other side, panting. His arrow scar was a cold blaze under his ribs, burning all the way through to the exit mark on his back. It had never been this bad, not even in the Rift Edge woods when he had run from the army. He tried to grab one of the soldiers' swords but could not break the man's grip. The other got up and stepped over his comrade to hack at Cobb, who backstepped straight into a thorn bush and had to fall into it to avoid losing his head. 100 frosted branches scraped through his shirt. The soldier sliced down at him and he wrenched aside and kicked the man in the chestplate. It did little, but gave him a moment to lurch up and grab the man's arm before he could retract. With another heave and a propelling foot, Cobb sent the armored man tumbling over him to crash into the denser thorn brush. Cobb struggled up, surprised by his success but still half caught by the thorns twisted in his shirt. The third soldier had risen, stolid and silent, and as Cobb tried to fight free, he wondered why none of the men were swearing. All soldiers swore. They were slow too, even for heavily armored men. Before the man could bring his sword to bear, the big gray shape slid in between them, and Cobb realized that it was a wolf, huge and bloody mawed. It snarled horribly, then buried its teeth into the soldier's sword arm before he could strike. The soldier dropped his sword and wrenched back, trying to smack the wolf off with his shield, but the massive beast bore him to the ground and went for his throat. "Wait," said Kade. The wolf paused, still growling. Kade yanked free of the thorns, tearing his shirt in a dozen places, and carefully got to his feet. Beneath the wolf, the soldier continued to struggle, but his truncated attempts to beat it with the shield barely budged it. "Don't," said Kade, thinking about Pale. "This isn't their fault, they're just doing their jobs. Trying to feed their families. I don't want any more death because of me. Let's just keep running." The words caught in his throat. No. He could not continue like this. Running was what had sparked this monstrous ordeal, and it had gained him nothing, not freedom, not peace, and certainly not redemption. His presence had brought trouble to everyone he passed. While it would be foolish to turn around and trek back to the ruined caravan, it was just as foolish to think he could disappear into the Wraithwoods and be forgotten. He looked back the way he had come. The rodent caravan had vanished behind the trees long ago, leaving nothing to see but bare branches and broken snow, yet still he felt Ile-Rien out there somewhere. Drawing closer, persistent as a curse. It had to end. "Leave them alone and let's go," he said hollowly. "As long as they can't interfere, they don't matter." The wolf dipped its head, then stepped back, and as the soldier tried to push up, it grabbed his ankle in its massive jaws and bit down. Something crunched within the leather and steel. Undaunted, the soldier swept his shield at the wolf, but it danced away to Kade's side, grinning its bloody grin. Kade grimaced, but it was done. Shifting on bruised feet, he eyed the deeper forest and wished he could force the trees to part and show him the terrain ahead. To reveal something he could use to his advantage, a river his pursuers could not cross or a cave they would not enter. Or, barring that. The wolf leapt past him suddenly and Kade whirled to see it slam the last soldier back into the thornbrush. Feet kicking, the man fought unsuccessfully to get up, and the wolf jumped back to Kade's side and looked up at him with an inordinately pleased expression. Its tail fanned slowly through the damp snow. Good boy," Kade said, unnerved. The wolf lolled its tongue out cheerfully. Shaking his head, Kade turned away from his enemies and picked a direction at random, the wolf at his heels as he struck out for the deeper woods. The rocky, tangled terrain gave him a wealth of options, but no clear path. But that was fine. Barring escape, he would accept a good battleground. Ile-Rien found the tracks easily. A part of him feared to pursue, but the sight of boot prints following the marks of hooves dispelled his hesitation. This was what he had been working toward. He would not flee. He chased along the path, swift but unsteady. Battered by successive exposure to the guardian aura and to Aeneas, his bracer's hold on this body was weakening, and with all the fighting he had done recently, the network of threads that stitched up his wounds had begun to outnumber the actual healthy muscle fibers. Almost everything ached, and what did not was more problematic than what did. As he began to sweat the chemicals out, his left hand progressed from tingling to mostly numb, and holding the broken sword became difficult. "I should have taken a new body," he thought as he ran. Pike Cobb's reaction, "I'm here to kill him." But that was a lie. He knew it now. It had to be done. Cobb was too naive, too imperial to not end up on the altar, but he doubted he could do it. He had watched that life nearly drain away once. To cause it himself. In his mind's eye he saw them walking away, together. Into an unknown but brighter future. But that was impossible too. Cursing silently, he ran on. At some point, the hooves became bare footprints, and he forced himself faster. The forest strained his nerves, faintly he felt the enchantment upon it, and though it did not pain him, it was like a constant background murmur. Distracting and threatening. Why Cobb would run to here? But then they're not his enemies, he thought. The Grey Wraiths could have finished him off like the rest of his logging team, but they left him to the Guardian. He shook it away. This was not the time to ponder other people's allegiances. Something metallic flashed among the trees ahead, and he slowed. One figure on the ground, unmoving. One standing, trying to pull a third to his feet. Ile-Rien sniffed the air and caught blood, bile, the foul stink of death. Traces of Aeneas thralling. And cob scent, and a whiff of wolf. Cyrindus pulsed in his hand, and he nodded slowly to himself. The two living soldiers had their backs to him, the injured one bleeding from several places under his armor, and Ile-Rien was tired, and he ached, and he really needed a pick-me-up. How nice of Cobb to leave him some snacks. He threw Cyrindus from a distance, not in the mood to engage, and the rescuer went down with the Carrion blade buried in his spine through the steel of his armor. The injured one sprawled with him, unable to stand alone. As Cyrindus fed, Ile-Rien approached slowly, eyeing up the scene while the blade's runes cast throbbing crimson light across the slush. On the ground, the injured soldier held up an arm defensively, looking back and forth from the dagger to Ile-Rien in terror. Under his helm, his eyes were clear, the thrallwork fading from him. He might be his own man soon. I should take you over, Ile-Rien told him, feeling the bracer's hooks flex within his arm. I could fix you up nice and quick. Except your leg would be my leg then, and your soul would be my feast. It's been years now and I've run this one into the ground. What do you say? Trembling, the man shook his head. Ile-Rien smelled the fear roiling off of him, and a smile curved up the corner of his mouth. Leaning down, he planted his foot on the man's breastplate and shoved his guarding arm aside. Through the numbness he felt the bracer's hooks retract from his flesh and stretch out from under his sleeve. Fine, stiff threads extended from them like needles. Are you sure? He said, bending down low over the soldier. You'll live on in me, faintly. Not everything gets digested. But you won't get to go to your god, because I hate him. The soldier only whimpered through clenched teeth, and Ile-Rien sighed. Buried in the corpse's back, Cyrindus' glow ebbed to its usual sullen shade. I thought so, said Ile-Rien, pulling the Carrion blade out. It's just as well. I should, but... He trailed off and slit the soldier's throat neatly. The man choked and shuddered, then his eyes glassed over. I just don't think I want to outlive Ile-Rien, said Ile-Rien to no one as he rose. He guided Cyrindus' hilt to the extended threads and they wrapped around it, and a rush of energy poured from the sated blade into his bracer, then into his damaged body. Dead nerves lit up again, muscle mended, and his head cleared a little, the last of Aeneas' influence driven out. Cyrindus wriggled angrily in his grip but he drained it dry. You can always drink more, he told it huskily as he shook it free. The Guardian is full of power, and now you're famished. You'll make sure I do it, won't you? The dagger seethed in his hand. The thread slid back under his skin, and he nodded. One way or another, it would be done. Lark glimpsed a flash of light from down below the rock ledge. She did not really register it the first time, she was busy aiming through the branches. The Corvish had mostly recovered from whatever that Ile-Rien had done, though a few lay still on the stone. The others had dealt swiftly and viciously with the soldiers that had followed Lark up here. The Ile-Rien herself had been hoisted into a carriage for safety just ahead of Lark's best shot. Now she tried to concentrate on shooting the mages. They were in disarray after Daryllin's psychotic attack, but even more a danger for it. Instead of guarding the abomination, they sent lances of golden light after the Corvish in the woods while the rain of arrows cracked on their wards. One spell had blown a chunk out of the rock ledge right in front of Lark, peppering her with grit, but the down trees she hid behind made decent shelter even if she had a hard time shooting from among them. Overall, 2 mages had gone down so far, 1 dead and 1 wounded, but there were 6 more and they were beginning to coordinate in pairs, one shaping wards while the other blasted for the archers. Another flash from below, and she blinked. There was no one down there and nothing to shoot at that spot, just the beacon. She cursed under her breath. Those road markers were surveillance posts which reported any trace of magic back to Gold Central. The Corvish shamans had blocked that one somehow, but whatever they did had obviously worn off. Which meant a shimmer down the road caught her eye. A portal opening. Vikaskidi! She heard a Corvishman shriek. 3 black-fletched arrows flew straight for the portal only to incinerate a foot away. Pike me, Lark said. Heart-thumping, she reached back to count her arrows. 6 left. Withdraw to the Corvish and flee into the woods, or try to call the shadows. She bit her lip, undecided. She hated the thought of leaving the Corvish to the gold mages, but though her people had said they would be watching the situation, she did not think they could open an iron bridge big enough and strong enough to take everyone to safety. And she really did not want to stick around for an arcane massacre. Then something else drew her eye. Dark shapes in the sky. Her blood ran cold. White wraiths, she thought. Avoid at all costs. She looked toward the edge of the woods where Ile-Rien had disappeared. He had told her that the forest wraiths and the flyers were enemies. That must be why Kade and Ile-Rien had both fled that way. The Guardian would sense things like that. So maybe the forest was safe. Can't believe I'm thinking this, she muttered, then peeked over the ledge. The nearest carriage was stopped just close enough to leap atop. Most of the mages stood on this side, with the far side, the forest side, clear. Above, the black shapes grew, their long stingers now visible and lashing in the air. Lark took a deep breath, and whispered, Ian Shumilius. Shadow, help me. Then she sprang up, and as the mages took aim, she took a long stride to the edge and leapt off the rock. The air sizzled behind her. She hit the carriage top and fell into a roll, spikes of pain driving up her legs. Her feet slid off the other side and, dizzy but desperate, she pushed off entirely and fell to an awkward crouch in the road. A blast of magic took off the corner of the carriage and showered her with splinters, and she lurched to her feet, feeling fire in the tendons but knowing she could not hesitate. The Corvish here fought the few guards on this side. She sprinted past them and slid down the embankment, mud and slush gathering on her breeches, arrows spilling from the quiver. A thorn bush tangled her briefly but she fought free. At the bottom of the embankment, she stood, panting, and looked to the sky. Through the trees she saw the black flyers descending, and from the other side of the road rose a sudden mob of dark squawking flecks, a mass of crows. They sped toward the flyers, and for a moment there was only chaos in the sky. Lark patted herself over quickly, finding her quiver empty and 3 braids smoldering. Her bow was still intact. She unstrung it and packed slush into her hair, shivering, then backed away from the road. In only a glance, she spotted the tracks leading deeper into the woods. Still praying under her breath, she turned and hobbled after them. Chapter 26, Gate of Earth. Ile-Rien felt no aura, and only realized he had caught up with Kade when he saw him. He stopped in the shelter of a tree, though he knew that Kade had seen him too. The young man stood at the far side of a clearing no more than 10 paces wide in any direction. At his feet sat the wolf, Arik, which bared its fangs when it saw Ile-Rien. Kade himself looked haggard but determined, his dark face stony, his clothes torn and blood-speckled. Through a rip in his shirt, Ile-Rien glimpsed the silvery mark of the wraith arrow. It worried Ile-Rien that he was not in the guardian state. Then Sirindis pulsed in his hand, and he let the dagger urge him forward. The wolf rose to its feet, hackles up and quills visible, lips curled in a snarl. No, said Kade. Stand away. Ile-Rien halted, but the words were not for him. The wolf's snarl fell and its ears swiveled, and it looked up at Kade and whined. Kade shook his head and made a dismissing gesture, and with its tail tucked, the wolf slunk aside. Grimacing, Ile-Rien exhaled. He would almost rather fight the wolf. That might prompt the guardian to come out. Ile-Rien, said Kade. He sounded both stern and wistful, and it hurt the assassin's heart. I'm not here to talk, he responded, fisting his fingers around Sirindis. I know. But we're gonna do it anyway. Jaw clenched, Ile-Rien moved to the edge of the clearing. Kade's eyes followed him, dark but human, not the guardian's black pits. Not even a scrap of its presence showed. It was maddening. What you want from me? Kade said. I'm here to free you. From the Golds? Like why freed me from the Crimson Army? Cobb looked significantly toward Sirindis. Ile-Rien resisted the urge to hide the seething dagger. If they were going to take this last moment to talk, then he would speak plainly. He did not expect another opportunity. No. I need to kill you. There is no other way to separate you from the dark. What if I don't care about the dark anymore? You what? I've spoken. Why the Guardian? Ile-Rien stared at him, unable to form a coherent thought. All his fears congealed into a solid mass in his chest. He searched Cobb's features again for a sign of Guardian manifestation, and his lank frame for that black armor, but saw nothing. Whatever influenced him now was invisible and silent. I dunno if I believe it, Cobb continued. But it's not some horrible devouring thing. I don't think it's even really dark, not the way we talk about it. It's got people in it, memories, visions. My father. I dunno what to think, except that everyone's been lying to me and I'm tired of it. I want some truth. Pikes, I don't even know if the light I dedicated myself to in Carrion is the same light anyone else sees. So if you're just here to save me from the Guardian, you're too late. Ile-Rien shook his head slowly, not wanting to believe this. They had never spoken much about faith. He had not shared Cobb's reliance on the Imperial light, nor did he want to talk about what he knew of it, but it had been obvious from the beginning of this assignment that the light was the only thing holding the boy together. The thought that Cobb could be seduced into the dark had never crossed his mind. Possessed and forced there, yes. But going of his own volition? Cobb, if anything is lying to you, he started. No. I don't get to say that, Cobb snapped. When I started having nightmares, you told me things were fine, but you knew, didn't you? You knew that what I thought was happening was true. All that time, you let the Guardian simmer inside of me, and instead of telling me, instead of letting me be cleansed, you Pekin chased me away. Then you came right after me. What is wrong with you? I didn't want you to die. But now you're here to kill me. Ile-Rien opened his mouth, then closed it, clenching his jaw in determination. Sirindis tugged in his grip, tired of waiting for the violence, and he could not blame it. He wanted this over and done, all the worries ended one way or another. Shifting on his feet subtly, he evaluated the distance to Cobb, but it was still too great. The boy would have plenty of time to react to his charge. A wounded look replaced Cobb's stony stare, as if he recognized Ile-Rien's intentions. Why, he said quietly. Why any of this? I thought we were friends. You didn't have to kill Fendel, you could have just told me the truth. You know I trusted you. What could I have said? That you were possessed? Unbidden, thoughts of their last few weeks in the army camp swam up in Ile-Rien's mind. The increasing frequency of Cobb's strange dreams, his own nervous dread at what it might mean, the constant excuses required to let him cross paths with the slaves all the time. The tension that made him snap more and more often at Cobb's stupid comrades, particularly Wesker, until he had to force himself to withdraw and observe from afar. And through it all, the resurgence of the nagging fear that had haunted him since the infirmary, not dispelled at all by Enkielan's reassurances and slowly refined into a paranoid blaze. He doubted Cobb realized how much he had been stalking him in the last days, or what else he had done. Cobb's assignment to the river gate had been his work, after all, through bribes and then the swift murder of the assigning officer. The Crimsons would never find the body. Ile-Rien had enough influence among his fellow monsters to make it vanish as if it had never been. And then there was Fendel. Jas Fendel had been a necessary sacrifice. Because Cobb was a good kid, a trusting kid, and he loved the army despite all that it had done to him, despite the scars on his back from the whips, despite the brand on his arm. Because he was one of those people who clung ever tighter to the blade as it cut them, believing that they deserved what they got. Ile-Rien knew better. No one deserved what the Empire did to them. But he could not say it. There were things he could not bear to explain to Cobb. Not his bracer, which ached miserably on his arm, and not Serindus, which throbbed with the need to kill and drink. Most of all, not himself. You wouldn't have believed me, he continued. Even though you knew. I didn't have to prompt you to tell me about your dreams, Cobb. You came to me with them, terrified that they meant you'd been touched by the dark. But you didn't want the truth, you wanted reassurance, so I gave it and you made yourself swallow it. If I'd told you that you were possessed, you would have stuck your fingers in your ears until I'd shouted myself hoarse. Cobb scowled. Ile-Rien liked that better than the wounded look. You didn't even try. I just told you, I knew. So you killed Fendil instead? That was your only other Pekin option? Ile-Rien blinked, puzzled by the strain in Cobb's voice. You're not a civilian. You should be used to seeing people die at that. Not my friends. Not because of me. I was a slave worker, Ile-Rien. I've only killed 2 people in my life, and one of them was already dead. Killed a few while you were the guardian, Ile-Rien thought, but doubted that Cobb wanted to hear it. You should work on that, he said instead, and nodded back the way he had come. You left those 2 thralls alive, but I dealt with them for you. Cobb's face froze. What? It doesn't matter. Bring the guardian out and fight me. Challenge issued, Ile-Rien tightened his grip on Serindus. One-on-one, he had little hope of taking the Great Spirit, but he would try. He had ruined everything for this last, razor-thin chance. But Cobb just stared at him. Why? He said. Stop asking questions. Why did you chase me away, Ile-Rien gritted his teeth. Because I didn't want to see you taken to the Imperial Palace, all right? I know what happens, and it's not what you think. There is no altar, no purification ceremony, no exorcism. It would just eat you. And whatever it spat back out wouldn't be you anymore, it would be something like me. I couldn't let that happen. He hated to hear the plea in his own voice. Cobb's stony eyes held him with no sign of sympathy. They made him feel like a bug scrabbling in the dirt, something loathsome and alien. Cobb had never looked at him like that before. He had seen fear in that gaze, and anger, and unease, but never contempt. Who assigned you to me? Said Cobb. His voice was flat and cold. Ile-Rien licked dry lips and shifted on his feet. He should not be telling these things. He should be doing what he had sworn he would do. But he could not help himself. These wounds had gone unhealed for too many years. My master, he said. My maker, the Inquisitor Archmagus. The guardian trap was his idea. Why? To keep an eye on. No, why you? Ile-Rien opened his mouth, then stopped and considered it seriously. He had wondered this before. Even from the beginning of the assignment, he had felt it slipping away from him, and now 5 years down the road he had completely strayed from its stated intention. And yet he had never been replaced. His behavior had been questioned by his superiors, by Cobb's campmates, by the general himself, but he had not been relieved of duty. In his mind, he saw that first day again. Cobb on the bench between 2 soldiers, bruised and hollow-eyed. Inquisitor Archmagus Ile-Rien gesturing with one black-gloved hand. It requires a splinter from you, so that you may command him, the Archmagus had said. It will be a part of his memories, like a person. Give it a name. A bad suspicion unfurled in Ile-Rien's gut. All this time, he thought he had been going behind the Archmagus' back. Because I had a son, he said slowly. I lost him. The Archmagus knew. He told me to give you a piece of my soul, like a little spy that would convince you to trust me. I named it after him. Ile-Rien, Cobb said. Ile-Rien swallowed. He remembered the fractured feeling when Ile-Rien's icy hand had broken the splinter from him, and the way Cobb's eyes had flickered when the Archmagus pushed it into his forehead. He remembered the years in the quarry camp when he had struggled to be aloof while Cobb followed him around like a puppy who had found the one person who would not kick him. He remembered listening to Cobb's rambling stories about the high country and his best friend Ile-Rien, and how he had to turn away sometimes to keep his expression in check. He had been set up for this. "Cobb, he wants you free," Ile-Rien said, the realization filling his mind with urgency. "I don't know why, but he didn't want you in the palace, he wanted you loose with the guardian bound to you. He lied to me in the infirmary, he's lied to the general he brought the Inquisition in on the day I chased you off, knowing that you were possessed, and did nothing about it. He must have known all along. That piking bastard, he's playing another piking game with us. I don't care." Ile-Rien stared at him. The young man's face was still set like stone. "What?" Ile-Rien said. "Don't you see, he'll be after you." "I don't care." Cobb took a step forward, and Serindas twitched upward instinctively in Ile-Rien's grip. The assassin forced the blade back down. "You gave me my childhood friend," Cobb said, holding up a finger. "I guess I'm not surprised, you always kinda reminded me of him. And you were my friend too." He lifted a second finger. "You always tried to protect me. I guess you still are, in some crazy way. But that's the problem, Ile-Rien. You're Pekin crazy." He curled the second finger down. "You're a killer. Alright, so you're an army-trained killer just doing your job. People draw swords on you and you stab them. Maybe I can understand that. But Fendil was my friend. He was a skiver and a smartmouth, but still a friend." Cobb curled his first finger slightly, and looked hard at Ile-Rien. "So I want you to tell me something. And don't think that I'm a skin you to lie, because I'm not. Tell me if it was a mistake. Tell me if you're sorry you killed him." Ile-Rien stared at him, uncomprehending. "Of course not." A muscle jumped in Cobb's jaw. Without another word, he launched himself forward. For a moment, shot kept Ile-Rien still except for the blade, which lunged to meet Cobb's charge. At the last instant he managed to yank it aside, and instead of catching Cobb in the throat, it cut a shallow line across Cobb's cheek right before the boy hit him in a full-force tackle. They slammed into the ground, the wet snow splashing out around them. The cold rocks dug a path along Ile-Rien's spine. Cobb was stronger than he remembered, all muscle and sinew, and wrapped arms around him as if bent on snapping his back. He fought for leverage and managed to plant a foot on Cobb's hip and squeeze his knee in between them, all the while struggling to keep Serindas from hooking back and burying itself in Cobb's skull. As if oblivious to the weapon's threat, Cobb headbutted him full in the mouth, and he felt his lip split and his teeth squeak in their sockets. Hot blood washed down his throat. He pushed his leg outward, forcing Cobb's body away, and managed to squirm his other leg in despite Cobb's furious grappling. A twist, a shove, and he squeezed free, sliding through the slush, then scrambling desperately to his feet. Cobb was already up, and the next hit drove him shoulder first into a tree. The joint screamed, and the whole arm, bracer and all, went dead. He fell aside, and Cobb caught him by the back of the doublet and slammed him into the tree again, his head impacting this time, sending up a spray of black stars. A calloused hand latched around his throat and squeezed. "I don't care what the Guardian says about the Empire," Cobb growled, "far too close. I don't care about seals or any of that shit. You're the reason I'm going to the dark." Choking, Ile-Rien pushed out blindly with his good hand. Too late, he felt Serindas turn in his grip. Cobb grunted, and suddenly the insistent hunger of the blade became lust. A chord of power thrummed through it, making it shiver in his hand as it drank. Ile-Rien panicked. No matter what he told himself, this was not what he had intended to do. He could not retract his arm, Serindas would not let him. It was locked to the wound now. So he shoved instead. The blade was already buried to the quillins and could go no deeper, and when Cobb took a stumbling step back, Ile-Rien saw that it had gone straight into the silver arrow scar like it had sought it. Serindas tried to yank him forward as its victim started to separate from it, then changed tactics. Before his eyes, it drove his arm upward, the part of the blade still inside Cobb cutting up through belly and ribs toward his heart. Then the tip slid free and Cobb fell to his knees, blood gouting from the diagonal gash. Trickles of it defied gravity to swirl up to the throbbing black blade, and with a scream of fury, Ile-Rien flung the weapon as hard as he could into the cold forest. Even as it flew, he knew it did not matter. The wound was mortal. I did it, he told himself, but he just felt sick. Cobb watched the blood flow over his hands and turn to black water. I shouldn't have done that, he thought dimly. Ile-Rien had all but taught him to fight, and though he seemed injured, Cobb knew he was still formidable. And that dagger, that monstrous thing. But it was gone now, and the world was filling up with water. It trickled out from his chest and from between the trees. It flooded around Ile-Rien's legs as he crouched down and mouthed words Cobb could not hear. I'm hallucinating, he thought. All the light that came through the branches was muting, turning gray and submerged. Then he saw the shapes among the trees. 5 of them at first. 5 familiar figures, Vina, Jaranek, Irosei, Haura, his father. All in their black armor, solemn-faced as the water poured in around them. Dimly, in the shadows beyond, he glimpsed more figures, many more in all shapes and sizes, filling the vast expanse of the drowning forest. Above, 2 lights shone through the black branches. He squinted. A white ringhawk, and something that dazzled and coruscated beyond it, something inhuman and fantastic and too bright to see. Help me, he tried to say, but his mouth was full of water, and no sound came out. Ile-Rien clasped his shoulder and he tried to focus, but the assassin's face was striped with whiteness. Threads hid beneath his skin, pulling at his features like musculature, and Cobb looked down slowly to see them all throughout the assassin's body, shining in some places but dull in most, and dead gray along his twisted left arm. A single bright cord stretched up from the bracer through the core of that arm to spread everywhere else. Like the threads in my dream, he thought. The ones that tried to catch me. His limbs felt heavy. He reached up anyway and pressed his hand to Ile-Rien's cheek, and felt the threads recoil, saw the assassin's face go slack. There was nothing behind it. An empty cocoon, no soul that he could recognize, just tangled threads and the shining bracer from which they spread. The water lapped at his throat and spilled over Ile-Rien's shoulders. It was cold like the water in the Carrion lakes, and suddenly he was in the quarry camp looking up at a stranger, a blond man who said, "It's all right. I'll make sure they don't hurt you again." Then in the army camp. The man intercepting the whip on its way to his back. That's enough. That's all the punishment he's earned. And on the march, among the siege engines, in the infirmary, always there. That glimpse of blonde and black. The times after the whippings, when he would be dragged back to the scout's cabin to have his wealth salved, stop picking fights, curse it. If you accidentally kill someone and get yourself condemned, there's nothing I can do. He remembered the wall beyond the flat, hard bunk, with the dartboard hung on it, covered in knife marks. He remembered falling asleep there a dozen times and being hustled back to the slave camp after dark with a cloak over his head and Ile-Rien swearing furiously beside him. He remembered the scout's expression on that last day, when he showed up to warn Cobb that the Inquisition was in camp. The fear strung tight under his usual scowling facade. And at the wall that night, with the moonlight bisecting his features. The fear had been there too. The ground fell away beneath him. He felt himself floating, the dark water over his head, and there were no trees now, no forest, no snow, no guardian shapes watching him. Nothing above or below, no hovering lights, just the burn of his scar and the fading threads beneath his hand, growing dimmer as the water deepened. He saw fingers rise to touch his own. And just for a moment he saw the card. Black sea, white shore. 2 figures with hands clasped around a cup. Then even that fell away. The threads were just wisps, disappearing. He tried to close his hand on them but felt nothing. The water no longer rushed, but shrouded him. Far below, he sensed the cold hunger of the void. No. No, I won't go. But there was no escape, and no rescue. The guardians had done nothing. As if they could not, as if they would not. As if. It's not real. The water surrounded him, soothed him, dragged him down. But it was in his mind. He was not drowning. He was in the bottom of the well, the shallow sea over the void. The place where the guardian kept its power. If you let yourself, you can breathe underwater. See in the dark. He opened his eyes and inhaled the blackness. Ile-Rien felt the fingers going cold and lax against his face, and gripped them with his good hand as if he could hold the life there. Kade's eyes had sunk shut, and the flow of blood down his chest was ebbing, no longer in great pulses now but a slow stream, his tunic and breeches already soaked, the slush dark pink around them. He did not want to let go. "Kade," he said again, his voice harsh in his throat. "I'm sorry. I failed you. I didn't come to kill you, I came to die. I've been doing this for half a century and I hate it. I hate them, all my masters and superiors, everyone. 5 years ago I was satisfied to do this, but not now. You little bastard, it's your fault." But Kade did not respond. He had stopped trying to speak, and only the slowing beat of his heart let Ile-Rien know he was still alive. Tears tracked down the assassin's face, bitter and unwanted. When that last beat ended, he would find Serindis and split his bracer with it. "I should have done better by you," he whispered. Kade lifted his head. His eyes opened, full black. His fingers clenched on Ile-Rien's like cold stone. He breathed in through bloody teeth and the air around them crackled with breaking magic. Ile-Rien looked up as sparks filled the air and danced on the icy limbs of the trees. The persistent undertone of wraith enchantments recoiled from the clearing, leaving them in a growing bubble of dark power. He looked down and saw the wound sealing, the silver scar aglow as if on fire around the gash his blade had made. "Oh shit," he murmured. Then the darkness invaded him through Kade's hand, and cold flooded every thread, striking them dead. Ile-Rien choked on a cry and wrenched backward as his bracer spasmed, managing to break free of Kade's grip and lurch up, then collapse as his legs suddenly stopped working. One by one, the threads unraveled. After 5 years and countless battles, this body was more thread than flesh, and his heart strained in his chest as those false muscles ceased to function. The newest sutures in his stomach ruptured and nothing moved to replace them. Blood and ichor welled up in his throat. The cold converged from all sides. Flat on his back, he watched the glitter fade from the trees, leaving the woods black despite the straining sunlight. Crushing pressure pushed him down, and beneath him he felt the roaring void that the shadow cultists had tried to muscle him into in Baller. Exactly the same. Kade appeared above him, the broken sword in his hand. The wound was gone but the scar shone through the blood-soaked rips in his shirt, reflecting in his eyes like 2 tiny stars. Pinned by the cold and the power, Ile-Rien could only watch as Kade knelt over him, expression grim, sad, maybe, but unhesitant. "I know why you did this," Kade said quietly, holding the blade over Ile-Rien's heart. "But I have to hate you. I have to break the bond, because you won't let me go." Against the pressure, Ile-Rien raised his hand and clasped it over Kade's. Urged it upward. His grip was weak, but Kade obliged. The blade's point skimmed his jaw, then his cheek, then hovered a hair's breadth over his eye. "There," he said. He looked up along the wicked splinter, feeling the last bright knot of threads pulsing at the base of his skull, and saw Kade's face set. The young man nodded once. Then the blade came down. It broke through the bony orbit with one crunch and came out the back of the skull with another. The body jerked once, then the unsplit eye rolled up beneath its lid and the assassin sighed, long and low and ghastly, and went still. Kade sat back and ran his hand across his mouth, feeling weak inside. The water still surged around and within him, but he could feel the earth under his knees again. He wanted to puke it all up. All the darkness, all the power. But the guardians were there again, standing among the trees, and though he did not look up at them, he felt their satisfaction. They had offered him the reins, and in his desperation he had accepted. He hated them for it. Further away and retreating, he sensed the wraiths that had been watching. The circle that he had burned into their woodland enchantment was stable around him, and he did not think that they would approach again soon. His side hurt terribly. He ignored it. Carefully he pressed his thumb to the open eyelid and slid it down over the empty murkwater eye. The other, with the sword hilt pressed tight against cheek and brow, he would not touch. He thought about the cards. It felt like a lifetime since he had sat on the rug in Baller, watching the old woman turn over the gates. He no longer remembered most of her words, but now he believed them. He wished he had never known. He rubbed his face with the heel of his hand. His eyes were dry. Too tired to cry. Rising slowly, he stepped back and looked down at himself. The silver light was ebbing, and he was coated in blood. His feet felt frozen. His clothes were rags. He wanted to crawl into a cave and sleep for a month, or scream until the trees came down and crushed him, but both were stupid. There was work to do. Something bumped his hip. He was too shell-shocked to startle, and it was just the wolf. It looked up at him with pale, sad eyes and licked his hand softly, and he turned away. He did not want sympathy. "We should go," he said roughly. "Deeper in. You don't have to follow me." He was not afraid of the wraiths now, not anymore. They would stay out of his way, and the woods would keep everyone else from pursuing. The wolf whuffed and nudged his leg again, and he buried his cold fingers in its bristly ruff. It was some comfort. A deep breath, and he picked a direction. Guardians filled the spaces between the trees with their dark forms, but they drew away as he approached. The wolf fell into step at his side, looking up at him frequently, but he never looked down, only stared straight ahead into the snow-cloaked wilderness. By the time new footsteps approached the clearing, the corpse was already cold. The bracer had lost all control when the broken sword penetrated the body's brainstem, but the sentience lingered, bound into the bracer itself. A normal blade could not destroy it. The few threads that remained in the sensory apparatus picked up the approach, and the caged mind thought, "Lark." It knew her breath and the cadence of her footfalls, knew that she was limping, that she was frightened. In the dead arm, the hooks retracted slowly, considering. "Oh, Shadow," it heard her say, in tones of surprise and regret. It registered a light touch on the sword hilt, but the weapon did not move. The point had broken through the other side of the skull and embedded in the dirt. "You were a bastard, but you didn't deserve that," she said, then sighed. "Shouldn't let this go to waste." A tug at the body's waist, and it thought, "What is she doing?" Then it heard the buckle of the other belt, the fancy one Ania had not reclaimed. "No pouches," Lark muttered. "Where'd you keep your gold?" The bracer unfurled slowly beneath its sleeve, hooks and spines pulling free of the dead flesh. In its concealment it was like a flat spider, a few threads still binding it to the corpse through the marrow spike. Hands touched the dead neck, fumbling at the doublet's collar. "What's this?" she murmured. Something tugged. "An arrowhead?" "Ha! Shiny." The cord snapped. The other sleeve rolled up. She made a thoughtful noise, then the bronze band pulled off the dead arm. "No rings or anything," she muttered. "This crap can't be all you've got." The bracer crouched, waiting. It sensed her hands patting over the doublet, checking one boot, then the other. A disgruntled sound, she had found nothing. Take her and go, it thought. Far away. Hide from the war, from the general, from the maker. Put this all behind. A touch on the sleeve. It tensed. "Lena! What ya doin'?" The hand withdrew, and Lark made an aggrieved sound. "Rather, I'm just. Done ya disrespect the dead, Lena," snapped the other woman. "Come on, we gotta meet why the others. We're not going after Cobb? I mean, Ezengat? She loose." We want that. Not gonna fight her vessel. But alright, fine. It felt her rise and move away. I guess it doesn't matter now. Are the white wraiths gone? No. We scatter and regroup. Come on. The presences departed, their steps sloshing in the wet snow, and the bracer settled. The cold deepened, and time passed. Perhaps it was better this way. The forest wraiths might find it, or it might be buried by winter. It could sleep, maybe. Even without a body, it could dream. 45 years and it was tired of being bound to this bracer, tired of being controlled. Perhaps it would rot away without a host, and be free. It was drifting in foggy older memories, the music, the swirl of lights and laughter when it heard the new footsteps. Heavier. Accented by the shuff of chainmail. Through its closed eyelid it sensed that the day had darkened, that evening was falling. The sounds of distant battle had long since faded. The heavy boots moved to its side. Beneath the sleeve, the bracer stirred itself, but felt no sense of heat from the figure above. A thick, guttural glugging sound came, then an irritated grunt. It heard metal scrape on flesh. A throat cleared slowly, harshly, as if moving a great mucus mass. So here you are, it said. A male voice, hardly human, choking out its words. Light filtered in as a cold thumb peeled up the eyelid and rolled the eye down like a marble, the frozen tendons creaking. The bracer was blind, but its threads lingered. Through the eye it saw a soldier's face, pale with frost, a great knot of gory flesh across its throat like it had been torn open and squeezed shut. I think you need some adjustment, said the dead soldier. And more explicit instructions. You need to remember who owns you. He lifted his hand to his pallid forehead and tapped his right brow. Despite its lack of focus, the eye saw the thin, bloodless slice that split it in two. This is not a game, said Inquisitor Archmagus Anquilin through the corpse he wore. Not this time. I'll make sure you remember it. Gauntlet fingers slid under the sleeve, brushing lovingly over the black surface of the bracer. It shuddered, but let itself be pulled. It had no choice. As the marrow spike was torn from the cold bone, the last of the threads snapped, and its senses faded to nothing. Coda. Captain Firkad Saravi tapped his finger methodically on the page and watched the man on the other side of the desk squirm. If he had to work with the Corvishman, he supposed it was fine for it to be this one, but he was not required to be kind. So you don't know why you've been assigned to me, Specialist Wesker. The Corvishman shook his head quickly. Even with a new uniform and a proper wash and brush, he still looked like a thief, furtive-eyed and edgy. A fox stuck in an army cage. Not a clue, boss. Sir. Oh, yeah, right. Sir. And you don't know what you're a specialist in. Crows, I guess. Crows, dot. Wesker smiled apologetically and gave him a broad shrug. Look, boss, I dunno why I'm not off at the palace while the rest of em. There was some mage who said I'd be useful but I didn't ask, right? Sir. Which mage? The one why the lightnin' bolt on his robe. The Inquisitor Archmagus? Yeah. Sure. Saravi looked down to the drift of personnel files on the desk, 200 of them, only 17 of men he knew. Specialist Wesker did not count. He had never seen his men's files before, and browsing through them had been enlightening. But the others? There were words in the documents he did not understand. Enkalaji. Sandrokenka. Ligalena. There were also several women, which was peculiar, as the Crimson Army did not allow women in the fighting ranks. By their files, these women were not meant to serve as simple camp followers. Did he say anything else? Don't think so. Did anyone say anything to explain why you're now a free soldier? Only what the lightnin' mage said. With a long sigh, Saravi sat back in his seat. And you haven't been mind-washed? Nope. I remember every Peking thing. I see. He watched the Corvishman fidget for a long moment, then sighed and said, "Dismissed, specialist." Wesker popped out of the chair and made something that could almost pass for a salute, then jaunted toward the door. "I expect to see you on the field tomorrow with everyone else," Saravi called after him. "You may be a specialist, but you're not special." "Gotcha, boss," said the Corvishman, and skittered out the door. "Sir," Saravi snapped as it swung shut. He looked down at the files again. Soldiers from all brigades but the slave ones. Archers, mages, scouts, infantry and cavalry, and the women. Even a houndmaster. It was like a cross-section of the Crimson Claw. For what purpose? He wondered, but his instructions from the general had been simple. See that they learn to work together. Easier said than done, sir, he told the files, but his words did not match his faint smile. Orders were orders, but this assignment would be interesting. Copyright 2013 by H. Anthony Davis. All rights reserved. No part of this publication may be reproduced in any form, except for the inclusion of brief quotations and review, without permission of the author. H. Anthony Davis can be found on the web at Facebook, H. Anthony Davis. WordPress, The War of Memory Project. Cover art by D. Phillips. Cover background by Fantasy Stock. Word of mouth is crucial for an author to succeed. If you enjoyed my book, I would very much appreciate it if you would consider leaving a review on Amazon or Goodreads, even if it's only a line or two.